Introduction. Unappreciated by his family, Lu Yu became the watchman of a beacon tower. When his beloved was captured, he awakened a sign-in system. By signing in on the battlefield of 100 men, he gained the loyalty of the 18 knights of Yanyun. By signing in on the battlefield of 1,000 men, he earned the allegiance of Luo Cheng. By signing in on the battlefield of 10,000 men, he secured the loyalty of the Xuanjiao army. Chapter 1. System Activation. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, on the northern frontier battlefield, across the vast expanse of desolate land, a few withered strands of yellow grass swayed in the wind and sand. A tall figure trudged forward, clad in tattered brown leather armor stained with mottled blood. A resolute countenance glistened with sweat. He dragged a corpse, leaving a long trail of blood across the barren land. The body belonged to his comrade. Not a single one could be left behind. Behind him, 6 or 7 other warriors followed suit. Though they moved in unison, their determination was palpable, evoking a sense of tragic desolation. Ding! The energy storage progress of the sign-in system has reached 99.9%, expected to officially activate by noon today. At that time, the host will receive a mysterious gift package. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lu Yu exhaled a deep breath. His hand, which was dragging the corpse, involuntarily exerted more strength. Upon traversing into this world known as the Xianwu continent, he became aware of the system's existence. However, the system had been in energy storage, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Now, as activation drew near, a surge of anticipation blossomed within him, for this was his sole glimmer of hope in this world. Upon arriving, he became the grandson of General Lu Hong of the Jingbian. 3 months prior, during the family sacrificial rites, he had been unable to restrain himself when the eldest son of the general's house disrespected his mother, leading to a direct exile to the border as a watchman of the beacon tower. In those 3 months, under the harsh training of yellow sand and warfare, a young boy was forged into a battle-hardened warrior. Just moments ago, while Lu Yu and his comrades were gathering firewood, they unexpectedly encountered a scout from the barbarian tribe, resulting in a minor skirmish. The original 12 soldiers stationed at the beacon tower suffered 6 fatalities, while the barbarian tribe lost but a single scout. This illustrated the formidable strength of the barbarians, who could easily take on 10 adversaries. If the next encounter were not a solitary scout, but a troop of knights, the entire beacon tower would likely be reduced to ruins. In such perilous circumstances, the general's house was effectively sending Lu Yu to his demise. Lu Sun, being of direct bloodline, possesses a superior spirit body with cultivation potential, and has been recommended to the academy, ensuring a 5th grade official post upon graduation. Moreover, his fiancée is the daughter of a 4th grade general, while I am merely the son of a son-in-law. How ruthless! Lu Yu muttered to himself as he walked. The northern frontier had always been a realm with the highest mortality rate. Relying on the 8,000-mile Hongling mountain range as a barrier, it stood against the iron blood city of the northern frontier. For 30 years, the Great Zhou Dynasty and the barbarian tribe had faced off here, with countless soldiers perishing on the northern battlefield each year. The Qinqing Beacon Tower, situated 1,000 miles beyond the Tianshu Pass at the westernmost edge of the mountains, was not the most dangerous place. Yet, elite barbarians would occasionally raid, necessitating the beacon tower to be rebuilt 3 times a year, highlighting the severity of the threats faced. The Lu family was indeed placing him in a perilous position. With this thought, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. The more adversity he faced, the more he must persevere. He still had his mother, who had been cast out of the family and awaited his return in a cold cottage. He had vowed to earn her a noble title. I must endure, Lu Yu uttered to himself with the last of his strength as he approached the base of the beacon tower. Though referred to as a beacon tower, it was essentially a small fortress, the size of an ordinary courtyard, yet its walls stood 5 meters high and 1 meter thick. Constructed from nearby yellow stones, its surface bore the marks of axes and swords, along with a few traces of blood, allegedly from the last contingent of soldiers who manned the tower. Now, his comrade's body was to be buried beneath this fortress. This was the fate of every generation of watchmen. Bang! Exhausted, Lu Yu collapsed alongside his comrade's corpse. Then, addressing the equally fatigued warriors around him, he said, "After a brief rest, we must bury the bodies quickly. Otherwise, we risk attracting sand wolves and may be trapped for days." Upon receiving Lu Yu's order, the others nodded, relishing the rare moment of respite. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Gazing at their youthful faces, Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Having lived 2 lives, he wished they could be spared the fate of being buried beneath this beacon tower. Yet, he soon shook his head, deciding to focus on himself. Perhaps after the system activated, he could lead them to survival. Moments later, everyone instinctively rose and began to bury the corpses, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. For in witnessing the bodies, they could not help but reflect on their own mortality. Upon their arrival, they had shared the same fervor and passion, with dreams of titles and positions seemingly within reach. But after enduring the flames of battle, who among them was not a foundation of this beacon tower? Just as Lu Yu and several warriors had buried their fallen comrade in the heavy silence, a cacophony of shouts erupted behind them. The rumble of a cart echoed like rain striking cobblestones. Under the scorching sun, a gracefully outlined carriage appeared. Surrounding the cart were luxurious silks, meant to shield against the wind and sand, while the window, adorned with gold and jewels, was veiled by a light blue gauze, exuding an air of mystery. Pulled by 2 beasts covered in dark scales, their muscles taut, they traversed the desolation with ease, reputed to cover 1,000 miles a day. To harness such power now was an extravagance. In every aspect, the carriage radiated opulence, starkly contrasting with the barren frontier, making it seem utterly out of place. On either side of the carriage stood 8 knights, their crimson-scaled armor glinting with a cold light, resembling flickering flames from a distance. The red iron-crafted war spears were subtly directed outward, prepared for battle at any moment, and their imposing presence rendered the watchmen on guard breathless, standing awkwardly to the side. Had they encountered these armored warriors earlier, even facing one would likely have sealed their doom. Although the carriage bore no family crest, it was clear to all that it belonged to a noble from the northern frontier city. As the beleaguered soldiers gazed on with unease, a woman descended from the carriage. The first sight that struck the eye was her vibrant red gown, which stood out starkly against the desolate desert backdrop. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yu noted her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall. An exquisite jade hairpin was loosely secured in her hair, accompanied by a golden hairpin, adorned with dangling pearls that swayed gently. As her hair flowed, her stunning visage was revealed. Glistening beads of sweat dotted her delicate forehead. As he lifted his head, Lu Yu realized that it was a familiar face. Lianjia, what brings you here? Upon hearing the voice, he instinctively stepped forward a few paces. However, he halted at a distance of roughly a foot from the woman. His leather armor, unwashed for half a month, stained with blood and mud, rendering the contrast between them painfully apparent. His approach felt almost like an act of desecration. This woman was not Lu Yu's biological sister, yet she had provided him with warmth he had never experienced before. Her name was Hongling, and they had known each other for 3 years. She had been exceptionally kind to Lu Yu. Whenever he was beaten by the disciples of the general's mansion, she would treat his wounds and gently comfort him. In Lu Yu's heart, Hongling was akin to family. He had never expected that despite his exile to this remote place, she would come to see him. At that moment, his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. Lianjia, what are you doing here? The border is quite perilous, and in such a bitterly cold land. I imagine your journey must have been arduous. Isn't it your fault? You left without a word, so I had no choice but to come here myself. Hongling spoke softly, brushing the dust off Lu Yu's clothing with her delicate hands, showing no sign of disdain. A hint of concern flashed in her beautiful eyes. This tenderness left Lu Yu's comrades momentarily stunned. As they regained their composure, they gradually retreated to the fortress, leaving the two alone. The surrounding knights formed a distant circle, maintaining a vigilant watch, striving to prevent the swirling dust from disturbing the pair within. Oblivious to these happenings, Lu Yu awkwardly gazed at Hongling and said, Lianjia, my abrupt departure was indeed a mistake. However, as the son of a son-in-law, now exiled to the border, let's not dwell on such unhappy matters. We have known each other for 3 years. Do you truly think I would disdain your status? Hongling interrupted Lu Yu, preventing him from continuing. She understood his temperament all too well, fearing he might utter something irreparable. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lu Yu hurriedly shook his head. Urgency painted across his face as he seemed eager to explain. But Hongling would not grant him the opportunity. Seeing his awkward demeanor, a triumphant smile graced her lips as she said, All right, let's not speak of unpleasant things. I have come bearing a change of clothes and some of your favorite foods. With that, she retrieved a large bundle from the carriage, filled with garments. and Lu Yu was particularly touched to see several undergarments peeking from the corners. Xiao Hongling's thoughtfulness and care were evident in this moment. Then, she produced a sizable food container. This time, Lu Yu did not keep it all to himself. Aside from a few of Hongling's personally prepared dishes, he shared the rest with his brothers, igniting a wave of joy within the fortress. Under Xiao Hongling's watchful gaze, Lu Yu devoured the meal, aware that this was what she most cherished. True to his expectations, a smile blossomed on Hongling's face. She then produced a delicate handkerchief. Without hesitation, Lu Yu wiped his mouth and promptly returned it to her. She accepted it without complaint, gazing at him softly as she said, "Besides coming to see you, I have another task. The Northern Academy has arranged for several disciples to undergo training at the border, and I am among them. Thus, I must leave shortly to join my teachers and classmates. Once the training concludes, I will certainly find a way to get you back to the city for a position. Just endure for a few more days." The Northern Academy was the largest of its kind in the northern border, scarcely inferior to the academy in the imperial city. Those who could study there were invariably of noble birth. Hearing her words, Lu Yu replied slowly, "Sister, although I am unaware of your family's affairs, please do not put yourself in danger because of me. In the future, I implore you not to venture to such places again. It is far too perilous. Wait until the day I earn a title and can come and find you." Lu Yu lowered his head as he spoke. Then, a fragrant breeze wafted past. "Hee, such lofty ambitions. I shall await the day you earn your title." When Lu Yu lifted his gaze, he realized that Xiao Hongling had, at some point, taken her seat in the carriage. She waved at him once more, saying, "I worry that the wait will be too long for me, so you best listen to my guidance. This handkerchief I leave with you is a precious silk one passed down from my mother, meant for my future husband. Take good care of it. When you miss me, you can take it out to look at. However, if one day you grow tired of me or regret knowing me, remember to return it." As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Then, the carriage began to move slowly away. Watching her retreating figure stretch further, Lu Yu sighed, realizing the most challenging burden to bear was the affection of a beautiful woman. Xiao Hongling's presence was like a warm shelter amidst the icy expanse, leaving him unable to forsake her. Once Xiao Hongling and her entourage had completely vanished from sight, Lu Yu returned to the fortress, finding a comfortable spot to lie down amidst the envious gazes of the other warriors. Holding the handkerchief, he savored the warmth and fragrance it exuded, a smile unconsciously gracing his resolute face. "Boss, is that noble woman your wife? She truly is something. If I had such a beauty, I'd gladly lay down my life for her." An old soldier beside him chuckled, his voice a bit raspy as he leaned in, revealing a toothless grin that left Lu Yu momentarily breathless. He was the only one who had survived for 2 years at the beacon tower. Even when it crumbled, he managed to emerge unscathed each time, undoubtedly a seasoned veteran of the borderlands. His primary responsibility here was to maintain the observation mirror, a treasure capable of reflecting scenes from miles away, a fixture at every beacon tower. It was the most precious item accessible to ordinary soldiers like them. Just as Lu Yu was annoyed that this old veteran interrupted his sentimental musings and prepared to give him a piece of his mind, old Yuan's expression suddenly shifted. "Not good. Enemies are approaching." He then pointed at the observation mirror perched atop the platform, which began to emit a faint glow. Lu Yu dared not hesitate and leapt into action, joining old Yuan as they moved toward the mirror. Once the latter adjusted the angle, an image materialized on the 1-meter-wide surface of the mirror. Boom! They could hear the faint sound of hooves in the distance, causing the entire fortress to tremble slightly. On the surface of the mirror, ominous blood clouds swirled, revealing a dark torrent surging forth from dozens of miles away, a horde of barbarian cavalry. The numbers were incalculable. "This is bad. If I am not mistaken, the direction the barbarians are headed is the same as where Miss Xiao is." Old Yuan exclaimed, his face turning pale. Within the fortress, an enveloping silence reigned, with the heartbeat of each individual resonating clearly in the stillness. Finally, all eyes converged upon Lu Yu, eager to discern his decision. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing the activation of the system. "Ding! Congratulations, host! The sign-in system is officially activated, and you have received a system gift package. Would you like to open it now?" Chapter 2. Unveiling the gift package. The long-awaited voice resonated, yet instead of elation, a chilling dread enveloped Lu Yu, rendering his limbs cold. "Sisterling, you must not come to harm," he shouted inwardly, refusing to hesitate. He leaped from the beacon tower and mounted his steed. Though not the finest of horses, it was the swiftest means of transport available. He called out to the soldiers atop the tower, "Ignite the beacon. Signal Tian, sure pass. Boss, we shall accompany you." Old Yuan's rugged face emerged from the battlements, dust-laden yet earnest. In response, Lu Yu waved dismissively. "My woman is my responsibility. I shall rescue her myself. If I perish, let it be in her company. You shall remain here. No one is to leave without orders." With these words, he cracked the whip and surged forward. Watching his receding figure, old Yuan slammed his thigh in frustration. He turned to the other soldiers. "What are you all waiting for? Ignite the beacon. We hope reinforcements from Tianshur Pass arrive swiftly to save the commander's life." Meanwhile, Lu Yu was oblivious to these developments, his focus solely on the direction where Hongling had ventured. The steed, sensing its master's urgency, galloped fiercely for miles. Its aged body soon succumbed to exhaustion. Thud! Just as Lu Yu caught sight of Hongling's carriage, the horse collapsed, foaming at the mouth, its last breath escaping. A pang of sorrow flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, yet he pressed on toward the carriage. As he approached, his complexion turned ashen. The elite cavalry surrounding him lay lifeless, their steeds scattered, licking at the dry grass, stained with the blood of their riders, a ghastly sight. Yet, Hongling was nowhere to be found. Just as despair enveloped him, a hand grasped his leg, igniting a spark of hope. It was one of Hongling's guards, a dagger piercing his chest, yet still clinging to life. "Lu, young Master Lu, inform the northern commander Xiao Tianyi. Miss Hongling has been captured by the blood barbarian tribe's dragon army." As he spoke, he shakily presented a bloodied communication jade talisman. The moment Lu Yu took the talisman, the guard's head lolled, life slipping away. Almost simultaneously, a whistling sound pierced the air. Lu Yu turned to see several instructors from the academy, clad in white robes, arriving with remarkable speed, their wind manipulation techniques exquisite. Upon witnessing the scene, their expressions soured. One tall, slender elder, adorned with a golden cloud pattern on his robe, stepped forward, his countenance dark. "I am Zhang Lingyin, an instructor from the Northern Academy. Tell me, what has transpired?" His voice carried an air of iron resolve. Although a teacher now, he had once been a formidable warrior, serving in one of the most elite legions of the northern frontier, the Northern Guardians. He had only transitioned to the academy after sustaining injuries. Li was taken aback. The Northern Academy held an esteemed position, with its headmaster having once served as an imperial tutor, showcasing its profound heritage. He had not anticipated encountering an academy instructor today. Perhaps this was a glimmer of hope for rescuing Hongling. Without hesitation, he implored, "Hongling has been taken by the dragon army. I beseech you to assist." His words were tinged with urgency, failing to notice the pallor that swept over the instructors. However, Zhang Lingyin and his colleagues gasped in shock. After a moment, Zhang Lingyin spoke gravely. "Though the dragon army is few in number, they are elite warriors. Years ago, with merely a few thousand, they emerged from Longju Mountain, sweeping through 3,000 miles, unmatched. I suggest we deliberate on this matter. Are you all going to stand by and do nothing?" Lu Yu's complexion darkened, his voice laced with chill. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet, another instructor stepped forward. "How outrageous! Do you wish for us all to march to our deaths? Hongling is of noble birth. Even if captured, she will likely not face immediate peril. But if we pursue, it is certain death for us. Moreover, given the sensitive status of academy personnel, we could provoke the barbarian king. We cannot recklessly endanger ourselves." No one desired to meet their demise, and the academy instructors felt the same. The dragon army had been an unstoppable force in the northern frontier for 30 years, synonymous with strength and brutality. Even the 200,000 northern guardians could not contend with them, let alone a handful of instructors. Upon hearing their words, Lu Yu's expression grew remarkably serene. He clenched the handkerchief in his grasp and resolutely declared, "If you will not go, I shall." With those words, he mounted one of the guard steeds and galloped toward the direction of the dragon army without hesitation, cracking the whip repeatedly to maintain speed. As he watched his figure elongate in the distance, a complex expression crossed Zhang Lingyin's face, shame intertwined with admiration. He realized he lacked the courage even of a mere soldier. Alas, such a valiant warrior may soon perish in this northern frontier. How regrettable that I did not meet him sooner. I would surely have welcomed him into the academy, for he could have become a formidable general for our great Zhou dynasty. Indeed, while the notion of charging into danger may seem simple in theory, few possess the audacity to act on it. At the very least, Lu Yu's bravery presented him with an opportunity to become a general. Courage, seemingly commonplace, is often the most challenging quality to cultivate in a leader, for it touches upon the essence of humanity. Yet, now is not the time for such reflections. After uttering his thoughts, Zhang Lingyin prepared to depart with his fellow instructors. The capture of Hongling was a matter of great import for the northern frontier and necessitated reporting. He feared the northern commander would place blame, a source of great distress. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu raced forward, fueled by fervor, he recalled the system, his sole hope for saving her. Otherwise, he might indeed face the grim fate of perishing alongside Hongling. With this thought, he attempted to respond to the system in his mind. System, activate the grand gift package. Chapter 3, Rewards Ding. Congratulations, host. The grand gift package has been unveiled, and you have received the system reward, a dragon scale steed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the system reward, the ancient sealed battle body. Attributes: King of War, capable of exerting 300% of strength in group battles. Next level, Blood Dominance Divine Body. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the system reward, the Blood-Refined Dragon Spear. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the system reward, the 5 Emperor's Dragon Control Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 years of cultivation. As the sounds resonated, Lu Yu underwent a remarkable transformation in an instant. First, the steed morphed into a more majestic warhorse, its body adorned with glossy black dragon scales, measuring an impressive 2 zhang in length. As it galloped, clouds formed beneath its hooves. Albeit faint, they were undeniably tangible. This was indeed a true extraordinary beast. Lu Yu felt the howling winds and swirling sands around him, realizing that this dragon-scale steed could traverse vast distances with ease. Legend has it that the mount of the northern general, Xiao Tianyi, was a mythical beast known as the Azure Cloud Python Bull, whose thunderous strides shook the earth, making 1,000 miles feel like mere inches, truly extraordinary. However, his own dragon-scale steed was commendable as well, perfectly suited for his current needs. Following the transformation of his mount, Lu Yu also felt a change within himself. His physique expanded, yet it did not appear cumbersome. Rather, he became more proportionate. The blood coursing through his veins surged with newfound vigor, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Was this the ancient battle body? In the realm of physiques, they are classified from low to high as mortal body, spirit body, ancient spirit body, battle body, ancient battle body, divine body, and ancient divine body. Each category can be further divided into inferior, average, superior, exceptional, and sealed ranks. The distinction of sealed physiques lies in their unique attributes, significantly enhancing combat prowess. However, since ancient times, even spirit bodies have become exceedingly rare, truly 1 in 1,000. Otherwise, Lu Yu's cousin, the legitimate heir of the general's mansion, would not have been directly admitted to the academy merely for possessing a superior spirit body, nor would a 4th-rank general have personally sought a marriage alliance. It is said that the nobles of the great Zhou dynasty possess merely sealed battle bodies, which is already quite remarkable. Now, Lu Yu had attained the ancient sealed battle body. Such a physique could be regarded as top tier within the entire Lihua Empire, and most importantly, it held the potential for further enhancement. With this thought, his confidence in rescuing Hongling surged once more. Next, his gaze fell upon the blood-refined dragon spear hanging from the saddle. This was a true divine weapon, crafted entirely with scales, its grip chilling to the touch. The spear, measuring a full zhang, culminated in a fierce dragon head, its mouth unleashing a sharp spear tip. It was indeed a formidable instrument for commanding the battlefield. Next, we delve into the 5 Emperor's Dragon Sovereignty Technique. The myriad martial arts of the world are categorized from the lowest to the highest as mortal level, yellow level, profound level, earth level, heaven level, divine level, and emperor level. Each category is further divided into inferior, superior, medium, and exceptional tiers. This technique is extraordinarily precious, exclusively wielded by members of noble families, rendering it nearly invisible to ordinary individuals. A mere mortal-level technique can dominate among common folk, while yellow-level techniques are held by local gentry. Profound-level techniques are in the hands of prominent clans. Encountering an earth-level technique would be a stroke of fortune. It is said that they exist within academies, though Lu Yu is not particularly informed about them. Heaven-level techniques are controlled by princes and high-ranking officials. As for divine and the legendary emperor-level techniques, they are likely confined to the royal collections. To Lu Yu's astonishment, he has acquired the 5 Emperor's Dragon Sovereignty technique, a true royal tome. When this esoteric technique imprinted itself upon his mind, his body instinctively began to operate. Coupled with 20 years of cultivation, his aura surged forth instantaneously. Martial cultivation is classified from low to high as body refinement realm, blood mobilization realm, chi training realm, Dan condensation realm, purple mansion realm, spirit transformation realm, divine ability realm, dharma form realm, and indestructible realm. Each realm is further subdivided into 9 stages. Lu Yu had already attained the 3rd stage of body refinement, and at this moment, his cultivation escalated rapidly. Body refinement 4th stage, body refinement 5th stage, body refinement 9th stage. With a resounding crash, the ancient battle physique, combined with 2 decades of cultivation and the explosive power of the Emperor-level technique, propelled his advancement further. He instantaneously reached the blood mobilization realm, achieving the 1st stage, which would allow him to serve as a junior officer in the military. With a mere shake of his arms, he exhibited a titanic strength of 100,000 pounds, marking him as a formidable force. Yet, Lu Yu persisted, continuing to enhance his cultivation until he reached the 5th stage of blood mobilization, at which point he finally ceased. His essence, chi, and spirit had been refined to perfection, presenting a stark contrast to his previous self, though his disposition remained unchanged. As he rode the dragon-scaled steed, the visage of Hongling lingered in Lu Yu's mind, her every smile and frown deeply etched into his consciousness, inciting an overwhelming urgency within him. At that moment, his communication jade talisman flickered with a radiant glow. Subsequently, a commanding voice resonated. Hongling, have you ventured to the northern frontier for training? Return immediately. I have just received news that the blood barbarian tribe is invading the borders, and your location is perilous. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu bellowed. Xiao Hongling had already been captured by the blood barbarian tribe's savage dragon army, and the other guards had been slain. On the other side of the communication jade talisman, the northern grand commander, Xiao Tianyi, was taken aback. The Man-Long army is one of the most elite forces of the Bloodman tribe, with each warrior possessing a cultivation level beyond the 9th stage of body refinement. 30 years prior, they surged forth from the desolate plains of the Longju mountain at the border, unopposed as they advanced 3,000 miles into the territory of the Lihua dynasty, seizing vast expanses of land, ultimately shaping the present boundaries. This has always been a source of anguish for the great Zhou dynasty. Now, the Man-Long army has mobilized once more, and they have abducted his daughter. How could he not be alarmed? He immediately shouted, "What on earth has transpired, and who are you?" Lu Yu gritted his teeth and replied, "I am Lu Yu, the Shurchong of the Tianxing Beacon Tower, in pursuit of the Man-Long army." The warhorse galloped fiercely, the howling winds whipping up swirling sands around him. Xiao Tianyi emanated an overwhelming aura of menace. Xiao Hongling was his only daughter. At that moment, he let out a low growl. "Lu Yu? You are that friend of my daughter. Return to your beacon tower at once. The cavalry of the Bloodman tribe are all elite warriors. A mere handful of scattered troops could easily annihilate you. Allow me to handle this matter." As one of the only 3 noble lords of the Lihua dynasty, his disposition was grand. He did not lose his composure due to his daughter's abduction, but instead urged Lu Yu to retreat, hoping to preserve his life. However, Lu Yu, with gritted teeth, declared, "I will not leave until Xiao Hongling returns. The entire wilderness shall be my battlefield." Upon hearing Lu Yu's response, Xiao Tianyi's figure trembled. "It is rare to see such determination in you. Should Hongling return safely, and you remain unscathed, I shall not oppose your friendship with her." As he received this assurance, the communication jade talisman in Lu Yu's hand shattered instantly. At that very moment, the figures of the Bloodman cavalry had already appeared before him. This was a detachment patrolling the surroundings for the main army. Though not part of the Man-Long army, they were formidable Bloodman riders, renowned for their ferocity. Clad in crimson leather armor and wielding chilling weaponry, as Lu Yu approached, he could almost discern the malevolent expressions on the faces of these Bloodman knights. It was said that last year, a 1,000-strong force in Iron Blood City perished in the wilds at the hands of merely 100 Bloodman riders. Yet today, he was eager to discover whether these Bloodman knights could withstand him. Without hesitation, Lu Yu charged directly at the Bloodman cavalry, for the sake of Xiao Hongling. He had no retreat. Ho! At this moment, the centurion of the Bloodman tribe, witnessing Lu Yu's fierce advance, called out with excitement gleaming in his eyes. The idea of humanity being feeble was a shared belief among the various tribes, especially regarding a solitary individual like Lu Yu, who they deemed insignificant. As the strength of the 1st stage of blood refinement manifested, it was indeed formidable, while the Bloodman Knights behind him had reached the 5th stage of body refinement. It is worth noting that in the northern frontier, ordinary lieutenants barely attain blood refinement. However, just as the tribesmen thought this would be mere entertainment after their meal in Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice resonated. Ding! The host has taken the initial step into the battlefield of 100 men. Would you like to sign in here? Upon activation of the system, Lu Yu found he could sign in on various battlefields across the realm, with the rewards growing more substantial in proportion to the scale and ferocity of the conflict. Without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu proclaimed, "Sign in." Chapter 4. Experience with Lu Yu's command given. The system's voice echoed instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host. On a successful sign-in, you have gained the unwavering loyalty of the Yanyun 18 cavalry at 100%. Strength, Qi training, level 1. Physique, enshrined spiritual body, with the characteristics of a greedy wolf. Armor, high-grade spiritual artifact, black gold soft armor. Weapon, high-grade spiritual artifact, blood-condensing curved blade. Mount, black-scaled beast. Shall the host summon now? Summon, Lu Yu declared resolutely, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. The elite forces of Jizhou, the Yanyun 18 cavalry, once led by Luo Yi, had annihilated 20,000 foreign foes overnight. With them, perhaps there lay hope for rescuing Hongling. As he gazed at the approaching bloodthirsty knights, Lu Yu envisioned their anguished cries beneath the blade of the Yanyun 18 cavalry. Upon the utterance of his command, 18 figures materialized behind him, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. Their mounts were imposing, stretching 2 zhang in length, adorned with black scales, while their beastly eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. A faint black mist swirled around their galloping hooves, adding an air of mystery. Upon their formidable steeds were the renowned Yanyun 18 cavalry, each wielding a blood-condensing curved blade at their waist, with 6 throwing spears strapped to their backs, their sharp tips glinting ominously in the sunlight. Cloaked in black robes that concealed their armor, their Shura masks obscured their true visages from view. Upon their arrival, the 18 warriors simultaneously raised their curved blades. "To serve our lord unto death," they cried, charging forth against the bloodthirsty knights. Witnessing this, Lu Yu's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, yet he felt a profound satisfaction within. After all, his cousin, who had been privileged to attend the academy, was merely of high-grade spiritual body. Yet now, all of Lu Yu's subordinates were already enshrined spiritual bodies. What more could he desire? Contemplating this, he addressed the Yanyun 18 cavalry surrounding him. "Follow me into battle." As his command was issued, the Yanyun 18 cavalry collided with the bloodthirsty knights. Meanwhile, in the Grand Governor's mansion of the Iron Blood City in the northern frontier, an old general, once a stalwart advisor to the former king during the dire times of the bloodthirsty invasion 30 years prior, had his temples now graying. Clad in dark golden armor, its surface flickering with a dim light in the candle's glow, he remained resolute and unwavering, having sworn an oath to reclaim lost territory and never lay down his arms. It seemed as though he had aged considerably in an instant. Even his tall stature appeared somewhat stooped. Hongling was the sole daughter left behind by his deceased wife, a cherished jewel since childhood. When the late king proposed marriage, he had declined, not wishing for Hongling to be caught in the web of intrigue, only desiring for his daughter to live a joyful life. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would now be captured by the barbarian horde? The thought clenched his fists tightly. His daughter's life and death rested upon his every decision. He could not believe this was mere coincidence, nor did he have faith that Lu Yu could truly bring her back. After a moment of inner turmoil, he finally made his resolution. Iron Cloud. At the sound of his voice, a figure entered the grand hall. Clad in dark, barbaric lion armor, the individual was tall and imposing, with sharp features that exuded an aura of iron and blood. Upon entering the hall, he knelt on one knee. Adoptive father. Looking down at his adopted son, Xiao Taiyun, Xiao Tianyi slowly closed his eyes and spoke. "Go to Tianshi City, along with your brother, Xiao Taisher, and swiftly pursue any leads on Hongling's whereabouts. If you encounter the barbarian dragon army, inform them not to harm my daughter. Everything else can be negotiated. Should even a single hair on Hongling be harmed, I will ensure that the entire barbarian dragon army pays the price." The barbarian dragon army was immensely powerful, and even a reckless suppression by the entire northern frontier could lead to uncertain outcomes. Thus, he did not expect Xiao Taisher to rescue Hongling. He merely needed to convey the message, trusting that they would make the right decision. "As you command," Xiao Taiyun replied solemnly before taking his leave. He would not dwell on the implications of Xiao Tianyi's words, focusing solely on fulfilling his command, a habit cultivated over many years. Upon exiting the governor's residence, Xiao Taiyun mounted his steed and set off toward the Iron Blood City, also known as the Iron Blood Fortress, located in the heart of the Yunling mountain range. Although it was a considerable distance from Tianshi Pass, Xiao Taiyun's mount was exceptional. Covering thousands of miles, he arrived in half a day. Upon reaching Tianshi Fortress, he expertly navigated his way into the Lord's mansion. Moments later, the northern general, Xiao Taishu, set forth with his elite troops. As the city gates swung open, a great cloud of dust billowed forth, and they charged onward in the direction of the barbarian dragon army without the slightest pause. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the wasteland, Lu Yu had thrust his war spear forward, aiming directly at the approaching centurion of bloodthirsty barbarians. The spear met the air with a thunderous crack, and the centurion, undeterred, prepared to respond. He raised the wolf-toothed club in his hand, prepared to defend himself. Yet, how could he withstand Lu Yu? Crack! The finely forged iron club shattered into two upon colliding with the spear. The spearhead then descended, cleaving the centurion and his steed asunder. A mist of crimson erupted, bestowing a splash of color upon the boundless wasteland. Meanwhile, the Yanyun 18 riders grew even more frenzied, with their blood-curved sabers raised. A recently charged blood barbarian knight seemed to have delivered himself to the edge of their blades. Swoosh! As the blade sliced through the air, a head soared away, its eyes wide with disbelief, while the panicked steed dragged its body away. This was a chilling slaughter, devoid of any embellishment. Each strike was lethal. More blood barbarians surged forward, yet the Yanyun 18 riders remained utterly cold and resolute. They were true machines of war. The sabers swung as if they were chopping through vegetables. To an outsider, it would appear as though the blades were suspended like a blood moon, and with each descent, a blood barbarian knight's head would fall. In a mere span of time, 100-strong contingent was annihilated, unable even to flee. Meanwhile, the system's voice echoed once more in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin Shi has slain 9 enemies, earning 90 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin Shisan has slain 7 enemies, earning 70 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin Jiu has slain 8 enemies, earning 80 experience points. The summoned beings gained experience points with each enemy defeated, enhancing their prowess. In the Qi refinement stage, every 100 experience points could elevate one's realm. Understanding the significance of this experience, Lu Yu's expression brightened considerably. Without hesitation, he led the Yanyun 18 riders onward, as he discerned another barbarian contingent ahead, seemingly larger in number. If they could vanquish them, the strength of the Yanyun 18 riders would surely increase. Just as they approached the enemy, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Does the host wish to check in at the battlefield of 500? At the sound, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Check in. Chapter 5, The Black Iron Battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in. You have received a superior spiritual artifact, the Dragon Scale Heavy Armor. Please accept it. As the voice faded, a set of dark golden armor appeared upon Lu Yu's form, entirely enveloped in dragon scale iron leaves, adorned with mysterious patterns, emanating waves of crimson brilliance. Behind him lay a massive tiger pelt draped across his back, the tiger's head shielding his chest, while its claws rested upon his shoulders. He stood out with an air of formidable majesty, seated upon his warhorse, truly embodying the visage of an invincible commander. At that moment, he charged directly into the battlefield. A battalion of 500 bloodthirsty cavalry, if positioned elsewhere, could easily annihilate thousands of Dezhou warriors. Yet, when confronted by Lu Yu and the 18 riders of Yanyun, they appeared woefully inadequate. The blood-tempered dragon spear shimmered with a sharp brilliance. As Lu Yu thrust it forward, it resembled a raging dragon. With a swift motion, the cold blade pierced the forehead of a centurion, lifting his body skyward before flinging it aside, showcasing an invincible presence that astonished the barbarian warriors present. They had never anticipated the emergence of such a ferocious champion from Dezhou. Simultaneously, the 18 riders of Yanyun drew their short spears from their backs and launched them in unison. As the sound of piercing air echoed, the elite, bloodthirsty warriors positioned at the front were instantaneously struck down, falling from their mounts. No one could remain unmoved by such a spectacle. It was as though murder had been transformed into an art form. The 18 riders of Yanyun afforded the bloodthirsty cavalry no time to ponder their fate. They urged their steeds forward, charging into the ranks of the enemy alongside their spears. The curved blades danced, unleashing a torrent of lethality. Time seemed to lose meaning. And before long, when all 500 bloodthirsty cavalry lay slain, a hint of fatigue flickered in the eyes of the 18 riders of Yanyun. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan E has gained 200 experience points, achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yan Wu has gained 200 experience points, achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Yan San has gained 200 experience points, achieving the 3rd level of Qi refinement. As all members of the 18 riders of Yanyun reached their respective breakthroughs, another notification echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the experience boost from the 18 riders of Yanyun, reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? It became evident that the experience points earned from the enemies slain by the summoned characters would partially return to the host. Thus, Lu Yu's cultivation also reached the brink of a breakthrough. Breakthrough. Lu Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. Instantly, he felt a surge of immense energy radiating from his body, propelling his cultivation to ascend. Blood transfer, level 6. Blood transfer, level 7. He halted upon reaching blood transfer, level 8, though merely at the 8th level. With his physique complemented by a divine-level technique, he possessed the strength to contend with even recently ascended Qi refinement practitioners and could potentially vanquish them. However, now is not the time for excessive contemplation. The most pressing matter remains the rescue of Xiao Hongling. After breaking through, Lu Yu, accompanied by the 18 riders of Yanyun, continued their pursuit of the barbarian army. The Blood Barbarian Knights were merely tasked with perimeter vigilance, while Lu Yu's most formidable adversary lay with the barbarian dragon army, which posed a true challenge. Since their emergence from the wasteland 30 years prior, they had become synonymous with ferocity and invincibility, thus representing Lu Yu's genuine enemy. As he led the 18 riders of Yanyun in relentless pursuit, General Xiao Taisher of the Northern Defense also advanced with his troops. Arriving at the first battlefield left by Lu Yu, surveying the scene of over 100 fallen blood barbarians, astonishment flickered in his eyes, nearly impossible to conceal. Even more horrifying was the sight of dismembered corpses, with scarcely a single body intact. Xiao Taiyun stepped forward to investigate. After meticulously examining the remains, he inhaled deeply and remarked, "The enemies of this squad of blood barbarians cannot have exceeded 20, yet they were undoubtedly the elite among elites." Each combatant was lethal, displaying formations such as piercing thrusts and flanking assaults. The entire confrontation lasted no more than 15 minutes, with none of the blood barbarians surviving. I truly cannot fathom when such an elite force emerged. Even the most distinguished ironclad battalion within the Northern Army would struggle to achieve such results. Has my adoptive father dispatched others? Upon hearing Xiao Tiyun's assessment, Xiao Taisher inquired, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Taiyun hesitated before responding. It is said that after the incident involving Hongling, a certain Lu Yu, a squad leader, pursued. As of now, there has been no word. Could it possibly be him? Impossible. How could a mere squad leader possess such power? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, slaying 100 blood barbarian knights is a significant achievement. It has been some time since anyone in the northern frontier has garnered such merit. Let us record this in the annals of accomplishments and discuss it further when we meet. Xiao Taisher replied slowly, then continued onward. Simultaneously, turmoil erupted within the barbarian dragon army. The absence of 2 consecutive squads was a grave matter. The barbarian general, towering at a height of 10 feet, sat atop a colossal beast, his crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. A blood flame totem etched upon his cheek rendered his visage exceedingly menacing as he spoke in a low rumble. The prolonged absence of the outer blood barbarian scouts suggests something amiss. Manhu, take 1,000 barbarian dragon soldiers to investigate. Should you encounter any pursuers, eliminate them without hesitation. Understood, replied the Deputy General Manhu cautiously, then withdrew to carry out the command. Moments later, 1,000 fierce dragon warriors gathered as one. Each of these valiant soldiers rode upon the unique beasts of their tribe, measuring a full yard in length, their coats as dark as midnight. Their sharp fangs protruded menacingly from their lips, and they huffed heavily. Atop these formidable creatures sat the fierce dragon knights, clad in armor, their faces adorned with crimson totems. Each warrior brandished a blood-red spear, their muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen. Forward, commanded the fierce tiger, and with that, the 1,000 dragon warriors surged forth. The dragon general's gaze fell upon the center of the ranks, where a carriage wrapped in steel housed the daughter of the northern grand governor, Xiao Tianyi of the great Zhou dynasty. If he could return her, it would be a monumental achievement. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lu Yu had already caught sight of the dragon warriors from a distance. Yet, instead of fear, he felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to approach. for he longed to see how these elite warriors of the tribe compared to his own renowned 18 riders of Yanyun. As the two sides drew nearer, a pungent scent of blood filled the air, wafting into his nostrils. Then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Would the host like to sign in at the Black Iron battlefield with 1,000 warriors? Startled by the announcement, Lu Yu realized he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the various battlefield tiers, ranging from the lowest rank to Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, and beyond. The higher the tier, the greater the danger, yet the rewards were correspondingly more substantial. He had not anticipated that engaging in battle with the Dragon Warriors would trigger the Black Iron battlefield. This was indeed intriguing. Without hesitation, he declared, "Sign in." Chapter 6. Confrontation with the Dragon Warriors. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and gained the absolute loyalty of Luo Cheng. Strength, first level of Dan Condensation. Weapon, 5-hook Divine Flying Spear. Armor, Cold Jade Azura Armor. Physique, Azura Battle Body. Mount, Cold Mist White Dragon Steed. Please accept your rewards. As the system's voice faded, a flicker of exhilaration shone in Lu Yu's eyes. Although the jade-faced Cold Spear Luo Cheng was not classified among the top generals during the Sui and Tang dynasties, he firmly held a place among the elite. His formidable prowess commanded respect from all lords, capable of standing alone against any adversary. And he was the master of the renowned 18 riders of Yanyun. Summoning him now was most fitting. Then, from behind Lu Yu, a figure emerged, clad in silver armor and wearing an Azura mask. Standing at an impressive 8 feet tall, his eyes sparkled with divine light. The Cold Mist White Dragon Steed he rode was astonishingly magnificent, surrounded by tendrils of white mist that drifted gracefully, lending an ethereal quality to his presence. A sense of mystery and power emanated from him. Shortly after his emergence, he followed closely behind Lu Yu, charging forward. The vice commander of the barbarian dragon cavalry, upon witnessing the approach of Lu Yu and his companions, displayed a flicker of solemnity in his fierce gaze. The mere handful of Lu Yu's men managed to annihilate the blood barbarian cavalry, a display of strength that commanded his respect and warranted serious attention. It is essential to recognize that the barbarian dragon cavalry could sweep across the land not only due to their formidable prowess, but also because of their caution, prudence, and cunning. As the two sides drew near, the voice of the vice commander of the barbarian dragon army rang out. Heavy armor formation, charge forward. In his estimation, the 18 riders of Yanyun, being only a few dozen strong, should adopt an elusive and nimble approach to systematically dismantle the nearly 1,000 blood barbarian cavalry. Thus, he resolved to exploit his advantages to the fullest, employing the might of 1,000 heavy cavalry to crush the 18 riders, denying them the opportunity to divide and conquer. It must be said that this vice commander possessed considerable skill. At the very least, his tactics were impeccable. With a resounding clatter, as his command was issued, the masks of the barbarian dragon army were lowered, concealing their faces. The bronze masks not only augmented their imposing presence, instilling fear in their adversaries, but also amplified the combat effectiveness of the barbarian dragon army. This could be considered a low-grade spiritual weapon, and for the barbarians, equipping such items for their troops was no small feat. In an instant, a fierce and brutal aura permeated the air. The scaled beasts beneath them roared in response to the advancing Lu Yu and his companions. The vice commander raised his wolf-toothed club, the murderous intent radiating from him sufficient to instill dread in anyone. At this moment, the forces of both sides were so close that they could almost discern each other's features. Luo Cheng surged forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yu. The 5-pronged divine spear was hurled toward the vice commander of the barbarian dragon army, its passage through the air creating a piercing sound that shook the eardrums. As they clashed fiercely on the plains, on another front, Xiao Taisher had arrived at another battlefield left by Lu Yu. The ground was littered with corpses, a sight that was both shocking and appalling. The battle flag of the blood barbarian cavalry lay discarded in the mud, trampled underfoot. The battlefield was indescribably brutal. Xiao Taiyun spoke slowly. 500 blood barbarian cavalry were exterminated in less than a quarter of an hour. Judging by the methods of the slaughter, it is clear that the same group was responsible. How could such a small number of individuals possess such overwhelming strength? If my brother's ironclad battalion were to engage these 500 blood barbarian cavalry, the outcome would be uncertain. As he spoke, the astonishment on his face was impossible to conceal. As the commander of the region, Xiao Taisher contemplated more profound matters. His voice, slightly strained, broke the silence. The entire northern frontier had not witnessed such a significant number of enemy casualties in years. This was indeed a resounding victory. It was not merely the glory of the conquerors, but a triumph for the northern frontier itself. After expressing this, he turned to his secretary and instructed, "Record the merits of this campaign." His gaze then fixed upon the scout captain beside him. "Let the reconnaissance unit proceed first. It is imperative to ascertain the identity of those who engaged in this conflict. Should they hail from the northern frontier, I must meet him in person." "Understood," responded the scout captain, hastily departing upon receiving the command from the general of the north. However, moments later, he returned unexpectedly. "General, the scouts have discovered a piece of armor abandoned on the wasteland. Although somewhat damaged, it is not severely so. It appears to have been discarded. Hand it over," Xiao Tiexin urged. Upon grasping the armor and inspecting the nameplate at the collar, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes. Tianqing Beacon Tower, Squad Leader Lu Yu. It truly is him. He is alive. This armor had been left behind when Lu Yu changed into another, ultimately found by the scouts of the Northern Army. Xiao Taisher spoke slowly upon hearing this revelation. "Moreover, I detect the scent of barbarian blood upon this armor. It seems highly probable that this battle was orchestrated by Lu Yu." He sighed, a hint of admiration gracing his features. If it is indeed him, a young star of military prowess is poised to rise in the northern frontier, to achieve victory against overwhelming odds, to traverse hundreds of miles, and to slay nearly 1,000 bloodthirsty cavalrymen. All these exploits will undoubtedly elevate Lu Yu to the ranks of middle-tier commanders in the northern frontier. However, Xiao Tiexin expressed skepticism. "Let us not be hasty in our conclusions. After all, this is merely a piece of armor. Even if it is indeed him who has vanquished so many, he must be at the end of his strength. We must pursue him swiftly to ensure his survival." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Taisher acknowledged, "Indeed. Our foremost priority now is to pursue the barbarian dragon army, not only for the emergence of this rising star, but also for Hongling." He then mounted his steed and set forth. Simultaneously, Xiao Taisher utilized a projection jade talisman to document all that transpired on the battlefield, instructing that it be sent promptly to Xiao Tianyi. Regardless of the circumstances, such a monumental achievement in military exploits could not be concealed. The rigorous system of military merits dictated otherwise. This was the very reason the great Zhou dynasty had been able to withstand the barbarian tribes for so many years, compelling countless individuals to risk their lives in battle. As Xiao Taisher and Xiao Tiexin marveled at the magnitude of the slaughter, they continued to lead their forces forward, eager to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for such a momentous feat at this moment. Lu Yu led the 18 riders of Yanyun into a fierce engagement with the Manlong army. The most resplendent figure among them was undoubtedly Luo Cheng. With his 5-pronged divine spear, he thrust forth with precision, akin to an ice dragon extending its claws, targeting the leading vice commander. Behind him, the 18 riders of Yanyun closely followed. Although the heavy cavalry of the Manlong army were formidable, most were merely at the 9th level of body refinement, rendering them somewhat inferior in comparison. With a swift motion, Luo Cheng's cold spear pierced through the vice commander's skull. At that moment, Lu Yu's command resonated. "Pyramid formation, penetrate." The order was given, and the 18 riders coalesced, their weapons reversed, resembling a dagger as they surged into the ranks of the Manlong army. In the face of this legendary invincible legion, Lu Yu's heart remained as steady as a mountain, devoid of fear. As he inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from the scarf at his chest, a singular thought consumed him. By eliminating these soldiers of the Manlong army, he would draw closer to his beloved Hongling. Chapter 7. Breakthrough under the leadership of Lu Yu and Luo Cheng. The 18 riders of Yanyun plunged into the tumultuous waves of battle like a small boat braving the storm. Yet, this small vessel rode the winds and parted the waves, intent on obliterating all in its path. The outwardly curved blades of the riders resembled the scythe of death, as each warrior of the 18 riders skillfully maneuvered to strike the throats of the Manlong cavalry against their blades. They were the most precise machines of slaughter, exerting minimal effort to vanquish the greatest number of foes. The cries of the Manlong cavalry echoed, undeniably elite, as they relentlessly charged under the leadership of their centurion even after their vice commander had been slain. Beneath their cold visors, there was no hint of fear, only a chilling aura of lethal intent. One centurion of the Manlong army wielded a massive hammer, aiming to crush Luo Cheng. The beast beneath him roared. Yet before he could close the distance, the stoic general's cold spear sliced through the air, piercing the centurion's neck. His towering form fell backward, his mount continuing its wild gallop. Blood spattered forth, staining Luo Cheng's battle armor with droplets of crimson. Such is the nature of war, cold and merciless. Under the scorching sun of the plains, even the winds that blew felt searing, yet no one sensed the heat. Only an innate chill resonated within. Luo Cheng dared not linger. As the tip of the pyramid formation, he had to maintain the charge to enable the 18 riders of Yanyun to unleash their most potent assault, with a swift slash of the blood-forged dragon spear. When Lu Yu cleaved a man-long soldier in two, the 18 riders finally breached the heavy armor formation of the man-long army, unscathed. This scene, if witnessed by others from the great Zhou dynasty, would undoubtedly evoke astonishment. For countless years, the barbaric dragon army has dominated the northern frontier, unmatched by any adversary. Yet today, their formidable heavy-armored formation was penetrated by a mere 20 warriors, leaving a gruesome array of corpses in its wake. Following the breach of their ranks, the voice of the system resonated once more within Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has gained 230 experience points, elevating his power to the second level of the Condensing Dan realm. Beyond the Condensing Dan stage, every ascension demands 200 experience points. However, the 18 riders of Yanyun in the Qi training period are exempt from this requirement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin 12 has acquired 70 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin 15 has obtained 80 experience points. The system's advancements ignited a spark of brilliance in Lu Yu's eyes. With another charge, the 18 riders of Yanyun would surely break through. With this thought, he turned the head of his steed and issued a chilling command. Central assault, flanking hunt. Deploy the Butsuan formation. As his voice echoed, he and Luo Cheng led a charge once more into the heart of the barbaric dragon cavalry. A few Yanyun knights were left on either flank to hunt down the enemy. This method of attack left the barbaric dragon army in astonishment. To utilize 18 men to encircle and annihilate 1,000 foes is nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, this remarkable feat was indeed unfolding before their eyes. Unbeknownst to them, the legendary 18 riders of Yanyun had once slain 20,000 without leaving a trace. Had they been aware, their astonishment would have been greatly diminished. This battle was destined to be immortalized in history, heralded as a classic confrontation of the northern frontier. As Lu Yu maneuvered through the ranks, his blade met its mark, and the barbaric dragon cavalry fell in response. His blood-forged spear, akin to the scythe of death, harvested lives indiscriminately. On either flank, battle lines surged forth. Flying spears were cast like lightning, and curved blades sliced through the air, releasing billowing mists of blood. As they traversed through the ranks of the barbaric dragon army, 1,000 of their soldiers lay slain, with not a single survivor. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies, with not a single intact form to be found. Beneath the scorching sun, the wild beasts, now bereft of their masters, stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. Injured giants emitted mournful wails. Yet, Lu Yu paid them no heed. His sole focus was to rescue Hongling. Once again, the voice of the system resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has gained 450 experience points, elevating his power to the fourth level of the Condensing Dan realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin Air has acquired 380 experience points, reaching the sixth level of Qi training. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yin Wu has gained 390 experience points, achieving the sixth level of Qi training. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has obtained 650 experience points, advancing to the fifth level of the Condensing Dan realm. Ding! Congratulations, my lord. You have gained an experience boost. Shall we break through? The formidable Yanyun 18 riders, having engaged in successive battles, have ascended to an even more powerful realm, rivaling any elite force. Lu Yu, filled with excitement, pondered the extent of his potential breakthrough. Resolute in his thoughts, he declared, "Breakthrough." Upon uttering these words, the five emperors' dragon manipulation technique surged within him. Radiant golden light enveloped him, and a faint imperial silhouette emerged behind him, albeit too ethereal to discern clearly. Should Lu Yu ever manifest all five emperors at once, the energy unleashed would be cataclysmic. Yet, it appeared that such a moment was still far off. Nevertheless, his rate of advancement was remarkable. With the infusion of experience, immense magical power surged forth like a torrent. 8th layer of blood transformation. 9th layer of blood transformation. Boom. His formidable vitality shattered the bottleneck, halting only upon reaching the first layer of Qi refinement. As he felt the surging power of Qi and blood within him, along with the nascent true energy, Lu Yu could hardly contain his elation. Addressing the Yanyun 18 riders behind him, he commanded, "Let us continue our campaign." The war horses roared forth, stirring up clouds of dust across the plains, with the 18 riders closely following. Meanwhile, within the Iron Blood City, in the grand residence of the chief commander, Xiao Tianyi gazed at the jade talisman in his hand, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He murmured to himself, "Who is it that aids me? Could it be that His Majesty has learned of Hongling's plight and dispatched the Great Zhou royal guards?" For, apart from the royal guards, he could scarcely fathom where such elite forces could originate from. The Great Zhou royal guards were indeed formidable, established by the first ancestor of Great Zhou 800 years ago, comprising a mere 300 men, yet capable of fending off 10 or even 100 foes. During the invasion of the barbarian dragon army, it was the arrival of the royal guards, combined with Xiao Tianyi's efforts, that prevented the marauding cavalry from breaching Ironblood City. Thus, the royal guards stood as a point of pride for the entire Great Zhou dynasty. However, Xiao Tianyi soon shook his head. One Xiao Hongling hardly warranted the intervention of the royal guards. Who could it possibly be? Could it truly be Lu Yu? A wry smile crossed his face as he acknowledged his overabundant concern for his daughter, placing his hopes in Lu Yu. While he did not dismiss Lu Yu's talents and bravery, it seemed rather implausible. Nonetheless, regardless of the identity of the benefactor, their contributions could not be overlooked, especially in light of the long-standing impotence of the northern frontier against the bloodthirsty barbarian tribe. Slaying hundreds of enemies was indeed a cause for great morale, a necessary and vigorous commendation. With this thought, I handed the jade tablet in my hand to the strategist beside me, instructing him to present this military achievement to His Majesty. The Great Zhou truly yearns for a piece of good news at this moment. Chapter 8. Dispute before the throne. Yes, General. The person beside me, not daring to be negligent, bowed and retreated. He then took up the jade tablet and sent the message forth. This is a celestial artifact, capable of transmitting news across vast distances. Whenever significant military achievements arise in the northern frontier, it is through this means that messages are conveyed. Meanwhile, within the grandeur of the Longevity Palace, the Queen of Great Zhou sat upon her dragon throne, surrounded by opulent decorations of gold and jade, which offered her no warmth, only a sense of chill. The flickering candlelight danced wildly, casting elongated shadows of the Duke of Southern Defense beneath the dragon table, rendering his figure somewhat sinister. He was once her beloved uncle. Like Xiao Tianyi, guarding the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty from the north to the south. However, since her ascension to the throne, this relative had transformed into a foe. Not only did he publicly feign loyalty while privately contriving various obstacles to cause her distress, but he also sought to undermine her at every turn. Uncle, I am aware of the hardships you have endured in defending the southern wilderness over these years. Yet, this time, the citizens of a town have been devoured by the demon clan. As the sovereign of Great Zhou, I must provide them with an explanation. Therefore, we must dispatch troops. Otherwise, I would be unworthy of their support. As the queen spoke, she lifted her head, and the pearls of her diadem swayed, momentarily revealing her visage. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of fatigue, and a shimmering light radiated from her exquisite nose. She bit her lips gently, her crimson royal robe trembling, clearly indicating her agitation. The Duke of Southern Defense, as the foremost noble lord, had disregarded royal decrees more than once, relying on his lineage and esteemed status. However, with no one in the dynasty to restrain him, and with command of hundreds of thousands of Southern Defense troops, he had grown increasingly arrogant. Upon hearing her words, the Duke revealed a slight smile. His tall figure clad in a flowing purple robe made a resounding sound as he spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you have long resided within the palace, unaware of the hardships at the borders. To ensure the safety of the dynasty, the Southern Defense troops are now utterly exhausted. It is not that I refuse to deploy forces. Rather, we are simply incapable of doing so. Moreover, the Ironblood City of the Northern Army is said to have warriors too fearful to leave the city. The borderlands have nearly become a sanctuary for the barbarians, coming and going as they please. While I can still hunt some demon beasts, has the Northern Army ever eradicated any of the barbarians? The last time they killed a few dozen was over a year ago, if I recall correctly. I am aware that the bloodline is formidable, perhaps even more challenging than the demon clans. However, the merits of the Northern Army appear less commendable. You do not compel them. Instead, you incessantly speak of me. This seems rather excessively targeted at the Southern Army, does it not? When the voice emerged, it carried a hint of coldness. Upon hearing it, the divine Marshal Marquis expressed his discontent. He hailed from the northern wilderness, having ascended to his current position through military achievements, and is regarded as a legendary figure in the Great Zhou, second only to Xiao Tianyi. He coldly remarked, "What does the Southern Marquis imply? Is he questioning the loyalty of the northern frontier or doubting its capabilities? If you are dissatisfied, we could swap the station troops between north and south. How about you guard the northern wilderness? If you can single-handedly suppress the barbarian dragon army, I, Wu Tong, shall personally bow to you." The tone of the divine martial marquis bore the weight of steel, his eyes ablaze with anger. Within the great Zhou dynasty, the upper echelons are fundamentally divided into two factions, the noble marquises and the commoner marquises. The noble marquises have been entrenched in privilege since childhood, their ancestors having fought alongside the founding emperor. After the establishment of the great Zhou, they became the aristocracy by birth, enjoying centuries of glory. In contrast, the commoner marquises ascended to their titles later through military accomplishments. The former looked down upon the latter, deeming their bloodline inferior, which has led to a significant escalation in tensions between the two groups. This is a well-known fact throughout the great Zhou dynasty. The southern marquis, in speaking thus, not only defied the edict of the great Zhou queen, but also belittled the birthplace of the commoner marquises, the northern frontier, along with the foremost of the commoner marquises, Xiao Tianyi. Although it was a case of killing two birds with one stone, it naturally incited the ire of the divine martial marquis. Following his remarks, the southern marquis scoffed, "Divine martial marquis, as a marquis, it would be prudent to choose your words carefully. Can one simply change garrisons for an army of hundreds of thousands? What I mean is, as long as the northern frontier can demonstrate commendable military achievements, there is no need for you to initiate an attack. Merely slaying a couple of hundred barbarian cavalry outside the city will suffice for me to dispatch troops." Upon hearing this, the divine martial marquis bellowed in anger. Yet, immediately after, a sense of helplessness dawned in his eyes. The iron cavalry of the barbarians is exceedingly tenacious. To annihilate a mere couple of hundred cavalry, one side often incurs costs exceeding tenfold. No commander is willing to undertake such a task, nor can they. Maintaining the integrity of the northern frontier is already a considerable challenge. The prospect of proactively hunting them down is utterly implausible. Observing the divine martial marquis in such a state, the southern marquis smiled. "What? Is that impossible? Then it appears I too cannot dispatch troops." The words echoed, leaving even the great Zhou queen at a loss, as the southern king was truly a master of conceptual obfuscation. The barbarian cavalry is not only well-trained but also possesses unified command. Any misstep could lead them to fall into an adversary's trap. In contrast, the demon clan occasionally sends forth a few powerful entities to wreak havoc. Given the might of the southern army, annihilating them would pose no challenge whatsoever. Yet, the opposing side perpetually uses the northern frontier as an excuse, leaving her at a loss as to how to proceed. Noticing the queen's haggard countenance, an elderly maidservant beside her quietly withdrew. A few days prior, the northern frontier had sent some blood ginseng as tribute, which would make for an excellent infusion for the queen. Just as she stepped out of the grand hall, a palace attendant rushed in, his face flushed and marked by urgency, clutching a jade token as though a significant event had transpired. The Grand Zhou's Court of Memorials is responsible for receiving reports from various regions, and the attendant's evident agitation suggested that something of great importance had occurred. Thus, she inquired immediately, "Xiao Zhang, what has happened to warrant such haste?" "The Empress is currently in conference with several lords. If it is not a matter of great consequence, one must refrain from causing a disturbance." Upon hearing her voice, the attendant, known as Xiao Zhang, did not dare to linger. He promptly responded, "A momentous event. Esteemed Lord of the Palace, the Court of Memorials has just received reports of a great victory on the border. The cavalry from the northern frontier launched a surprise raid over hundreds of miles, first slaying 100 blood barbarians, followed by the defeat of 500 enemies. The severed heads of 6 centurions are en route back to the royal city. As soon as I received the news, I hurried here, knowing the Empress is concerned about the border situation, to relay this information forthwith." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in the maidservant's eyes. She realized that this time, the Empress would have cause for pride. Without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "Such a significant event. Why not announce it in the court, so that all the officials within the palace may be informed? Forgive me, I was so eager to report to the Empress that I neglected to proclaim the news. I shall do so at once." Proclaiming the victory involves the Court of Memorials running about while shouting the news, a testament to the honor of the border soldiers and a reward for the dynasty. As the attendant's voice rang out, he wasted no time and called out, "A great victory! The northern frontier cavalry has traversed hundreds of miles, slaying hundreds of blood barbarians. Please, Your Majesty, take heed." His voice echoed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Zhou queen rose immediately, a spark of excitement igniting in her eyes. Gratitude welled up within her for the valiant contributors to this achievement, akin to discovering a refreshing spring in the midst of a desert. Her gaze then settled on the somewhat pallid countenance of the Duke of the Southern Defense. She understood that her opportunity had arrived. Chapter 9. The queen's reward at this moment. The palace attendant entered the grand hall. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere within, he swallowed hard, steeled himself, and knelt upon the ground. Your Majesty, news of a great victory in the northern frontier has just arrived. A valiant soldier has journeyed hundreds of miles, slaying 600 blood barbarian cavalrymen. Please, allow me to present this jade token. As he spoke, he lifted the token with both hands, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. Yet, he dared not move an inch. The returning lady-in-waiting carefully took the jade token into her hands and presented it to the queen. After channeling a strand of true energy into it, a flicker of excitement sparkled in the eyes of the great Zhou queen. Show this jade token to the lords present. Upon her command, the lady-in-waiting took the token and gracefully descended the steps. The Marquis of Yanyun was the first to grasp the token. Upon discerning the message within, his complexion turned ashen. In the past, he could have deflected responsibility for the northern frontiers in action, but now there were no excuses left. The notion of preserving strength seemed destined to shatter. However, there was little choice. It was not yet time to confront the queen openly. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Shenwu paid no heed to his demeanor. Upon receiving the jade token, a smile broke upon his face. Ah, a splendid victory. The blood barbarian cavalry is indeed a formidable force, though not as fierce as the Manlong cavalry. They are no trivial matter. I must meet the one responsible for this. At the sound of his words, even the Marquis of Yanyun exhibited a glimmer of curiosity. A commander capable of such feats must be extraordinary. Hearing the commotion, the queen waved her hand and remarked, Our general is rather eager. He has traveled tirelessly without pause, and the supporting army has yet to catch up. However, we shall soon learn his identity. Following her statement, she turned to the inner court official. Convey the royal decree. Upon discovering the identity of this general, regardless of his rank, he shall be promoted 3 levels. A residence shall be established in northern frontier city, and he shall bask in the glory of his military achievements for 3 days. Additionally, he shall be rewarded with 100 superior spirit stones. As her words echoed through the hall, several lords inhaled sharply, astonished by the lavish rewards. Yet, such accolades were well-deserved for his military accomplishments. After all, the great Zhou dynasty was in dire need of a victory. For 30 years, hundreds of thousands of troops had not dared to step beyond the confines of Iron Blood City, rendering the situation almost a laughingstock. At last, this stalemate had been broken, a monumental achievement indeed. Meanwhile, the inner court official, tasked with delivering the queen's orders, dared not dwell on his own thoughts. His foremost obligation was to fulfill the queen's command. Thus, he respectfully declared, At your command, and promptly withdrew. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to all of this. He was now drawing ever closer to the Manlong army, even able to discern their silhouettes. Based on the traces left by the Manlong forces, it appeared they had dispatched 3,000 troops to seize Hongling, constituting a third of the entire Manlong army, sufficient to rival the tens of thousands of warriors of the great Zhou dynasty. In the previous battle, Lu Yu had slain 1,000 of the barbarian dragon army. This implies that there remained 2,000 foes. Despite the formidable strength of the enemy, Lu Yu remained unperturbed. To him, these barbarian dragon soldiers would merely serve as stepping stones. The dragon-scaled steed he mounted quickened its pace. As Lu Yu pressed on relentlessly in pursuit, the general of the barbarian dragon army furrowed his brow in growing concern. He had been waiting in place for some time, and the absence of his deputy stirred a sense of urgency within him. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. At that moment, a lieutenant guarding the prisoner carriage of Hongling approached. General, that woman from the great Zhou wishes to see you. Ah, understood. Upon hearing this, the barbarian dragon general nodded and proceeded toward the carriage where Hongling was confined. General of the barbarian dragon army, my warriors from the great Zhou are in pursuit. Are they not? Release me, and I assure you they will not trouble you. Hongling's head emerged from the carriage as she spoke, her exquisite visage devoid of any fear. The fading sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her face, rendering it translucent and ethereal, even adorned with a hint of a smile. In response, the barbarian dragon general maintained a stony expression, his gaze devoid of any flicker of emotion, as if the woman before him were merely a stone. He then uttered in a frigid tone, The barbarian dragon army has roamed these northern frontiers for decades. Never has anyone dared to utter such words to us. Not even your father, Xiao Tianyi, would dare to do so. Should you doubt my words, you may await the outcome. With that, the general prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a glimmer of disbelief appeared in Hongling's eyes, for through the throngs of soldiers, a figure was charging toward her. She shook her head vigorously, realizing it was not a mere illusion. Indeed, it was him. Without a doubt, Lu Yu had caught up. His eyes sparkled with unmatched brilliance. And as he wielded the blood-refined dragon spear, it shimmered with the vastness of military might. He was determined to rescue Hongling. Each strike of his weapon conjured a mist of crimson. The barbarian dragon army was taken aback, never having anticipated anyone would audaciously breach their encampment in such a manner. The barbarian dragon general roared in fury, "Eliminate them. Leave not a single one alive." Infuriated, he watched as dozens of men surged into the camp. This was a humiliation that the barbarian dragon army had not faced in decades. As his roar echoed, the previously calm demeanor of Hongling turned pale. She had not anticipated that Lu Yu would pursue her, nor that he would follow her to this very place. However, she refrained from calling out, for she understood that assuming the demeanor of a helpless daughter would only hinder Lu Yu's performance. At this moment, her most prudent course of action was to wait quietly for Lu Yu to rescue her. Yet, she was acutely aware that this opportunity was exceedingly slim. Thus, if Lu Yu thrived, she would live. If he perished, she too would meet her end. Contemplating this, she found a strange sense of calmness enveloping her. Her gaze fixed upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, the Manlong army, after a brief moment of disarray, swiftly regrouped. It must be said, they were indeed elite fighters. At this juncture, General Manlong, wielding a massive axe, sat atop his steed, coldly observing Lu Yu charging forth. "Kill them," he commanded. In response, the surrounding Manlong cavalry surged forward, charging towards Lu Yu and the 18 riders of Yanyun. Though they numbered a mere 2,000, they surged like a stampede of 10,000 horses. This was the true might of the Manlong army, having dominated the northern frontier for decades. Even the great commander Xiao Tianyi found them formidable. The iron armor shimmered with a chilling gleam, and the menacing visors rendered the Manlong troops akin to demons. They were indeed the epitome of elite warriors. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. "Ding, does the host wish to check in at the black iron battlefield of 2,000 warriors?" "Check in," Lu Yu responded without hesitation as he advanced forward. Chapter 10. The Palace in Turmoil. Ding, congratulations to the host for successful check-in. The 18 riders of Yanyun have gained the Blood Moon Wolf Devouring phenomenon. Note, upon activation of this phenomenon, the 18 riders of Yanyun can unleash 300% of their combat power during battle. As the voice resonated, Lu Yu noticed a thick blood cloud rising above their heads. A blood moon flickered in and out of sight amidst the clouds, its glow casting a brilliant light upon the 18 riders of Yanyun. A potent scent of blood began to permeate the air. Such an extraordinary phenomenon caused even the general of the Manlong army to narrow his eyes. His towering figure trembled slightly as he beheld the advancing troops, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. Then, he witnessed Lu Yu leading the 18 riders of Yanyun into the fray. With spears and curved blades gleaming under the blood moon's illumination, they appeared dazzlingly formidable. In a swift motion, one of the centurions who had just charged forth was met with Lu Yu's spear, which pierced through his armor and impaled his chest. The spear was quickly withdrawn, and the centurion's body fell to the ground, trampled by the warhorses and instantly reduced to a bloody pulp. As Lu Yu prepared for the final battle, the stage was set for an epic confrontation. In the present moment, Xiao Taisher stands amidst the battlefield recently vacated by Lu Yu, rendered momentarily speechless. The vast expanse, littered with the remnants of over 1,000 warriors, is drenched in blood, staining the yellow sands. The air is thick with a briny tang. Even this esteemed general of the Northern Army is taken aback. Could this truly be the renowned barbarian dragon army? 1,000 of them, more than the total slain in the northern frontier over the past 3 decades. How could he not be astonished? The look of shock in his eyes is nearly impossible to conceal. Such a scene, if witnessed by others, would undoubtedly stir the entire dynasty. Xiao Taiyun murmurs to himself, fully aware of the formidable reputation of the barbarian dragon army, an invincible force in the northern frontier. Yet today, they lie slaughtered, their blood staining the battlefield. Then, Xiao Taiyun rushes into the fray. Moments later, he reflects, it appears this latest contingent has taken the field, yet many of their tactics elude even my understanding. Their strikes are ruthless, swift as the wind. 1,000 barbarian dragon soldiers dispatched in a mere quarter of an hour. I cannot discern where their true strength lies. His voice is laced with astonishment. In response to his inquiries, Xiao Taisher records the images from the battlefield once more, transmitting them back to Xiao Tianyi without the slightest hesitation. He declares, "We must continue onward. Today, we shall uncover the source of such power." With that proclamation, he races forward, closely followed by 20,000 soldiers of the Northern Army. At that very moment, upon receiving the news, Xiao Tianyi rises from his seat. Grasping the jade talisman that radiates with a brilliant light, his excitement is palpable. Heaven bless our northern frontier, he exclaims, personally inscribing a copy of the jade talisman, accompanied by his commentary, to be sent to the council hall. He then slowly resumes his seat, pondering, could it be you, Lu Yu? If it is indeed you, my daughter may yet be saved. As he speaks, his gaze turns to the strategist beside him, and he articulates slowly, who could this formidable individual be? Sweeping across the battlefield and annihilating thousands of barbarian dragon soldiers? At this moment, even the Grand Commander of the Great Zhou dynasty senses the complexity of the situation has surpassed his control. Hearing the discussion, a scholar in blue robes steps forward. Addressing Xiao Tianyi, Commander, the most favorable outcome would be if this act were indeed perpetrated by someone from our Great Zhou dynasty. In that case, everything would be manageable. However, if it were the doing of another faction, it would place the young lady in an even more perilous predicament. When the strategist's voice resonated, a flicker of complexity appeared in his eyes. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Tianyi instantly felt a wave of tension wash over him. However, after a brief moment, he gently closed his eyes and spoke softly. Everything now rests upon the fate of Hongling. As his words fell, silence enveloped the grand hall. Concurrently, within the royal palace, the queen of the Great Zhou supported her forehead with one hand, seated upon the dragon throne, her figure embodying a profound solitude. Although the northern frontier had vanquished numerous blood barbarian riders, silencing the town's south marquee, it now faced the imminent threat of a frenzied retaliation from the blood barbarian tribe. The northern frontier was bound to descend into a relentless cycle of warfare. Moreover, the nobles, led by the town's south marquee, were likely already poised to seize the opportunity. Should the northern frontier fall, they would undoubtedly attempt to fracture the Great Zhou from within, a prospect that filled her with trepidation. After all, the barbarian dragon riders were a true symbol of invincibility. Should they retaliate, it would surely result in catastrophic upheaval. As her heart brimmed with concern, the voice of the palace attendant once again cut through the air. A great victory! A great victory! The northern frontier has triumphed, slaying 1,000 barbarian dragons. The attendant's voice trembled, captivating the attention of all present in the palace. Whether officials on duty or palace maids and servants, astonishment painted their faces. The name of the barbarian dragon army was well known, even to those who resided long within the royal city. The former king had been unable to contend with them. The news of 1,000 being slain was nothing short of exhilarating. When the attendant rushed into the grand hall, the queen astonishingly descended from her throne, seizing the memorial. Her voice, laced with a hint of tremor, revealed her emotions. For 30 years, the Great Zhou dynasty had been shrouded in the shadow of the barbarian dragon army. Now, to hear that someone had annihilated 1,000 of them was beyond belief, igniting her fervor. The attendant, not daring to hesitate, promptly presented the jade talisman. When the queen held it in her hands, it took a considerable time for her emotions to settle. Gradually, she articulated, "Convey the emperor's decree to find this valiant soldier of the Great Zhou. I wish to personally reward him." Her voice, imbued with excitement, echoed through the hall. The attendant involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, pondering which general could have achieved such a monumental feat, surely destined to ascend among the esteemed of the Great Zhou. Not only he, but even others within the palace comprehended that a new power was poised to arise within the Great Zhou, one that no one could thwart. As speculation swirled regarding the identity of the valiant warrior who had galloped hundreds of miles, leaving a river of barbarian blood in his wake, Lu Yu was already engaged in fierce combat with the barbarian dragon army. The blood moon hung high in the sky, exuding an aura of inexorable slaughter. His blood-forged dragon spear, alongside the icy lance wielded by Luo Cheng, radiated an infinite brilliance. The Yanyun 18 riders trailed closely behind them, their heads illuminated by the crimson light of the ravenous wolf, racing towards Xiao Hongling's carriage. That was the ultimate aim of Lu Yu. For him, slaying foes had become a mere matter of convenience. Chapter 11. The soul of the army at this moment. The Yanyun 18 riders appeared as though shrouded in blood and fire. Above them, the howls of wolves echoed intermittently, manifesting an endless ferocity across the desolate plains. Lu Yu surged at the forefront, his blood-forged dragon spear thrusting forward with unwavering resolve. A marauding warrior from the Manlong army, who had just charged forth, was pierced directly by the sharp spear. The force of the impact was overwhelming. The warrior's lifeless body hung on Lu Yu's weapon before he flung it aside effortlessly. Behind him, Luo Cheng was equally ferocious. As he thrust his icy lance, it emitted a whistling sound, and the Manlong soldier he collided with was instantly obliterated. Blood splattered across his armor, rendering his visage a mask of savagery. In that moment, the fighting prowess of the Yanyun 18 riders soared to unprecedented heights. Their offensive was nearly invincible. The entire battlefield was enveloped by the extraordinary phenomena they exuded. Had anyone been observing from the sidelines, they would have witnessed that in the blood-fire backdrop, the Yanyun 18 riders charged relentlessly, and with each downward swing of their curved blades, the very air seemed to resonate with beastly roars, eventually transforming into a blood wolf that pounced upon the Man-Long army. Empowered by the blood moon, they became an almost invincible force within this territory. With a thunderous gallop, Lu Yu approached the carriage. The eyes of the Man-Long general glinted with a chilling intensity. He had awaited this moment. Without a hint of hesitation, he sprang into action. The muscles in his arms rippled like hills, glinting with metallic brilliance. With a roar akin to that of a colossal beast, he lunged towards Lu Yu, tearing through the air as a sharp current surged, almost visible to the naked eye. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Cheng dared not delay. In an instant, he positioned himself beside Lu Yu, leaping into the fray with his five-pronged divine spear raised above his head, attempting to deflect the impending strike. However, the Man-Long general was formidable, the commander of the bloodthirsty tribe's elite forces, with power having reached the 9th level of the Golden Course stage. Thus, even Luo Cheng was not a match for him. When the battle axe collided with the icy lance, Luo Cheng's form was sent crashing to the ground, creating fissures in the earth beneath him, his feet sinking into the soil. At that moment, General Man-Long seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick into the air. Bang! Luo Cheng was ultimately sent flying, his complexion pale, blood spilling from his mouth. Nevertheless, he did not cower and charged forward again. The cold spear danced in his hands, transforming on the battlefield into a silver ice dragon. Meanwhile, Lu Yu dared not hesitate. He approached the carriage, and with a swift thrust of the blood-refined dragon spear, it was instantly shattered into fragments. Upon witnessing Hongling's incredulous gaze, he swiftly pulled her onto his steed. Feeling the warmth behind him, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him. At that moment, Hongling did not shout or display excitement. She merely leaned against Lu Yu, feeling immense peace in his presence. Although she was astonished by his formidable power, she understood that it was not the time for questions or discussions. Just then, Luo Cheng was unexpectedly sent flying once more. Boom. This time, the danger was even more acute. Had it not been for his armor, he likely would have suffered grievous injuries. This scene caused Hongling's expression to change. She discerned that Luo Cheng's strength was formidable, yet he was still defeated by General Man-Long. Simultaneously, the general's voice echoed ominously as he glared at Lu Yu, declaring, "I acknowledge your strength is impressive. To have fought your way here is commendable and rivals the elite of the world, perhaps even surpassing them. However, your enemy today is the Man-Long army, and you shall surely perish." As his voice resounded, he advanced step by step, exuding an overwhelming presence, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, ready to personally eliminate Lu Yu and his companions. Yet, at that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan Yi has gained 820 experience points, elevating his strength to the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan San has gained 950 experience points, elevating his strength to the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. Yan Wu has gained 810 experience points, elevating his strength to the 4th level of Dan condensation. As the notifications rang out, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings and realized that, unbeknownst to him, the majority of the Man-Long cavalry had been vanquished. The aura of the Yanyun 18 riders grew increasingly formidable. Above them, the blood moon had fully revealed itself, casting an ominous glow. Behind the Yanyun 18 riders, the shadow of a colossal blood wolf emerged. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Cheng gradually rose to his feet, unaware that he too had been stained by the blood fire. With a fierce roar, he proclaimed, "The greedy wolf returns." Yanyun charges forth. In the next moment, a tremendous leap ensued. A frigid spear pointed directly at General Man-Long. The Yanyun 18 riders were originally established by the Luo family themselves. Though they had now arrived in another realm, summoned forth by Lu Yu, the bond they shared could not possibly be severed. As his heartfelt call echoed through the air, the Yanyun 18 riders simultaneously soared into the sky, ultimately converging with Luo Cheng to form a military formation in the heavens. There, above the firmament, appeared a bloodthirsty, ravenous wolf, charging towards General Man-Long in an instant. With fangs as sharp as blades and claws like hooks, it was a true weapon of the mortal realm. Even Hongling, in that moment, covered her mouth and nose in astonishment. The military soul, a manifestation that emerges when elite warriors unite their spirit and essence in the heat of battle, achieving their most potent state, was unveiled before her eyes. As the daughter of a great dynasty's general, she had encountered such descriptions in ancient texts. Once, human warriors had manifested military souls to accompany the emperor of humanity in his celestial conquests, yet she never imagined she would witness such a phenomenon today. At that moment, not only Hongling, but even General Monlong's eyes were filled with incredulity, utterly astonished. As the ravenous wolf approached, he instinctively raised his massive axe in a futile attempt to defend himself. But in the next heartbeat, with a resounding crash, the axe was sent flying, and the wolf's claws struck his chest. Its sharp talons pierced through his torso, and a spray of blood erupted forth. The towering figure collapsed onto the yellow sands, his eyes still glimmering with disbelief. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, Luo Chung has gained experience points, and his strength has reached the 9th level of the Qi condensation stage. Ding! Host has received an experience point bonus. Will you choose to break through? Before Lu Yu could respond, the distant sound of galloping hooves resonated. Soon, General Xiao Taisher of the Northern Army appeared on the battlefield. However, the troops did not advance, merely standing in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. After a moment, Xiao Taiyun slowly spoke, looking at these corpses. There must be 2,000 or 3,000, if not more. Moreover, I see that General Monlong's battle standard has fallen. This is a calamity of monumental proportions. Xiao Taisher trembled as he spoke. Even as a third-tier general of the Great Zhou dynasty, commanding tens of thousands of troops, he was taken aback. The once invincible Manlong army had unexpectedly met its demise here. Though he knew this was not the entirety of the Manlong forces, it was clear that their combat effectiveness would suffer a significant blow from this day forth. After the invincible myth was shattered, the prospect of regaining its zenith seemed utterly impossible. With a determined spirit, Xiao Taisher ultimately resolved to advance and take a closer look. He urged his warhorse forward, heading towards the front. However, just as he stepped forward, the 18 riders of Yanyun encircled Lu Yu, forming a tight circle with their horse heads facing outward. Suddenly, the blood-stained blade, which had just been sheathed, was drawn once more, releasing a chilling glint. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly be struck with dread. In an instant, a malevolent and tremorous aura of murderous intent permeated the air, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Upon witnessing such a scene, Xiao Taisher felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that he was being targeted by the 18 riders of Yanyun, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. At that moment, he had no doubt that if a conflict were to arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to perish. Contemplating this, even the iron-blooded warrior displayed a hint of deep apprehension in his eyes. He recognized that a misunderstanding had occurred. The individuals before him were clearly blinded by rage. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Hongling, perched upon Lu Yu's steed, poked her head out. Brother Shirtu. Her bright eyes sparkled with joy. Upon seeing Hongling, Xiao Taisher finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that these individuals had indeed come to rescue his sister. With this thought, he immediately inquired, Miss, are you unharmed? I have been sent by your adoptive father to save you. Though he appeared to be addressing Xiao Hongling, his true intent was to clarify matters with Lu Yu. He was genuinely concerned that the 18 riders of Yanyun might charge forth and slaughter him and his subordinates as easily as chopping vegetables. It would be an unfathomable injustice. At that moment, Lu Yu, albeit somewhat irked by Xiao Taisher and his companions interrupting his breakthrough, felt compelled to show respect upon learning of his status as the general of the North. After all, he was, in theory, his superior, and considering Hongling's connection, he could not afford to be dismissive. With this in mind, he promptly dismounted and approached, clasping his fists in salute. I pay my respects, my lord. However, before Lu Yu could bow, Xiao Taisher had already leapt from his horse, sidestepping Lu Yu's formal gesture. He hastily exclaimed, Please, there is no need for such formalities. I have a general understanding of the situation regarding Hongling. You must be Lu Yu, am I correct? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Taisher felt a wave of relief wash over him, followed by a profound astonishment and admiration. Meanwhile, Xiao Tiexin found himself somewhat unsteady, as he had never anticipated that Lu Yu would truly rescue the young lady. Do not refer to him as such. Even the Grand Commander would not dare to entertain such thoughts. As for Xiao Hongling, she sat gracefully upon her steed, and a chuckle escaped her lips, amused by the anxious demeanor of Xiao Taisher. It was the first time she had witnessed her normally composed brother display such a lack of poise. In his effort to evade Lu Yu's bow, he nearly toppled over. At that moment, her laughter fluttered like blossoms in the breeze, bringing a rare lightness to the blood-soaked battlefield, dissipating some of the oppressive atmosphere. Upon realizing he was the subject of Hongling's mirth, Xiao Taisher could not help but feel a slight flush creep across his cheeks. However, he quickly retorted, "What do you know, little girl? Lu Yu has traversed thousands of miles for you over these past few days. While the Grand Commander is beset with headaches, he carved a bloody path, first vanquishing the blood barbarian riders and then the barbarian dragon army, to rescue you. It is said that even Her Majesty, the Queen, was alarmed by his deeds. Such a figure, let alone myself, who in the North Frontier would dare to receive his salute." As he spoke, Xiao Taisher clenched his fists, evidently moved by Lu Yu's exploits. He understood that this young man before him was destined for greatness upon his return. Barring any unforeseen events, he might very well become the pillar of the entire dynasty. The admiration reflected in the gazes of the surrounding warriors spoke volumes about Lu Yu's burgeoning reputation within the Northern Frontier Army. Meanwhile, Hongling's laughter faded. For while the account was exhilarating to recount, the reality was fraught with peril. To say it was a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Yet Lu Yu, without hesitation or retreat, pressed forward until he stood before her. From that moment, there was no one who could sever their bond in her heart. However, she chose not to express her gratitude in words. Instead, she simply grasped Lu Yu's hand and turned to Xiao Taisher with a beaming pride, declaring, "It is I, Xiao Hongling, who possesses discernment in selecting a husband." Her words were delivered with such poise that she displayed no hint of shyness. At this juncture, Xiao Taisher offered an approving thumbs up. Indeed, Hongling's sentiment was indisputable. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Yu and inquired, "Shall we now take our leave?" His tone carried a hint of deliberation, indicating that he had elevated Lu Yu to an equal standing. "At your command, General," Lu Yu replied with a smile. Setting aside all else, the fact that Xiao Taisher was Hongling's brother compelled him to maintain decorum. Upon hearing Lu Yu's response, Xiao Taisher promptly stated, "Then let us depart. We have ventured deep into the territory of the barbarians. If we do not leave soon, their forces may encircle us." With that, Lu Yu wasted no time and mounted his horse once more. As Xiao Taisher prepared to depart, he cast the jade talisman, reflecting the battlefield's circumstances. He was acutely aware that if this scene were to disseminate, it would provoke immense upheaval. Subsequently, he commanded his subordinates to retrieve the head of the great general of the barbarian dragon army, a man who had long dominated the northern borders. In Xiao Taisher's estimation, exchanging this trophy for a noble title posed no challenge whatsoever. Meanwhile, Lu Yu paid little heed to these matters, instead recounting to Xiao Hongling the events of recent days. As per her request, the Yanyun 18 riders and Luo Cheng remained steadfastly encircled, preventing any outsiders from approaching. The desolate desert, with its solitary smoke, bore witness to a lengthy procession, exuding an air of poignant grandeur. At that moment, having accomplished all tasks, Xiao Taisher transmitted the images from the jade talisman directly to Xiao Tianyi, the esteemed general, whose hand trembled slightly. He seemed to envision the expression of his adoptive father upon receiving such news. As an adopted son, Xiao Taisher clearly understood his father's character. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the images from the jade talisman had already reached their destination. Xiao Tianyi's eyes sparkled with a brilliant light upon discovering that his longtime adversary, the barbarian dragon army, had indeed met its demise. Even more astonishing was the death of the barbarian dragon army's general on the battlefield. The complexity of his emotions was beyond verbal description. What left him in disbelief was Lu Yu, a mere squad leader, who had accomplished such a monumental feat. Not only Xiao Taisher, but even he felt his hand quiver slightly. After viewing the images several times, he relayed them to the queen of the Great Zhou. This time, in a desperate bid to save his daughter, Lu Yu had traversed over 1,000 miles without regard for his life. Such an act of valor could not be overlooked, and the military merit deserved recognition. This was a groundbreaking achievement, deserving of commendation. With this thought in mind, he began to personally pen letters to his friends in the royal city, including some noble commoners, seeking to rally support for Lu Yu and secure the greatest possible rewards for him. Shortly after the news was disseminated, the royal city erupted in fervor. The once dominant barbarian dragon army had faltered, and astonishingly, it was a young man from the northern borders who had orchestrated this downfall, commanding merely a handful of riders. One must remember that the barbarian dragon army had once suppressed the entire Great Zhou, rendering it unable to rise. The thought alone was exhilarating. As excitement coursed through the air, some prominent figures within the dynasty began to coolly assess their own interests and consequences, particularly among the noble lords. Their presence signifies the prestigious clans of the Great Zhou, embodying the interests of the aristocracy. Recently, it appears that the queen has been wary of them, vigorously cultivating officials from the northern frontier to counterbalance their influence, which has incited anxiety among the nobles. Should Lu Yu rise to prominence, such a formidable general would surely become a trusted ally of the queen, compelling them to steer clear of his brilliance. Consequently, over the next 2 days, the estate of the Marquis of Southern Town witnessed a steady flow of nobles entering and exiting, intent on preventing the officials from the northern frontier from elevating Lu Yu too high. At last, the time for the court discussions arrived. The atmosphere within the Hall of Longevity was reverent and solemn, with the unique aroma of dragon's saliva incense wafting throughout the grand hall, invigorating all present. Clearly, the queen was aware that this debate would not conclude swiftly. Thus, she had arranged for stimulating items to be available. As all the ministers entered the hall, the queen's voice resonated softly. This time, following the defeat of the barbarian dragon army, let us discuss the rewards for the northern frontiers officer, Lu Yu. With the queen's words, a fervent debate commenced within the hall. Meanwhile, in the royal city, as various factions vied for influence over Lu Yu's affairs. Within the residence of General Jingbian, the seasoned commander had just returned from the military camp, only to encounter his daughter kneeling outside, who happened to be Lu Yu's mother. He permitted her to enter the estate with him. Towering in stature and clad in bronze armor, he sat at the head of the hall, his massive hand patting his thigh as he cast a cold, hard gaze upon his daughter, who knelt before him. "What brings you here?" His voice betrayed impatience and a hint of disdain. It was evident that the news of Lu Yu's achievements had yet to circulate among the lower-ranking officers, leaving the general unaware, let alone the common folk. Lu Yu's mother, though not particularly old, appeared worn and haggard, her coarse garment patched in several places. Upon hearing the general's voice, she choked back tears and said, "Father, I did not heed your counsel and married Lu Yu's father. However, since the birth of our child, my husband has been lost to me. I have followed your advice and changed the child's surname to Lu. He is, after all, part of the Lu family. You cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. I cannot live without my son. It was you who assigned him to the frontier. Now, I implore you to bring him back. I am willing to pay any price to ensure Yu's safety." Having been unable to contact her son for several days and hearing of the blood barbarian tribe's incursions, she had been kneeling outside the general's residence daily. "Until today, I have only just entered this residence." Upon hearing the sounds and witnessing my weeping daughter, even the iron-hearted General Jingbian found himself softened in this moment. After all, she is of my own blood. However, at that very moment, a figure strode in. This individual was tall, with long hair meticulously arranged at the back, adorned with a resplendent jade hairpin. Clad in a flowing white academic robe, he possessed a strikingly handsome visage. It was none other than Lu Sun, the legitimate grandson of the Lu family. Upon entering, he beheld his kneeling aunt, Lu Yu's mother, and initially furrowed his brow. Without waiting for General Jingbian to speak, he disdainfully remarked, "Aunt, since you have already moved out, it would be best for you to refrain from frequenting the general's residence. Should outsiders witness this, they might mistakenly believe this household harbors just anyone. As for Lu Yu, let me speak plainly. It is impossible for him to return. Besides, at his age, he ought to exercise some discretion. To have publicly defied me was already a considerable act of leniency. Sending him to the borders is merely a means of toughening him up." As he spoke, he seated himself nearby. He was now a disciple of the academy and the prospective son-in-law of the fourth-ranked General Yanyun, truly a core figure within the family. Although he was addressing his aunt, the disparity in their statuses rendered him indifferent to the fact that she was his elder, speaking instead with the tone of one in authority. Observing Lu Sun's demeanor, General Jingbian refrained from further comment. After all, this was his direct grandson, and it would be unreasonable to subject him to indignities for the sake of a daughter who had departed from the family and fallen into misfortune. With this in mind, he regarded his daughter and slowly stated, "What Lu Sun has said is precisely what I wish to convey. You should return, since you vowed to leave the general's residence. Why come back now? Moreover, the resources of the Lu family will not be squandered on Lu Yu. It would be quite troublesome to request the return of the beacon guards." With a thud, a silver ingot was cast upon the ground as he continued, "Take this silver and leave." Lu Yu's mother, her hands trembling from excessive force, had her fingertips scrape against the ground, leaving traces of blood. Gritting her teeth, she rose and declared, "Since General Jingbian has spoken so, I shall not impose any further. Although I lack funds, I will not come here to beg." Lu Yu's mother had a fiercely resolute character. Otherwise, she would not have insisted on following Lu Yu's father in the first place. The reason for her desperate pleas was solely for her son. Now, with hope extinguished, she would rather die than seek favors for mere coins. Then, trembling, he made his way towards the door, his silhouette exuding an overwhelming sense of solitude. The hunched figure appeared even more aged than the General of Jingbian. Upon witnessing such a scene, Lu Sun expressed his disdain once more, remarking, "My fiancé is to visit today. This old crone has sullied the ground." As he spoke, he commanded the surrounding servants to clean the floor. However, at that moment, a soldier wielding a command token rushed into the general's residence, proclaiming loudly, "The Grand Commander has issued an order. All officials in Iron Blood City are to gather at the city gate within 15 minutes to welcome the returning heroes from the northern expedition. Those who fail to appear shall face military consequences." Upon hearing this, the General of Jingbian displayed a look of astonishment. Without hesitation, he donned his attire and proceeded towards the city gate. Simultaneously, not far from the gate, Lu Yu advanced slowly alongside the army, his heart brimming with excitement. His greatest desire at that moment was to see his mother. Chapter 14. Return. The cold, metallic armor and the gallant stature of Luo Cheng flanked Lu Yu, while the 18 riders of Yanyun formed two lines, guarding his side. Although he was not the highest-ranking official in the crowd, he was undoubtedly the most radiant. At that moment, Xiao Hongling's gaze was almost entirely fixed upon him, unwilling to divert even for a moment. As they approached the city gate, the gathered officials stared at the slowly advancing army in the distance, their eyes filled with confusion. They could not comprehend who had achieved such merit, prompting the Grand Commander to create such a commotion. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyi was quite exhilarated. His daughter had returned, and even his longtime rival had been defeated. How could he not feel a surge of excitement? Clad in dark golden armor, his imposing figure radiated authority, and though his hair was streaked with gray, it did nothing to diminish his mountain-like presence. As the army drew near, thundering footsteps echoed. The Grand Commander stepped forward, parting the marching troops to reach Lu Yu's side. Just as Lu Yu prepared to dismount and pay his respects, the Grand Commander intercepted him, personally taking the reins of his horse. This spectacle caused all onlookers to gasp in astonishment. The Grand Commander, revered as the god of war in the northern frontier, was regarded as a pillar of strength in the hearts of the people. Yet now, he was personally leading someone else's horse. How could this not evoke surprise? At that moment, he addressed the gathered officials, "You must be wondering why I have summoned you all. It is because this young man, just now, has accomplished a remarkable feat. He traversed over 1,000 miles across the desert, slaying 600 blood barbarian knights and annihilating 3,000 members of the barbarian dragon army. For the illustrious achievements of our great dynasty, I shall certainly earn the honor of leading his steed." As the proclamation resonated, it reverberated throughout the surroundings. The other officials bowed in unison. However, the General of Jingbian felt a sudden constriction in his pupils. He recognized Lu Yu, the very individual he had personally dispatched to the frontier. Never could he have fathomed that his own grandson would accomplish such a monumental feat. The trepidation swelling within him was beyond verbal expression. As Lu Yu entered the city gates, following the Grand Commander towards the governor's residence, he observed the officials dispersing around him, not daring to exhibit any semblance of negligence. He returned directly to the Jingbian general's estate, where he found his grandson standing at the entrance. "Do not linger here. Your fiancée will not come. I have seen her accompany General Yanyun to the governor's residence. Come with me to your aunt's house, or we shall be too late." The urgency in his voice was palpable, causing Lu Sun to feel a pang of confusion. "What purpose does this serve?" he questioned. "Lu Yu has achieved merit on the battlefield and returned with the Grand Commander personally leading his horse at the city gate. I have also heard that he saved the Grand Commander's daughter. Why would we go?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sun was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "That is impossible." "What is impossible?" "Silence. Come with me at once." Faced with his grandfather's furious demeanor, Lu Sun dared not utter another word and followed the general towards the residence of Lu Yu's mother. It was located within the impoverished cave dwellings of the northern city, a place of dreadful surroundings. Upon the general's arrival, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Although he was aware that his daughter led a less than fortunate life, he was unprepared for the sight of her dwelling in such squalor. After inquiring about the precise location from a passerby, he hastened there. At that moment, Lu Yu's mother had just returned, unaware of her son's return and his battlefield accolades. She appeared despondent, seated outside her door, her gaze hollow. The sound of hoofbeats echoed as she noticed her father and nephew unexpectedly appearing in the courtyard. The Jingbian general, not daring to delay, dismounted swiftly and approached his somewhat bewildered daughter. "Yun'er, I have wronged you all these years. Lu Yu has returned, and I have decided that you shall come home to reside with me in the Jingbian general's estate. Who would dare to obstruct you? I shall take charge. His voice exuded a rare tenderness. As they journeyed, Lu Xun's attitude shifted after the general's persuasion. Despite glancing at his aunt's tattered clothing with a trace of disdain, he nonetheless spoke. Indeed, dear aunt, my cousin has returned. He has just arrived in the city, and we must accompany you to the general's residence. This place is far too chaotic for your comfort. Upon hearing this, one could see a furrowed brow as the mother of Lu Yu prepared to assist him. This left the other party feeling as though they had stepped into a dream. Yet, with a determined grit, she asked, "Is it truly true that Yuer has returned?" "Absolutely. If you go to the Jingbian general's residence, you shall see him." The current general of Jingbian is exceedingly anxious, for Lu Yu's return undoubtedly signifies a momentous achievement. And he has even allied himself with a prominent commander, promising a future of limitless potential. Should there be reconciliation with the Lu family, it is conceivable that they could ascend to the ranks of the great clans of Beijiang in an instant. This opportunity is one he surely will not let slip away. Thus, his daughter now serves as the sole bridge for reconciliation between the two families. How could he possibly overlook this? As he spoke, he beckoned for the carriage to draw near and assisted Lu Yu's mother into it. At that moment, upon receiving news of her son, she hesitated no longer. After all, the general of Jingbian is her father. Blood is thicker than water. Observing the situation, she withheld further words and promptly boarded the carriage, heading towards the general's residence. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of these developments. After entering the residence of the commander and partaking in the celebratory banquet, he was escorted out by Xiao Taiyun. Yet, just as he stepped beyond the doors, two attendants clad in green approached him. "Young master, you have finally emerged. The matriarch has been awaiting your return at the general's residence. The general has sent us to fetch you. Allow me to lead your horse," they announced, preparing to guide Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu frowned at their words and inquired, "What general's residence? Where is my mother?" "The Jingbian general's residence, where the matriarch has settled in," they replied. At the mention of this, a glint of coldness flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. A sardonic smile crept upon his lips as he thought to himself, "My maternal grandfather certainly works swiftly." Having just returned from his exploits, it seemed they were already seeking to leverage his mother for their own purposes. With these thoughts in mind, he did not refuse but rather replied slowly, "Very well. Lead the way." Lu Yu was indeed curious to see how the Jingbian general's residence would receive him. As he made his way towards the general's estate, the general himself spoke to his daughter, "Yanyun, these years have been difficult for you, and I regret any grievances you have endured. Yet, you must understand a father's intentions." "Father, I do not harbor resentment. I am merely anxious for Yuer's return," Lu Yu's mother replied, her voice tinged with urgency. Clad in the splendid attire presented by the general's residence, she felt somewhat ill at ease. The general, however, smiled reassuringly. "Yuer is currently at the Grand Commander's residence. Rest assured, I have dispatched someone to await his return. As soon as he emerges, he shall come back. However, there are certain matters I must elucidate to you." When General Jingbian observed the hint of confusion in his daughter's eyes, he pondered for a moment before continuing. "Yuer has achieved monumental success at the border, and the court will undoubtedly bestow accolades upon him. A promotion is inevitable, and your good days shall soon arrive. I understand that Yuer harbors grievances against me. Yet if he wishes to thrive in the political arena, he requires allies. Who could be more fitting than family? Although my position is not exalted, I have navigated this bureaucratic landscape for many years, and my experience could prove beneficial to him. Therefore, upon his return, I hope you can persuade him not to harbor resentment towards me. You have always been astute. Surely you can discern the advantages and disadvantages in this situation." It must be said that General Jingbian, having survived in the political sphere for many years, is adept at recognizing human vulnerabilities. He is aware that asking his daughter to forgive him directly may be somewhat implausible. Thus, he strategically invokes the notion of familial ties, knowing that a mother would go to great lengths for her son. Indeed, as his words settled, Lu Yu's mother, grasping the context, fell into deep contemplation, while General Jingbian took his leave, cognizant that his daughter needed time for solitary reflection. However, just as he stepped outside, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "General, the young master is about to return." Upon hearing this, he wasted no time and headed directly towards the entrance. At that moment, other members of the Lu family also emerged. When Lu Yu returned, the Grand Commander himself would lead his horse, creating a stir in Iron Blood City, not to mention within the Lu household. As Lu Yu approached the threshold, General Jingbian was taken aback by the sight of the Yanyun 18 riders accompanying him. At that moment, he could sense the palpable aura of iron and blood emanating from these warriors. Had he encountered them on the battlefield, he firmly believed that he would be the first to perish in their presence. While he was lost in thought, Lu Yu coldly inquired, "Where is my mother?" His tone was decidedly curt. Just as Lu Heng was about to respond, Lu Sun could no longer contain himself. Ever since he witnessed his grandfather's change in attitude towards Lu Yu's mother, he had felt a simmering discontent. Now, seeing the once bullied Lu Yu standing so proudly, he hesitated not a moment longer and bellowed, "Regardless of the circumstances, grandfather is your maternal grandfather. How can you speak so disrespectfully?" As his voice resonated, an instant silence enveloped the scene, with numerous members of the Lu family eager to observe Lu Yu's reaction. Yet, before Lu Yu could utter a word, Luo Cheng had already taken action. To dare to show disrespect towards the sovereign is utterly audacious. At the moment the voice echoed, a foot was thrust forward. Although Lu Sun possessed commendable strength, he was no match for Luo Cheng. Bang! With a single kick, he was propelled away. General Jingbian attempted to intervene. Yet Luo Cheng's speed was unmatched. As he knocked Lu Sun down, he unsheathed the sharp sword from his palm, the glinting blade poised to descend directly upon him. Lu Yu observed this unfolding scene with a detached demeanor, showing no intention of interference. This spectacle led the members of the Lu family to truly comprehend Lu Yu's capabilities, dispelling any previous notions of disdain. Just as Luo Cheng's lethal sword was about to strike, a quivering voice resonated from a distance. "You are halt." It was Lu Yu's mother, who, trembling, stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her son. Though Lu Yu was reluctant, he could not defy his mother's plea. "Stop it, Luo Cheng." At that moment, the tip of the sword was already poised at Lu Sun's nose, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Had he hesitated for another moment, he would surely have met his demise on the spot. General Jingbian sighed in relief, grateful for his daughter's timely intervention. Otherwise, Lu Sun would have undoubtedly perished. Yet, his heart was filled with astonishment. One of Lu Yu's subordinates could effortlessly overpower Lu Sun, whose cultivation even surpassed his own. How could he not be taken aback? Remorse surged within him like a tidal wave as he reflected on his past actions. Without further consideration for Lu Sun, he hastily declared, "My previous actions were ill-considered. Since you have returned today, I, your grandfather, offer my sincere apologies. I hope you can forgive me. After all, we are family." His voice was earnest. However, Lu Yu merely regarded the entire scene with icy detachment, responding after a moment, "You never treated me as family in the past." Upon finishing his words, he dismounted, preparing to assist his mother in leaving. Just then, the other party spoke slowly. "You stay for a meal before you depart. Blood is thicker than water. Consider your mother's feelings." At this, Lu Yu hesitated for a moment, then surveyed the obsequious expressions of the Lu family, ultimately nodding in agreement. Were it not for his mother's words, today, not just Lu Sun, but anyone else would not have survived. Meanwhile, within the palace, the contention had reached a fever pitch, for all were aware that after days of deliberation, today marked the final deadline. A resolution regarding Lu Yu's official position was imperative to reach by the end of the day. In this moment, the Duke of Divine Marshal, as a commoner noble, naturally stood in support of Lu Yu, stepping forward without hesitation. "Your Majesty, the barbarian dragon army has been a persistent threat to our great Zhou for the past 30 years, constituting our gravest concern. Now that they have been vanquished, such commendable achievements warrant substantial rewards. Anything less would fail to honor the valiant soldiers who have triumphed on the battlefield. Thus, I believe granting a noble title is entirely justified." His words echoed with conviction. Following this proclamation, a senior official from the Ministry of War also stepped forward, affirming, "I concur with Lord Shenwu's assessment." These leaders, having distinguished themselves through their exploits in the northern borders, naturally rallied in support of Lu Yu at this crucial juncture. However, at that moment, a figure emerged from the assembly. As the crowd turned to look, it was none other than Lord Muyun. Hailing from the esteemed Li family of Great Zhou. Since the time of our forebears, the Li family has been a lineage of nobility, and their profound heritage has only grown more formidable over the years. In the court, their voice carries significant weight, far beyond that of lesser nobles. Lord Muyun spoke slowly. "The dynasty has established a rule that each time a noble title is conferred, only one golden decree may be submitted. If I am not mistaken, the Empress Dowager's nephew is on the cusp of adulthood, and it is certain that he will be granted a title. Should Lu Yu receive a marquisate, how shall we accommodate the Empress Dowager's grandnephew? Has anyone considered this?" The Empress Dowager, bearing the surname Zhang, is a member of the Zhang aristocracy of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it is well known that she is exceedingly protective of her maternal lineage. Even during the reign of the late king, he could not defy her wishes. Thus, the noble lords have seized upon this matter to voice their concerns. His words cast a heavy silence over the court, leaving all present, including the Queen of Great Zhou, in contemplation. She was indeed aware of her cousin's impending adulthood, yet had chosen to deliberately overlook it at this juncture, only to be reminded of it by another. Since her ascension, the noble lords and aristocratic families had conspired, presenting a facade of loyalty while secretly undermining her authority. The Empress Dowager's penchant for meddling in state affairs added to her distress, leaving her reliant on the support of those ministers who had gained merit in battle. Initially intent on elevating Lu Yu, she had not anticipated that Lord Muyun would emerge as the greatest obstacle. As the court remained enveloped in silence, Lord Xinwu refused to yield easily. He stepped forward, asserting, "Can we truly overlook the military achievements of the Empress Dowager's inherently noble nephew? If we do so, who will be willing to sacrifice their lives for Great Zhou? And how shall we honor the warriors at our borders?" Alas, Lord Xinwu, your assertions are misguided. The Empress Dowager, being of the Zhang lineage, is inherently distinguished, and their contributions surpass even those of Great Zhou, a fact acknowledged by all. Furthermore, it is said that her nephew possesses extraordinary talents, being a rare spiritual body. Having reached the Dan condensation realm at such a tender age, is he not deserving of a noble title? The Marquis of Muyun chuckled, a hint of disdain flickering at the corners of his thin lips. You. Upon hearing these words, the Marquis of Divine Might was consumed by rage. However, observing the silence among the officials in the court, a chilling sensation enveloped his heart. The affairs of the dynasty have always been thus. While military merits are esteemed, aristocracy reigns supreme, with military accolades following in a distant second. Today, particularly in the presence of the foremost noble family, the Zhang clan of the Empress Dowager, no one dared to utter a word. After a moment of icy silence, the Marquis of Divine Might continued coldly, "Given Lu Yu's contributions, awarding him the rank of a third-grade general is not excessive, is it? Marquis of Divine Might, do not act out of spite. Which of the current third-grade officials has not endured countless trials and tribulations to earn their position? As I understand it, Lu Yu is merely 18 years old. Such accolades bestowed upon him are excessively ostentatious. It invites arrogance and is indeed too lofty." The voice of the Marquis of Muyun resonated, prompting other noble lords to chime in. Precisely so, to attain a high position at such a tender age is detrimental to him, bordering on the notion of being crushed by flattery. As the cacophony of voices rose, the previously silent neutral ministers could no longer endure the spectacle. Such a significant achievement without the title of a marquis was one thing, but to deny him a third-grade rank was absurd. A graduate from the academy without any notable accomplishments typically starts at the 4th or 5th grade. Yet, could they truly compare themselves to Lu Yu? Moreover, the Empress Dowager's nephew was also merely 18, just coming of age. Was it not equally excessive for him to be granted a marquisate? At this moment, a wave of indignation swept through the assembly, as they perceived the noble's actions as exceeding the bounds of propriety. The queen furrowed her brow more tightly. She understood that if this discussion persisted, Lu Yu's merits could very well be diminished by the nobles. Therefore, she promptly gestured for silence. Once the court fell quiet, she spoke slowly. "Very well. Let us confer upon Lu Yu the title of third-grade Tiger General, allowing him to lead the army independently in the northern frontier." As her voice echoed, the officials exchanged glances. Although the noble lords were somewhat reluctant, the queen had spoken, and they dared not voice further dissent. Bang! Bang! Just then, a series of loud thuds erupted from the back of the hall. They turned to see a white-haired elderly lady, draped in a dark golden phoenix robe, entering with a cane in hand. Beside her, the Marquis of Zhengnan carefully assisted her, admonishing, "Mother, take care." Indeed, the figure who had emerged was none other than the grandmother of the great Zhou queen, and also the mother of the late king. Witnessing this scene, all present gasped in shock. The Marquis of Zhengnan had gone to great lengths to prevent Lu Yu's ascent, even bringing forth the Dowager Empress. However, the others dared not hesitate. They immediately bowed, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Dowager Empress." The great Zhou queen quickly added, "I pay my respects to grandmother." However, the elderly empress did not respond immediately. After pausing, she slowly regarded the queen of the great Zhou and said, "When your father intended to bequeath the throne to you, I suggested that your uncle remain in the royal city to assist you. Yet, you obstinately insisted that he be sent to the border. I refrained from arguing with you. But now, to actually confer the title of a third-rank general upon a youth, it is nothing short of ludicrous. I have heard from your uncle that this individual is merely 18 years of age. At such a tender age, being granted a 6th-rank title would suffice." Following her words, even the noble lords felt a twinge of compassion. A 6th rank is indeed rather low. However, there was little they could do. This empress was notoriously obstinate, and even the late king had chosen to steer clear of her. The queen of the great Zhou wished to speak, but the empress would not allow it. Coldly, she declared, "Do not continue. Can it be that I am incapable of making this decision?" Then, shifting her gaze to the Marquis of Southern Town, she continued, "You mentioned a vacancy in the northern frontier? The Beiwu fortress is in need of a garrison, perfectly suited for a 6th-rank position." At her words, everyone gasped in shock. The Beiwu fortress had been disbanded 30 years prior. It had served as the first stronghold for reclaiming lost territories and was the most perilous location in the entire northern frontier. The Marquis of Southern Town seemed intent on sending Lu Yu to a certain demise. The queen wished to interject, but the empress interrupted firmly, "If that is the case, then let it be so. I am weary. I shall take my leave." Just as the empress prepared to depart, denying the queen further opportunity to speak, a glimmer of insight flashed in the latter's eyes. She then instructed the attendant beside her, "Send forth a decree to confer upon Lu Yu the title of 6th-rank Jinwu General, stationed at the Beiwu Fortress, to oversee the territories beyond the pass." Next, she retrieved a beautifully carved dragon saber from behind the throne and slowly stated, "Bestow this dragon saber upon Lu Yu. He shall have the autonomy to make decisions regarding military matters without needing to heed anyone's orders except mine. His officials may be appointed at his discretion, and he need only report the outcomes to the Grand Commander. I shall approve them all. I have heard that Lu Yu's mother is still alive. Having nurtured such an exceptional talent for our great Zhou, I shall not be stingy. Let her be granted the title of noble lady, with a 2nd-rank decree." Having delivered all her commands in one breath, the attendant dared not hesitate and promptly accepted the dragon saber. Below, the ministers were left in astonished silence. This dragon saber was a cherished possession of the queen, and its presence in the northern frontier bore significant implications. It was akin to wielding the emperor's sword. For beyond her majesty, no one would dare to impose restrictions. Most crucially, Lu Yu's authority over the territories beyond the pass was now established. The Marquis and others began to recall that while the Jinwu general held only a 6th rank, the power vested in that position was immense, serving as the queen's eyes and ears on the front lines, with the entire northern border under their scrutiny. Unexpectedly forgetting this matter, the Duke of Muyan pondered. Had he known, he would not have obstructed Lu Yu's conferment to the 3rd rank. Moreover, he had even granted him the authority to make independent decisions. After all, among the generals on the outside, who could ever do the same? Furthermore, Lu Yu's mother held the 2nd-rank title, a distinction that even the wives of princes had not attained. It seems that although Lu Yu was suppressed by the nobility and had not risen in rank, he had indeed earned the trust of the queen and acquired power surpassing the 3rd rank. The attendant, not daring to hesitate, accepted the intricately carved dragon blade and respectfully declared, "As you command." He then withdrew. At that moment, the Empress Dowager seemed to realize something. Upon turning her gaze, she found the Duke of Yanyun also wearing a face of shock, which soon morphed into a look of regret, having lingered in the palace for so long. This elder, though lacking military knowledge, possessed exceptional skills in reading expressions and discerning sentiments, and at this moment understood that he had inadvertently made a blunder. Yet, the words had already been spoken, and the queen had indeed conferred a 6th-rank position, with the royal decree already issued. It was too late to amend it. Although filled with remorse, he could only depart. Meanwhile, the Duke of Shenwu and others breathed a sigh of relief, for in earlier times, those who could serve as the general of Zhenwu were always trusted confidants of the emperor, typically rising to great heights after a period of service. Though fraught with danger and hardship, for one like Lu Yu, who could battle across thousands of miles, it was hardly a concern. They seemed to behold a star of military prowess ascending in the sky. Days later, in the Iron Blood City, Lu Yu resided in the residence of the General of Jingbian, as the attendant had yet to arrive for the conferment. Thus, he could not return to his own abode temporarily. One day, as the General of Jingbian invited Lu Yu to join a luncheon, the attendant responsible for delivering the decree finally arrived. If anyone recognized him, he was the very attendant who conveyed messages to the queen from within the Hall of Memorials. Upon reaching the entrance of the General's residence, he called out loudly, "The royal decree has arrived. General Lu Yu, step forth to receive it." The voice resonated, shaking the entire Jingbian Duke's residence. It should be noted that this was a royal decree, something many might not encounter in their lifetime. Even the General of Jingbian had never witnessed such a moment. Chapter 17. Sudden change at this moment. The General of Jingbian had already stepped out and had instructed for a ceremonial incense table to be set up. He personally led his entire family out to prepare to receive the decree, not to mention the rank of Lu Yu. Merely the fact that it was a royal decree conferred by the queen was enough to instill a sense of honor. Lu Yu, too, accompanied his mother as they emerged. All members of the Lu family, upon gazing at them, displayed expressions of envy. However, not all felt this way. For instance, Lu Sun's countenance was darkened, yet he dared not reveal it. At this moment, the attendant, upon witnessing the grandeur of the Jingbian general's residence, expressed satisfaction and slowly spoke. The imperial decree has been conveyed. Lu Yu, having distinguished himself in battle, is hereby appointed as a 6th-rank Shenwu general, tasked with the defense of the north-walled fortress from this day forth. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Lu family were momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a grander title for Lu Yu. However, this designation of Shenwu general pales in comparison to the current position of the Jingbian general. More critically, the north-walled fortress is regarded as a far more perilous assignment than the previous beacon tower. The Jingbian general furrowed his brow, while Lu Sun displayed a gleeful smirk. This arrangement suggested that upon graduating from the academy, he would ascend to a superior position over Lu Yu, relishing the prospect of putting him in his place. Yet, the inner attendant continued, the Shenwu general has the authority to appoint his own officers and to command the territories beyond the frontier, holding the privilege to report directly to the emperor. He is accountable solely to his majesty. A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. The queen had effectively entrusted Lu Yu's military force as her personal guard. This meant that although Lu Yu was stationed in the northern frontier, he would not be under the jurisdiction of any other authority. Should he find the conduct of others in the northern regions unsatisfactory, he could report directly to the queen. The vastness of the territories beyond the frontier, which would fall under the purview of the Shenwu general, indicated that despite the lower rank, the power wielded was virtually limitless. At this moment, the furrow in the Jingbian general's brow began to ease. The inner attendant had yet more to say. Lu Yu's mother, Lu Yun, has rendered significant service in cultivating talent for our great Zhao, and is thus bestowed the title of 2nd-rank Ronghua Madam. Furthermore, His Majesty rewards Lu Yu with a dragon carving blade, granting him the authority of life and death within the military. Additionally, the general receives a residence, 10,000 spirit stones, and 100,000 gold. As the accolades echoed through the hall, the smile on the Jingbian general's face became increasingly pronounced. Though Lu Yu's official rank saw only a modest elevation, the trust bestowed upon him by the queen, coupled with the extensive powers awarded, far surpassed those of the northern defense general. Such authority is beyond what any rank could confer, particularly the power over life and death, a privilege no other commander could claim. Moreover, his daughter had attained the status of a 2nd-rank Ronghua Madam, a distinction rivaling that of noble consorts. If memory serves, the wives of grand commanders are only granted 2nd-rank titles. Thus, Lu Yu's mother now stands as the most esteemed woman in the northern regions. This also signifies another layer of intent from the queen, subtly indicating to Lu Yu not to be anxious. Although his official rank may not rise immediately due to uncontrollable factors, his mother has now been elevated to a prestigious 2nd-rank status. Only the daughters of nobility are worthy of such titles, implying that Lu Yu's own elevation to nobility is inevitable. How could the Jingbian general not feel exhilarated? As a seasoned official, he quickly pieced together the intricate connections at play. As the voice of the inner attendant faded, he rose to personally deliver a bag of gold into the hands of his counterpart, causing the smile on the inner attendant's face to deepen substantially. The general of Jingbian then cautiously inquired about the well-being of His Majesty, expressing that it was indeed commendable for such a nobleman to be mindful of the emperor from such a distance. The queen was in good health, and she held General Lu Yu in high regard. The inner attendant, having received a considerable sum of gold, generously divulged some information, albeit without revealing too much. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to bring a smile to the face of General Jingbian. Subsequently, the inner attendant approached Lu Yu, altering his previous demeanor to one of respectful deference. "I have the honor of meeting the general," he declared, presenting the intricately carved dragon knife with both hands. Upon receiving the dragon knife, Lu Yu felt its weight, and, with a swift motion, drew it from its sheath, a glimmer of cold light illuminating the surroundings. This was a thick-backed straight sword, adorned with golden dragon engravings, measuring 3 feet in length with an unparalleled sharpness, which greatly pleased Lu Yu. Gratitude toward the queen welled up within him. While his own official rank was of little consequence, the imperial decree granted to his mother was what he had longed for, now elevated to the 2nd rank. What more could he desire? The inner attendant, observing Lu Yu with the dragon knife, smiled and remarked, "Might the general have any words to convey to His Majesty? I am profoundly grateful for His Majesty's great favor. I assure you, I shall not let this dragon knife go to waste." Upon uttering these words, The inner attendant nodded and then withdrew from the residence of General Jingbian. As for General Jingbian, he turned to Lu Yu's mother and exclaimed, "Ah, today is indeed a joyous occasion worthy of celebration." However, just as his words lingered in the air, Lu Yu slowly interjected, "There is no need for that. Since His Majesty has granted me a residence, I shall move there directly. I intend to prepare for an expedition to the border in a few days, so I shall not impose any longer." This time, Lu Yu's mother did not object. Instead, she smiled and said, "Very well, let us return home." With that, Lu Yu supported his mother as they made their way out of the residence, closely followed by Luo Cheng and the 18 riders of Yanyun. Upon witnessing this scene, General Jingbian let out a sigh and then spoke softly, "Lu Jia, accompany Yu Heir and see what they require. Assist them in their preparations." Lu Jia, the father of Lu Sun and the brother of Lu Yu's mother, was somewhat timid and seldom involved himself in family matters, unable even to manage his own son. Upon hearing his father's voice, he did not hesitate and promptly replied, "I shall go at once." He then stepped out with several attendants in tow. At this moment, Lu Yu had arrived at his new residence. This general's mansion was indeed a grand estate, characterized by its spacious 8-courtyard layout. In the following days, Lu Yu began to procure furniture and hire servants. One day, Hongling brought over a dozen guards, informing Lu Yu that these were elite veterans, survivors from the battlefield, handpicked by his father to serve as protectors for Lu Yu's household. Gazing at the enchanting beauty beside him, Lu Yu felt, for the first time, the yearning to establish a family of his own. However, the tranquil days were fleeting. As days passed, the time for Lu Yu to head to the border had arrived. At the city gates, General Jingbian had come. Hongling was also present. They were both there to bid farewell to Lu Yu. At that moment, General Jingbian looked at Lu Yu and said, "The Beiwu fortress is the key to reclaiming lost territory. Though fraught with danger, it also offers opportunities for distinction. I have heard from some old friends that your position was highly sought after when the Beiwu fortress was still operational. It was a role reserved only for princes and noble heirs. This time, as long as you can achieve merit once again, no one will be able to hinder your ascent. Your grandfather cannot assist you now, but I will take good care of your mother, so you can focus on guarding the border." Upon hearing General Jingbian's counsel, Lu Yu nodded, but he refrained from saying much. His gaze then fell upon Hongling. "Do you have anything to say? I will wait for your return, forever." Hongling's voice was gentle, yet laced with unwavering determination. Hearing her words, Lu Yu mounted his horse, waved goodbye, and galloped into the distance. This departure was destined to etch his name into the annals of history. Hongling watched his receding figure at the city gate for a long while. However, just as Lu Yu's silhouette vanished completely and she prepared to return, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed urgently. A bloodied rider called out, "Urgent news from 800 miles. The barbarian tribes are launching a massive assault on the border, having overrun 18 of our northern fortresses in a single night." As the words echoed, a gust of wind swept into the city, causing Hongling's expression to change dramatically. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was already racing towards the Beiwu Pass. The vast desert smoke lingered, still accompanied by 20 men. According to General Zhenwu's rank, he was initially entitled to command 3,000 troops. However, since he was personally appointed by the Queen, he was not under the jurisdiction of the northern frontier. The replenishment of troops depended solely on the Ministry of War. Yet, this ministry was controlled by those aristocratic lords who merely claimed that the court had recently appointed an unparalleled marquis, the nephew of the Empress Dowager, to establish an extraordinary legion. Thus, priority for troop supply was given to this new force. If Lu Yu could not wait, he had the option to recruit soldiers on his own. Regarding the evasiveness of the officials from the Ministry of War, Lu Yu paid it no heed. With his signing-in system, he had no reason to fret about locating the army. The presence of outsiders was rather unsettling. However, as they advanced, Luo Cheng propped his forehead with one hand and gazed into the distance, then spoke, "General, an army is charging towards us. They appear to be barbarians." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu furrowed his brow. Yet, he did not exhibit fear, responding promptly, "Let us go take a look." With that, he spurred his horse forward. Luo Cheng and the 18 riders of Yanyun followed closely behind. The thunder of hooves raised clouds of dust. At that moment, the barbarian centurion across the way also spotted Lu Yu and his companions. Grasping an imposing long knife, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he slowly remarked, "The approaching force must be from the Great Zhou. Their audacity grows. A mere few doesn't dare to confront my army. They are truly oblivious to their impending doom." One of the 100-men commanders, however, expressed astonishment, saying, "General, could this be the army that defeated the barbarian Dragon Legion?" The The current offensive by the barbarian forces was proclaimed as revenge for the barbarian Dragon Legion, amassing hundreds of thousands, intent on a decisive battle with the Great Zhou. As a leader of the reconnaissance camp, this barbarian army was well aware of the exploits of the 18 riders of Yanyun. Just as the 100-men commander's words fell, the centurion coldly interjected, "With our army of hundreds of thousands encircling, I do not believe that the one who recently dealt a heavy blow to the barbarian Dragon Legion would dare to appear outside Ironblood City. If he truly possesses such audacity, let him come and attempt to kill us." Upon uttering these words, he mounted his warhorse, evidently prepared to engage Lu Yu and his companions. Meanwhile, it was confirmed that the approaching force belonged to the barbarian army. At that moment, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. Ding. Would the host like to sign in on the battlefield of 1,000? Disappointed that it was not even a black iron-level battlefield, Lu Yu nonetheless replied, "Sign in." "Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have gained the loyalty of 300 Xuanjia troops. Strength, Qi refining level 1. Warhorse, Xianlin heavy beast, a creature of extraordinary lineage. Capable of traversing 3,000 miles a day. Armor, Xianlin heavy armor, a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Weapon, breaking edge spear, a medium-grade spiritual artifact. Please accept, host." As the voice faded, 300 iron cavalry suddenly materialized behind Lu Yu, clad in dark-scaled armor. They rode upon a creature that resembled a horse, yet was not quite a horse, measuring a full yard in length and 2 meters in height, exhaling columns of white vapor from their nostrils. The knights atop these otherworldly beasts instill an even greater sense of dread. Clad in heavy armor adorned with enigmatic engravings, wielding a spear that radiates a sharp brilliance, they evoke an overwhelming and oppressive aura upon their mere appearance, akin to a harbinger of death descending from the depths of hell. Sensing the formidable presence of the warriors behind him, Lu Yu's face brightens with satisfaction as he calls out, "Form. Iron wall formation. Charge." In an instant, the Xuanjia army shifts into formation, lining up in unison as they surge forward alongside Lu Yu. As they advance, they resemble an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron, intent on crushing all in their path. They collide violently with the barbarian horde. With a swift thrust, a barbarian warrior, upon nearing the ranks, is pierced through by a spear, his consciousness extinguished by the cold gaze of the Xuanjia army. Such scenes unfold across the battlefield, where a single charge results in the demise of countless barbarian soldiers, the brutality of which is nothing short of shocking. Even the centurion is taken aback, realizing his misjudgment. Accustomed to the frailty of others in the Great Zhou, he understands that encountering Lu Yu's formidable force spells disaster. Nearby, a 100-man captain exclaims in astonishment, clad in black armor, wielding curved blades. "Yes, it is them. They are the ones who slew General Barbarian Dragon." His voice trembles with the weight of recognition. The centurion's expression darkens, but it is too late for him to flee. After dismantling the formation of the barbarian 1,000-man unit, Lu Yu issues another command, "Free hunt." With this command, save for the 18 riders of Yanyun remaining by his side, the Xuanjia army disperses under Luo Cheng's leadership, ready to unleash carnage. The centurion, having just turned his mount, barely has time to crack his whip before Luo Cheng charges forward. The scythe-like spear in his hand strikes like the blade of death, a chilling mist rising around him. Sensing the ominous wind at his back, the centurion sidesteps instinctively. However, just as he breathes a sigh of relief, he is met with a glinting hook hurtling toward him. There is no time to evade. With a swift motion, his neck is pierced, and he is yanked down from his steed, blood spilling forth to stain the ground crimson. This horrific scene sends shivers through the remaining barbarians, who, devoid of any will to resist, find their spirit utterly crushed by Luo Cheng's ferocity. Yet, the Xuanjia army shows no mercy. Now is the time to indulge in this grand feast. A warrior clad in dark armor spurred his steed forward, thrusting his spear with precision. In an instant, he pierced through the back of a retreating barbarian warrior. The fallen figure was hoisted high upon the lance, then hurled into the throng, toppling several more barbarian combatants. This was a true display of overwhelming strength. Even Lu Yu, having just exited the fortress, found himself unexpectedly credited with a remarkable achievement. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Each of the Yanyun 18 riders has gained 100 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Each member of the dark armored army has received 120 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has acquired 800 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. With the addition of your subordinate's experience, would you like to break through? Breakthrough. Lu Yu declared without hesitation upon hearing the announcement. The previous attempt at a breakthrough had been thwarted, but this accumulation of experience surged through him, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted within him like a volcano. An infinite radiance enveloped him, and his presence intensified rapidly. In a brief span, he shattered the confines of his previous limits, ascending to the fourth stage of qi condensation. This level of mastery positioned him to rival the unparalleled genius known as the Peerless Marquis, lauded by the courtiers of the Great Zhou. Following Lu Yu's breakthrough, his dark-armored troops also advanced to the second stage of qi training. By this juncture, the battle had reached its conclusion. Surveying the field strewn with lifeless bodies, Lu Yu brandished the military merit jade token to illuminate the area. He then addressed Luo Cheng, instructing him to tidy the battlefield and collect all salvageable items. Upon hearing his command, Luo Cheng promptly ordered the dark-armored army to commence the cleanup. After all, the nobility in the court held numerous significant positions, and Lu Yu's forces were not only lacking reinforcements, but also woefully short on supplies, barely 1/3 of what was necessary. Therefore, it was imperative to seize any available resources from the battlefield. The dark-armored soldiers acted with remarkable efficiency, and in a short while, the area was cleared. Luo Cheng then presented his meticulously recorded ledger. 53 spirit stones, 300 stones of grain, 621 taels of gold. Upon reviewing the documented spoils, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction. With these resources, he could sustain his efforts for a while longer. Contemplating this, he turned to Luo Cheng and said, "Let us continue our journey." With that, they set off towards the Beiwu fortress. This time, however, they did not encounter the barbarian army. Instead, they came across the remnants of the Great Zhou army returning from the battlefield. It is said that the barbarian forces have now gathered near Iron Blood City and have engaged in minor skirmishes with the northern garrison, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Although Lu Yu harbored intentions of vanquishing the enemy, he understood that he must first secure the fortress. After several days, the group finally arrived at the northern fort, which was in a state of considerable disrepair. The fort, encompassing a radius of 1 mile, now only bore the semblance of its former walls. Most of the structures within were buried beneath shifting sands. Such a dilapidated stronghold would surely evoke fear among the noble lords, who might dread their demise would come too late. However, having arrived, they needed to settle in. Thus, Lu Yu addressed Luo Cheng, instructing him to establish camp and allow everyone to rest for a day before discussing further matters. "As you command." Upon receiving the order, Luo Cheng dutifully set about directing the soldiers to begin setting up camp. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu pondered his next steps, a grand army was steadily advancing toward Iron Blood City within the borders of the Great Zhou. The spectacle was magnificent. Banners fluttered in the wind, each wave resonating with a sense of strength and vitality. At the center of this procession was a palanquin drawn by 8 exotic beasts, surrounded by armored soldiers, providing a formidable guard. Seated within the palanquin was none other than the Queen of Great Zhou herself. Upon learning of the barbarian invasion, the nobles in the royal city could no longer remain idle. They urged the queen to lead the charge, hoping to gain military accolades that would enhance their family legacies. The prospect of Lu Yu achieving merit had thoroughly tantalized these noble lords, who believed that if someone of his modest rank could navigate the barbarian ranks with ease, it was evident that the barbarian strength had waned compared to the past. They were convinced that should they join the fray, success would be all but assured. Little did they know that what appeared simple for others could prove exceedingly difficult when faced firsthand. The queen, not trusting the situation at the northern front, resolved to personally visit Iron Blood City. After several days on the road, weariness crept into her visage. She inquired, "How much longer until we reach Iron Blood City?" Her voice rang clear, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. A young general clad in silver armor, reminiscent of Lu Yu in age, approached without hesitation. He wielded a halberd, exuding an air of valor, though his thin lips suggested a certain harshness. Bowing respectfully, he replied, "Your Majesty, we should arrive at Iron Blood City within half a day." Upon receiving a response, the queen nodded and then turned her gaze towards the silver-armored general. "Zhang Yi, how fares your unparalleled army?" This young general was none other than the nephew of the dowager who had usurped Lu Yu's position and had now ascended to the rank of the unparalleled marquis. Among the noble lords clamoring to approach the border, he was indeed one of the key figures. Upon hearing the queen's inquiry, a flicker of pride illuminated his eyes. "Your Majesty, I have heard tales of a border captain capable of traversing 1,000 miles in the northern lands and slaying thousands of foes. I have come this time to demonstrate the disparity between us true noble families of the dynasty." As he spoke, an aura of silver radiated from him. exuding an air of mystery and strength. However, the queen, upon hearing his words, merely replied with a hint of indifference, "Let us hope so," and proceeded to walk forward. Zhang Yi, who had intended to say more, found himself momentarily shadowed by a sense of foreboding upon witnessing the queen's response. "Lu Yu, this time my military achievements shall surely surpass yours. You may have slain thousands, I shall slay 10,000. Ensuring all recognize that my marquisate is a testament to my prowess." With this thought, he spurred his horse onward, prompting the lord driving the war chariot, Mu Yun, to exchange a glance filled with intrigue before addressing his retainers. "Remember, we must accrue more merit this time. Only thus can we secure our family's enduring prosperity. Based on Lu Yu's accomplishments, I dare assert that the barbarian forces have significantly weakened. We must not let this opportunity slip away." "Understood," the retainers promptly responded. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the dynasty, each individual harbored their own thoughts. At that moment, in the northern fortress where Lu Yu was stationed, the newly arrived Xuanjiao army had yet to rest. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted from the distance. Lu Yu, engaged in his ablutions, looked up to see a dark line approaching the horizon, shrouded in swirling dust. As it drew nearer, he discerned that the figures enveloped in the dust were, in fact, a cavalry unit clad in blood-red leather armor and wielding bronze scimitars, galloping fiercely and stirring clouds of dust. They were none other than the blood barbarian knights. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated. "Ding. Does the host wish to sign in on a battlefield of 5,000? Sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have garnered the loyalty of 500 Xuanjia soldiers. Strength, second layer of Qi cultivation. War steed, Xianlin heavy beast, belonging to the category of exotic beasts, capable of traveling 3,000 miles a day. Armor, Xianlin heavy armor, a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Weapon, breaking edge spear, a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Please accept, host." Upon hearing the sound, a sinister smile emerged on Lu Yu's face. Subsequently, 500 armored soldiers appeared behind him. It turned out that the reinforcements summoned were based on the strength of the previously called army. With this realization, Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of ease. Although the fortress was not yet completed, he believed confronting the enemy head-on would pose no problem. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Everyone, mount up and prepare for battle." His cold voice resonated as if it echoed from the depths of hell. Meanwhile, behind the opposing barbarian army, the leader of the blood barbarian knights, the centurion, stood at the rear of his formation, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Standing a full 10 feet tall, he resembled solid granite, sharp-edged and glimmering with metallic hues. His cautious deputy spoke, "General, our informants have reported that the individuals ahead are the ones who annihilated the dragon-slaying army. With our strength, can we truly vanquish them?" A hint of concern colored his tone. Upon hearing this, the centurion coldly replied, "This time, our 3 10,000-man legions will encircle them. If my blood barbarian knights falter, the glory will be seized by others. Furthermore, we are not necessarily inferior to the dragon-slaying army. They were merely fortunate in their past victories. For years, they have flaunted their military achievements before us. Today, if we manage to crush those who have sunk them, let us see what face they have left to be arrogant before us." After his words, the deputy could only nod. Though he sensed that the situation was far from simple, nonetheless, he steadied his mind by observing the surrounding troops. As they conversed, Lu Yu had already led the Yanyun 18 riders along with the armored soldiers into battle against the blood barbarian knights. Should anyone have been watching from a distance, they would have noticed that the force led by Lu Yu was engulfed in a swirling tempest of crimson and dark clouds above, interspersed with roars that resembled wild beasts howling. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Beneath the clouds, the armored warriors of the armored soldiers charged forward, brandishing their spears under Lu Yu's command. The thunderous sound of galloping hooves resonated like rolling thunder, vibrating the very air around them. Meanwhile, the Yanyun 18 riders, under the leadership of Luo Chang, adopted a nimble approach, darting in various directions. As their curved blades swept through, torrents of blood flowed from the necks of the blood barbarian knights. The golden sands of the desert, amidst the chaos of battle, were inexplicably stained crimson. The clash of thousands of warriors was no mere child's play. The brutality of the conflict was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. At this moment, the battlefield was ablaze with ferocity. Even the centurion of the bloodthirsty knights found his pupils constricting at this moment. He had never anticipated that Lu Yu, leading a mere few hundred men, could engage his vast army in such a fierce confrontation. At this juncture, Lu Yu was equally drenched in blood. With a resounding thud, he swept his spear, obliterating a bloodthirsty warrior who had just charged forward and surveyed the battlefield. He noted that a significant portion of the bloodthirsty knights had already been vanquished by his side. However, the Xuanjia army appeared somewhat fatigued. After all, they had been embroiled in a protracted battle against a far greater enemy. Although the Xuanjia army was elite, they could not be compared to the likes of the Yanyun 18 riders. As he pondered his next move, the system's voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The average experience value of the Xuanjia soldiers has reached 500, elevating their strength to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng has accumulated a total of 1,200 experience points, breaking through to the 1st level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Yanyun 18 riders have gained 300 experience points, achieving the 5th level of Dan Condensation. As the sounds echoed, the once fatigued Xuanjia army suddenly radiated an astonishing dark light, rejuvenating their spirits immensely. The war spears in their hands shimmered with a deadly aura, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. With a thunderous roar, they charged forth, unseating hundreds of bloodthirsty knights from their steeds. Even Lu Yu was taken aback by this remarkable transformation. Luo Cheng, in particular, had undergone an extraordinary change. Upon breaking through to the Golden Core realm, a mist of white aura enveloped him, coiling around him like a delicate cloud serpent, enhancing his enigmatic and commanding presence. It is vital to recognize that attaining the Golden Core stage renders one an undeniable powerhouse. In the realm of the Great Zhou, aside from the unparalleled Marquis, all others had also reached this esteemed level, marking a significant qualitative transformation in the world of cultivation. This transformation was vividly evident in Luo Cheng. Witnessing his newfound prowess, he leaped high into the air after his breakthrough, his cold spear transforming into a white dragon, glimmering with icy brilliance as it surged into the fray. A silver streak collided with the battlefield, instantly slaying hundreds of bloodthirsty knights in a single strike. This spectacle astonished all present. Luo Cheng's valor reverberated throughout the ranks of the bloodthirsty tribe, while the Yanyun 18 riders followed closely behind, embodying relentless ferocity on the battlefield. Such a ferocious display of combat surpassed the wildest imaginations of the bloodthirsty tribe. As they witnessed nearly half of their forces facing annihilation, the centurion could no longer contain himself and addressed the army behind him in a somber tone. Everyone, follow me to battle. He must annihilate Lu Yu's army before the other 2 legions arrive. Otherwise, how could he seize the glory? At that moment, on the other side, the queen of the Great Zhou had entered Ironblood City and ascended the city walls herself. The royal flag fluttered wildly in the fierce wind, while behind the queen, a multitude of armored marquises followed, exuding an imposing aura that showcased the might of the Great Zhou army. However, a grave expression flickered in her eyes, for in the distance, a cavalry of tens of thousands was slowly approaching. Clad in blood-red armor and wielding bronze scimitars, their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, advancing like a tide of crimson terror. At this juncture, Xiao Tianyi spoke softly, "Your Majesty, these are the Blood Barbarians' Blood Knights. Though they may be slightly weaker than the Barbarian Dragon Army, they are undoubtedly elite among the barbarians. The general leading them is a rare powerhouse. Shall we choose to fortify the walls?" Yet, as his words fell, the unparalleled Marquis stepped forward with resolute determination. Why should the Grand Commander diminish his own might? That border commander, Lu Yu, could strike across 1,000 miles. Today, with our army poised at the northern frontier, I do not believe we cannot conquer a mere blood barbarian tribe. I request permission to fight, Your Majesty. As his voice echoed, the gazes of others turned to the newly appointed unparalleled Marquis. Even the queen furrowed her brow at this moment. She fixed her gaze on the unparalleled Marquis and slowly said, "Do you have confidence?" Upon hearing her question, the unparalleled Marquis replied with unwavering certainty, "Your Majesty. My unparalleled army is composed of the finest troops I have selected from the ranks, and I possess absolute confidence in my own capabilities. I implore Your Majesty to grant permission." Upon hearing this, the queen was eager to witness the prowess of these blood barbarians after 30 years. Resolving her thoughts, she did not hesitate and declared, "Granted." With her words, excitement lit up the unparalleled Marquis's face as he vowed, "I shall ensure that these barbarians are utterly annihilated." He then strode toward the city gates. Boom. At that moment, the city gates swung open, and the unparalleled army surged forth. The thunderous sound of hooves trampled the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. The most striking figure was the unparalleled Marquis, donned in white armor and riding a white steed, wielding a Fong Tianhua halberd, exuding an aura of valor. Behind him, Thousands of soldiers in white armor brandished their spears, glinting sharply in the sunlight. As they stood poised in the field, the unparalleled Marquis truly felt the essence of the battlefield. Even with his cultivation at the condensed Dan realm, he felt an overwhelming suffocation at that moment. The yellow sands of the Gobi stretched before him, revealing a formidable, organized army. The palpable pressure left him feeling inexplicably tense. In an instant, he understood that the adversaries he faced here were vastly different from those he had encountered in the arena. This was a life-and-death battle. A twinge of regret emerged within him. Perhaps he had indeed acted too impulsively? Such thoughts coursed through his mind. However, at this juncture, hesitation was not an option. The encroaching army loomed ahead, and he had already made a military pledge. If he failed to surpass Lu Yu, it would be a disgrace. Upon this realization, he turned to his troops and commanded, "Charge." With the sound of his voice echoing in the air, he led the unparalleled army into the fray. As tens of thousands surged onto the battlefield, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the earth trembled beneath their might. Yet, the expression of the Grand Commander shifted dramatically upon witnessing such a scene. He exclaimed, "How can one be so reckless? There is no rearguard left, and we charge forward without support. If the vanguard falters, we shall become lambs to the slaughter." His voice, filled with indignation, resonated through the ranks. Even the nobles and marquises who had previously supported the unparalleled Marquis fell silent, for they too recognized that he lacked military strategy and had never set foot on the battlefield. This reckless charge was akin to a death wish. Upon hearing the outcry, the Queen of the Great Zhou responded slowly, "Is there any other option? The army has already charged. It is too late to retreat. Otherwise, the losses would be even greater." The Grand Commander closed his eyes, convinced that the unparalleled Marquis was doomed. However, at that moment, Marquis Mu Yun interjected, "Not necessarily. Wasn't Lu Yu once a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield, even against a mere handful of foes? I refuse to believe he has a rear guard or flanking support. Can he truly compare to Lu Yu?" The Grand Commander retorted sharply. Marquis Mu Yun wished to argue further, but, recalling the Grand Commander's temperament, ultimately chose silence. Nevertheless, he felt a lingering frustration within his heart. As they conversed, the unparalleled Marquis had already engaged in combat with the barbarian warriors. His halberd swept through the air, unleashing an endless torrent of sharpness. After sending one barbarian warrior flying, he charged directly towards the blood cavalry general, feeling that these barbarian fighters were not as formidable as they seemed. Yet, he overlooked the fact that for a noble such as himself, defeating a few ordinary barbarian warriors was hardly a feat worthy of pride. Upon seeing the approaching unparalleled Marquis, the blood cavalry general leapt high into the air, his curved blade gleaming with lethal sharpness, and struck down with immense force. As the unparalleled Marquis's pupils constricted, he sensed a thread of menace emanating from the blade of his adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his steed and retreated hastily. A resounding crash echoed as the curved blade descended, cleaving the horse in two amidst its mournful cries, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. At that moment, the Marquis felt an inkling of fear. He had never before encountered such a harrowing scene. Yet, before he could contemplate further, the fierce cavalryman charged once more. The arc of the blade manifested a whirlwind of lethal force around him, and those of the unmatched army were instantly severed as they crossed its path. A terrifying spectacle that instilled within the Marquis a fleeting desire to flee. Thus, he brandished his halberd, preparing to feign a strike before making his retreat. However, he was unprepared for the ensuing turn of events. With the discharge of his weapon, the previously ferocious, bloodied cavalryman was abruptly vanquished, the cyclone of death dissipating. To the Marquis's astonishment, the opponent seemed to advance towards him, armor shattered by their collision, a cunning glint flickering in his wild eyes. Turning to his barbarian comrades, he declared, "This general of Dezhou is far too formidable. Everyone, retreat." With those words, he led his subordinates in a hasty escape. Upon realizing this, the Marquis's face illuminated with surprise. Was it truly so simple to vanquish the barbarians? He mused, then could not help but voice his skepticism. No wonder Lu Yu could charge across 1,000 miles. Had it been me in his stead, I would have reclaimed lost territory. This battle infused the Marquis with boundless courage. On the city walls, jubilant cheers erupted as tens of thousands of enemies were repelled, a feat that surely rivaled Lu Yu's accomplishments. Taking advantage of the moment, Marquis Mu Yun remarked, 3 decades of attrition have rendered the barbarians so feeble. It is no wonder Lu Yu could slay thousands. Had I been there, tens of thousands would have perished. He lamented not having received a title. Otherwise, would not this victory lead to everyone being elevated in rank? As his voice echoed, The other noble lords nodded in agreement. Many among them hailed from esteemed families and had previously opposed Lu Yu's elevation, incurring the ire of numerous court colleagues. Now, however, they could finally revel in their vindication. Even the queen furrowed her brow, lost in thought. The Grand Commander wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, for the unparalleled Marquis had indeed triumphed. Meanwhile, the bloodied cavalryman returned to his encampment. Upon his arrival, a figure shrouded in crimson mist appeared beside him and spoke softly. What of the plan? Would I dare defy the high priest's orders? Indeed, we suffered defeat, but this was the most arduous battle I have ever fought. The Dazhou commanders are exceedingly weak. If I had not taken the initiative to offer myself, I fear they would have fled in terror. As for the queen of the great Zhou, had she not pursued, I would have suffered a great loss. The blood rider expressed a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, the high priest shrouded in crimson mist remarked, rest assured, they will undoubtedly pursue. After 30 years of pent-up frustration, do you think he would be content to let it go? Tonight, our forces will retreat under the cover of darkness and lie in ambush 300 miles away at Fulong Mountain, eagerly awaiting the great Zhou queen to deliver herself to her demise. His voice carried an eerie tone, tinged with a palpable aura of menace. Simultaneously, at that moment, Lu Yu found himself amidst the chaos, as the centurion led the rear guard forward. Thus, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Does the host wish to sign in on the battlefield of 7,000 men? Chapter 22. Expansion. Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu responded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of 700 Xuanjia soldiers. As the announcement resounded, a formidable army materialized behind Lu Yu, their dark armor emanating a robust aura. With a thunderous roar, they surged forth, their combat prowess capable of instilling awe in any adversary. The blood barbarian centurion, upon nearing the Xuanjia soldiers, realized the true extent of their strength. Their formidable armor, wind-lashed spears, and warhorses resembling colossal beasts, along with warriors who could rival his own centurions, filled him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Yet, having entered the battlefield, it was too late for him to harbor regrets. Ruo Chung rode forth on his warhorse, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. He thrust his frost lance forward, producing a sound that cut through the air as the serpent of ice upon his body roared, nearly shattering the centurion's resolve. Just sensing his aura, the centurion knew he was outmatched. However, acknowledging this now was futile. With a swift motion, Ruo Chung afforded him no opportunity for further words. His piercing lance swiftly penetrated the centurion's skull. Surrounding barbarian warriors gasped in horror, unable to mask their astonishment at the scene. Yet, Lu Yu had no intention of allowing them to escape, for to him, these barbarians, perceived as ruthless by others, were merely a source of experience points, a chance to elevate both his subordinates and his own strength. How could he permit them to flee unscathed? He commanded. The 18 riders of Yanyun circle the periphery. Xuanjia soldiers, engage in close combat. Not a single one shall escape. As his orders were issued, the surrounding warriors responded in unison, at your command. They then dispersed, ready for battle. Each warrior chose their battleground. The dark, ominous clouds shrouded the sky, and an air of death pervaded the atmosphere. A thick mist of blood occasionally wafted through the air. As the battle raged on, the voice of the system resonated once more in Lu Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Yanyun 18 Knights have gained 520 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Luo Chung has gained 1,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Xianjia army has gained 500 experience points. The intermittent sounds echoed alongside the fallen blood barbarian warriors, igniting a fierce determination within Lu Yu. He vowed to avenge his brothers who had perished on the battlefield and to earn enough military merit to attain the title of Marquis. He had once declared that on the day he was conferred a title, he would wed Hongling. This was merely the beginning. Time passed, though it was difficult to ascertain how long. As the warriors became drenched in blood, all the blood barbarian warriors had met their demise. The vast expanse of the desert was now covered in blood and corpses. The unclaimed warhorses stood in place, their eyes filled with fear, while the wounded emitted mournful cries. The desert appeared desolate and foreboding, as if it sought to consume everything in its path. The only solace for Lu Yu was that this battle had allowed his subordinates to achieve a significant breakthrough. The Yanyun 18 Knights had reached the 6th level of the condensation dance stage, nearly matching the strength of the peerless Marquis. The Xianjia army had advanced to the 1st level of the condensation dance stage. Due to their relatively weaker capabilities, their experience gain was substantial. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng had attained the second level of the Golden Dance stage. However, what delighted Lu Yu the most was the wealth of resources brought by the slain barbarians. With these provisions, he had ample means to develop further in this place. Yet, he found himself eagerly anticipating the next war. He wondered what formidable forces would emerge once the 3,000 Xianjia army reached full strength. "Let us clear the battlefield," Lu Yu declared after surveying the aftermath of the conflict. "Yes, my lord," Luo Cheng responded promptly, mobilizing the troops to tidy up the site. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Experience points have reached the breakthrough threshold. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough?" "Breakthrough." Without hesitation, Lu Yu commanded. Instantly, energy surged within him. Meanwhile, atop the Iron Blood City, the Queen of the Great Zhou rarely displayed a smile as she gazed upon the triumphant return of the peerless Marquis. "The peerless Marquis is formidable. This time, we have achieved a resounding victory." Upon hearing her words, the peerless Marquis, who had just ascended the city wall, wore a look of pride. Then, gazing upon the Queen, he spoke, "Your Majesty, these barbaric warriors are surprisingly feeble. Just moments ago, the so-called formidable blood cavalry general, as mentioned by the Grand Commander, was easily breached and fled in disarray. I previously doubted Lu Yu's ability to traverse 1,000 miles and slay thousands of foes, but now I am truly convinced." While his words appeared to acknowledge Lu Yu's merits, they were laced with condescension. At that moment, Marquis Muyun chuckled. "Huh? How could a mere general of Zhenwu compare to the unparalleled Marquis? This gathering comprises nearly all the lords of our great Zhou. Considering the strength of the barbarian forces, reclaiming our lost territories is not beyond the realm of possibility." The two engaged in a verbal duet, effectively diminishing Lu Yu's accomplishments to insignificance. The surrounding lords nodded in agreement, yet the Grand Commander furrowed his brow, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. Just as he was about to caution the assembly to tread carefully, the unparalleled Marquis stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the army into battle, to drive out the barbarians and reclaim our great Zhou's lost lands." This impending conflict had inflated his ego, making him believe that victory was merely a matter of course, and that abstaining from battle would be a disservice to himself. Following his pronouncement, other nobles also rose, pleading, "We beseech your Majesty to allow us to engage in battle, to restore our great Zhou." In that moment, it was not just the lords who were stirred. Even the Queen found herself genuinely moved. Her father had succumbed to despair after the barbarian incursions led to significant territorial losses. Despite her diligent efforts over the years, many remained unconvinced of her capabilities, including the Dowager Empress, who believed that a woman could not achieve greatness and that the throne rightfully belonged to the Marquis of Southern Suppression. Now, with the barbarians seemingly faltering, it might indeed be the moment for her to reclaim lost lands. If successful, it would silence all her detractors. Contemplating this, she spoke decisively. "Very well, scouts shall survey the barbarian encampment today. And tomorrow I shall personally lead the charge in the northern frontier to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to our great Zhou." "Your Majesty, this cannot be. You are a precious sovereign. It is best to remain in Iron Blood City, and I shall gladly take your place in battle." Upon hearing this, the Grand Commander grew anxious. He sensed something amiss but lacked evidence to substantiate his concerns, leaving him with no choice but to volunteer for the front lines. However, just as he finished speaking, the Queen responded, "The Grand Commander has safeguarded the northern frontier for many years. With you stationed in Iron Blood City to secure my rear, I can focus on the battle." Moreover, they are correct. If Lu Yu can command a mere handful to dominate the northern frontier, then with my leadership over hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers from Great Zhou, what is there to fear? Perhaps we have indeed mythologized the barbarian forces. They may not be as formidable as we once thought. After the voice echoed, a deep glance was cast towards the Grand Commander, revealing a hint of doubt regarding the latter's years of inaction. This prompted a bittersweet smile to emerge on the Grand Commander's face as he could only nod in acquiescence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yu's bottleneck was shattered at that very moment. His aura surged dramatically, reaching a critical juncture for breakthrough. Chapter 23. Surrounded Congealing Dan 5th Layer. Congealing Dan 6th Layer. The moment Lu Yu attained the 6th layer of Congealing Dan, his breakthrough came to a halt. At this juncture, his aura had reached its zenith, with his magical energy coursing through him like the mighty Yangtze River. While the 6th layer of Congealing Dan may not be considered exceptional in the Great Zhou, it undeniably marked him as a formidable force. Observing the battlefield, which had been nearly tidied up, Lu Yu slowly addressed Luo Cheng, saying, "Send a few individuals to scout the surroundings. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." His voice bore a trace of helplessness, primarily due to the fortress yet to be constructed. Otherwise, he would not have feared any hidden moves from the enemy. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Luo Cheng withdrew at that moment. Shortly after, a contingent of armored troops surged forth with remarkable speed, evidently dispatched as scouts. Having subdued the barbarian dragon army, Lu Yu was acutely aware that the barbarian tribes would not relent easily in their aggressive campaign. Thus, caution was imperative. At that moment, the current queen also set forth with her grand army, leaving Shao Tianyi to garrison Iron Blood City. This decision garnered unanimous approval from the various lords, who joyously exited the city, perceiving it as a fortuitous opportunity for merit. Along the way, small bands of barbarian warriors occasionally approached, but they would scatter in disarray whenever the commanders of the Great Zhou pursued them. As they passed the military encampments left by the barbarians, the unparalleled Marquis, riding his warhorse, circled around before approaching the queen and reported, "Your Majesty, the barbarian forces have retreated overnight, leaving behind some supplies." Truly, they proved to be fragile under pressure. The dazzling silver armor glinted conspicuously in the sunlight. For the recently esteemed Marquis, the queen could not afford to respond with a frosty demeanor, though she merely nodded in acknowledgement. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the barbarian forces had genuinely been instilled with fear. Otherwise, they would not have fled. Little did they know, this was precisely the scene that the bloodthirsty barbarians desired them to witness. Then, she spoke slowly. "Since the barbarians have fled under the cover of night, they must surely be weary and their horses fatigued. We must take this opportunity to pursue them." Understood. With the command given, the generals showed no hesitation, accelerating their advance with even greater speed. After all, such an opportunity for glory is a rare occurrence, happening once in a century. Now that it has presented itself, who would not rush forward? The barbarians, too, have shown considerable deference, as they sporadically send forth a contingent to harass from the front, seemingly obstructing their advance. Yet in truth, they are merely leading the way. After leaving a few corpses in their wake, they flee ahead in a most disheveled manner, provoking hearty laughter from the lords. On the following day, they had drawn near to Mount Fulong. However, at that moment, a team of messengers came galloping towards them, appearing quite anxious, calling out as they ran, "Urgent news from 800 miles." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed the queen's eyes. With the barbarians driven into chaos in the desert, how could there be urgent news? Just then, the messenger dismounted and knelt before the queen, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Grand Commander has sent urgent news. 30,000 barbarian troops are besieging the Bu fortress." Upon hearing this, the queen furrowed her brow. 30,000 troops is no small number, and with only 3,000 under General Lu Yuzhen, it seemed impossible to withstand such an assault. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu had neither 3,000 men nor adequate supplies. Just as she contemplated sending reinforcements, Lord Muyun stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, according to the route taken by the barbarians, they are likely heading towards the vicinity of Bu fortress. In my view, we should pursue the barbarians first. Once we have annihilated their main force, we can then rush to aid the Bu fortress, which would be more advantageous. Otherwise, splitting our forces would lead to a dispersion of our troops on both fronts, which is undesirable." The queen, lacking military knowledge, sensed something amiss but found no significant flaws in his reasoning. Thus she nodded in agreement. It must be so. After her pronouncement, she addressed the messenger, informed General Jinwu that the main force of the barbarians is being pursued by this king. Once the battle concludes, hasten to provide assistance, as you command. The messenger dared not hesitate and promptly withdrew. After his departure, the queen led the army onward. At that moment, cheers erupted from the front. There stood the unparalleled lord, his figure shimmering with silver light, a dazzling sight against the blazing sun. Perched upon his steed, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow that sliced through the air, cleaving space itself. With unmatched sharpness, it struck a fleeing barbarian centurion, piercing through his skull. This entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, eliciting a round of applause from those around. Meanwhile, Lord Muyun cautiously approached, saying, "Your Majesty, we have now ascended Mount Fulong, which was once the territory of our great Zhou. Once we pass this mountain, we should be able to encounter the main force of the barbarians. Yesterday, scouts reported encountering a formidable horde of barbarians." Upon hearing this, the queen nodded in solemn acknowledgement, refraining from further discourse. However, as they arrived at the heart of the dragon's lair, a sudden sound erupted. Instantly, they beheld the banners fluttering below the mountain. As a dark mass of barbarian forces emerged from an unknown source, a flag of crimson dragon on a black field billowed ominously. heralding the arrival of the barbarian dragon army. Beneath this banner, thousands of fierce warriors donned white cloth upon their heads, while countless other barbarian legions surrounded them. The sight struck the queen of the Great Zhou with a profound realization. She had fallen into an ambush. Yet, neither she nor her vassals displayed excessive alarm. Evidently, the last encounter with the unparalleled General Sweki had emboldened their spirits. The unparalleled Marquis boldly proclaimed, "How dare these mere barbarians lay in wait here? Your Majesty, allow me to shatter their formation." As his voice rang out, a radiant aura enveloped him, and his halberd danced through the air, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. The queen did not refuse. She nodded in assent. Upon receiving her approval, the unparalleled Marquis wasted no time, soaring forth with his loyal legion in tow. Their advance was nothing short of magnificent, prompting the Marquis Mu Yun to exclaim in admiration, "The valor of the unparalleled Marquis is unmatched throughout the ages." The mere Northland's Lu Yu pales in comparison. His tone carried a hint of awe, eliciting nods of agreement from the surrounding lords. Just as all in the Great Zhou believed in the inevitable victory of the unparalleled Marquis, news reached Lu Yu from his scouts. Not far away, an army of 20,000 was converging upon the North Wall fortress. Their formation was meticulous, with the front and rear lines supporting one another, rendering a surprise attack impossible. Yet upon hearing this, Lu Yu chuckled. 20,000, you say? What is there to fear? I can simply sign in. His anticipation grew. Curious about the magnitude of this impending confrontation and the kind of existence it might yield. Chapter 24. The might of tiger and leopard troops. Thus, at this moment, Lu Yu issued a command. "Everyone, rest in place. Do not remove your armor." "Understood." The warriors responded in unison. As the sun cast its golden rays upon the ground, they shimmered upon the soldiers' armor, creating a dark expanse. The army fell into a profound silence, save for the sounds of water and food being consumed. Devoid of any chaotic noise, everything appeared orderly and well-coordinated. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed. In the distance, two armies approached, each forming a semicircular formation as they closed in, their armors reflecting a myriad of colors. In his grasp, the bronze-curved blade gleamed with a sharp radiance. At the moment of his swift advance, the earth trembled beneath him. From a distance, under the setting sun, he appeared as an indomitable fortress. A ferocious and sanguinary aura permeated the air, instilling a sense of pressure even within Lu Yu. This formidable army was unparalleled by any force he had encountered in the Great Zhou. Even the Northern Defense Army under Xiao Tianshi paled in comparison. Exclamations of various kinds erupted, akin to a pack of wolves preparing for a hunt. This was the barbarian tiger army, alongside the barbarian leopard cavalry, each led by a valiant commander, surging forth. It was evident that the barbarians had invested considerably in this offensive. According to their intelligence, Lu Yu commanded merely a handful of men, yet the barbarians, wary of underestimating their foe, dispatched a staggering 30,000 troops to engage him, highlighting the gravity of their intentions. Furthermore, the general leading the assault was a man of prudence. What they did not anticipate, however, was that as the battle progressed, Lu Yu's forces would swell. More significantly, their cultivation would also advance. Thus, as the barbarian warriors charged forth, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with a flicker of exhilaration. He yearned to witness the nature of the battlefield that awaited him. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within his mind. "Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the Black Iron battlefield?" Startled, Lu Yu recalled his last sign-in at the Black Iron battlefield, where he had faced the formidable barbarian dragon army. Their combat prowess had been formidable. Had it not been for the explosive strength exhibited by the 18 riders of Yanyun and Luo Chang, he might have stained the northern frontier with his blood. To his surprise, he found himself once again confronting the bronze battlefield. Without hesitation, he declared, "Sign in." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have gained the allegiance of 2,000 tiger leopard riders. Strength, third layer of condensation. Weapon, superior spiritual weapon, tiger leopard blade. Armor, superior spiritual weapon, tiger leopard armor. Mount, tiger leopard beast, a creature of extraordinary nature, capable of traversing 7,000 li a day. Please accept." As the proclamation resonated, an astonishing aura of murderous intent began to permeate the atmosphere. In that instant, a formidable army unveiled itself behind Lu Yu, clad in jet-black armor adorned with tiger leopard patterns. They wielded massive golden-backed blades, towering high as they raised their weapons, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Even under the sunset, their gleam remained striking. As they made their entrance, the barbarian tiger riders and barbarian leopard cavalry simultaneously approached. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yu wasted no time and issued a command, "Charge with me." As the sound reverberated, the blood-refining dragon spear emerged at that very moment. Its fierce brilliance flickered, and the frontline barbarian tiger cavalry warrior was instantly hurled into the air. Following this, the battle blade of the tiger leopard cavalry, wielded by one of their number, came crashing down with great force. The blade sliced through the air, sending forth a spray of blood mist. The foremost barbarian tiger cavalryman was directly slain, falling lifeless beneath his horse. The expertise displayed in this encounter was immediately apparent, eliciting a grim expression from the barbarian tiger's captain, whose fierce visage betrayed a hint of solemnity. The unfolding events had taken him by surprise. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu confronted the barbarian horde, the queen of the Great Zhou, perched atop Fulong Mountain, fixated her gaze intently downward. She observed as the unparalleled marquis led the unparalleled legion into the fray below. This time, they faced the blood barbarian cavalry once more. Remarkably, the opposition showed no sign of fear. Instead, their faces contorted into expressions of ferocity. Upon spotting the unparalleled marquis, one of the blood barbarian cavalrymen leaped from his mount, his battle blade glimmering ominously with a sanguine hue. With a fierce downward strike, he unleashed a sharp, piercing howl, demonstrating no mercy. The prowess of the ninth stage of the condensation Dan realm surged forth, seemingly capable of annihilating all in its path. Crash! At the moment of collision with the unparalleled marquis, the opposing halberd was cleaved in two. This spectacle left the unparalleled marquis momentarily stunned. The blood barbarian cavalryman then delivered a powerful kick, the dark golden war boots stained with traces of blood. Bang! He sent the unparalleled marquis flying, causing the latter to spew blood and collapse helplessly onto the ground, overwhelmed by despair. At this juncture, fear gripped him. Yet the blood barbarian cavalryman advanced once more, his towering frame reminiscent of an iron tower, exuding an oppressive aura. At last, this is satisfying, he cackled. Previously, I was defeated by your hand while fulfilling the sacrificial command, leaving me frustrated for days. I never anticipated you would arrive so swiftly. With these words, he prepared to strike down the unparalleled marquis. However, just then, the family guards within the marquis's estate charged forth recklessly, their battle cries ringing out. "My lord, flee. We shall hold him off." Dozens of formidable warriors, adept in chi training, surged forward, their momentum imposing. Yet, alas, they encountered the blood cavalryman. Upon seeing the approaching figures, he swept his battle blade across, and the crimson blade radiated a resplendent gleam. Boom! The family guards were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Nevertheless, the unparalleled marquis, being of the condensation Dan realm, had sufficient time to escape in that fleeting moment. The figure transformed into a stream of light, surging directly towards the mountain's peak. Wherever the eye could see, the scene of the barbarian cavalry mercilessly slaughtering the warriors of the unparalleled legion unfolded. The occasional bodies sent flying were too painful to behold. This battle, undeniably, was a gruesome spectacle. At this moment, the barbarians were not inclined to let a marquis escape easily. A priest, enveloped in a thick crimson mist, soared into the air. In an instant, he appeared behind Marquis, unparalleled, his gnarled hands reaching out, intent on seizing him. "Save me." Marquis Unparalleled could no longer contain his pleas for help. He did not wish to die. Attaining the golden core would grant him a lifespan of 1,000 years. Furthermore, with boundless power at his disposal, how could he bear the thought of death? Upon hearing his cries, Marquis Fierce Wind instantly tore through the air, charging towards the priest. His aerial prowess was unparalleled among the various lords. The blood-soaked priest, observing the oncoming Marquis Fierce Wind, revealed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Blood mist venom. As the command resounded, a dense cloud of toxic mist enveloped Marquis Fierce Wind, instantly turning his complexion crimson. The priest ceased his pursuit, retreating into the shadows. The Great Zhou remains as ineffectual as before. What I most anticipate now is the opportunity to battle the one who struck down my general, the barbarian dragon. I wonder if the Queen of Great Zhou has conferred a title upon him. I long to meet this valiant warrior. The voice boomed, resonating through the Fulong Mountain. Chapter 25. Breakthrough. Upon hearing these words, the ministers of Great Zhou wore grim expressions. At this point, they could no longer deny that they had fallen into a trap set by the barbarians. The enemy was deliberately feigning weakness. The queen gazed at the fallen Marquis, unparalleled, whose pallor betrayed his weakness, and a glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, the surrounding marquises of Great Zhou remained silent, their hearts now burdened with regret. Marquis Mu Yun's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The might of the barbarians exceeded his expectations. Just as the battle commenced, one marquis was left quaking in fear, and another was poisoned. The upper echelons of Great Zhou found themselves encircled. The dynasty's downfall could occur in an instant. If that were indeed the case, their instigation of the queen to lead a campaign would be inscribed in history, leaving behind a legacy of infamy for 10,000 years. The thought of this brought them great anguish. At that moment, the arriving Marquis Divine Marshal immediately issued a command. Everyone, prepare for defense. The morale has already plummeted, and it is evident that we are unfit for further combat. We must consolidate our defenses and break through tomorrow. In response to Marquis Divine Marshal's order, no one dared to refuse, and all began to prepare for the defensive measures. At this moment, Lu Yu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He found himself confronting two marauding tribes, each commanding a formidable force of 10,000. His eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, his body rising and falling in rhythm with the galloping steed beneath him. In his grasp, the blood-refining dragon spear shimmered with a vast, sanguine radiance as he wielded it, effortlessly dispatching any barbarian warriors who dared approach him. Notably, Luo Cheng, leading the elite Yanyun 18 riders, surrounded Lu Yu, diligently ensuring his safety. As enemies drew near, the blood-red curved blades danced, unleashing bursts of crimson mist. Meanwhile, the Xuanzhao army and the tiger leopard cavalry formed two lines, slicing through the barbarian ranks like twin blades. Observers from a distance would have witnessed the Xuanzhao army and tiger leopard cavalry, clad in dark armor, charging repeatedly through the torrent of barbarian cavalry, each thrust sending foes flying. The expressions of the two barbarian captains were grim. The captain of the Manhu cavalry spoke slowly. Indeed, these valiant warriors of the Great Zhou live up to their reputation. To engage us at such a level with this number of troops is remarkable. As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Conversely, the captain of the Manbao cavalry sneered. Huh? Their numbers are their Achilles heel. Have you not noticed how significantly weakened they have become since their initial charge? With a little more time, I have no doubt we will crush them. As he spoke, his steed advanced a few paces, clearly anticipating an opportune moment to strike once Lu Yu's forces faltered. However, Lu Yu was not to be underestimated. As the battle progressed, a voice resonated within his mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry has gained experience, reaching the 4th level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xuanzhao army has gained experience, reaching the 1st level of Dan condensation. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Yanyun 18 riders have gained experience, reaching the 7th level of Dan condensation." With this announcement, the previously weary soldiers suddenly radiated an overwhelming aura. Their eyes sparkled with a fierce light, and as the combat intensified, tendrils of blood mist and sinister energy swirled around them, transforming them into demons emerging from the depths of hell. They shifted into a mode of slaughter. Despite the numerical disadvantage, it was crucial to remember that in the realm of cultivation, power could not merely be compensated for by numbers. With a resounding crash, the warriors under Lu Yu's command aligned and charged forth. The barbarian knights, at that moment, found themselves unable to resist. Any who ventured too close were ruthlessly annihilated by the Xuanzhao army, reduced to mere blood mist. Such a battle is beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. At this moment, Lu Yu's forces were overwhelmingly powerful, akin to the disparity between stone and egg when contrasted with the barbarian tribe. A gleam flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. Annihilating these 30,000 barbarians would likely elevate his rank further, bringing him one step closer to the title of Marquis. He had once promised Hongling that he would seek her out after attaining this honor. As time elapsed, and the last of the barbarian warriors fell to the ground, the desolate expanse became drenched in blood, the earth strewn with corpses, rendering the landscape akin to a river of blood. He let out a sigh of relief. Victory was assured. He and his formidable army could afford a period of respite. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding! Host has gained experience points. Would you like to break through? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu responded affirmatively. At that very moment, atop Fulong Mountain, the queen of the Great Zhou, besieged for an entire night, exhibited a look of concern. She had just conferred with several lords to scout potential escape routes, only to discover that the barbarian forces had completely sealed off the mountain, leaving no viable avenues for a breakout. While their cultivation prowess allowed them to endure a bit longer, the army of several 100,000 could not sustain themselves indefinitely. Given their current supplies, it would only be a matter of 10 days or half a month before they were entirely depleted. At that point, the army would be left waiting for death. A true calamity that weighed heavily on her heart. As they fretted, The barbarian army had gathered in unison. The high priest of the blood barbarians emerged, seated upon a war chariot, towering before the ranks. Clad in a flowing black robe, his gaunt figure resembled a skeleton draped in human skin, with green light flickering in his eyes. Upon his appearance, the lords of the great Zhou turned ashen. This high priest had, 30 years prior, single-handedly vanquished the lords of the great Zhou, earning an infamous reputation. He had fought to a standstill against the former emperor, so his presence on the battlefield instilled fear in all. Behind him followed 9 priests, each having reached the Golden Core realm, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers. As the lords of the great Zhou trembled in trepidation, the raspy voice of the high priest echoed forth. In the past, you thwarted the advance of my barbarian tribe with but a mere iron-blood city and the prowess of Xiaotiani. Today, I seek to know who can stand in my way. His voice resonated as the sparse, disheveled hair atop his head danced wildly, coupled with the seemingly endless army behind him. An aura of ferocity enveloped the atmosphere, rendering one breathless. Chapter 26. Chaos. The assembly of noble lords, once brimming with excitement, now found themselves ensnared in a state of disarray and discomfort. Surrounded by the enemy forces, the threat of annihilation loomed large. The utterance of the high priest's voice only deepened their uncertainty. At that critical moment, the queen of the great Zhou spoke up, declaring, "This time, we have underestimated you barbaric tribes and fallen into your trap. However, I have hundreds of thousands of troops at my command. It shall not be an easy task for you to extinguish us." Her voice carried a note of defiance, as her grand royal robe fluttered in the mountain breeze, presenting her as somewhat frail. Yet, the unwavering determination in her eyes remained resolute. I have long heard that the queen of the great Zhou is a spirited steed, hard to subdue. I was once skeptical of such claims, but now it seems they hold true. The high priest's voice echoed with a sinister glee. If that is the case, we shall wait a month before engaging again. Time is on my side. Following his proclamation, the war chariots began to retreat slowly, revealing his lack of intent to initiate an attack. For, by merely encircling them for a month, the hundreds of thousands of troops on the mountain would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. There was no need for exertion at this juncture, leaving the queen of the great Zhou gnashing her teeth in frustration, yet powerless to act. In that moment, she grasped the immense difficulty faced by the Grand Commander, who had managed to fend off the barbarian onslaught for so many years. She pondered the extraordinary feats achieved by Lu Yu, who could charge through the northern frontiers with such audacity. A day had passed. At the foot of Fulong Mountain, the encampment of the barbarian tribes was thickly populated. With bright lights illuminating the night, warriors traversed the maze of tents. The queen of the great Zhou had stood atop the mountain for an entire day, accompanied by her fellow lords who now appeared cautious and reserved. They had once unanimously resolved to pursue the enemy. Now, ensnared in a dire predicament, they dared not utter a word. At that moment, the queen spoke softly. "Lord Yanyun, your intellect is unparalleled. Devise a plan for our escape." Her tone was uncharacteristically stern, marking the first time she had addressed her subordinates in such a manner. Lord Yanyun shivered slightly, stepping forward to respond. "Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, we can only await reinforcements. Attempting to break free seems exceedingly difficult." It was evident that the confrontation with the barbarian tribes had shattered the confidence of all present. Then, the queen turned her gaze toward Lord Wushuang, asking, "And you, do you possess any ideas? I recall you once claimed that slaying barbarians is as easy as slaughtering dogs. Do you still hold such confidence for our escape?" Upon hearing the sound, the valiant Duke of Shuanghua displayed a flicker of fear in his eyes. His trepidation did not stem from the queen, but rather from the formidable barbarian tribes. At this moment, he dreaded the possibility of the queen ordering him to break through. After a brief pause, he spoke. "Your Majesty, I was indeed careless earlier. The strength of the barbarians is overwhelming, and I am simply no match for them." Following this declaration, he lowered his head and ceased to speak. While the other lords exchanged blame, the Duke of Shenwu stepped forward. Addressing the queen, he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the Shenwu army in an attempt to break through for our forebears." As his voice resonated, all eyes turned toward the Duke of Shenwu, particularly those of the noble lords, whose expressions were a complex blend of admiration and respect. A glimmer of satisfaction appeared on the face of the queen of the great Zhou as she responded, "What equipment does the Duke of Shenwu require? I shall have it assembled immediately." She continued, "We must attempt to break through. Otherwise, in a few days, the morale of our troops will be utterly exhausted." "I require nothing," the Duke replied resolutely. "I shall march lightly. If I can carve a bloody path for your Majesty, I would do so without regret." With those words, He turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, a formidable army was assembled. 50,000 soldiers of the Xinwu army donned dark golden armor and wielded sharp weaponry. This was the foundation upon which the Duke of Xinwu had risen to prominence, and they were among the most elite forces of the Great Zhou. Prepared for a fierce battle, fear was absent from their hearts, replaced instead by a glimmer of murderous intent, starkly contrasting the privileged legions led by the noble lords. The Duke of Xinwu, mounted upon a fearsome beast and brandishing a golden-backed war knife, gazed at the army behind him and declared with unwavering resolve, "All of you, charge with me." As his voice echoed, the army surged down the mountainside with a thunderous momentum. It was evident that the Xinwu army was one of the most formidable elite forces brought forth by the Queen of the Great Zhou. As they descended, they resembled a cataclysmic force, each soldier possessing a mindset of certain death. Meanwhile, within the military camp, the high priest emerged from the tent, standing with his hands clasped behind him, observing the charging Xinwu army. "Let the newly appointed general of the barbarian dragons take the field," he commanded. "The opportunity has been given. Whether they can redeem themselves lies within their own hands." Upon hearing this, the messenger at his side promptly withdrew. Moments later, the heavily armored barbarian dragon army surged forth to meet the Xinwu forces. At the forefront, a towering commander, standing a full 10 feet tall, exuded a metallic sheen and brandished two massive hammers. As he swung them, they whistled ominously through the air. He bellowed, "Everyone else, stand aside. Allow me to deal with these people of the Great Zhou." As the battle commenced beneath the Fulong Mountain, Lu Yu experienced a significant breakthrough, achieving the 8th level of the condensation dam, which now defined his realm. His eyes glimmered with a steely resolve as he addressed Luo Cheng by his side. "If there are no pressing matters in the coming days, lead the soldiers to embark upon the construction of the city walls. This dilapidated fortress requires a thorough overhaul." Upon hearing these words, Luo Cheng hesitated not, promptly nodding in agreement before retreating. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's thoughts wandered, consumed by uncertainty regarding Hongling's current situation. Despite being ensconced within the fortress, he found himself utterly powerless to ascertain the conditions of those beyond its walls. The relentless advance of the barbarian forces raised concerns about the outcome of the ongoing skirmishes. Lu Yu could sense a faction within the court isolating him, and the acrid taste lingering in the air filled his heart with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, a tattered troop approached the fortress. As they drew closer, it became apparent that they were soldiers of the Great Zhou. However, upon entering the encampment, they were swiftly subdued by the Xuanjia army. The leader among them was brought forth to Lu Yu. "What transpired? Why do you find yourselves here?" Lu Yu inquired coldly, gazing at the officer, who appeared somewhat desolate as he replied, "General, the Great Zhou is doomed. Our forces have been scattered. Her Majesty the Queen and several nobles are trapped on Fulong Mountain. They are unable to descend, and within a month, it is feared that countless troops will perish at the hands of the barbarians." His words resonated with a tinge of despair, revealing the harsh reality that, after 3 decades of resisting the barbarians, they were still unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback, unable to fathom the severity of the situation. The assembly of hundreds of thousands of troops was no trivial matter. A spark ignited in his eyes as he contemplated the rewards that would await him should he manage to infiltrate the heart of the barbarian forces. With this thought in mind, he issued a direct command. "Everyone, rest for the night. We shall proceed to Fulong Mountain at dawn." The northern fort was a considerable distance from Fulong Mountain, necessitating an early departure to arrive in time. Otherwise, any attempt to rescue the queen would certainly be in vain. After all, she had treated him with considerable favor. "At your command." The surrounding soldiers responded respectfully, swiftly preparing their gear. Meanwhile, the remnants of the scattered army, having replenished their supplies, prepared to depart in search of their main forces. As Lu Yu prepared to rush to the aid of Fulong Mountain, the battle there was nearing its conclusion, characterized by a scene of utter devastation. The Marquis of Divine might sought to break through, yet his forces, once numbering 50,000, had dwindled to a mere fraction, crushed beneath the relentless advance of the barbarian dragon army. Nevertheless, they fought on with unwavering resolve. With a resounding clash, the Marquis's blade struck a barbarian soldier. Turning to glance at his side, he was met with the horrifying sight of his deputy, overwhelmed by dozens of curved blades, torn asunder in an instant. Although several thousand warriors remained by his side, they were utterly fatigued and grievously wounded. This grim tableau brought a flicker of desolation to the Marquis's eyes. He feared he would meet his end upon this battlefield. The noble lords observing the fray could not mask their terror. They were well aware of the formidable strength of the Divine Might army, yet here they were, shattered in mere moments under the onslaught of the barbarian forces. It was a bitter irony, for they had once dismissed this army as insignificant, and now they felt profound shame. Queen of the Great Zhou clasped her hands together, the pressure rendering them pale and devoid of blood. She bit her lip defiantly. The shock of this battle surpassed even the defeat of the unmatched army. It was known that the Marquis of Divine Might was a man of integrity and a seasoned veteran, commanding a cadre of elite warriors, yet they still faced defeat. She could scarcely fathom how Lu Yu had once decimated 3,000 of the barbarian dragon army with but a handful of men. However, now was not the time for such reflections. As the queen pondered, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the chaos of battle below. For His Majesty, kill! The Marquis bellowed. Despite bearing wounds himself, he pressed on, leading the remnants of his forces forward with fervor. The hooves of their war horses struck the ground, sending splatters of blood flying, exuding an air of tragic heroism. Witnessing this scene, the general of the barbarian dragon army wore a sinister grin, wielding a pair of obsidian hammers with casual ease. Everyone, hunt freely, leave no one alive, he commanded, charging forward. The newly appointed general was notably more formidable than his predecessor. As he approached the Marquis of Divine Might, he swung a hammer with devastating force. Boom! The hammer collided with the air, producing a thunderous roar that caused the Marquis's pupils to constrict. With no time to hesitate, he raised his battle blade. The ensuing clash sent shockwaves through both combatants, each realizing they were evenly matched. The general of the barbarian dragon sneered, "Your strength is commendable. However, to break through my formidable army is a mere fantasy." With that, the colossal hammer whistled through the air once more, revealing the prowess of the divine martial Marquis at the 5th level of the Golden Core. The blade in his palm danced like a wheel, accompanied by the sounds of thunder and wind, rendering it impossible to evade. For a moment, he engaged the barbarian general in a fierce struggle, yet his subordinates were suffering the consequences. The barbarian army surged forth like ferocious tigers into the formation, colliding with the divine martial troops. A multitude of soldiers from the divine martial army fell to the ground with a single strike, trampled into a bloody pulp by countless hooves. The air was thick with a briny scent, permeated by the bodies of fallen warriors and relentless charges, nearly decimating the divine martial forces. Yet now, they found no path of retreat, ensnared within the clutches of the barbaric horde of hundreds of thousands. All they could do was advance, striving to slay as many foes as possible. Splat! As a bloodied warrior fell to the ground, his throat slashed by a curved blade. The last of the divine martial soldiers perished. At this moment, only the divine martial Marquis and the barbarian dragon general continued their battle. Even the high priest, seated in a war chariot, observed the fray with a smile gracing his features. "Ah, I have heard of this divine martial Marquis. Conferred by the old emperor of the Great Zhou. It is said he once expanded territory by 700 miles in battle against the demon race, a true talent." His words served as a validation of the Marquis's capabilities. Just then, with a thunderous impact, the divine martial Marquis, momentarily distracted, was struck by the massive hammer, sending him sprawling. The death of his subordinates had left him at the brink of despair. Without hesitation, as he stood once more, he noticed that his left arm had become a mist of blood. Now wielding his sword with one hand, he surveyed his surroundings, ever ready to launch another assault. Though despair flickered in his eyes, all around him were the barbaric forces, mounted warriors encircling the Marquis, their shouts echoing like a cacophony of demons in a frenzied dance. The barbarian general stepped forward, proclaiming, "Divine martial Marquis, had the circumstances been different, you might not have lost today. However, it is unfortunate that this is my territory, and thus you must perish. If you wish to kill, then do so. My great Zhou has many fierce generals. You may slay me today, but one day, your barbarian army will be vanquished by my great Zhou commanders. Do you remember the general who once sunk your forces? He will surely avenge me." The divine martial Marquis roared defiantly. You may have spoken incorrectly. Originally, there was a possibility that he could contend with my barbarian tribe, but alas, your great Zhou has proven inept. Such a formidable general has been dispatched to the most perilous of locations, without any reinforcements. Alone, he is tasked with defending a dilapidated fortress with merely a handful of soldiers. Do you truly think he can hold his ground? To speak plainly, my barbarian tribe has already summoned 30,000 troops for the campaign. By now, he is likely to have perished in battle. Regrettably, the news reached me too late. Otherwise, I would have marched to the Northwu fortress instead of wasting time here with you inept fools. Upon hearing the news, the godly martial Marquis felt his heart shatter. He understood the dire straits of Lu Yu, yet he never anticipated that the Ministry of War would act so inhumanely. He roared in fury, Marquis Mu Yun. You are severing the backbone of our great Zhou. His voice resonated with profound desolation and unwillingness. He prepared himself for a desperate fight. At that moment, the barbarian general, the great dragon, raised his twin hammers once more. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance as a formidable army surged forth. Though not numerous, they were fiercely valiant. Chapter 28. Rescue. The newcomers were clad in dark golden armor, wielding a storm thunder sword, which illuminated the surroundings with dazzling flashes of wind and lightning as it swung. Their imposing figure, mounted upon a steed, seemed to soar amid the clouds. Despite the gray in his hair, his majesty remained undiminished. With a powerful charge, he entered the fray, meeting the giant hammer with dual swords. A visible shockwave rippled through the air, scattering the surrounding warriors. It goes without saying that the newcomer was Xiao Tianyi. Upon receiving the news that the queen was besieged, he left the bulk of the army to defend the city and led a small, elite force to provide reinforcement without hesitation. Aware that outside the Iron Blood City, he would have no support and could very well meet his demise, his loyalty and righteousness left no room for retreat. After clashing fiercely with the great dragon general, even his steed felt the strain, its front legs buckling slightly. Yet, being a beast of the wild, it quickly regained its composure. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Tianyi grasped the godly martial marquis and charged toward the mountaintop, with the Northern Defense Army closely following. Despite suffering heavy casualties, they ultimately converged with the Empress's forces. Upon encountering the Empress, Xiao Tianyi dismounted and knelt on one knee, declaring, "This subordinate, Xiao Tianyi, has arrived late to rescue your majesty. I beg for your forgiveness." His voice exuded the essence of iron and blood. As his words fell, a touch of emotion graced the pale face of the Queen of Great Zhou. Reflecting on her doubts regarding this seasoned general during the siege of Iron Blood City, she now felt a surge of gratitude for his unwavering resolve to come to her aid, fully aware of the mortal peril he faced. How could she not be moved? Immediately, she spoke, "My esteemed general, please rise. You are not only innocent but also deserving of praise." After receiving the queen's command, Xiao Tianyi cautiously stood up. At that moment, the queen eagerly inquired, "General, do you believe we still have a way out?" The opponent was a seasoned general recognized throughout the entire Great Zhou. Not only powerful, but also exceptionally wise. His presence undeniably provided reassurance to many. Even some noble lords focused their attention on him. Indeed, the general replied without hesitation. As his voice resonated, everyone's spirits brightened. They had not anticipated that the general truly had a solution. He then spoke slowly. "There lies hope at the Beiwu fortress. With Lu Yu. In the past, he commanded but a handful of men yet could dominate the battlefield, slaying thousands of barbarian foes. If he can lead a contingent into the fray from outside, we may have a chance to break through." Upon hearing this, hope flickered across everyone's faces. However, at that moment, the formidable Marquis Shen Wu, despite enduring his injuries, rose to his feet. Gazing at Marquis Mu Yun, he vehemently exclaimed, "Hope? What hope is there? Our hope has been dashed by Marquis Mu Yun. He oversees the Ministry of Military Affairs, and when Lu Yu was sent to the fortress, he failed to reinforce him with additional troops, leaving him with only a meager contingent. He did not even supply the necessary provisions. Now, with 30,000 barbarian soldiers surrounding the dilapidated Beiwu fortress, do you believe he still has a chance at survival?" As his voice echoed, Marquis Mu Yun sought to refute him, but he opened his mouth only to fall silent. He had not anticipated that his intention to lead Lu Yu to despair would instead result in his own early downfall. He glanced at the once favored Marquis Wu Shuang, who had been prioritized in all matters, and could only shake his head in sorrow. Even the other noble lords lowered their heads in shame. Some bore expressions of regret. The general was right. Lu Yu had once managed to decimate the barbarian dragon army with just a handful of men. If he had a full complement of 3,000 troops, surely they could carve a path through the ranks of the barbarian forces below and coordinate with those above. Yet now, it was too late for such reflections, as the decision to target Lu Yu had been made collectively. In that moment, the queen's gaze fixed upon Marquis Mu Yun. Noticing his rare silence, she discerned the truth of the matter. "Well done, Marquis Mu Yun. I did not expect you to possess such means. I shall remember this, and when I return, I will settle accounts with you." As her voice rang out, a chilling aura of murderous intent permeated the air, causing the body of Duke Mu Yun to tremble involuntarily. It is worth noting that in the past, the queen rarely displayed her anger easily. Now, however, she was truly enraged. Yet, almost immediately, her gaze turned once again to Xiao Tianyi. "Grand Commander, do you possess any further strategies?" This time, even her voice bore a hint of trepidation. After all, the fate of hundreds of thousands of lives hung in the balance. Should the elite forces of Fulong Mountain perish in battle, the Great Zhou would be irrevocably lost. The ancestral temple would collapse, leaving her bereft of a means to face her forebears. Contemplating this, the queen's complexion paled further. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianyi could only offer a bitter smile as he replied, "It seems there truly are no solutions left. All of our elite forces are gathered here, while Duke Zhen Nan is far away in the southern frontier. Even if he intended to lend aid, before he could arrive, we would likely have already suffered total annihilation. Are we left with no choice but to wait?" The queen inquired, her royal robes billowing dramatically. Xiao Tianyi, resigned, responded, "Indeed, we can only wait and hope that the barbarian tribes reveal a flaw in their defenses. If that occurs, we may yet have a chance." Consequently, the following days atop Fulong Mountain were marked by an eerie stillness. Even when the barbarians issued challenges, they chose to remain unresponsive, refraining from taking the initiative. In the realm of skilled combat, the first to reveal a weakness grants opportunity to their opponent. Each day, Xiao Tianyi would ascend to the mountain's peak to survey the terrain, his brow furrowed, seemingly at a loss for effective strategies. Conversely, Lu Yu, who had journeyed to provide reinforcements, found himself quite fortunate. On his way, he encountered several small barbarian factions. Upon signing in at a battlefield of 500, he was awarded a detoxification pill capable of neutralizing all poisons. At a battlefield of 3,000, he received a mirror-breaking elixir, which elevated his cultivation directly to the first level of the Golden Core. At this moment, they approached Fulong Mountain as night descended. In the distance, a multitude of tents stood erect, illuminated by flickering lights, with the military encampment meticulously arranged. Moreover, within a 30-mile radius of the main camp, barbarian cavalry patrolled diligently. Now, Lu Yu, leading his men, had just entered the patrol zone of the barbarians. Suddenly, a squadron of cavalry galloped forth, having seemingly sensed something amiss. Listening to the sound of hooves, Lu Yu estimated their numbers to be around 5,000. Indeed, at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Host, do you wish to sign in at the battlefield of 5,000? Chapter 29, Bountiful Harvest. Sign in." Lu Yu replied without hesitation. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and gained the allegiance of Chun Yaojin. Strength, first level of Golden Core. Weapon, Superior Spirit Tool, Golden-backed Xianhua Axe. War Steed, Thunder Beast. Belonging to a rare species, capable of traveling 6,000 miles a day. Armor, Superior Spirit Tool, Enchanted Armor. Please accept, host." As the voice resonated, a tall and corpulent figure materialized behind Lu Yu. This individual bore a fierce countenance, with eyes flashing with a savage intensity. Clad in dark armor, faint traces of demonic energy flickered around him, resembling a gathering of ominous clouds, rendering this chaos incarnate exceedingly formidable. In his hand, the massive Xianhua axe gleamed with a sharp radiance. The war steed beneath him was equally impressive, its form draped in scales, resembling a colossal beast. Upon his sudden appearance, Cheng Yaojin glanced at Lu Yu and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the Lord." His voice boomed, yet carried an undercurrent of reverence. Lu Yu smiled, taken aback by the presence of such a renowned figure, known for his fortuitous nature. He promptly replied, "No need for excessive formalities." At that moment, the marauding forces of the barbarian tribe drew near. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yu commanded, "Kill." As his voice echoed, the armored troops and tiger leopard riders surged forward. Following closely behind him, their spears and blades radiated an overwhelming sharpness, dazzling in the dim light. The barbarian commander barely managed to utter, "Who are you?" before Cheng Yaojin charged forth astride the thunder beast, swinging his axe down with ferocity. The blazing arc of the axe struck with such might that the barbarian leader was cleaved in twain before he could even scream, blood mist enveloping the area. Simultaneously, the armored troops engaged in fierce combat with the bloodthirsty warriors of the barbarian tribe. With a mere clash, they felled over 3,000 of the barbarian fighters. After all, Lu Yu's soldiers were vastly superior in cultivation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 5,000-strong force was shattered, with some beginning to flee, their eyes wide with terror. However, Lu Yu never spared any survivors. The armored soldiers swiftly blocked the retreat of the barbarians, thrusting their spears forward. In the pitch-black night, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries and the sickening thud of blades meeting flesh, a scene both gruesome and terrifying. In under 15 minutes, the conflict was resolved. "Depart," Lu Yu commanded directly. Without a moment's hesitation, the surrounding warriors retreated swiftly. Under the cover of the night sky, they vanished from the spot. Shortly after their departure, a contingent of barbarians arrived at the site of the recent battle. upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of their kin scattered across the battlefield. The leading general displayed a look of incredulity. Had it truly only been a mere quarter of an hour since they had set out? In such a fleeting span of time, 5,000 had perished. What on earth had transpired? His voice trembled with disbelief. Even this audacious barbarian leader felt a shiver run down his spine as he surveyed the darkened sky above. He then turned to his warriors and commanded, "Retreat." As his words echoed, he sprinted towards the main camp to relay this alarming news to the high priest. A moment later, within the high priest's tent, the atmosphere was tense. The high priest sat in the upper position, his expression dark and inscrutable, his eyes glinting with a chilling light that revealed no trace of emotion. He regarded the messenger, the barbarian general, and inquired, "Are you telling me that a patrol of 5,000 was annihilated in less than a quarter of an hour?" A hint of murderous intent laced the high priest's voice, instilling a sense of dread in the commanders below, compelling one to speak up hastily. "Yes, my lord." And the manner of their deaths was horrific. Nearly all were slain with a single strike. At that moment, disbelief swept through all the barbarian figures within the hall, as they struggled to comprehend the nature of the entity capable of such devastation. After a brief pause, the high priest spoke slowly. "From this day forth, expand the patrol range to 1,000 miles. Upon discovering these individuals, notify me immediately, as you command." With the high priest's declaration, the various barbarian leaders withdrew, dispersing their 10,000-strong battalions to scour the land. Clad in armor and wielding sharp blades, their eyes gleamed with ferocity. Meanwhile, atop the summit of Fulong Mountain, the Grand Commander's gaze sparkled with keen insight. The barbarians had finally mobilized. Yet, why were their movements directed outward? This perplexed him. The queen of the Great Zhou at his side promptly interjected, "In that case, do we not have an opportunity?" The Grand Commander shook his head and sighed. "I am not surprised by their assault on Fulong Mountain. However, their outward flight, devoid of clear intent, renders any attempt to break free perilous. It may well be a trap they have deliberately set." His voice carried a note of resignation. After enduring such a protracted struggle, the army had nearly succumbed to despair. Morale had plummeted to its nadir, and their supplies were on the brink of depletion. The fate of the hundreds of thousands of troops loomed as a troubling thought in everyone's mind. Even the queen's face betrayed a semblance of helplessness, a level of despair she had never experienced before. According to her subordinates' estimations, with the current supplies, they could only sustain themselves for less than 10 days. And that was under the condition that everyone was already starving. Should they indulge in feasting, the army would face starvation within 3 days. Moments later, a voice lamented the initial disregard for the Grand Commander's counsel, expressing regret for their impatience that led to such dire circumstances. As despair settled in, at that very moment, Lu Yu had already maneuvered to a different battlefield. He gazed at a distant formation of 10,000 barbarian warriors and chuckled, believing that merely augmenting their numbers could withstand their assault. As his voice pierced the air, he wielded the blood-refining dragon spear and charged forward on his steed. The barbarian forces, upon witnessing the advancing army, were initially taken aback, recognizing it as the army of the Great Zhou. However, they were bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a contingent, especially since it comprised only a few thousand daring to confront their 10,000-strong force. Were they courting death? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Lu Yu had already reached the forefront of the battlefield. With a swift thrust of the blood-refining dragon spear, he pierced through the body of the centurion, sending him flying. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind, "Ding. Would the host like to sign in at the battlefield of 10,000? Without hesitation, Lu Yu responded, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning the loyalty of 1,500 Xuanjia troops. As the announcement faded, a tremendous force manifested behind Lu Yu, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. To his astonishment, the system's voice resounded once more, "Ding. The Xuanjia army is at full capacity, unlocking the death tread, the host's military soul. Would you like to utilize it?" A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Lu Yu's eyes, and he promptly replied, "Use it." The Xuanjia army, renowned as heavy cavalry and a formidable weapon that once subdued the seas for the Tang dynasty, was now poised to unlock its military soul, igniting his anticipation. As the voice faded, the Xuanjia army underwent a sudden transformation. Their aura swelled, towering like mountains, while their mounts resembled colossal beasts intent on shattering the earth. With each thunderous hoofbeat, the ground trembled, and the surrounding black mist thickened ominously. As the iron cavalry thundered to the ground, a sound akin to the very heavens collapsing resounded. Subsequently, the barbarian forces surged forth. When they confronted the armored troops, The tremors of the earth caused them to stagger and falter. Some warriors in their steeds could not maintain their footing and tumbled to the ground. One centurion, after his mount fell, struggled to rise, yearning to soar into the skies. However, the ground quaked violently beneath him, rendering even standing a Herculean challenge. Yet, the armored soldiers would not permit his escape so easily. With the pounding of hooves, the centurion found himself ensnared, unable to ascend. In an instant, countless hooves trampled over him, reducing him to a mere pulp. Even Lu Yu gasped in astonishment, for in his gaze, the battlefield centered around the armored forces resembled a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 9. The ground quaked incessantly, while the soldiers clad in black armor moved with the ease of walking upon solid ground, akin to a legion from the depths of hell. In stark contrast, the barbarian army swayed uncontrollably. This was a realm unto itself. Such power, in his view, would spell doom for even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage who dared to enter. Though the tale may seem lengthy, the battle reached its conclusion with remarkable swiftness. Within a mere span of time, the conflict had ceased. The voice of the system echoed once more in Lu Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The armored forces have gained experience points and met the breakthrough criteria, elevating their strength to the 4th level of Golden Core. This breakthrough brought a smile to Lu Yu's face, and he promptly led his army in a strategic retreat. It was not yet the time for a direct confrontation with the barbarian horde. In the ensuing days, he launched surprise attacks on the barbarian forces almost daily. The enemy's patrol, initially comprising 10,000 men, swelled to 20,000, and ultimately to 30,000, yet to no avail. Lu Yu, on the other hand, reaped tremendous rewards. Upon signing in at the battlefield of 10,000, he acquired a mirror-breaking pill, enhancing his prowess to the 3rd level of Golden Core. At the battlefield of 20,000, he secured the allegiance of 2,000 tiger and leopard riders. At the battlefield of 30,000, he obtained a spatial ring. With each passing day of signing in, his troops swelled to 7,000. Meanwhile, the barbarian forces suffered greatly. Lu Yu's army appeared and vanished like shadows, elusive and formidable. Outnumbered, they could not prevail. Yet, outnumbered, they could not catch up. Thus, today, the barbarians returned to their encampments, no longer daring to venture outside with such ease. Instead, they obediently remained within the confines of the military camp, refraining from venturing outside, as commanded by the high priest. Presently, their adversary sat within the camp, toying with a jade talisman, his expression shadowed with gravity. After a brief moment, he addressed those beside him. This talisman was retrieved by scouts from the North Wu fortress. Behold. With that, he cast the talisman down. The blood cavalry commander was the first to grasp it, and upon gazing at the images contained within, his countenance altered drastically. It depicted a battlefield, beside a dilapidated fortress where only the foundations remained, strewn with countless corpses and blood-soaked sands. Strikingly, all the bodies belonged to the barbarian tribesmen, carelessly discarded and ravaged by beasts, their forms unrecognizable. The banners of the barbarian tribes lay abandoned, trampled by scavenging wildlife. Such a gruesome sight would chill the bones even of the most ferocious of the blood barbarians. After examining the talisman, the blood cavalry commander passed it to others. Moments later, the high priest spoke. You have all witnessed that our kin dispatched to the North Wu fortress perished. Thus, the losses we have suffered recently must be attributed to that general from the Great Zhou, who defeated the barbarian dragon army. His name is Lu Yu, and he currently serves as the Zhenwu general of the Great Zhou. As he spoke, a trace of solemnity graced his features. This marked the first occasion that a barbarian leader witnessed the high priest employing such grave language. At that moment, the newly appointed general of the barbarian dragon stood, declaring, High priest, I am willing to lead the barbarian dragon army to eradicate them. His voice was deep, laced with a hint of ferocity. As his words hung in the air, the high priest waved his hand, questioning, with the strength of the barbarian dragon army, can you achieve a swiftness akin to the wind and a fierceness akin to fire, leaving devastation in your wake? His tone was imbued with an undertone of menace. Just then, the general of the barbarian dragon's crimson eyes flashed with defiance. We, the barbarian dragon army, slaughter the people of the Great Zhou as one would call dogs. Yet Lu Yu and his kind have slain our finest warriors, and our numbers far exceed his. With this, silence fell over the assembly. The tent enveloped in a heavy hush. After a moment, the barbarian tiger commander coldly interjected, Then what shall we do? His voice conveyed a sense of indignation. The queen of the Great Zhou was already besieged. To return now would be utterly humiliating. The high priest pondered for a while before responding. We shall initiate an offensive against Fulong Mountain. The current forces of the Great Zhou are exhausted and nearing their end. If we launch an assault, they shall undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. Since Lu Yu has come to rescue the queen, he is bound to reveal himself. He may slay tens of thousands. Yet I refuse to believe that he can escape from amidst my hundreds of thousands of troops. The tone carried a hint of ruthless malice. It must be said, this chieftain of the barbarian tribe is undoubtedly a master strategist, using the queen on Fulong Mountain to force Lu Yu into a direct confrontation. Upon receiving the command, the barbarian generals sprang into action, emerging from the grand tent to mobilize their forces. The clash of armor echoed with a resounding clang. Moments later, a sonorous horn sounded, signaling the gathering of the barbarian army, who prepared to charge towards Fulong Mountain. Chapter 31. The grim battle within the grand tent. The queen of the Great Zhou, resting with a hand against her forehead, instantly rose to her feet upon hearing the horn. She recognized it as the barbarians' call to arms and felt a wave of chilling hostility permeate the air. At that moment, the Grand General entered the tent. His countenance grim, he addressed the queen. "Your Majesty, the barbarians are about to launch their assault. The morale of our Great Zhou warriors has plummeted, and our provisions are nearly exhausted. This imminent attack from the barbarians is catastrophic for us." Little did they know that had it not been for Lu Yu's arrival, the barbarians intended to besiege them to death. Yet upon hearing the sound, the queen of the Great Zhou remained remarkably composed. She spoke slowly. "In that case, let us go forth to meet them." As she spoke, she made her way out of the grand tent. Outside, the lords had gathered, each gripping their weapons, ready for battle. Their ancestors had fought for the Great Zhou, leaving behind unmatched glory that elevated their lineage. Now, faced with a dire predicament, though some felt fear and regret, none would propose surrender. Marquis Muyun stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, our Great Zhou army is assembled and awaits your command. From this moment on, all troops will fall under the Grand General's leadership. Even in death, we shall assert the might of our humanity." The queen spoke softly, then ascended a freshly erected platform, addressing the warriors around her. "Today, I stand with you." As her voice resonated, a chorus of fierce roars erupted from the crowd, a catharsis for the pent-up fury of the past days. When silence returned to the arena, the Grand General issued his orders. Everyone returned to their designated positions. "Even if we cannot escape this northern frontier, we shall ensure that the barbarian horde pays dearly." Understood. The surrounding generals responded immediately upon hearing the command. They began to lead their respective armies, preparing to confront the barbarians. At this moment, atop Fulong Mountain, a solemn atmosphere permeated the air. Just as the soldiers of the Great Zhou were poised for battle, the bloodthirsty barbarian army commenced their charge. They surged from all directions, like a relentless tide, rushing towards the summit. The Duke of Xuanwu, clad in resplendent golden armor and towering in stature, stood at the forefront of the army, brandishing a chilling spear. Radiant crimson glimmers danced upon his armor. The Xuanwu army, under his family's command, had once followed the founding emperor of the Great Zhou to expand their territories, carrying with them a legacy of honor. As the Duke of Xuanwu beheld the advancing barbarian forces, he proclaimed, "The Duke of Xuanwu stands here. You shall not pass unless I perish." His voice resonated, with the spear positioned defiantly before him, and the soldiers of the Xuanwu army raised their weapons, emanating a brilliant, cold light. At that moment, the barbarian general revealed a sinister grin. He was General Manhu, a figure of formidable strength and ruthless tactics. Responding to the Duke's declaration, he slowly uttered, "Then you shall meet your demise." As his words fell, a priest of the barbarians leapt forth. Among the barbarians, while the generals might not all possess the strength of the Golden Core realm, each priest was a formidable Golden Core expert, capable of rivaling or even subduing the marquises of the Great Zhou. Upon seeing the barbarian priest charge forward, the Duke of Xuanwu dared not hesitate. He stepped forward, thrusting his chilling spear, which unleashed a ripple of energy, sending forth a dazzling burst of light. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the air, as if a mountain were bearing down upon the priest, aiming to strike him down. Sensing the impending energy above, the barbarian priest executed an uncanny evasion of the attack, countering with a palm strike against the spear, forcing the Duke to retreat. The two clashed fiercely, and amidst this turmoil, General Manhu urged his troops onward with a thunderous roar, "Kill!" The barbarian army charged with unparalleled swiftness, crashing into the ranks of the Xuanwu army. Blood mist erupted instantaneously. It is worth noting that while the Xuanwu army was not without strength, they had subsisted on nothing but bland porridge for the past few days, lacking substantial nourishment. Consequently, their combat effectiveness was inevitably diminished. Now, facing these barbarians in battle, they stood little chance. In that initial clash, a multitude of warriors fell, mercilessly slain by the advancing barbarian horde. A warrior of the Xuanwu army clashed with a barbarian, his long blade meeting the foes with a resounding impact. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming force surge forth, causing his weapon to be violently dislodged from his grasp. The barbarian, wielding a bronze scimitar, struck down ferociously, producing a piercing sound. The Xuanwu soldier was swiftly slain on the spot. This was a massacre. On one side stood the barbarian warriors, well-rested and thoroughly prepared, while on the other were the famished and weakened subjects of the Great Zhou. The outcome of this confrontation was unmistakable. Hence, the defeat of the Xuanwu army was merely a matter of time. When the northern defenses were breached, not a single one of the 50,000 Xuanwu soldiers survived. Even the Xuanwu marquis found himself impaled upon his own spear, an expression of unwillingness etched upon his face. The situation was similarly grim elsewhere. The head of the Godfall marquis was severed and displayed upon the barbarian's spear, while the Mu Yun marquis was pierced through the chest by a lance. Fortunately, he managed to escape back to the mountaintop despite his grievous injuries. Yet, the army he commanded was utterly annihilated, leaving only sorrow in place of his former pride. It was at this moment that he truly comprehended the might of the barbarian forces. He realized how extraordinarily challenging it was for Xiao Tianyi to withstand them for 30 years and understood the remarkable feat of Lu Yu, who had charged through the desert with but a handful of men to slay thousands of barbarians. The great Zhou queen, observing her soldiers fall one by one into pools of blood, stood atop the mountain, where she could even discern the menacing faces of the barbarians below. Slowly, she closed her eyes and spoke. How much longer will it take for the barbarians to ascend this peak? At that moment, she comprehended the futility of her situation. Xiao Tianyi sighed, gazing at the weary queen, and replied, "Your Majesty, given the current circumstances, our army can withstand at most 2 hours." This meant that in 2 hours, I too would meet the same fate as these warriors, wouldn't I? As he spoke, the queen's countenance transformed into one of remarkable composure, though her eyes revealed a deep-seated unwillingness. At this juncture, she fervently hoped for a miracle. Chapter 32. The military formation. Xiao Tianyi remained silent, gripping his weapon tightly. As long as he was present, he vowed that the queen would come to no harm. He bore the royal family's gratitude and now felt it was time to demonstrate his loyalty. Yet, visions of his daughter occasionally flickered through his mind. Should he perish? What would become of Hongling? Moreover, thoughts of Lu Yu persisted in his heart. It was likely that the latter was already embroiled in a bloodbath at the Beiwu fortress. The assault of 30,000 barbarian troops posed a formidable challenge, rendering the meager force of merely a few dozen seemingly inadequate to withstand such an onslaught. Contemplating this dire situation elicited a deep sigh. The cacophony of battle cries had already reached their ears, and the once modest Fulong Mountain was now stained crimson with blood. The battlefield had descended into utter chaos. The forces originally tasked with holding the position were now in retreat, having fallen back from the mid-slope to the summit. This indicated that the barbarian warriors were poised to ascend to the peak. The acrid scent of blood permeated the air, enveloping the battlefield in a scene of unparalleled carnage. At this moment, Lu Yu became acutely aware of the skirmish atop Fulong Mountain. He recognized that it was no longer prudent to maneuver elsewhere. The time had come for a direct confrontation with the barbarians. Behind him, the Xuanjiao army and the tiger and leopard cavalry stood silently, resembling warriors risen from the depths of hell. Charge! Moments later, Lu Yu issued the command, launching himself and his troops towards the barbarian horde. Despite being outnumbered, mere thousands against hundreds of thousands, there was not a hint of trepidation among them, only an indomitable spirit propelling them forward. In the heart of the barbarian ranks, the high priest sat upon his war chariot, his gaze fixed on the rear, anticipating Lu Yu's arrival. Upon witnessing a contingent of soldiers breach the right flank of his forces, he exhaled with relief, promptly issuing orders to the barbarian cavalry, intercept them at all costs. Show no mercy. As his voice resonated, messengers sprang into action, shouting, "The high priest commands, spare no effort to eliminate Lu Yu." As the command reverberated, the right flank of the barbarian army surged forward to engage. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's mind was suddenly filled with the voice of the system. Ding. Is the host signing in at the bronze battlefield? Hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first foray into the bronze battlefield. Without hesitation, he declared, "Sign in." Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xian-level formation, the Long Serpent formation. As this notification echoed in his mind, a wealth of information flooded into Lu Yu's consciousness. Battlefield formations were categorized from low to high as yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven levels. On the battlefield, formations were invincible weapons. It was said that in ancient times, formations could slay deities. However, as time passed, many invaluable techniques had faded into the annals of history, particularly in dynasties like the Great Zhou, where traditions were scant. Where would one find such formations? Even among the emperors. It was rumored that only yellow-level formations were in existence, yet those who mastered them were often rewarded with nobility and titles, receiving rare accolades for their prowess. For indeed, formations possessed extraordinary power. In the legendary Huangqiao dynasty, there existed a formidable general who, with his prowess at the Purple Mansion realm, commanded a military formation capable of subduing a god transformation expert, a testament to his extraordinary strength. Presently, Lu Yu has acquired a mystical military formation of the Xian class, elevating its quality and, consequently, its might to unprecedented heights. At this juncture, the system's voice resonated once more within his mind, prompting him to make a choice. Would he accept the military formation? Xuanjiao Army, Lu Yu declared without a moment's hesitation. In the next heartbeat, a radiant glow enveloped the 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, transforming their very essence. The army, now infused with the military formation, bore a fundamental distinction from ordinary troops. At that precise moment, the barbarian forces surged forward, with the man-leopard army positioned on the right flank of the central command. The imposing man-leopard general, towering at nearly 10 feet, surveyed Lu Yu's thousands of troops with a ruthless glint in his eyes. Perched upon a colossal beast, his physique resembled iron, and he wielded a blood-red warblade, notorious for having slain countless warriors of the Great Zhou. Annihilate them all, he commanded, and at his behest, 80,000 troops charged forth, their advance shaking the very ground beneath them with thunderous roars. Meanwhile, Lu Yu regarded this scene with a flicker of disdain. Formation of the Long Serpent, arise. As his words echoed, the 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers seamlessly formed their ranks. Having absorbed the system's memories as if they had practiced innumerable times, they transformed before the incredulous gaze of the man-leopard general. The Xuanjia army, once a heavy cavalry unit, now resembled a colossal serpent. Its massive body boasted scales the size of doors, while its head towered like a hill. Exuding an aura of bloodlust and savagery, the serpent surged into the fray, weaving through the ranks with an air of dominance. The barbarian warriors, armed with weapons, struck at the serpent but merely sparked harmlessly against its impenetrable form. Instead, countless barbarian fighters were crushed beneath its weight, reduced to mere pulp. The man-leopard general's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be a military formation? He uttered incredulously, fixing his gaze on Lu Yu. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin appeared before him, having approached without notice. Facing the man-leopard general, he exclaimed, "Prepare to taste the axe of your grandpa Cheng." As his voice rang out, the man-leopard general beheld a corpulent figure charging toward him, the man's face adorned with layers of flesh, wielding a decorative axe that whirled with fierce momentum. Propelled by a powerful gust of wind, General Manbao dared not hesitate. He raised his weapon, prepared to block the impending strike. Bang! The clash resonated. Cheng Yaojin's immense strength was not something just anyone could withstand. In an instant, General Manbao found his weapon wrenched from his grasp, and even his steed fell to its knees. Cheng Yaojin showed no mercy. His massive axe swept across once more. General Manbao, utterly powerless to resist, displayed a look of terror. Then, in a heartbeat, he was cleaved apart. Simultaneously, Luo Cheng drove his cold spear into a priest poised to ambush Lu Yu. Blood droplets rolled down the spear shaft, ultimately falling to the ground, evoking a peculiar beauty. The tiger-leopard cavalry surged from another direction. Their gleaming blades danced. Any barbarian who dared approach would be shattered, as if by a fearsome forge. The right flank of the 80,000-strong army was decimated in mere moments, reduced to disarray. Most crucially, these were the elite of the barbarian horde. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! The host has received feedback experience points, reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Chapter 33, Rescue. Breakthrough. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu hesitated not for an instant before responding. In the next moment, a vast energy surged within him, his eyes glinting with a somber light. Even his steed sensed the change in its master, growing eerily quiet. Boundless magical power coursed through his veins, akin to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Surrounding him, the 18 riders of Yanyun formed a tight circle around Lu Yu, ready to strike down any who dared approach. As time passed, though the duration was uncertain, once the right flank of the barbarian Manbao army was thoroughly shattered, Lu Yu achieved a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Golden Core stage. The blood-refining dragon spear in his palm grew increasingly vibrant. At that moment, On Fulong Mountain, the Queen of the Great Zhou found herself in a perilous situation. The barbarian army had surged forward, the battlefield filled with scenes of bloodshed against the Great Zhou warriors. The Grand General wielded his sword with fluid precision, while the Northern Guard regiment flanked him, protecting the Queen. Yet, one by one, warriors fell. The barbarian commander, Hongling, and the bloodthirsty cavalry general launched a relentless assault on the Grand General, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. The Queen of the Great Zhou, her gaze as cold as ice, wielded a long sword that had appeared in her hand, shimmering with a chilling radiance. Each time she struck, a blade of light would cleave through the air. Numerous formidable warriors of the barbarian tribes have been vanquished in an instant. The present battle has reached a critical juncture. The people of the Great Zhou are utterly oblivious to how much longer they can endure. Perish. The 7 high priests of the barbarian tribes are engaged in combat with the Duke of the National Guard. At this moment, a voice of disdain resonates. Subsequently, a withered hand descends upon the Duke's head. Bang! The esteemed Marquis, before he could emit a cry of anguish, has his skull crushed, meeting his demise on the battlefield. On the summit of Fulong Mountain, blood mist envelopes the ground. The army of the Great Zhou, aside from a handful of marquises and formidable warriors within the ranks, possesses almost no resistance, having gone for days without sustenance. The mere ability to fight now is a considerable feat. The bloodshed continues unabated. Meanwhile, the high priest of the barbarians remains seated upon his war chariot, seemingly in command of the entire situation, and speaks slowly. How fares the battle on the mountain? Reporting to the high priest, we have successfully ascended the mountain. It shouldn't be long before the fighting concludes. A messenger standing nearby remarks with boundless reverence. And what of the battle on the right wing? This time, the high priestess' voice carries a note of gravity. To him, the threat posed by Lu Yu is even greater than that of the Queen of the Great Zhou. Upon hearing this, the messenger's countenance darkens as he replies, the right-wing army has been scattered. General Barbarian Leopard and the accompanying military priest have been slain. The losses are approximately 50,000, with another 30,000 dispersed in the surrounding area, unable to regroup for the time being. Upon hearing this, a piercing light emanates from the high priest's eyes. I have endeavored to overestimate Lu Yu, yet I find I have still underestimated him. Has the priestly legion been deployed? They have already advanced to the right wing, the messenger cautiously states. The priestly legion, commanded by the barbarian priests, consists of 100,000 troops. Though not as formidable as the barbarian dragon army, they are undoubtedly elite. The leading priest general is no less powerful than an ordinary priest, representing a formidable force among the barbarians. This is also a trump card for the high priest, specifically intended to counter Lu Yu. However, I did not anticipate the swift defeat of the barbarian leopard army. At that moment, having just broken through, Lu Yu hears the system's voice resonate in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The experience of the Yanyun 18 riders has reached the breakthrough threshold, elevating their strength to the first level of the golden core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The experience of the Xianjia army has reached the breakthrough threshold, elevating their strength to the 6th level of the condensed core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The experience of the Tiger Leopard cavalry has reached the breakthrough threshold, elevating their strength to the 7th level of the condensed core. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The experience of Cheng Yaojin has reached the breakthrough threshold, elevating his strength to the 3rd level of the golden core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's experience points have reached the breakthrough standard, elevating his power to the 5th level of the golden core. With the enhancement of his subordinate strength, a smile graced Lu Yu's face. This formidable lineup would surely test how the barbarian army could withstand such might. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. A large army surged towards the distance, emanating an eerie aura. Clad in black armor and donning black iron hats, each soldier wielded a battle knife, surrounded by swirling black light. A decaying, sinister energy permeated the air, prompting Lu Yu to furrow his brow. This army's strength was evidently superior to that of the barbarian leopard army. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the bronze battlefield? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the allegiance of the Mo Dao army. Strength, 5th level of the condensation core. Armor, medium-grade spiritual weapon, dragon scale heavy armor. Weapon, medium-grade spiritual weapon, wind and thunder Mo knife. Quantity, 10,000. Affiliated formation, Mo Dao formation. Please accept host. Lu Yu had not anticipated that this time he would sign in for infantry, notably the renowned Mo Dao soldiers, reputed for shattering the traditional notion of infantry being invincible against cavalry. Wherever the blade light traversed, both man and steed were shattered. Now, He was eager to witness if this was indeed the case. In the next moment, the silhouettes of a grand army materialized behind Lu Yu. They donned black heavy armor, each wielding a massive blade, gleaming under the blazing sun. Each soldier towered over 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence, rivaling even the barbarians. As they appeared, Lu Yu's voice resonated. Mo Dao formation, activate. Roar. As his command echoed, the 10,000 Mo Dao soldiers raised their sharp blades, positioning them before them. The Mo Dao emanated a chilling glow, transforming into a towering mountain of blades, fierce and terrifying. The sacrificial army, initially aiming to leverage their momentum to inflict significant losses upon Lu Yu's forces, found themselves becoming a death knell, crashing directly into the Mo Dao formation. No matter how powerful the barbarian warriors were, facing such an entity, they could only meet their demise. The soldiers at the forefront plunged into the forest of blades, instantly dissolving into a mist of blood. However, soon, more soldiers surged forth. Observers from a distance would note that before the Mo Dao soldiers, the blood mist persisted endlessly, invoking boundless terror. Retreat. Witnessing his forces suffer devastating losses in an instant, the sacrificial general commanded a withdrawal. The barbarian warriors were fierce, but that did not imply a desire for self-destruction. This place had transformed into a hell on earth. If they did not flee, only more wronged souls would be left behind. With a fleeting glance at Lu Yu, the commander swiftly led the remaining troops towards the central army, moving without pause. High Priest, I have suffered defeat, a catastrophic one. Lu Yu's subordinates are overwhelmingly powerful and adept in military formations. The Sacrificial Legion has lost more than half of its forces in a short span. The voice of the Sacrificial General echoed mournfully as he entered the grand tent. At that moment, even the High Priest could no longer maintain his composure. His emaciated figure rose as he fixed his gaze upon the Sacrificial General. Are your words truly sincere? Absolutely. The Sacrificial General replied through gritted teeth. The horrors of the battlefield were too ghastly to recall, and he dared not dwell on them, fearing they would haunt his dreams in the future. The High Priest, without hesitation, commanded the herald, order the army of Fulong Mountain to retreat immediately. Instruct them to disregard all else and focus on eliminating Lu Yu first. Understood, came the reply, and the herald departed. Meanwhile, atop Fulong Mountain, the people of the Great Zhou could no longer endure. Xiao Tiany's left arm had been shattered by the massive hammer of the barbarian general. With bone protruding from his back, the already injured Marquis Mu Yun lay sprawled on the ground, conscious yet unable to move. The Marquis Shenwu was covered in scars from blades, still engaged in a fierce battle. As for the Queen of Great Zhou, she too found herself in dire straits. Surrounded by several priests, though she had inherited royal power and possessed formidable strength, her lack of combat experience and incomplete mastery of the inheritance left her flustered. Just as the people of Great Zhou believed they might perish here, the sound of a signal horn echoed from the foot of the mountain. Every face in the battlefield revealed astonishment as they witnessed the barbarian army retreating like a receding tide. Though reluctant, they dared not defy the command, highlighting the High Priest's esteemed status among the barbarians. The beleaguered people of Great Zhou gradually began to regroup under the Queen's direction, seeking information and counting their numbers. After all, the barbarians' withdrawal was shrouded in mystery. Moments later, Xiao Tianyi approached, his excitement evident despite his injuries. Your Majesty, I have just received news that General Jinwu Lu Yu is leading an army to our aid and is currently engaged in battle with the barbarians. Chapter 34. The elite battlefield. At the sound of this news, the surviving nobles atop the mountain displayed expressions of disbelief. They gazed down the mountainside and, indeed, observed chaos erupting within the once-ordered ranks of the barbarian army, as shouts of battle echoed forth. It seemed a formidable presence was preparing to charge into the central forces. At this moment, even Lord Mu Yun and his companions were filled with excitement. They finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for salvation. The Queen spoke up, instructing, "Bring forth the Xianguang mirror. This solitary monarch wishes to observe the battle." The Xianguang mirror, a one-time treasure, enables the viewer to behold scenes within a radius of 10,000 miles. It was a device the Queen had intended to utilize at a crucial moment. To her surprise, she found herself ready to deploy it directly now. The steward of the treasure, Lord Mu Yun, hesitated not a moment. With fervor, he produced an ancient bronze mirror. As magical energy coursed into it, the visage of Lu Yu materialized within the mirror. At that moment, he was seated atop a dragon-scaled steed, wielding the blood dragon spear. Although the entire army could not be reflected, it was evident that thousands stood behind him, emanating an aura that instilled fear and respect. Suddenly, it seemed someone was gazing intently, and as the gaze swept across, it caused Lord Mu Yun, who had just leaned closer, to wince in pain. The Queen, perplexed, remarked, "Was it not said that Lu Yu had no troops?" "Your Majesty," Xiao Tianyi replied slowly, "in battle, it is the principle of fighting to sustain one's fight. These warriors must be remnants of the great Zhou army that Lu Yu has taken under his wing." The other lords fell silent, for such occurrences were not uncommon on the battlefield. Dispersed forces often found refuge under new commanders. Yet, this realization only deepened the lord's sense of shame. While they were well-equipped and numerous, they had been left in disarray by the barbarian tribes. Conversely, Lu Yu had managed to reorganize the remnants and strike fear into the hearts of the barbarians, sending shockwaves through their ranks. What a stark contrast it was. Reflecting on how they had once obstructed his rise, they now found it laughable. As their thoughts churned, the Xianguang mirror revealed further developments on the battlefield. The troops retreating from Fulong Mountain were gradually encircling Lu Yu. 6,000 barbarian dragon soldiers, led by the Grand General of the Barbarian Dragons, advanced slowly on horseback. Resembling a towering mountain, their eyes glinting with vengeful fury. Clearly, Lu Yu's slaying of their former general had brought shame upon the barbarian dragon army. This time, they were intent on avenging that dishonor. To the north, 60,000 blood barbarian riders, led by a formidable commander who had just slain a lord of the Great Zhou, exuded an overwhelming presence. To the west, 60,000 barbarian tiger soldiers, under the command of a proud general, displayed an aura of relentless slaughter. The thick, ominous aura coalesced into black clouds that lingered in the air. Meanwhile, the recently regrouped barbarian Leopard Legion and the remnants of the sacrificial troops appeared on the battlefield, wielding sharp blades, totaling a staggering 80,000 troops. Such a formation would have sent shivers down the spine of even the mightiest forces of the Great Zhou in its prime. Over 200,000 troops, bolstered by a formidable barbarian dragon army, contrasted starkly with Lu Yu's mere thousands. How could victory be attained under such circumstances? On the summit of Fulong Mountain, Xiao Tianyi surveyed the surrounding lords. Had he been granted command of a strong army back then, the tides could have turned in their favor today. As his voice echoed, the lords averted their gazes, hesitant to speak further. After a moment, Lord Mu Yun remarked, "Great General, let us not dwell on past mistakes. We all recognize our errors. If we survive this ordeal, we owe General Lu Yu our lives." His tone bore a hint of sincerity. The queen's eyes flickered with remorse, reflecting on how her persistence might have secured better outcomes for Lu Yu. The subsequent neglect had forced him to lead a meager remnant into battle. Thus, she too bore responsibility as queen. At that moment, however, Lord Shenwu interjected, his gaze fixed on the dazzling mirror. "The barbarian forces are beginning to encircle us." As his words resonated, all eyes turned to the battlefield. The bloodthirsty barbarian cavalry advanced steadily, their commander fixated on Lu Yu. "I have long heard of a valiant warrior from the Great Zhou. Today let us meet." His voice was laced with a chilling disdain. This scene deepened the lord's anxiety atop Fulong Mountain. The disparity between the two sides was overwhelming. Could Lu Yu truly withstand the onslaught? Yet, in response to the challenge, Lu Yu showed no inclination to engage. Instead, he rallied his troops, declaring, "Everyone, charge with me. Target the central army." He had no intention of entangling himself with the surrounding forces, but rather aimed to strike directly at the heart of the enemy. Once the central command was dismantled, the barbarian ranks would inevitably falter. As his orders were given, the first wave surged forth. The Yanyun 18 riders provided support while the Xuanzhou army held the perimeter, and the tiger and leopard cavalry stood ready in the rear. Although they numbered only in the thousands, the aura they exuded was akin to that of hundreds of thousands. As they plunged into the fray, the bloodthirsty barbarian commander positioned his forces to intercept them. Yet, with his strength, he could hardly withstand Lu Yu's assault. In a flash, Luo Cheng thrust his cold spear forward, while the curved blades of the Yanyun 18 riders descended upon their foe. This was a formation of Golden Core warriors. The once ferocious barbarian commander, who had wreaked havoc before the lords of the Great Zhou, was swiftly felled, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. His body was trampled underfoot, reduced to mere pulp. Such a scene astounded everyone. For this blood cavalry general had once been exceedingly fierce in combat against the generals of the Great Zhou. Yet now, before Lu Yu, he could scarcely endure a single exchange. Following the death of the blood cavalry general, the blood barbarians swiftly followed. Confronted by Lu Yu's charge, it was akin to a tiger plunging into a flock of sheep. This exemplifies the transformation of quality. Just as hundreds of thousands of sheep could never stand against a mere 10,000 tigers. As Lu Yu led his cavalry into the fray against the blood barbarians, his subordinate, the Mo Dao soldiers, had established a veritable mountain of blades as a rear guard. Other legions, wishing to come to their aid, found themselves utterly incapable of breaching this formidable formation in the short term. As the barbarian Tiger Legion drew near, they were met with a storm of blood mist. Cleaved apart by the Mo Dao, which left both man and steed shattered. Even the most elite of the barbarian Dragon Legion suffered losses. The battlefield had irrevocably transformed into a veritable meat grinder. With the encirclement of the surrounding forces, the number of fallen grew ever greater. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated once more in Lu Yu's mind. Ding, does the host wish to sign in at the elite bronze battlefield? Startled by the prospect of signing in at an elite battlefield, Lu Yu was aware that each tier of battlefield bore the chance of revealing an elite variant, offering rewards more bountiful than those of the same rank. Chapter 35, Unyielding Valor. At this moment, he did not hesitate. He declared, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host. Sign in successful. You have obtained a collective enhancement card, which, when used, will elevate all summoned individuals by one realm. The incredulity on Lu Yu's face was unmistakable upon hearing this announcement. He had not anticipated such a treasure to emerge from the system. Without a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed, use. As his words echoed, the warriors beside him, including Luo Cheng, experienced a surge in their cultivation. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has risen to the second layer of golden core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xuanjiao army has risen to the 7th layer of condensed core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard riders has risen to the 8th layer of condensed core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has risen to the 4th layer of golden core. Ding, congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 6th layer of golden core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Mo Dao army has risen to the 6th layer of condensed core. With the enhancement of the formidable allies surrounding Lu Yu, the misfortune of the blood barbarians only deepened. They were relentlessly pushed aside, as tens of thousands of troops were trampled into disarray. Before Lu Yu's might, they were simply too weak. At this juncture, the high priest standing at the heart of the army finally grew anxious. In a moment of unforeseen fury, the usually brooding figure erupted with unparalleled wrath. He bellowed, all priests, unite in action. As his voice resonated, the several priests accompanying him surged forth, leaving only 7 remaining. Aside from those already slain, each of them exuded a formidable aura, their forms enveloped in dark robes, gliding through the air like phantoms. As they soared, their bodies shimmered with swirling mists of various hues, some black, others crimson, creating an eerily mesmerizing spectacle. Indeed, they could be deemed the pinnacle of the barbarian elite. As these priests advanced, the barbarian dragon army drew closer to Lu Yu, showcasing their prowess as the elite of their kind. In the midst of battle, the disparity in strength became glaringly apparent, as they were the first to breach the defenses. With their approach, an astonishing killing intent flashed across Lu Yu's face. He realized that instilling fear in these barbarian troops was imperative if he wished to suppress the Grand Priest without excessive effort. With this thought in mind, his cold voice rang out, the Yanyun 18 riders shall lead, with the Tiger and Leopard cavalry following in a wedge formation to break the barbarian dragon army. At his command, Luo Cheng immediately responded, leading the Yanyun 18 riders like a dagger thrusting forward. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry followed closely, their blades glinting fiercely. Upon colliding with the barbarian dragon cavalry, even the formidable barbarian general felt an immense pressure, as though he were ensnared within a realm from which he could not escape. Above him loomed a blood-red cloud, intermittently pierced by the furious howls of a ravenous wolf. A chosen warrior of the barbarian dragon army, cautiously mounted, surveyed his surroundings. For the atmosphere was thick with blood mist, obscuring his sense of direction. At that moment, a knight adorned with a bronze mask and a flowing black robe pierced through the fog, drawing his curved blade with deadly precision. In an instant, the neck of the barbarian soldier was severed. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly upon the battlefield. When the combat concluded and the mist dissipated, all members of the barbarian dragon army, including their general, lay lifeless upon the ground, leaving a harrowing sight of countless corpses, gasping in astonishment atop Fulong Mountain. The marquises of the Great Zhou suddenly comprehended the extent of Lu Yu's martial prowess. In a remarkably brief span of time, 6,000 barbarian dragon soldiers had perished, illustrating the effectiveness of his tactical genius in overcoming overwhelming odds. It is essential to recognize that the 6,000 fierce dragon warriors, during their assault on Fulong Mountain, charged forth with unbridled ferocity, facing virtually no opposition. They regarded Lu Yu with a hint of reverence. While only Xiao Tianyi could not conceal the delight glimmering in his eyes, he seemed to glimpse a beacon of hope. Concurrently, on the battlefield, several priests surged forward to engage the Xuanjiao army in combat. The ground quaked under the roar of Cheng Yaojin, who led the Xuanjia troops into the fray. In an instant, The earth trembled as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. With each thunderous hoofbeat of the Xuanjia cavalry, the very fabric of the world vibrated. A tremendous force yanked the airborne priests downwards, rendering their power insignificant beneath the military formation. As one priest landed, countless spears simultaneously thrust towards him, leaving him no room for hesitation. He unleashed his energy, transforming it into protective chi to withstand the onslaught. However, as the energy burst forth, he realized that under such immense tremors, the chi shattered instantaneously. Thus, he was left with no choice but to confront the spears with his own body. The moment his flesh was pierced and blood spilled forth, the priest fell, defeated and unwilling to accept his fate. The other priests fared no better. They were drawn into the military formation, with escape only possible upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, their demise was inevitable. Within a brief span, all the priests perished, despite their cultivation at the Golden Core level. Yet, the Xuanjia army showed no signs of halting. They continued their relentless advance at an astonishing pace. Their target was the Central Army, specifically the Grand Priest. Wherever they passed, the guards prepared to resist were utterly no match for them. Qing Yaojin wielded his dual axes, spinning them like wheels, leaving a thick mist of blood in his wake. Any barbarian who crossed his path was swiftly dispatched, inciting terror akin to madness. Not only did they form a military array, but they also birthed a spirit of warfare. The Grand Priest spoke slowly, his face reflecting profound shock. Such a force, at this juncture, was undeniably invincible. He was no match for them. Even the barbarian king might falter against such might. A flicker of horror ignited in his gaze as he beheld the advancing army, finally succumbing to a semblance of dread. At that moment, the Grand Priest finally found his voice. From atop his war chariot, his gaunt figure appeared increasingly desolate as he called out to Lu Yu, "General Jinwu, as far as I am aware, with your remarkable strength and abilities, you are relegated to merely a 6th rank in the Great Zhou. This suppression of talent is something I have rarely witnessed in my lifetime. Should you choose to spare me and join our barbarian tribe, I beseech the barbarian king to appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the armies. In that case, who could possibly stand in your way? The world shall be ours." His voice resonated with a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, atop Fulong Mountain, the expressions of everyone, including the queen, shifted dramatically. In this moment, whether it be the queen of Great Zhou or the other lords, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not concerned. Given the battles fought against the barbarian tribe, the merits accumulated by Lu Yu, when bestowed upon a General Jinwu, seemed egregiously disproportionate. There was a palpable fear that an unfair impression had already been left on the opposing side. Now, the barbarians had the audacity to offer Lu Yu the position of Grand Marshal, leaving the people of Great Zhou in a state of trepidation. Their hearts raced. For if Lu Yu were to accept, the Great Zhou would be irrevocably doomed, and all of this was instigated by their own actions. At this juncture, the opposing party remained silent, merely raising their spear towards the front, the implication unmistakable. The high priest of the barbarians, in this moment of urgency, exclaimed, "I can wholeheartedly recommend you as the companion king of our tribe. With your prowess, it is an assured outcome." However, as his words fell, Lu Yu finally spoke. His voice calm yet resolute. "I am of the human race. I fight solely for humanity." This single statement struck at the very souls of all present, rendering the high priest of the barbarians speechless. At this moment, the queen of Great Zhou stepped forward, her voice steady as she declared, "I shall rally the drums for the general." Upon uttering these words, she approached the war drums. With a delicate yet determined hand, she struck the drum, the sound reverberating like thunder. In that instant, the surrounding lords pounded their fists against their chests, the clang of armor echoing like a battle cry. Without hesitation, Lu Yu turned to his army and commanded, "Target the barbarian high priest, attack." Upon receiving his orders, Qing Yaojin swung his massive axe without delay, cleaving a barbarian commander in half with a brutal flourish. The scene was gruesome, yet commanded respect on the battlefield. The Xinyan army followed closely behind, thunderous and relentless. Death's march was not something to be withstood by just anyone. As they advanced, the barbarian warriors fell before them, slain upon the ground. And they drew ever closer to the high priest. Aware of the inevitable battle that lay ahead, he felt a tremor in his dark cloak. Incomprehensible syllables escaped his lips. Blood sacrifice. As his voice reverberated, the lifeless bodies of the fallen barbarian warriors began to bleed anew, their crimson essence slowly converging at the feet of the high priest. With a resounding crash, his opulent chariot shattered, transforming into an altar. The blood flowed beneath the altar, gradually coalescing into a small lake. A roar erupted as a sanguine figure emerged from the altar, appearing as though freshly skinned, its entire form drenched in blood, fierce light glinting in its eyes. 1, 2, 3. Within mere moments, they amassed into 1,000 strong, each radiating an aura of formidable power, comparable to the realm of Dan condensation. Such a sacrificial legion, if unleashed upon the world, would indeed be an invincible force. Even the barbarian dragon riders would be reduced to naught. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen of the great Zhou on Fulong Mountain gasped in astonishment. The Blood Sacrifice Legion. Her complexion paled as she spoke. The Blood Sacrifice Legion represented the most terrifying aspect of the barbarian horde, a last resort employed by the high priest. By sacrificing countless lives, they summoned a formidable army from the unknown realms. Legend has it that the barbarians once faced an invading force bold enough to challenge the imperial dynasty. In desperation, they resorted to the blood sacrifice. When the army emerged, it was as if they hailed from the depths of hell. This army, capable of rivaling the imperial forces, was swiftly annihilated by the Blood Sacrifice Legion, their very flesh devoured. Since that fateful battle, the barbarians became synonymous with being a formidable adversary, and few dared to provoke them. Unforeseen, they now faced such a threat, which tightened her heart with anxiety. Should Lu Yu be defeated, their lives would be forfeit. Even the esteemed General Xiao Tianyi's countenance bore a grave expression. After all, the Blood Sacrifice Legion was unlike any other. It was profoundly sinister. Reflecting on this, he spoke slowly. To my knowledge, no one has yet emerged capable of defeating the Blood Sacrifice Legion. The formation of the barbarians owes much to their prowess. If the barbarian dragon army represents true strength, then the Blood Sacrifice Legion is a legend, incomparable to the former. If I were to lead the northern garrison during my prime against such a force, I would not hesitate to flee. As these words echoed, the surrounding lords gasped in shock. The northern garrison, commanded by Xiao Tianyi, was renowned for its might, yet now such sentiments were uttered. Is it not true that Lu Yu now finds himself in a precarious situation? If that is the case, it seems that he and his companions are destined for doom as well. Contemplating this reality, how could one not be filled with trepidation? Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu appears to regard the Blood Sacrifice Legion with indifference. Furthermore, the adversaries that the Blood Sacrifice Legion faces are far from ordinary troops. They confront the Xuanjiao army. In terms of both cultivation and numbers, they utterly overshadow their opponents. Consequently, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate. Upon witnessing these grotesque creatures emitted from the blood sacrifice roaring at him, he swung his axe with ferocity. The Xuanjiao army behind him mirrored his decisiveness. To Lu Yu, what others perceive as terrifying entities serve merely as opportunities for personal growth. Thus, the battle at this juncture was exceedingly fierce. The scene that unfolded before every gaze was one of peculiar spectacle. Grotesque, blood-soaked beings, reminiscent of skinless monkeys, charged towards the Xuanjiao army. However, when the opposing cavalry surged forward, a spear thrust forth, instantly piercing through the skulls of those creatures. The Blood Sacrifice Legion, before the might of the Xuanjia, was rendered utterly ineffectual, akin to a throng of ordinary individuals confronting a well-equipped army, wholly defenseless. As the blood-colored figures leapt, they were met with a resounding impact. The spears struck them down, sending their remnants crashing to the ground, reduced to mere pulp. This spectacle was one that even the exhausted high priest could not have anticipated. Even the queen and the lords atop Fulong Mountain were left agape, astonished that the once feared Blood Sacrifice Legion had been vanquished in such a manner. With a decisive blow, Cheng Yaojin felled the last member of the Blood Sacrifice Legion, plunging the high priest into utter despair. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved a minor success in a hidden task and received a black iron-grade gift box. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing the announcement, Lu Yu did not hesitate. Open. Chapter 37. The General Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle body pill. Upon consumption, it will transform your physique into that of an ancient battle body. Hearing this, Lu Yu was somewhat disheartened. Although the pill was indeed valuable to him, it seemed somewhat superfluous. He was already endowed with the ancient title of battle body. However, saving it for Hongling's use seemed prudent. It would expedite her training and provide her with a measure of self-defense. Yet, one could only speculate how others would react if they knew he had obtained such a precious elixir yet remained unsatisfied. After all, a pill capable of altering one's physique has always been regarded as exceedingly rare and invaluable. In the grand realm of the Great Zhou, there existed a legendary entity, one that few had ever laid eyes upon. If anyone were to discover that the Great Zhou possessed an elixir capable of transforming one into a titled battle body, one could only surmise that formidable beings would descend to obliterate this dynasty. Yet, Such knowledge eluded Lu Yu. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His gaze was now fixed upon the high priest, who appeared utterly depleted, devoid of any semblance of vitality. The high priest, with a gaze directed at Lu Yu, lamented, "In my lifetime of warfare, I never anticipated meeting my end here. However, to perish by your hand is not without merit. Will you not grant me the mercy of death? I refuse to be humiliated by a weaker foe." His voice still bore a hint of arrogance. The high priest held a position of immense respect among the barbarian tribes, rivaling even that of their king. Leading his forces into battle, he had initially been filled with confidence, yet fate had brought him to this dismal state. Upon hearing the high priest's words, Lu Yu furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "At this juncture, you lack the standing to negotiate. Do not forget how many of my kin your people have slain. This debt shall be settled. Your demise cannot be so easily granted." Following his declaration, he commanded the warriors beside him to take the high priest into custody, intending to present him to the queen for judgment. Once the high priest was dealt with, Lu Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting that the once mighty barbarian army had scattered in disarray. Although he felt a pang of regret, there was no option but to let them go, for his forces were insufficient to pursue such a vast host. As calm returned to the battlefield, Lu Yu made his way toward Fulong Mountain, where the upper echelons of the Great Zhou had gathered. It was time for their meeting. Meanwhile, the queen of the Great Zhou wore a broad smile. With the high priest's demise, the hundreds of thousands of barbarian soldiers had crumbled in an instant. For her, there was no greater cause for celebration. Beside her, Xiao Tianyi spoke, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on a resounding victory." As his words echoed in the air, other lords joined in, exclaiming their congratulations with palpable excitement. This triumph not only meant their survival, but also promised decades of security for the borders, as the barbarian tribes would likely lack the strength to challenge the Great Zhou again. Hearing their cheers, the queen's smile deepened. However, at that moment, a soldier rushed toward her, bloodied yet brimming with exhilaration. "Your Majesty, General Jingbian requests an audience." Upon hearing the sound, the queen's figure trembled slightly, and she promptly declared, "Let us welcome our esteemed General Lu Yu." This time, there were no further words from the crowd. After all, in this battle, Lu Yu had saved everyone. Had it not been for him, they would have perished. Though these nobles sometimes exhibited cunning and suppressed others, they were also bound by a noble heritage that prevented them from acting ungratefully. Thus, they immediately followed the queen, making their way toward Lu Yu. As they approached him on the mountainside, Lu Yu ascended as well. This marked his first encounter with the queen. Despite having endured a fierce battle and appearing somewhat disheveled, she was undeniably a beauty, rivaling even Hongling. Moreover, she exuded an air of nobility. Upon their first meeting, Lu Yu prepared to kneel in homage. However, at that moment, the queen stepped forward to personally obstruct his gesture of respect and gently said, "In this battle, General Lu Yu not only accomplished the merit of saving the royal family, but also safeguarded the foundation of our Great Zhou for centuries to come. Henceforth, you shall not kneel before the king." As her voice resonated, those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. No one in Great Zhou had ever received such an honor. Yet, considering Lu Yu's contributions, they refrained from further comment. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Lu Yu responded, realizing that he had no desire to kneel before others. This arrangement was indeed most agreeable. However, he was taken aback when the queen continued, "It is I who should pay my respects to General Lu Yu. Initially, I was misled and underestimated your contributions. Yet today, you have journeyed tirelessly, defeating enemies and securing victories. You have not only aided me, but have also fortified the realm of Great Zhou. Therefore, I must bow in gratitude." As her words echoed, she bent at the waist, expressing her sincere appreciation. "Thank you, General, for safeguarding our Great Zhou." Following her lead, the other lords also bowed, their voices earnest and laced with gratitude. This was the highest form of acknowledgement for Lu Yu. The queen bent, and the lords followed suit. Even the once prominent Xiao Tianyi had never received such treatment. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly replied, "It is my duty as a subject to save the royal family. There is no need for such formality, Your Majesty." His tone was notably uncharacteristically modest, while the queen straightened and smiled, saying, "Were it not for you, we would all have perished. Thus, this is but right. From this day forth, the solitary king officially bestows upon you the esteemed title of Grand General of the first rank, commanding the military forces of our Great Zhou dynasty. Matters of nobility shall be reported to the royal family upon my return to the royal city." When the proclamation resonated, Lu Yu was taken aback, never expecting to be directly appointed as Grand General, let alone to oversee the vast military. This meant he would, in essence, be a superior to Xiao Tianyi. Nevertheless, he did not dare to be remiss, promptly clasping his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for this honor." Meanwhile, the other generals in attendance also stepped forward to pay their respects, bowing and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Grand General." Each displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence, as it is well known that the title of Grand General in the Zhou dynasty had only been conferred once before. To their astonishment, this time the emperor had directly awarded it to Lu Yu. At that moment, Lu Yu merely smiled before adopting a serious expression. "Your Majesty, I propose we lead the army to reclaim lost territories. With the barbarian forces in disarray, they will undoubtedly be panicked. If we act now to recover our lands, they may not only refrain from resistance, but might even relinquish territory to avoid provoking us." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the queen, for this was a genuine opportunity for expansion. With Lu Yu present, it was indeed a chance for certain victory. After a moment of contemplation, the queen responded, "If that is the case, let the Grand General personally lead the effort to reclaim the lost territories of our Zhou dynasty. You may select whomever you need." This battle would gather the scattered warriors of Zhou. Although not many had perished, their reunion would form a formidable force. Lu Yu, not one to be modest, replied without hesitation, "Thank you, Your Majesty." However, the other lords looked on eagerly, as the emperor's words meant that Lu Yu's selection of troops would determine their own chances for glory. How could they not feel anxious? Chapter 38. Seizing the wolf's stronghold at this juncture, Lu Yu refrained from further delay. After surveying his surroundings, he announced, "Then let General Xiao Taisher of the Northern Defense accompany me. The others are wounded and should focus on recuperation." "Agreed," the queen responded with a smile, for she had no objections to Lu Yu's directives. This time, Lu Yu not only saved the day, but also performed a heroic act, especially with his commanding presence on the battlefield, instilling admiration in every woman who beheld him. Even the Queen of Zhou was no exception, particularly as she often found herself secluded within the palace, rarely encountering even ordinary young men. This outing, accompanied only by the likes of the unparalleled lord, left her with a sense of distaste for the outside world. After a comparative analysis, the emergence of Lu Yu has imparted a profound impact on her. She found herself developing a subtle fondness for the man, albeit a mere flicker at this juncture. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments. Following his receipt of an answer, he set forth with Xiao Taisher. As he trailed behind Lu Yu, he couldn't help but reflect on the words spoken by the latter, who was once merely a soldier under his command. Yet now, within a brief span, he had transformed from a mere watchman into the illustrious general of cavalry. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply following in Lu Yu's wake as they advanced onward. The queen, too, had relinquished her fervor for personal involvement in the campaign. The experiences of this battle had imparted numerous lessons upon her. Thus, following Lu Yu's departure, she led the various lords back to the Iron Blood City, with Xiao Tianyi steadfastly guarding her side. Clearly, her trust in the noble lords had waned. Having enjoyed generations of opulence, they were now preoccupied with preserving their current wealth. In terms of battlefield prowess, it seemed that most had lost their edge. Glancing at the unparalleled Marquis, who had arrived with great vigor, he now bore no trace of his former pride, his head bowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Marquis Muyun stood to the side, incessantly directing his subordinates, evidently engaged in orchestrating some arrangements. The queen observed all of this but paid it little heed. Following this battle, these noble lords had suffered significant losses, depleting their resources considerably. In contrast, she had the loyalty of Xiao Tianyi and Lu Yu, effectively keeping these noble lords in check. Henceforth, should they dare to act recklessly, they would not escape the consequences of her ruthless methods. With this thought in mind, a smile graced her lips as she turned to Xiao Tianyi, saying, "Great commander, I have already informed the palace to prepare a golden strategy, which will soon be dispatched to the dynasty. At that time, Lu Yu, as a champion marquis, will have no means of escape. I have heard that your daughter shares a close relationship with Lu Yu." The queen spoke slowly. Xiao Tianyi, not daring to hesitate, replied promptly, "Your Majesty, my daughter was once captured by the barbarians, but thanks to General Lu Yu, who traversed great distances to repel the barbarian dragon army, she was rescued." "Oh, a hero saving a damsel in distress. What a charming tale that is," the queen remarked, a hint of envy fleeting across her gaze. Yet, at this moment, Lu Yu remained oblivious to all of this, as he gallantly ventured deeper into the heart of the barbarian territory, confirming his thoughts to be largely accurate. In contemporary times, the once formidable barbarians have become like startled birds, too frightened to resist. Many fortresses, upon hearing of his arrival, saw their warriors abandon them outright. Upon reaching a fortress, it was often found deserted, prompting Xiao Taishu to marvel at the overwhelming power of Lu Yu in the northern frontier, which has eclipsed even that of the Grand Commander. Merely the mention of his name instills dread in the hearts of the once ferocious barbarians. Such influence is coveted by any commander at the borders. After a fortnight, they arrived at the former boundary of the Great Zhou, the Wolf's Residence Mountain, only to encounter a few minor barbarian detachments. There was no need for Lu Yu to engage. Xiao Taishu handled them effortlessly. Nevertheless, Lu Yu did manage to acquire some valuable items. Faced with 1,000-strong cavalry, he obtained a mirror-breaking pill, allowing him to transcend his previous limitations and reach the 6th layer of the Golden Core. From a battlefield of 3,000, he secured a pair of beauty pearls, treasures of immense worth to women. On a battlefield of 5,000, he was rewarded with a divine combat technique, the True Dragon's Claw. This technique, belonging to the highest echelon of martial arts, manifests as clouds of energy swirling around the practitioner. With hands transformed into dragon claws, it descends from the heavens like a divine hand, a skill worthy of inheritance. It is said that among the powerful dynasties of humanity, noble families possess unique techniques of world-shattering potential. Lu Yu, in this moment, has acquired a commendable combat skill. Despite these substantial gains, what brings Lu Yu the greatest joy is the sight before him, Wolf's Residence Mountain. Though not a grand mountain, merely a pile of rocks, it is a place coveted by the commanders of the Great Zhou. The aspiration to seal Wolf's residence and reclaim territory is a dream shared by every commander of the Great Zhou. He never anticipated he would achieve this. Standing at the foot of the mountain, it felt as if he were gazing upon a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. At this moment, Xiao Taishu approached cautiously. "General, shall we perform the heavenly sacrifice now?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Lu Yu responded, "Let us begin." "Understood," Xiao Taishu exclaimed excitedly. This occasion held profound significance for him. Participating in the heavenly sacrifice would be an unparalleled honor. Though not the protagonist, he would undoubtedly be recorded in history. This act not only reclaimed territory for the Great Zhou, but also expanded the domain of humanity, marking an event of great commemorative importance. The altar had been prepared. Lu Yu stood atop it, igniting 3 long incense sticks, each as thick as a thumb. Pages of sacrificial texts were placed into the bronze cauldron beneath his feet. The thin smoke rose gracefully into the azure sky. A stone tablet was once again set upon Wolf's Residence Mountain. At this moment, an unprecedented smile adorned Lu Yu's face. Simultaneously, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a hidden task. Shall we open the bronze treasure box?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu responded, "Open it." Meanwhile, in a palace enveloped in solemn grandeur and gilded opulence, the 3rd prince of the Yuhua dynasty sat before a high table in the royal chamber, engrossed in thought as he held a page of gold edict. In his youth, he had been spirited and impetuous, having encountered a young woman from a modest family in the northern frontiers of the Great Zhou. Accustomed to the company of noble ladies, he found himself captivated by her gentle demeanor. After months of infatuation, he was ultimately compelled to depart quietly for the sake of his future, as securing the support of his fiancée's family was essential for inheriting the title of crown prince. Such romantic entanglements were matters he could not allow his betrothed to discover. Thus he had refrained from any intentional contact over the years. Yet, who could have anticipated that the woman he had once met would end up pregnant, raising their child alone? Now, she had contributed to repelling invaders and expanding the territories of the Great Zhou, and was on the verge of receiving a noble title. Indeed, this 3rd prince was Lu Yu's father, a figure who had never before stepped into the limelight. Every edict of nobility contained detailed accounts of the individuals being ennobled, and the 3rd prince, overseeing the royal house's vassals, naturally received such decrees. With an air of scholarly elegance, the prince furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, he picked up a gold-inked pen and inscribed his name. He had approved Lu Yu's noble title. At that moment, an elderly man, a trusted confidant, approached cautiously. He recalled the gentle and refined woman from the Great Zhou, a good person whose lowly status precluded a more favorable union. "Your Highness, should we bring the royal grandson back?" the elder inquired. He had been by the 3rd prince's side since childhood, responsible for his protection, and was a witness to all that had transpired. Upon hearing the question, the 3rd prince reflected on his wife and sighed. The royal door is difficult to enter. While Lu Yu is indeed promising, his mother's background inevitably constrains his future. Even if we were to acknowledge him, it would only invite trouble. It is best to maintain the status quo. My son cannot be of humble origins, nor can he be raised by a woman alone. Moreover, if they truly return, how shall I explain to my wife? I aspire to become crown prince, and I still require the support of her family. After speaking, he handed the edict to the elder for delivery, then closed his eyes, lost in thought. Chapter 39. Enfeoffment. However, at this moment, Lu Yu was entirely unaware of these developments. Following the issuance of his command, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. The bronze treasure chest has been successfully opened, and you have acquired the loyalty of General Pan Feng. Physique, battle body. Armor, superior spirit artifact, phoenix scale armor. Weapon, superior spirit artifact, dragon carving battle axe. Steed, Yanyun beast, a mythical creature, capable of traveling 7,000 miles a day. Cultivation, first level of the Purple Mansion. Please accept host. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Yu's face broke into a smile. It was indeed Pan Feng. Soon after, a towering figure appeared by his side, clad in crimson armor that flickered with hints of flame. The steed stood 2 meters tall, complemented by his own imposing stature of the same height. When he stood still, he resembled an iron tower. The battle axe in his hand was larger than Chun Yaojin's renowned flower axe, marking him as a formidable warrior. Upon his arrival, he knelt on the ground and respectfully proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the Lord." At the sound of his voice, Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Rise. From now on, you shall lead the tiger and leopard cavalry." "Thank you, my lord." After receiving Lu Yu's acknowledgement, the excitement on Pan Feng's face was impossible to conceal. Following the conclusion of the sacrificial rites, Lu Yu had no intention of lingering at the border. He left behind some soldiers from the northern army to maintain order during the handover and prepared to return with Xiao Taishe. After all, his mother and Xiao Hongling were still waiting for him in the city. At this moment, Lu Yu was eager to return. The journey back felt significantly lighter. This time, both supplies and troops were abundantly sufficient. Along the way, the Great Zhou had begun to establish military stations. Indeed, after reclaiming lost territory, construction and garrisoning were essential, all of which would require time. After another half-month, they finally returned to the foot of the Iron Blood City. Upon seeing the majestic fortress ahead, Lu Yu felt an unprecedented sense of peace. This time, the welcome ceremony was grander than ever before. After all, everyone knew that Lu Yu had been appointed as the general of the cavalry, overseeing the armies of the realm. Not only the northern front, but even the forces from other regions were obliged to heed Lu Yu's commands. It would not be long before he would enter the capital for his official duties. With a thunderous sound, the city gates swung open, and officials of all ranks emerged, led by Xiao Tianyi. Each of them bore expressions of reverence. The feats of rescuing the battlefield and reclaiming lost territories were monumental accomplishments that resonated deeply with all. However, at this moment, Lu Yu accomplished everything on his own. Such a remarkable feat left everyone in awe. Lu Yu's maternal grandfather was so astonished that he was at a loss for words. He knelt down alongside his grandson. Yet, Lu Yu was oblivious to this. His gaze swept around, and not a single general dared to meet his eyes. Leading the army, the warhorses trotted through the crowd, with Xiao Tianyi by his side. To the discerning observer, it would be evident that this steadfast pillar of the northern frontier, the Grand Commander Xiao Tianyi, deliberately lagged half a step behind Lu Yu. This was a gesture of respect and recognition. As they passed through the throng, a group of palace attendants approached. The lead attendant wore a fawning expression and addressed Lu Yu. "The royal decree has arrived. Please, General, accept it." The courteous address revealed the royal family's attitude towards Lu Yu, a stark contrast to their demeanor with others. At this moment, Lu Yu dismounted and clasped his fists in salute. Lu Yu accepts the decree. Before the queen, he need not kneel, much less for a mere edict. The attendant, not daring to linger, promptly announced, "The valiant general has rendered great service in protecting the royal carriage and expanding the territory of the Great Zhou. Thus, he is hereby granted the title of first-class marquis, with a marquis residence established within the royal city. He shall possess the authority to establish offices and bestow titles upon officials of third rank and below. I express my gratitude for your majesty's generous bestowal." Lu Yu quickly responded upon hearing the proclamation. It must be said, the queen's reward was indeed lavish. In the Great Zhou, marquises were divided into 3 ranks. The ordinary marquises held the 3rd rank, while noble lords were merely 2nd rank. Now, Lu Yu was directly conferred the esteemed title of first-class marquis, an exceedingly rare honor. After the decree was announced, the eunuch hurried forward to congratulate him. "Congratulations, General. This marquis title is well-deserved, and the courtiers have endorsed your elevation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him, Xiao Tianyi tossed a bag of pearls, which he had prepared, into the attendant's hands, chuckling. How long has the emperor granted for your return to the capital, General? To report to the Grand Commander. The emperor stated that since you have just returned, there are surely matters to attend to. You may set off in half a month. The attendant then obediently withdrew. Lu Yu turned to Xiao Tianyi and said, Grand Commander, my mother is still at home. I shall return to assure her of my safety. I will visit you this evening. Very well. I will host a banquet at the Grand Commander's residence. You must come. Xiao Tianyi replied with a smile. Lu Yu then rode towards his residence at the general's mansion, leaving a throng of officials from the northern frontier gazing at him with envious eyes. Only the valiant general of the cavalry could converse with the Grand Commander in such a manner. At this moment, Lu Yu's maternal grandfather hurriedly made his entrance, eager to greet his returning grandson. After an extended absence from his mother, Lu Yu was overwhelmed with excitement. However, as he approached the estate, he was taken aback by the transformation it had undergone. The general's residence had been significantly expanded, and even the neighboring houses had been relocated. 8 tall and robust guards stood imposingly at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Yu's return, they swiftly approached, proclaiming, We welcome the Grand General home. Others rushed into the residence, exclaiming, The Grand General has returned. With a smile, Lu Yu waved them off and proceeded directly into the estate. At that moment, his mother emerged, assisted by Hongling. After a period of recuperation, she appeared notably rejuvenated, her hair darkened, exuding an air of elegance. Hongling stood beside her, resembling a sisterly figure. I pay my respects to mother. Lu Yu knelt on the ground, acknowledging her as his only family. He could sense his mother's apprehension. Rise. You are the Grand General now. There is no need for such formalities at home. His mother quickly helped him to his feet, her eyes brimming with emotion. Her son was her pride. Just then, a guard entered once more. Madam, General Jingbian requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's mother glanced at her son and sighed. Let him in. After her words, the guard retreated. Shortly thereafter, Lu Hong entered, radiating vigor in his bronze armor, his movements exuding a commanding presence with a clattering sound. Upon seeing Lu Yu, he stepped forward, declaring, I pay my respects to the Grand General. His voice was strong and unwavering, showing no sign of embarrassment despite being his grandson. In response, Lu Yu waved his hand. Please rise. There is no need for formality. When one reaches a certain stature, they no longer dwell excessively on the past. Lu Yu's mother, seeing her father, couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance to treat him with anything less than respect. She stepped forward, saying, Let us move to the hall. Lu Hong did not refuse and promptly entered the grand hall. Although it was clear he approached this visit with utmost caution, one must exercise utmost caution when meeting the Grand Commander. As soon as he settled into his seat, Lu Yu spoke slowly, inquiring if General Jingbian had come with a specific purpose. His voice bore a hint of coldness, a remnant of the disdain he had endured during his time at the general's residence, where he had nearly lost his life. The absence of vengeance did not equate to a warm welcome. His forbearance was solely for the sake of his mother. Upon hearing Lu Yu's tone, Lu Hong sensed his displeasure but proceeded to address him. I truly have a matter to discuss today. It concerns Lu Xin, who has now blossomed into a young lady. Remaining in the northern frontier is not a viable option. Therefore, when you travel to the royal city, I hope you can take her along to broaden her horizons and perhaps find a suitable match for her. Lu Yu remained silent at this proposal, while his mother interjected. This is certainly not an issue. Third brother shares a close bond with me. He departed early, leaving Xin as his only daughter. I had actually wished to keep her by my side. Lu Yu's mother spoke with a hint of joy. Lu Yu had no objections to this. He recognized Lu Xin as the only person who had treated him with kindness during his time at the general's estate. She would often share her treats with him and his mother, affectionately calling him Brother Yu. She was a delightful young lady, though her life had been difficult since her father's untimely passing. Now, with his grandfather's wish for her to accompany him, it was evident that he deemed Lu Xin the most suitable companion. Had it been anyone else, Lu Yu might have hesitated. Besides, having Lu Xin by his side would likely lead her to marry into a noble family, thereby allowing the Lu family to forge advantageous connections. Despite being aware of Lu Heng's intentions, Lu Yu felt unable to refuse, whether for his mother's sake or Lu Xin's. However, discomfort brewed within him, and as he regarded Lu Hong, his disdain became increasingly apparent. Yet, Lu Hong, perceptive to the atmosphere, stood up after Lu Yu's mother had acquiesced. Since you have agreed, I shall return to make preparations. Tomorrow, I will have Xin come to serve you. With those words, he departed. Lu Hong had achieved his objective and saw no reason to linger, for any unforeseen complications could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside. The Grand Commander has arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu promptly rose to greet him. The Grand Commander was a pillar of the northern frontier and had provided him with substantial assistance. It is said that once on the battlefield, he engaged in disputes with the lords, renowned for his unwavering integrity. Moreover, he is the father of Hongling, deserving of respect. As he rose, the Grand Commander entered alongside Hongling. On this day, the Grand Commander donned no armor, but rather an elegant purple brocade robe, exuding a blend of gallantry and scholarly grace. His hair, white as snow, was meticulously arranged at the back, presenting a vibrant countenance. Hongling, in contrast, wore a flowing red gown, her hair cascading loosely, adorned with a resplendent jade hairpin, offering a most pleasing sight. Upon entering, both parties exchanged formal greetings, after which Hongling assisted Lu Yu's mother into the courtyard. It was evident that the Grand Commander had matters to discuss with Lu Yu. Once seated, the Grand Commander spoke plainly. Given your relationship with Hongling, I consider myself your elder, and as you prepare to enter the capital, there are a few matters I wish to impart. Please, Grand Commander, guide me, Lu Yu responded earnestly. At this moment, Xiao Tianyi smiled and said, there is no need for such formality at home. Just call me Uncle Xiao. Ah, that is much better. Hearing Lu Yu's words, a smile graced Xiao Tianyi's face. His gaze fell upon the spirited young commander before him, and satisfaction shone in his eyes. He continued, though your current strength is commendable, you must remain vigilant once you arrive in the royal city. There, you will encounter numerous imperial interests, some of which are best left undisturbed. Even His Majesty turns a blind eye at times. Additionally, certain esteemed families have existed for centuries, some even predating the Great Zhou dynasty, their influence pervading both court and society. Take, for instance, the Li family, to which Duke Mu Yun belongs, and the Zhang family, associated with the Dowager Empress, both wielding considerable power. Therefore, exercise caution. However, there is no need for excessive worry. As long as others do not provoke us, we can navigate the situation amicably. Should they dare to challenge us, our combined strength may well extinguish their ambitions. At this point, a cold glimmer crossed the Grand Commander's face, a testament to the formidable aura of this iron-blooded noble, which even made Lu Yu feel a twinge of apprehension. Feeling the Grand Commander's protective regard, Lu Yu stood and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grand Commander, for your guidance. I shall remember all of this. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Grand Commander turned his attention back to their discussion regarding the journey to the capital. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave in the southern wilderness, a congregation of several great demons had gathered. Among them, one possessed a tiger's head and a human body, its amber eyes gleaming with astonishing speed. Its mouth was stained with blood, and it casually manipulated a severed human finger bone, as if using it to clean its teeth. In a realm inhabited by various creatures, there existed a tribe of demons, characterized by their wolf-like heads and human bodies. Their fur glistened with a lustrous sheen, exuding an aura of formidable power. Moments later, a dark green mist began to rise within the cavern, prompting the surrounding demons to act with utmost reverence, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the Demon King." This surge of demonic energy swirled tumultuously, and soon a hoarse, chilling voice pierced the air, declaring, "The Demon Emperor commands. The Millennium Pact has come to fruition. It is time for our kin to hunt humanity. Commencing tomorrow, we shall encircle and hunt the humans." As this proclamation echoed, the cavern resonated with a chorus of beastly roars, melodious yet fierce, imbued with an inexorable savagery. Chapter 41. A startling transformation. The Demon King's continuous roar cast a shadow over the entire southern region, enveloping it in foreboding clouds. Meanwhile, the Lord of Southern Town sat within his residence, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Clad in a resplendent golden robe, he exuded an unparalleled nobility, accompanied by enchanting beauties. He faintly perceived the distant roars and turned to his deputy, inquiring, "Have we sent this year's tribute to the Cave of the Een Wind?" The Cave of the Een Wind, situated near the dominion of the Lord of Southern Town, was a lair of demons, notorious for being home to a formidable Een Wind leopard that had attained the Golden Course stage, commanding an army of thousands of lesser demons. To ensure peace, the Lord of Southern Town had been sending 1,000 commoners annually as tribute, maintaining a delicate balance of power over the years. Yet today's beastly howls stirred a sense of unease within him, leaving him restless. His deputy, sensing the urgency, quickly replied, "My lord, the tribute was dispatched last month." The master of the Cave of the Een Wind was quite pleased and even mentioned a desire to share a drink with you. Nodding in acknowledgement, the Lord of Southern Town felt a measure of relief. As long as the demons refrained from invasion, he could nurture his forces, which had grown to a formidable 100,000. Given time, the prospect of ascending to the throne seemed attainable. However, his sole concern lay with the newly appointed general of cavalry, reputed for his remarkable prowess and recent monumental achievements, leaving the noble lords with no retort. This development had become a source of vexation for him, potentially derailing his carefully laid plans. Frustration simmered within him as he lamented the incompetence of the barbarian tribes, who, despite his intelligence offerings, had proven utterly inept. It seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. At that moment, outside the southern town, a multitude of grotesque figures emerged in the distance, an assembly of demons, densely packed, with a formidable demon of the Golden Core stage leading them. As they rushed forward, the ground trembled beneath them. The guards stationed atop the city wall, upon witnessing such a scene, turned ashen-faced. The commander of the fortress spoke with a tremor in his voice. "The demon clan is launching a massive assault. Light the beacons." With his words, the warriors on the battlements ignited the signal fires and swiftly closed the city gates. It had been many years since the southern border had faced such an event. To claim that they were unafraid in the face of countless demon attacks would be a falsehood. Just as they secured the gates, a colossal demon revealed its true form, a giant bear towering 10 feet high, its crimson fur standing erect like steel needles, its eyes radiating fierce malevolence. With a single stride, it unleashed a devastating paw upon the city gate. The resounding crash shattered the entire gate into fragments, and a brutal aura enveloped the city. A squad of soldiers charged forth, but against this towering beast, they stood no chance. In an instant, a team of 10 was swept aside as if they were mere twigs. This was the Black Wind Demon, a creature that had devoured countless human Golden Core experts and ruled the expanse of the Black Wind Mountains. Now, it had joined forces with many other great demons to assault the southern city. The violent energy within it was unleashed in full force. Witnessing this scene, the other demon lords were equally unwilling to be outdone, and they surged into the city, transforming the once thriving metropolis, home to hundreds of thousands, into a hellish battleground. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Southern Town received the news and donned his armor, brandishing a green dragon blade as he rushed out. Upon seeing the devastation within the city, his heart nearly shattered, years of toil reduced to ruin in a single day. Without the southern town, how could he ever aspire to the throne? His bloodshot eyes ignited with a fierce, murderous intent, and he bellowed, "Summon the southern army to counterattack. Eliminate these demons." As his voice echoed, he plunged into the fray, targeting the Black Wind Demon. The green dragon blade roared, as if infused with the wrath of a dragon. With the weight of his Golden Core 5th level cultivation radiating from him, he appeared powerful and imposing. The Black Wind Demon, feeling the gusts of energy around it, sneered disdainfully and uttered in a metallic tone, "Marquis of Southern Town, you have arrived well. While others falter, you might prove somewhat worthy." As the sound reverberated, a colossal bear paw collided directly with the azure dragon blade. A thunderous roar ensued, the clash producing a resounding metallic clang. The Dark Wind Demon sustained no injuries. Instead, it was the Lord of Yanyun who staggered, his arms tingling with shock. Yet, he dared not hesitate. With a swift kick, he aimed directly at the demon's chest. Upon impact, the golden war boot struck the creature as if it had met an iron plate, causing Lord Yanyun's expression to shift dramatically. Soon, he felt a piercing pain. The bear paw of the Dark Wind King had ensnared one of his legs. In disbelief, he watched as the Dark Wind King grasped both of his legs with its enormous claws. With a horrifying rip, the esteemed Lord of Yanyun was torn asunder before he could utter a single cry, blood mist erupting around him. Without a moment's pause, the Dark Wind King swallowed his remains whole, and in an instant, a surge of life essence coursed within, hinting at a potential breakthrough. The few Golden Core guardians who had been tasked with protecting Lord Yanyun were struck with terror upon witnessing this scene. One exclaimed, "We must retreat and report this to Her Majesty." Their voices echoed as they hurriedly retreated, but amidst the hordes of demons, where could they flee? Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. A host of bats appeared above them, numbering in the thousands, descending with a thunderous crash. Such a show of force rendered even the Golden Core experts powerless. "Ah, the flesh of humanity is truly a supreme delicacy," screeched a massive bat demon, spanning several yards in wingspan. Its sharp fangs sank into the throat of one guardian, causing his body to wither instantly. It is apparent what fate awaited the city of Nanjing. On the following day, news reached the Queen's ears. Nanjing had been annihilated. The surrounding villages transformed into hell overnight. Millions of citizens were abducted by the demons, reduced to mere sustenance. Among the fallen were a marquis and 8 third-tier generals, along with 67 commanders of 5th-tier rank, totaling 18,000 casualties. Each figure struck with a chilling clarity. Moreover, the demons showed no sign of halting. They breached fortifications one after another, causing the entirety of the southern empire to decay into a paradise for the demons. The queen, who had just found solace in having quelled the barbarian threat, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Within the Hall of Eternal Longevity, ministers were thrown into chaos, unsure of how to proceed, for all were acutely aware that venturing into the southern territories now spelled certain doom. Meanwhile, Lu Yu received the grim tidings. In the present day, he is engaged in discussions with the Grand Commander regarding matters in the southern frontier, preparing to journey to the capital at the earliest opportunity. At this moment, a knight, bearing the marks of travel and clutching a command token, hastens towards Lu Yu's residence. A discerning observer would note that his steed is a mythical beast capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. Upon arriving at the gates of the general's estate, he raises the token and proclaims loudly, "The royal decree has arrived. Urgent news from the southern frontier." His Majesty requests that the general hasten to the capital to oversee the situation. Seeing the soldier bearing the royal order, the guards dare not impede his passage, and he strides directly into the courtyard. At this juncture, Lu Yu and Xiao Tianyi rise to their feet. Upon recognizing the messenger, Xiao Tianyi is taken aback. Is the situation in the southern frontier so dire that it necessitates such urgency? As his voice reverberates, the soldier once again raises the royal decree, declaring, "Urgent news from the southern frontier. His Majesty implores the general to promptly enter the capital for deliberation and to take command." His tone carries an unmistakable urgency. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Yu immediately responds, "As you command." He takes the token, and without hesitation, he instructs Luo Cheng to assemble the troops in preparation for departure. Naturally, his mother must also travel to the capital. However, due to the pressing military situation, Lu Yu must proceed ahead. Therefore, he entrusts Cheng Yaojin to escort his mother to the capital with a contingent of soldiers, while Lu Yu leads the cavalry ahead. With few belongings to gather, Lu Yu swiftly organizes everything and sets forth. Upon reaching the city gates, the Grand Commander and Hongling come to bid him farewell. There are no superfluous words exchanged. Lu Yu gazes at Hongling, his eyes reflecting a measure of reluctance. In that moment, her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. Yet she understands the weight of national affairs, and that she must not delay Lu Yu for her own sake. With resolve, she gently states, "I shall wait for you." Acknowledging her words with a nod, Lu Yu urges his steed into motion and rides away. Once his figure has completely vanished from sight, Hongling turns to her father and softly declares, "Father, I too intend to travel to the royal city. Have you considered this thoroughly?" Xiao Tianyi does not outright oppose, but gazes intently at his daughter. Should she indeed proceed to the royal city, it would necessitate her marriage to Lu Yu. Upon hearing his voice, she resolutely nods. A smile spreads across Xiao Tianyi's face. "Your father respects your choice. Remember, wherever you go, I shall always be your staunchest support." At these words, Hongling can no longer contain her tears, as the poignant scene of a father-daughter farewell unfolded in the Iron Blood City. The atmosphere within the royal palace was steeped in an unsettling silence. The queen's countenance was a portrait of despair, her pallor reflecting the gravity of the situation following the demise of the Duke of Southern Town. The entire southern region lay in ruin, and without an appropriate resolution, the very foundation of the great Zhou could crumble in an instant. In the rare stillness of the Wanshou Palace, the Dowager Empress arrived, her presence heavy with gloom. Seated beside the queen, her aged visage was taut with sorrow, her frail hands clutching a dragon-headed cane that trembled incessantly. The loss of her son, the Duke, who had perished in battle, was a profound blow to this venerable matriarch. Today, she had come to witness how the esteemed ministers of the court would deliberate on avenging her son's death. An envoy from the feathered ascendancy had also made an appearance, donned in a pale yellow robe adorned with azure bird motifs. This individual was a third-rank military supervisor, representing the feathered ascendancy, whose primary aim as a vassal state of the Great Zhou was to safeguard against the demon tribes. The recent breach of the southern borders by these demons had sent ripples of alarm throughout the empire, prompting the immediate dispatch of the military supervisor to urge the Great Zhou to mobilize for battle. This young man, exuding an air of arrogance, was reputed to be a direct descendant of the aristocracy, and none dared to show him disrespect. At the foot of the dais stood the courtiers of the dynasty. Once all were gathered, the queen spoke with measured gravity. "You have all heard of the events in the southern borders, yet the reality is even more dire than anticipated. Behold the harrowing images captured by our brave warriors of the great Zhou. With her words, she gestured, and a colossal mirror of dark light manifested in the hall. Within it, ethereal lights flickered before revealing scenes from the battlefield. The images depicted a multitude of demons besieging a stronghold, while human warriors, faces etched with terror, fought valiantly to defend their position. Suddenly, a colossal bear emerged, shrouded in a crimson glow, its massive paw crashing down and shattering the city gates. What followed was a brutal slaughter. The once proud city was swiftly transformed into a hell's cape, with countless innocents devoured by the ravenous demons. Though separated by vast distances, the ministers of the great Zhou could still feel the palpable bloodshed and cruelty emanating from the scenes. This is the Nirvana Pass, one of the courtiers recognized, identifying the besieged city. The Nirvana Pass was the last formidable barrier in the southern region. If breached, it would lay the path to the royal city wide open. If this continued, the great Zhou would be in grave peril. Upon hearing this, the court gasped in horror, their faces draining of color, and many were filled with anguish, as some families had substantial business interests in the southern territories. In this present time, it seems that all hopes have been dashed. However, the queen remains indifferent to the thoughts swirling in their minds. As the scene shifts, she slowly speaks, addressing the dire situation in the southern frontier that they have all witnessed. Now, who among you possesses a strategy to counter the demon tribes? Speak freely. Her voice betrays no hint of emotion, yet her hands are tightly clenched. Should they fail to withstand the onslaught of the demon tribes, not only would their splendid lands be surrendered, but the imperial dynasty itself could face grave consequences, leading to the potential downfall of the Zhou royal family in an instant. Upon hearing her words, the lords below exchange glances, the atmosphere heavy with silence. The queen, unable to bear the stillness any longer, fixates her gaze on Lord Muyu and inquires, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Responding to her, Lord Muyu's expression darkens, yet he steps forward to say, "Your Majesty, I find myself powerless in this situation. For the time being, there are no viable solutions. Let us await the return of the Grand General and see how he intends to resolve this." Although Lord Muyu understands the inadequacy of this response, he feels compelled to pass this burning issue onto the yet-to-arrive Lu Yu. After all, the southern frontier has become a desolate wasteland. Anyone venturing there is doomed to misfortune. The other lords, sensing the gravity of the moment, remain silent. Yet, witnessing this scene, the military inspector of the Yuhua dynasty can no longer contain himself. He surveys the assembly and, before the queen can speak, boldly declares, "Is this all that the Zhou has to offer? A collection of ineffectual fools. Those who have perished were spineless, and those who remain are even more incapable. The demon tribes have breached our defenses, and you continue to engage in idle chatter. I grant you 3 days. If you do not mobilize your forces to slay some of these formidable demons, do not blame me for my harshness." With that, he waves his sleeve and departs. Such an occurrence leaves the ministers of the Zhou with grim expressions. The queen's countenance darkens. It is intolerable for such insolence to be displayed in the grand court of the Zhou. Yet, she finds herself powerless, for he is an envoy of the dynasty. And even she must tread carefully. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she dispatches the various lords to action. Regardless of their reluctance, at this juncture, they have no choice but to follow orders. Meanwhile, within the capital, as everyone grapples with uncertainty, Lu Yu encounters his own troubles. He intends to enter the city but discovers that several towns along his route have been seized by the demon tribes. It appears to be an elite group of demons preparing for a stealth attack from behind the capital. From afar, a formidable aura emanates from the captured towns, accompanied by faint cries for help from the human populace. As he approaches, he realizes the gravity of the situation. Upon the ramparts of the city, a grim spectacle unfolded, adorned with the severed heads of the fallen, while the ground below lay drenched in thick pools of blood. Captives, bound and helpless atop the walls, became mere prey for the monstrous beings of the demon race, who savored the prospect of their impending consumption. Lu Yu's cold gaze pierced through the scene, and an inferno of fury ignited within his breast. After a brief moment of contemplation, he uttered with unwavering resolve, "We must pass through Huangyan City today. Not a single demon shall be spared. Execute them without mercy." His voice resonated with a fearless determination, disregarding the demons before him as he charged forward. Concurrently, a voice echoed within his mind, inquiring, "Will the host sign in at the bronze battlefield?" Chapter 43, Anticipation. Sign in. A chime followed, heralding his successful registration. Along with the loyalty of 3,000 tiger leopard riders, a boon bestowed upon him. A smile graced Lu Yu's countenance upon hearing the news. With the addition of these 3,000 riders to his original 2,000, his forces had swelled to 5,000, coupled with the Xuanjiao army and the Yanyun 18 riders. Breaching the city should pose no insurmountable challenge. The sound of an advancing army grew increasingly thunderous. 8,000 heavy cavalry surged forward, their formidable presence unmatched by ordinary foes. On the battlements of Hongling City, the recently enthroned Black Wind Demon, having just devoured a human general of the condensation realm, wore a satisfied expression upon his grotesque visage. Yet, as he prepared to descend from the walls to rest, he caught sight of a cavalry charge hurtling toward him, disdain flickering across his features. He coldly commanded his demon soldiers, More blood food comes willingly to us. Prepare for battle." With that, he leaped from the battlements, followed closely by his fellow demons. The Black Wind Demon was notorious for his brutality, a top-tier entity among the demon ranks, which is precisely why this ambush was entrusted to him. Faced with Lu Yu, he felt no trepidation. A shroud of blood mist enveloped him, enhancing his ferocity. However, as he made his appearance, Pan Feng, racing toward Lu Yu, sought to showcase his prowess. He urged his steed forward, taking the lead, and raised his dark, golden battle axe. In a powerful display, he dismounted and soared through the air, harnessing the force of inertia to cleave toward the Black Wind Demon. With a thunderous roar, the Black Wind Demon sensed the formidable aura emanating from Pan Feng. He would not be caught unawares, unleashing a ferocious howl. His form swelled to a towering height of 10 zhang. His massive bear-like paws rose to meet the descending axe, a cruel smile curling his lips. He had previously torn asunder the bodies of the lords of the Great Zhou with these very claws. Though his opponent appeared valiant, he regarded him with contempt. Boom. However, when the bear paw collided with the colossal axe, the countenance of the Black Wind Demon underwent a dramatic transformation. The might of Pan Feng exceeded his expectations. A searing energy emanated from the axe, and the overwhelming radiance of its blade instilled a sensation of tearing in the Black Wind Demon's paw. He sought to retract it, yet it was too late. In an instant, the entire paw disintegrated into a mist of blood. A piercing howl erupted from his mouth, and madness gleamed in his eyes. In confrontations with humanity, he had always relied on his formidable physique to challenge foes of superior rank, never encountering a rival. Yet today, the human before him had inflicted grievous wounds with but a single strike, igniting his fury. Though he had lost his paw, his towering Tinjiang frame resembled a great hill. His gaping maw could consume all, and his razor-sharp teeth, akin to blades, exuded a nauseating stench as he lunged to devour Pan Feng. He was determined to fight with all his might. Witnessing this scene, disdain flickered in Pan Feng's eyes. However, just as he prepared to launch another assault, Luo Cheng, who had been pursuing from behind, unleashed a fierce cry. "Demon, meet your demise." With that proclamation, he soared into the air, thrusting his icy spear, which radiated a piercing brilliance. The Yanyun 18 riders followed closely, clad in black garments and armor, leaping from their steeds. Their blood-curdling curved blades descended from various angles, slicing through the air and landing upon the Black Wind Demon King. A storm of lethal winds erupted, and the once unrelenting Black Wind Demon found his body riddled with gashes, his fur stained crimson, as the blood cascaded down, pooling into pitiful crimson puddles upon the ground. A guttural roar escaped him. The surrounding demon kin, witnessing their king's injury, surged forth. Tens of thousands of demons charged, their momentum formidable. In the face of such an overwhelming force, ordinary armies might have quailed in fear. Yet, the Xinyan army and the tiger leopard riders felt no trepidation. Their battle spears and long knives were raised high, and as they clashed with the demon horde, a thick mist of blood was sent spiraling into the air. A wild boar demon, its jaws extending into two gleaming tusks like blades, charged towards the Xinyan army. Mastering the art of breaking formations, he relied on his immense physique and impact to shatter human battle lines in past skirmishes, demonstrating immense power. However, today, he had strayed down the wrong path. As he charged, a knight from the tiger leopard riders slashed his massive blade diagonally, and the keen edge of the weapon met the wild boar in an explosive collision. With a swift motion, he cleaved the opponent's body from the crown down to the tail. The massive wild boar, propelled by inertia, continued its charge. Yet its form had already been severed in two. Such carnage was evident across the battlefield. In Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice resonated, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The Xuanjiao army has gained 800 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The tiger and leopard cavalry has acquired 700 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Yanyun 18 riders have received 500 experience points." As the announcements echoed, A smile graced Lu Yu's face. With each battle fought, the prowess of his troops would amplify once more. His gaze then fell upon the demon clan, these creatures proving to be more formidable than the barbarian tribes. Fortunately, his forces were robust. Had it been any other army, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, all the demons had perished on the field, save for the Black Wind demon, who, after breaking through the encirclement, abandoned a portion of its body and fled amidst a swirling tempest of demonic wind, leaving Lu Yu feeling somewhat disappointed. However, it was not the time for reflection on gains and losses. He promptly instructed Pan Feng to ascertain if any remained alive within the city. If there are, ensure they are well taken care of. Understood, Pan Feng responded, retreating to fulfill the command. Meanwhile, within the Wangqing's Wanshou palace, the queen gently massaged her temples, the weariness on her face deepening. She gazed at the inner court attendants below and inquired softly, "What is the current state of the battle? Has there been any word from the Grand General?" At her words, an attendant cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, we have just received news. Marquis Mu Yun faced a devastating defeat in the eastern capital, having lost an arm to the Linghu Great Demon before retreating, and is now hastening back to the Wangqing. Marquis Wushuang has just returned from battle, but suffered such humiliation at the hands of the imperial envoy that he lost a tooth from a slap. Presently, the envoy from the Yuhua dynasty is stationed at the city gates, ready to mete out punishment to any returning generals, resulting in widespread discontent among the lords. As for the Grand General, it is said that the northern frontier of our great Zhou remains relatively stable, and he should reach the Wangqing within a day or two." Hearing this, the great Zhou queen wearily nodded. For now, all hope rested upon Lu Yu. At that moment, at the city gates of Wangqing, the envoy from the Yuhua dynasty sat opposite the battered Wushuang Marquis and the recently returned Marquis Mu Yun, who, despite his injuries, had not escaped punishment, receiving 50 lashes. Standing outside the gates, their eyes glimmered with resentment. How could they, as esteemed marquises, ever endure such indignity? Even as an envoy of the dynasty, such behavior is excessively domineering. The envoy, however, bore an expression of haughty disdain, completely disregarding the presence of Duke Mu Yun and his cohorts. Coldly regarding them, he proclaimed, "2 days have elapsed since the initial 3, and not only have you failed to thwart the demon clan's assault, but you have returned in utter disgrace. The martial generals of the Great Zhou are indeed the most ineffectual of the ineffectual. It would be a mere trifle to defeat you. Should I report back to the dynasty, you wretched lot would undoubtedly face the ignominy of treason against the nation. Do you comprehend the consequences that await you?" His voice echoed with a chilling undertone. At that moment, even the typically suave Duke Mu Yun could no longer restrain himself. He lifted his head and replied, "Esteemed envoy, we have indeed suffered defeat, and I accept your words. However, the elite forces of the Great Zhou have yet to arrive, and our Grand General is en route. It is not certain that we are without the means to contend against the demon clan. Your current derision towards us, the noble martial generals, seems rather ill-considered." His voice, tinged with barely suppressed fury, resonated with his indignation. The envoy's eyes momentarily ignited with fury. Duke Mu Yun's retort felt like a personal affront. "What Grand General?" he scoffed. "He is likely nothing more than a good-for-nothing. Should he appear here, I would say the same." Yet, just as his words faded, a knight appeared in the distance, racing towards them. "The Grand General has reached the outskirts of the royal city and shall return shortly." The voice carried a note of excitement as it rushed into the royal city. Upon hearing this, a flicker of exhilaration crossed Duke Mu Yun's eyes. Lu Yu was now their sole hope, and he had never yearned for a person so fervently before. Chapter 44, The Surprise Attack. Meanwhile, as Duke Mu Yun and the others were caught up in their fervor, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware. He had already departed from Huangyan City and was making his way towards the royal city. The corpses of the demon clan were not left behind. These were treasures of immense value. Having undergone countless years of cultivation, the demon flesh contained boundless energy, while their hides could be fashioned into magical artifacts. Among them were several formidable demons at the golden core stage, and many at the condensation stage. In previous times, the entire dynasty had scarcely reaped such rewards. Thus, it was imperative to bring these remains along. Moreover, with the demon clan currently wielding great power and the Great Zhou experiencing continuous setbacks, the populace was engulfed in panic. The sight of such numerous demon corpses would undoubtedly bolster morale. Consequently, although Huangyan City was not far from the royal city, the sheer weight of their burdens hindered their pace, drawing the attention of the demon clan once more. In addition to the Black Wind Great Demon, the Bloodbat Great Demon was among those dispatched by the demon clan to launch surprise attacks near the royal city. However, He chose not to enter the city but instead lurked within a valley, poised to launch a surprise attack at any moment. At that very instant, the Black Wind Demon emerged, appearing utterly disheveled and marked by numerous bloody wounds. His massive claws were caked with flesh, still fresh from a recent encounter, while his face was etched with agony. Upon his arrival, he turned to the Bloodbat Demon and implored, "Bloodbat, avenge me. My subordinates have been slaughtered, and I am grievously injured myself. If you do not act, my plans shall unravel, and the Demon King's wrath will be unbearable." The Black Wind Demon's voice resonated with a hollow timbre, and the once formidable presence he exuded was now diminished. In contrast, the Bloodbat Demon, with its furry and fearsome visage, displayed a flicker of curiosity. The Black Wind Demon was not weak. Thus, the reason for his current state of disarray intrigued him. What transpired? He inquired. I encountered a formidable human warrior along the way, who seized Hongling City, which I had just captured, and slaughtered my minions. My injuries are a direct result of their onslaught. These humans are more ferocious than our kind. I cannot fathom from whence this army of Dezhou emerged. Your Bloodbat kin can soar through the skies. They might pose no threat to you. You must help me exact my revenge. As the Black Wind Demon spoke, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Upon hearing his plea, the Bloodbat Demon did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Since you have asked, I shall indeed lend my aid. However, you must fulfill one request of mine. State it. As long as it leads to vengeance, I shall comply with anything. The Black Wind Demon hurriedly replied. At this moment, his sole desire was retribution, with all else rendered inconsequential. The Bloodbat Demon then revealed a sly smile and proclaimed, Very well, once you have avenged me, you shall impart the art of wind control. No problem. The Black Wind Demon agreed without a moment's hesitation. Once the two demons had finalized their pact, they set off immediately. A swarm of bloodbats filled the sky, resembling a crimson cloud. Their wings flapped, producing a terrifying sound that even dispersed the clouds above. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to these events. He continued leading his army onward. Still 1,000 miles from the royal city, yet he anticipated reaching it by day's end. However, at that moment, an ear-piercing buzzing sound invaded Lu Yu's ears, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. It was an omen of a great enemy approaching. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he could discern no sign of any figures. However, Lu Yu did not dare to be negligent and immediately proclaimed, Everyone, prepare for battle. Engaging in combat with the demon tribe is a stark contrast to that with the barbarian tribe. The demons have transcended the realm of ordinary beings. Their attacks are both enigmatic and formidable. In battles of equal rank, unless one possesses a unique constitution, humanity is inherently at a disadvantage against the demons. Caution was imperative. As his voice resonated, the surrounding warriors raised their weapons in unison. At that moment, they all sensed the sky darkening. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Countless bloodbats emerged in the sky, each massive in size, some even reaching several meters in length. Their blood-red visages, razor-sharp teeth, and menacing countenances were particularly terrifying. Especially their claws, which gleamed with a chilling light akin to weapons. They were now diving directly downward. Even Lu Yu found it challenging to react swiftly to such a sight. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite bronze battlefield? Sign in. Lu Yu responded without a moment's hesitation. If there was no effective countermeasure against the swarm of bloodbats, even the Xuanjia army's tiger leopard cavalry might suffer losses. Their ability to fly was their greatest advantage. Following Lu Yu's command, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and gaining the allegiance of the Han archery camp. Power, 9th level of Qi cultivation. Secondary weapon, mid-grade spiritual weapon, 8-faced Han sword. Armor, mid-grade spiritual weapon, Qingyao Fuyun armor. Primary weapon, mid-grade spiritual weapon, Blood Flood Dragon Cloud Devouring Bow, with Yuan's spirit arrows capable of slaying enemies from 1,000 paces away. Quantity, 5,000. Please accept host. As the voice faded, a battalion of 5,000 soldiers appeared beside Lu Yu. They donned dark armor adorned with blue bird motifs, carried the 3-foot-long 8-faced Han sword at their waists, and wielded the blood-colored dual-horned dragon bow, with a quiver of arrows slung across their backs, emanating an air of icy menace. Upon their sudden appearance, they knelt on one knee before Lu Yu and declared, We pay homage to our lord. As their voices echoed, Lu Yu waved his hand and commanded, Rise. We shall vanquish our foes first. As the words fell, the 5,000 archers of the archery camp swiftly drew their bows, aiming at the sky. Kneeling, they gazed upward, their dragon bows transforming into a crescent moon state. Most astonishingly, a gentle breeze began to swirl around them, coalescing into shimmering azure orbs that gathered upon their arrows. Lu Yu could sense that this was wind attribute energy. As the bloodbat drew ever closer, he hesitated not for a moment. He promptly issued the command, attack. Whoosh. In an instant, the chilling sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. A volley of feathered arrows ascended into the sky, propelled by the wind with unprecedented swiftness. They coalesced into a rain of arrows, directly targeting the airborne bloodbats. Bang! Bang! Then, a series of thunderous explosions erupted. To his astonishment, the multitude of bloodbats was pierced through their bodies. In that fleeting moment, a crimson rain fell relentlessly. Meanwhile, the sound of bowstrings being drawn within the archers' camp persisted unabated. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Grand General at this moment. The bloodbat demon was utterly unprepared for the formidable array of arrows that lay within Lu Yu's forces, nor could he fathom the strength of these warriors. His wings flapped, stirring up a fierce gale that deflected the arrows aimed at him. However, the other bloodbats under his command lacked his prowess, frequently succumbing to the piercing arrows, which elicited a look of helplessness in his eyes. Reflecting on his journey, he realized that since the onset of his assault on the human race, he had encountered no true adversaries, having even tasted the blood of nobles. Yet now, facing Lu Yu, his losses were staggering. How could he suppress the fury surging within him? Glaring at the dark wind demon, he growled fiercely, "Charge with me. Rush down and eliminate these archers. Otherwise, my kin will perish beneath this rain of arrows." His voice resonated with boundless rage. At this point, the dark wind demon could no longer afford to hesitate. It was a desperate moment, and there was no path left but to fight with all his might. Nodding resolutely, he declared, "Very well, let us charge together." As his voice echoed, his newly sprouted arms swung forth, generating a vast gale that deflected the rain of arrows. Together with the bloodbat demon, he surged toward the archers' camp. However, the archers were already shielded by the main forces at their center. Just as the dark wind demon approached, Pan Feng had already raised his axe skyward, having allowed the dark wind demon to escape previously. This time he was determined to capture him. The thought of failure was simply too humiliating. Boom. Thus, as the dark wind demon drew near the formation, Pan Feng's axe radiated a brilliant light. His cultivation at the Purple Mansion level was now on full display. How could a mere dark wind demon stand a chance against him? With a thunderous roar, the axe's brilliance shattered the newly formed arm of the dark wind demon, continuing its arc toward the demon's neck. Swish! In an instant, a magnificent head was severed, as the colossal bear-like head tumbled to the ground. A look of disbelief lingered in its eyes. Clearly, one did not anticipate meeting such a swift demise. Yet, Pan Feng showed no mercy. With a pair of fierce eyes, he zeroed in on the bloodbat, causing the latter to tremble involuntarily. Subsequently, it traced an arc through the air, soaring into the distance. The demon clan is ferocious. Yet this does not imply they are devoid of fear. Faced with such an onslaught, remaining stationary would only lead to death. Upon witnessing the bloodbat demon's retreat, the other bloodbats did not hesitate to scatter in flight, leaving behind a scene of carnage. Meanwhile, in Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The Arrow Sound Camp has gained experience points, and your power has reached the second level of the Condensing Dan stage." Upon hearing these words, a satisfied expression graced Lu Yu's face. He then commanded, "Collect the demon corpses and depart immediately." The delay caused by the demon clan had already consumed considerable time. What should have been a journey of 3 or 4 days had extended to 5. If they did not hasten towards the royal city, misfortune was inevitable. Upon receiving the order, the surrounding soldiers did not dare to hesitate and promptly began to gather the demon corpses. Some golden elixirs were directly extracted, and the bodies were packed for transport. These remains could enhance the warrior's cultivation, particularly the corpse of the Black Wind Great Demon, which was essential to take. It was known to have roamed the human battlefield with dominance, slaying nobles and serving as a testament to Lu Yu's military achievements. There was no way it could be discarded. Once everything was meticulously collected, the army set forth once more on the path to the royal city. At the moment Lu Yu embarked, within the Wanshou Palace of the royal city, ministers convened once again. The queen sat upon the dragon throne, biting her lip in distress, her frail form trembling beneath the royal robe. She had just received the news that the southern region had completely fallen, transforming into a paradise for the demon clan. The eastern and western cities of the dynasty had suffered varying degrees of devastation, with only the north remaining somewhat stable. Almost half of the territory had been ravaged by the demons. If this continued, the Dayo dynasty would soon cease to exist. Today, the Dowager Empress had also begun to voice her displeasure. Her tone was icy. Since the death of the southern Marquis, she had grown somewhat unhinged. Coldly, she remarked, "Where is the great general of the dynasty? Even now, he has yet to enter the capital. Is he so afraid of the demons that he dares not come?" Although her words were aimed at Lu Yu, the criticism was directed at the Queen of Dayo, for it was she who had conferred the great general's title. Upon hearing this, a stubborn glint appeared in the queen's eyes. The great general had led campaigns against the barbarians, engaging in bloody battles on numerous occasions. With thousands of troops, we charge against the barbarian horde of hundreds of thousands, rescuing our sovereign and those who stand as lords upon the battlefield. Should one dare to call him timid, I see no bold souls within this realm. As this proclamation echoed, the elderly empress was taken aback, astonished that the queen of the Zhou dynasty would dare to retort. Moreover, the lords gathered below did not offer any rebuttals, leading her to a realization, prompting a silence to envelop the grand hall. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps resounded from beyond the hall. It was the envoy of the dynasty. His upright stature, enhanced by his official robes, emanating an air of exceptional nobility. Upon his entrance, the lords instinctively recoiled, having suffered defeat in recent days and facing stern admonishments from this military supervisor. A flicker of fear ignited within their hearts. Yet, the envoy paid them no heed, directing his gaze solely upon the Queen of Zhou. "Your Majesty, the 3-day deadline has elapsed. Aside from witnessing the constant return of defeated troops, I have heard no tidings of triumph. Moreover, your legendary and invincible general has yet to emerge to oversee military affairs, seemingly hiding away like a timid turtle. I suspect he lacks the courage to show himself. If that is indeed the case, and should you find it difficult to render a decisive judgment, I am willing to take matters into my own hands and execute this cowardly general, so he may learn that even if the dynasty cannot govern him, the imperial authority can still suppress him." His voice carried a hint of malice and a subtle warning, clearly indicating that his patience had worn thin. After all, as the military supervisor dispatched by the dynasty, should the Zhou suffer defeat, the Yuhua dynasty would directly confront the demon race, incurring substantial losses. If such a calamity were to occur, he, as the military envoy, would face repercussions that could hinder his career. Thus, his urgency was palpable. He longed to apprehend and eliminate all who feared battle. With this thought, before the queen could respond, he continued, "It appears the queen truly lacks the resolve to act. If that is the case, let us begin by executing a few lords. The fallen commanders are not worth mourning." As his words resonated, the faces of the lords turned ashen, while the Queen of Zhou trembled with rage. Since the envoy's arrival, he had audaciously dictated terms before her. And though she had turned a blind eye to his insolence out of respect for the dynasty's authority, who could have anticipated that he would propose the execution of lords within the grand hall? This was utterly intolerable. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from beyond the hall. "The General of Cavalry, first-class champion lord, has arrived." As the announcement echoed, Lu Yu slowly stepped into the grand hall. As he approached the palace gates, the resounding roars from the Hall of Longevity reached his ears. At that moment, his expression was as tranquil as water, yet in the next instant, his gaze fixed upon the imperial envoy. "Ah, so this is the legendary general, indeed fashionably late. I had assumed you would only appear when the demon race breached the royal city." The envoy's voice emerged, laced with faint disdain and subtle dissatisfaction. However, Lu Yu paid him no heed. After casting a cold glance at his counterpart, he stepped forward and clasped his fists in respect toward the queen. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Due to unforeseen circumstances on the journey, I have arrived late. I humbly ask for your majesty's forgiveness." The queen of the great Zhou swiftly responded, "General, you have endured much fatigue during your travels. How could I possibly punish you?" Strangely, upon seeing him, her heart settled instantly. Yet, at that moment, the imperial envoy felt humiliated by Lu Yu's disregard. Coldly, he regarded Lu Yu and stated, "Now that the general has arrived, let us discuss how to address these commanders. It is only fitting, after all, that you oversee their management. They have all returned in disgrace. Their armies defeated and their nation humiliated. You bear some responsibility." His words echoed with a chilling intensity, imbued with a confrontational essence. The official garb he wore gleamed with a radiant brilliance, designed to instill a sense of trepidation. As soon as his words fell, the Marquis Mu Yun and the others were left bewildered. If they were truly to be executed, it would be a certain death. After all, they had indeed suffered defeat. And the speaker was the envoy of the dynasty, a fatal blow to them. In that moment, all eyes turned to Lu Yu, for a mere nod from him would seal their fate. Yet, at that instant, Lu Yu's icy voice resonated. How the lords of the dynasty are to be treated is not for others to dictate. If you deem our strength insufficient, the envoy may personally take to the battlefield against the demon race. There is no need for such tedious prattle. His words sliced through the air with a fierce chill. The surrounding lords and generals exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their gazes toward Lu Yu now imbued with gratitude. Truthfully, they felt deeply wronged. They had already suffered significant losses on the battlefield against the barbarian tribes. Now, they were expected to confront an even more ferocious demon race, a task that felt insurmountable. Meanwhile, the queen observed all of this silently, recognizing that as the general of the Great Zhou, Lu Yu rightfully held command and the authority to decide their fates. At this moment, the queen must extend her utmost support to her counterpart. Otherwise, Lu Yu's authority would be undermined. Moreover, the claims made by the other party are indeed factual. Although the queen harbors grievances against these noble lords, such matters are internal to the Great Zhou. Presently, an envoy from a dynasty is audaciously dictating terms here, which is understandably displeasing to her. Meanwhile, the envoy seethes with rage. Having been in the Great Zhou dynasty for an extended period, he has never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Even the queen herself has always been exceedingly courteous. Now, having been humiliated by someone like Lu Yu, how could he not be infuriated? He immediately retorted, "How dare you? Do you not realize that to reject my decree is to reject the entire Yuhua dynasty?" As he stepped forward, intending to intimidate Lu Yu with the weight of the dynasty, he found himself unperturbed. After all, Lu Yu is a formidable figure who has led a mere few dozen riders against an army of hundreds of thousands from the barbarian tribes. Why would he cower before an envoy of a dynasty? He coldly replied, "No one may interfere in the internal affairs of the Great Zhou. This is a stipulation established in the past agreements between the Yuhua Emperor and the various dynasties. Do you dare to defy the will of the Emperor?" Lu Yu's voice rang out with resonance, leaving the envoy momentarily at a loss for words, though he was seething with indignation. He immediately commanded his subordinates, "Teach him a lesson." Upon his command, two formidable figures stepped forth from behind the envoy. With a swift motion, they unsheathed their gleaming blades, casting a cold light across the hall and causing the courtiers of the Great Zhou to change their expressions in alarm. They had not anticipated that the envoy would resort to direct violence. However, it was not surprising, considering that these lords returning from the battlefield were accustomed to being pummeled. Now, with Lu Yu yet to engage in combat, the envoy was unlikely to show mercy in his intent to punish. Just as the two subordinates had drawn their weapons, Lu Yu's icy voice echoed once more, "Dare to draw weapons before His Majesty, kill." At the sound of his command, Pan Feng, who had accompanied Lu Yu, did not hesitate. He stepped forward, the clanging of his armor resonating as he moved, a formidable figure shielding Lu Yu. With a powerful punch, he struck. The weapons of the envoy's subordinates were shattered in an instant. Following this, Pan Feng advanced further, unleashing the energy from his fists and directly shattering the dantian of the two men. In an instant, the two Golden Core practitioners found themselves devoid of combat ability. Yet, Lu Yu showed no intention of sparing them. After all, which dynasty's general is not overwhelmingly powerful? It is only due to the recent ascension of the Empress of the Great Zhou that the envoy feels emboldened to act with such arrogance. Thus, imparting a lesson is imperative. Therefore, upon witnessing the fall of the two individuals, Lu Yu coldly remarked, "Where is the general before the throne? Drag these two assassins out and execute them at once. Should anyone dare to intervene, they shall face dire consequences." His frigid voice resonated throughout the hall. The general, unable to contain himself any longer, promptly responded, "As commanded." He then instructed his guards to seize the two and take them away. Moments later, the chilling sound of their anguished cries echoed from beyond the palace. This spectacle not only demonstrated Lu Yu's formidable authority to the lords and nobles of the Great Zhou, but it also left the envoy of the imperial court utterly astounded. He could scarcely believe the audacity displayed by Lu Yu, pointing a finger at him and declaring, "You shall come to regret this." At that moment, the confidence in his voice had dissipated. However, upon hearing those words, a trace of disdain flickered in Lu Yu's eyes as he chose to disregard the envoy. Although the dynasty was a vassal of the imperial court, it still possessed its own dignity. Unless the royal family were to personally intervene, none could compel a king to bow before them. While Lu Yu was not the king of the Great Zhou, he held the title of Grand General, empowered to uphold the queen's honor. Witnessing such an occurrence, the Dowager Empress seemed to have found an ally to sustain her authority. She had always maintained some connection with the Yuhua dynasty, and now, with this audacious general disregarding her, it was time for her to speak out. Her voice, aged and hoarse, filled the hall. "Lu Yu, as the Grand General, Do you merely flaunt your authority within the palace? The envoy of the dynasty may not dare to reprimand you, but can I, as the Dowager Empress, not speak to you? The war has raged for so long, with the demon race ravaging the southern territories. Duke Junnan fought valiantly on the battlefield and met his end at the hands of the Black Wind demon, dying nobly. And what of you? You may have slain a single demon and garnered a modicum of merit, yet here you are, wielding your powers as Grand General. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? As her words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the hall. Even some nobles who had initially supported the Dowager Empress shook their heads in disappointment. Lu Yu's actions were a defense of the Great Zhou's authority. Internal disputes could be settled behind closed doors, but unity must be maintained in the presence of outsiders. A vital key to the survival of the Great Zhou. Now, the Dowager Empress's blatant betrayal was evident, and they found themselves powerless to persuade her otherwise. Her remarks were akin to slapping her own face. At that moment, the envoy seized the opportunity to chime in. The Dowager Empress is correct. As Grand General, to shy away from battle and cower in the face of the demon threat is unacceptable. I shall bring this matter before His Majesty. Just as his voice fell, Lu Yu's brow furrowed in response. Who claims that I have not engaged in battle? Who asserts that I have not slain demons? To all present, who among you has claimed more demon lives than I in this war? The general shall abdicate. The voice echoed softly, causing a notable shift in the expressions of all present. The Queen of the Great Zhou promptly interjected, admonishing, the esteemed general must not act recklessly. Even Duke Mian stepped forward, stating, General, do not speak in anger. After vanquishing the demon race, there will be ample opportunity for glory. You have traversed a long path without encountering these fiends. How could you possibly defeat such a creature? Moreover, your victories in the northern frontier alone are sufficient to secure your position as the general. None but you can command the respect of the people. Duke Mian was evidently anxious, perspiration beading on his forehead as he defended Lu Yu. However, the envoy seized the moment, addressing Lu Yu, this is your assertion. Should you indeed achieve merit, I shall personally apologize to you. Furthermore, I will request our emperor to send a different envoy in my stead. This light-hearted remark, coupled with a heavy wager, aimed to undermine the words of Duke Mian and others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu paid no heed to the envoy, instead turning to the soldier Pan Feng, commanding, present the military merit jade talisman. This talisman contained a record of all that transpired on the battlefield. Chapter 47. Choices. As Lu Yu's voice faded, Pan Feng, without hesitation, presented a jade talisman that shimmered with ethereal light. After receiving it, Lu Yu addressed the Queen of the Great Zhou, saying, Your Majesty, my arrival at the royal city was delayed by certain matters, hence my lateness. Here is the account of those events. I beseech you to review it. As he spoke, he extended the jade talisman with both hands. An attendant, who had been waiting nearby, took the talisman and hurried to present it to the queen. At that moment, the Queen of the Great Zhou furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying concern. Lu Yu's gamble was exceedingly high. Without military accomplishments, any claims would be in vain. The envoy and the Dowager Empress would surely hold fast to their objections. Yet, as she infused her magic into the jade talisman, her previously furrowed brow began to relax. Excitement sparkled in her beautiful eyes. After a brief moment, she addressed the assembly of ministers below, stating, This is the account of the esteemed general's journey. Let us all take a look. With her voice resonating, she waved her hand, and a golden light erupted within the grand hall. All gazes converged upon the unfolding imagery. The first scene depicted Lu Yu shattering Hongling City with remarkable force. The tactical execution was flawless, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Some exclaimed in disbelief, This is the Black Wind Great Demon, invincible on the battlefield, who once devoured the Southern Duke. Yet now, it has been dealt a grievous blow and is forced to flee in disarray. The number of slain demons must have reached 60 to 70,000. Duke Mian spoke up at this moment, his initial shock giving way to a jubilant expression. Regardless of the outcome, Lu Yu had indeed restored honor to the Great Zhou. It was a moment worthy of celebration. The envoy of the dynasty wore a grim expression. He had previously declared that following Lu Yu's victory, he would return. Yet, to return without the slightest achievement would undoubtedly tarnish his career. His mind was in turmoil. However, the scene shifted dramatically, revealing a more shocking spectacle. In the sky, bloodbats danced, exhibiting an endless display of carnage. The aura of ferocity permeated the air, palpable even through the screen. Then, Lu Yu was seen arranging his troops. The archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, directly decimating the demon race, with blood raining down from the sky. Next came the fierce charge of the great demon. as Pan Feng slayed the Black Wind demon in a brutal display. At this moment, the lords and nobles of the Great Zhou were thoroughly convinced. Even the Empress Dowager rose from her seat. Gazing at Lu Yu, she slowly spoke, "For avenging my son, you have done well. I thank you here." Tears unexpectedly welled in her murky eyes. Supported by her maidens, she exited the grand hall. With 2 consecutive victories, Lu Yu and his men had slain over 100,000 demons, a monumental achievement. Even the dynasty's generals could not have done better. At this moment, Lu Yu's gaze fixed intently on the envoy, and he spoke slowly, "What more do you have to say?" The young man opposite him finally displayed a hint of panic in his eyes. After a moment, he looked at Lu Yu and declared, "I am the adopted son of the 3rd prince of the Yuhua dynasty, a true blood descendant of the Li family, named Li Lin. Remember this name. You will surely regret what you have done today." His voice carried an undertone of threat as he strode out of the grand hall. Lu Yu, however, paid no heed to this threat. In his past, when he had nothing, he had dared to speak back to the Grand General of the Border Defense. Now, although he appeared calm, his heart burned with fierce resolve, never yielding to the powerful. At this moment, the queen spoke, her gaze fixed on Lu Yu until he began to feel somewhat uncomfortable. She then slowly inquired, "General, the demon incursion has nearly obliterated the southern border. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Her voice conveyed a sense of urgency. This situation was of utmost importance to the Great Zhou. If the southern border fell, a careless moment could lead to the demons storming the royal city. Moreover, Lu Yu had now angered the envoy of the dynasty. If he could turn the tide, there might be hope. If not, the encroaching demons would be the least of their worries, as the Yuhua dynasty would certainly not spare them. Upon hearing her words, all the ministers turned their gazes towards Lu Yu. As they awaited his decision, the esteemed general, having endured numerous fierce battles without ever facing defeat, commanded their utmost respect. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, there are over 100 cities in the southern frontier, which can be broadly categorized into 4 segments. Fengdu City stands foremost, being the closest to us. Capturing Fengdu will likely lead to the surrender of the surrounding cities as well. Therefore, I propose we advance from north to south, beginning with the grand city of Fengdu. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall then launch an assault on Limai City, which lies adjacent to Fengdu. Securing these 2 cities will allow us to reclaim half of the southern territories." "Very well," the king replied. "You may deploy the generals as you see fit. My only demand is that we reclaim the southern frontier swiftly and keep the demon clan at bay. Should this be achieved, we will have fulfilled our duty to the dynasty." "Understood," Lu Yu responded promptly. The ensuing discussions revolved around the mobilization of troops. Despite the significant losses suffered by the elite forces of various lords, none dared to withhold their strength at this critical juncture. Eagerly reporting the number of soldiers they could muster for battle, Lu Yu coordinated the efforts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lu Yu's mother and Hongling arrived at the royal city, though they did not meet Lu Yu. Instead, they entrusted Cheng Yaojin to lead the soldiers to the military camp, as it was the day Lu Yu would lead his army into battle. When the forces of various lords converged, they numbered around 200,000, though not vast. It was the most formidable force they could gather at that moment. This marked Lu Yu's first experience commanding such a large army. As he gazed upon the throng of soldiers at the city gates, he turned to behold the queen personally seeing him off. Her royal robe billowed in the cold wind, and her slightly pale visage revealed a hint of frailty. Yet her gaze was unwavering, her voice resonant and powerful. "I wish the great general a victorious start, to bring glory to the Great Zhou." As her words echoed, she raised a cup of wine and drank deeply. Simultaneously, a courtier presented Lu Yu with a cup of wine. After he drank, he looked at the queen and declared, "In this battle, I shall surely uphold the dignity of the Great Zhou and establish our people's name, never to return until the demon clan is vanquished." With these words, he mounted his steed and rode forward, followed closely by the generals of the Great Zhou. Meanwhile, within the residence of the 3rd prince of the Yuhua dynasty, Li Lin knelt cautiously in the hall. The 3rd prince sat in a position of authority, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Adorned in a splendid yellow robe that accentuated his noble stature, her long, lustrous hair was elegantly gathered atop her head, adorned with a jade hairpin set at a slight angle. Though seemingly casual, her demeanor exuded an air of imposing authority. She held a considerable degree of satisfaction towards her adopted son. Not only was he endowed with commendable talent, but his family's influence was also substantial, thus serving as a significant asset in her pursuit of the throne. Observing his somewhat disheveled appearance, she spoke slowly. "What has transpired that you have returned so soon?" "Securing your position as a military supervisor in the Great Zhou was a hard-fought achievement with your father." Her tone, though soothing, carried an undercurrent of sternness. Upon hearing her voice, Li Lin's expression instantly fell into a frown. He looked at the third prince with a sense of grievance and declared, "Adoptive father, I was quite content during my time in the Great Zhou. However, the newly appointed Grand General, Lu Yu, showed me no respect whatsoever. He accused me of meddling and even executed one of my subordinates in public, leaving me no choice but to return. You must advocate for me." Li Lin was adept with his words, choosing to omit any mention of Lu Yu's accomplishments, instead emphasizing the lack of respect shown to him. The third prince, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was aware that Lu Yu was his own son, and he had personally endorsed the Marquisate of Jinsu. Now, finding himself in a quandary between his biological son and his adopted one, he pondered his decision. Yet, after a brief moment, he resolved to act. The Li family held significant sway within the feathered transformation dynasty. Their ancestors were said to have been divine beings, and rumors suggested that Li Lin exhibited signs of ancestral traits. Should a true divine being emerge to support him, his position as heir would be nearly assured. In contrast, while Lu Yu was indeed his son and possessed commendable qualities, the likelihood of his becoming a divine being was nearly impossible, and his influence was limited. Thus, securing the support of the Li family was paramount. With this thought in mind, he produced a jade talisman and spoke gently, "This is my royal decree talisman. Take it back to the Great Zhou. With this talisman, even the queen of the Great Zhou must afford you some measure of respect. After all, he is merely a general. However, remember this, express your grievances, but spare Lu Yu's life." "Thank you, adoptive father," Li Lin replied with excitement. He then retreated, and as he stepped out of the hall, a glint of cold determination shone in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Lu Yu, you shall soon learn the consequences of your actions. With the royal decree talisman in hand, let us see how audacious you can be this time." Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He had already set forth on his expedition, flanked by the 18 riders of Yanyun. The Xuanjia army forged ahead, while the tiger and leopard cavalry provided support on either side. The Mo Dao army trailed behind, forming the central force. Though their numbers were few, their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. In the vanguard stood the divine martial Marquis, commanding an elite contingent of the divine martial legion. Despite suffering tremendous losses on the northern battlefield, they managed to muster 50,000 seasoned veterans and newly recruited soldiers to pave the way for the main army. To the left of the central force was the Cloud Shepherd Marquis, who also assembled a contingent of 50,000 Cloud Shepherd troops, now advancing steadily. The family banner fluttered proudly in the wind, and solemn expressions adorned the faces of all, for they understood the gravity of the impending battle. A moment's carelessness could lead to annihilation. On the right flank of the central army was the unmatched Marquis, a young nobleman who had come to respect Lu Yu. Clad in gleaming silver armor, he faced the challenge with resolve. However, his newly formed unmatched legion was still lacking in elite forces, struggling to reach the goal of 50,000 men, and currently numbered only 20,000. While their strength remained to be seen, their morale was commendable. The rear was comprised of the fierce Wind Marquis, the Fengdu Marquis, the Liyun Marquis, and other noble commanders, collectively mustering another 50,000 troops. It could be said that the Great Zhou had exerted its utmost effort in this endeavor. Should Lu Yu falter, retreating to the northern frontier would be their only recourse. As the vast army marched for several days and approached Fengdu City, Lu Yu directed a messenger to relay orders. "Inform the troops to set up camp. Summon the generals to my tent for a council." "Understood," replied the messenger, who promptly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, the army halted its advance and began to establish their encampment. Meanwhile, the divine martial Marquis and others made their way to Lu Yu's tent, each weighed down by heavy thoughts. Fengdu City loomed ahead. Yet the means to breach its defenses necessitated collective deliberation. Though the troops appeared numerous, a true engagement could lead to swift disintegration, resulting in a dead end. Despite their anxiety, upon entering Lu Yu's tent, they dared not show any sign of negligence. They quickly stepped forward and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the general." This battle was of utmost significance to them. A defeat would spell doom for all. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I have summoned you today to discuss our strategy for the assault on Fengdu City. We shall follow the general's lead." The marquises responded unanimously. They were not strangers to battles against the demon tribe, having experienced near collapse in previous encounters. Thus, all their hopes now rested on Lu Yu. Hearing their words, he replied without hesitation, "Very well, since you have entrusted me with the arrangements, I shall proceed without reservation. I believe it is imperative to seize Fengdu City with utmost urgency, for the of the southern frontier are continuously augmenting their ranks. Their strength will inevitably grow. Therefore, I propose we rest for the night and launch our formal assault on the morrow." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several nobles shifted dramatically. The forthright General Shunsher boldly inquired, "My lord, how shall we engage? Fengdu City possesses 4 gates. I shall take charge of the frontal assault. General Shun will lead the attack on the eastern gate, where it is said a formidable resides. Regardless of the outcome, you need only to hold him for 3 hours." "I shall comply," replied General Shun promptly upon receiving the command. Then, Lu Yu's voice resonated once more. "Lord Muyun, you are to lead the assault on the southern gate, also for 3 hours. If you can delay the northern gate's commander, you shall earn merit. Should you fail, prepare to face the consequences." At this moment, Lu Yu exhibited no semblance of leniency. As he spoke, the armor upon his form clattered ominously in the gale, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld him. "Demon Lord Wushuang and Lord Lifeng, you are to engage at the eastern gate, also for 3 hours. We do not demand that you breach the city, but simply to entangle the commanding officer. Lord Fengdu and Lord Liyun, you shall be responsible for the western gate." "We shall obey." Each noble affirmed their orders with conviction. They were wholly convinced by Lu Yu's strategy. He led the smallest contingent yet was tasked with the most formidable frontal assault. Who would dare to voice dissent? Observing the absence of objections from the assembled nobles, Lu Yu coldly declared, "Then descend and prepare. We shall initiate the attack at dawn. Remember, my demands must be met, or there shall be no mercy." "Understood." The various commanders bowed and withdrew. This battle held tremendous significance for them, as it was a chance to restore the honor of the great Zhou. A night swiftly passed. This day weighed heavily upon all hearts. Within the grandeur of the king's palace at Wanshou, the queen gazed intently into the Xianguang mirror, observing the unfolding events. Her hands were clasped tightly, nearly drawing blood from her palms. This battle was of utmost importance, determining the fate of the great Zhou. At that moment, the scene revealed the great Zhou army, fully arrayed, encircling Fengdu City with a formidable force of 200,000. Yet, the within the city remained unperturbed. Currently, Fengdu City was fortified with 150,000 soldiers, including 10 formidable, capable of annihilating twice their number of humans in open combat. Furthermore, under normal circumstances, 50,000 soldiers would suffice to defend the city. Thus, the battlements today were bustling with activity. The various wore expressions of disdain. While the commanding black tiger stood atop the city walls, his eyes gleaming with a sinister green light. Surrounding the city were the severed heads of the human warriors. This is a defeated warrior of the great Zhou, whose lifeless body now hangs upon the city walls. Blood drips steadily, forming crimson puddles upon the ground. A scene of utter carnage. A gentle breeze sweeps through, carrying with it the briny scent of despair. Even the most battle-hardened veterans wear expressions of horror at this grim sight. Yet, at this moment, the face of Duke Muyun betrays a mix of anger and terror. For among the severed heads adorning his wall, he recognizes a familiar visage, his beloved nephew, who had been lost amidst the chaos of the last battle. Unbeknownst to him, he has become fodder for the demon race. In his heart, he longs to rend the demon horde to shreds. However, Lu Yu remains silent, unable to issue the command to attack. The two sides stand in tense stillness. As the sun slowly ascends and its first rays touch Lu Yu's form, he resolutely gives the order, "All troops, assault the city." His voice roars like a tiger, echoing for miles around. In that instant, the human forces surge forward in a unified charge. Simultaneously, a voice resonates in Lu Yu's mind. "Ding. Host, would you like to sign in at the king-level bronze battlefield?" At the sound of this, Lu Yu's eyes gleam with anticipation. Each battlefield tier consists of ordinary, elite, and king level. It goes without saying that the king level is the apex. He is filled with eager curiosity about the rewards that may await him. With this thought, Lu Yu declares without hesitation, "Sign in." Chapter 49. Great victory with Lu Yu's command. The system chimes once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in. You have been awarded the title of Divine Body, Tyrant Blood Divine Body, and the next level, Ancient Tyrant Blood Divine Body. As these words resonate, Lu Yu feels a profound transformation within his being. His blood boils with vigor, his bones grow sturdier, and a delightful tingling sensation envelopes him. It is as though boundless strength courses through his veins. He feels himself growing taller, his physique becoming robust and powerful. His hair shifts to a soft shade of purple, exuding an air of majesty and nobility. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation has also surged, reaching the 9th level of the Golden Core. This remarkable change does not go unnoticed by those around him. Their gazes are filled with awe. Although he has not summoned a formidable army this time, a satisfied smile graces Lu Yu's face. The true essence of strength lies in one's own prowess. Such transformations, though they seem laborious to recount, transpired in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation after his breakthrough, Lu Yu bellows, "Assault the city." In the next instant, the Xuanzhao army and the tiger and leopard riders dismount simultaneously. Although they were cavalry, they were equally adept in foot combat. Upon dismounting, they charged towards the city walls with the force of cannonballs, each individual leaping into the air with a single powerful stomp. Simultaneously, the archers of the Arrow Sound camp drew their bows to full tension, suppressing the demon race atop the battlements with precise coordination. Pan Feng was the first to reach the parapet. As his gaze fell upon the formidable black tiger demon, he swung his massive axe downward with fierce intent. The sound of the cleaving air was accompanied by a thunderous resonance, imbued with the might of a tempest, compelling the black tiger demon to act without hesitation. Having once dominated the battlefield and mastered various combat techniques, he met Pan Feng's assault with his golden-patterned battle knife. The blade sliced through the air, echoing with the roars of tigers, reverberating through the atmosphere. The demon's aura was formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core, emboldening him in his confidence. However, this time, he faced Pan Feng. When their weapons clashed, a resounding boom erupted, and the black tiger demon's blade was sent careening away. In the face of Pan Feng's ferocity, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage after a single exchange. Yet, the black tiger demon king, in that moment, became even more frenzied. With a mighty roar, he sought to engage Pan Feng in a desperate struggle. In battle, demons often succumb to madness, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Nevertheless, Pan Feng's cultivation granted him a decisive advantage, and he felt no fear. Launching himself into the air, he delivered a powerful kick aimed at the demon king's head. With a resounding clash of metal, the black tiger demon king's skull erupted, a gruesome spectacle that drew the attention of nearby demons. The swift shadow wind leopard, brandishing a war spear, attempted a sneak attack on Pan Feng. However, Luo Cheng's icy spear pierced through the air, his silver armor shimmering as he embodied the essence of a war god. Deflecting the leopard's spear aside, he swiftly maneuvered his hooked lance, the sharp blade slicing through the air in a graceful arc, severing the leopard's head from its body, leaving it lifeless on the ground. Under the relentless suppression of the Arrow Sound camp, more of the Xuanzhao army, tiger and leopard cavalry, and Mo Dao soldiers surged towards the city. At the main gate's battlements, they erected mountains of blades, causing torrents of blood to flow as the demon race suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, within Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has been elevated to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations to the host. The strength of the Xuanzhao army has ascended to the 8th level of the Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the tiger and leopard cavalry has ascended to the 9th level of the Condensation Dan. Ding, congratulations, host. Cheng Yaojin's strength has risen to the 6th level of the Golden Dan. Ding, congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has reached the 7th level of the Golden Dan. Ding, congratulations, host. The Mo Dao army's strength has improved to the 8th level of the Condensation Dan. Ding, congratulations, host. Pan Feng's strength has risen to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. The Shisheng camp's strength has elevated to the 5th level of the Condensation Dan. With the sound echoing, the forces under Lu Yu experienced a significant enhancement in their prowess. The main gate was nearly entirely occupied by the Great Zhou army. Simultaneously, fierce battles raged at the other gates. However, the Great Zhou was subtly gaining the upper hand, as the 15,000-strong army of the demon race had gathered a full 10,000 at the main gate. The remaining 5,000 were dispersed across the other gates, resulting in approximately 10,000 at each entrance. Despite the strength of the various marquises, victory was not entirely out of reach. At this moment, the Marquis of Mu Yun at the southern gate donned a light golden armor and wielded a cloud-patterned sword, charging at the forefront. Although cunning, he recognized the gravity of the situation. There was no retreat left, and Lu Yu's orders had been issued. He did not believe that his head would fare better than those of the imperial forces. Thus, he fought with all his might. The great demon facing him retaliated fiercely, never having anticipated such desperate resistance from the human race, which had previously crumbled with a single battle. Yet now, the reckless charge left the demon somewhat overwhelmed, especially when confronted by a marquis, whose swordplay was relentless and impenetrable, causing confusion. Is it worth fighting so desperately? If this continues, your subordinates will be exhausted. A sharp voice emerged from the demon guarding the southern gate. It was a wolf spirit, who spoke while brandishing a wolf tusk club. However, its arrogance had diminished since the beginning. At that moment, the Marquis of Mu Yun declared coldly, "The demon race is the mortal enemy of humanity. If we cannot vanquish you today, then it is I who shall perish." As his voice resonated, he seized the opportunity to thrust his sword into the abdomen of the wolf demon. Howl! The wolf demon emitted a chilling cry, but its club struck fiercely against the Marquis's shoulder, draining the color from his face. Yet, recalling his family and the military orders of Lu Yu, he dared not hesitate. Enduring the pain, he forcefully thrust his sword upward. With a swift motion, the body of the wolf demon was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the death of the great demon, an expression of incredulity flashed in the eyes of the Marquis of Mu Yun. He had indeed slain a formidable demon. The individuals surrounding him discerned a transformation in the demeanor of the Duke of Mu Yun. Whereas he once resembled a pampered aristocrat, he now exuded an aura imbued with a steely resolve. Following the demise of the formidable Tsang wolf demon, the Southern Gate's demonic forces struggled to mount a formidable defense. Concurrently, the other factions were grappling with similar bloody conflicts, suffering grievous losses. However, after 3 hours had elapsed, the skies above Fengdu City were shrouded in a haze of blood mist, and the human race had once again reclaimed this stronghold. Lu Yu's audacity inspired the surrounding armies, leading the nobility of Dezhou to realize for the first time that their strength was not to be underestimated. As this grand city fell, within the royal palace, the illumination mirror became increasingly obscured, nearly engulfed by the blood mist. The inability to discern the events on the battlefield left the queen in a state of acute anxiety. At this juncture, the imperial envoy, Li Lin, re-entered the palace, bearing a command token and striding directly into the grand hall. Addressing the queen, he inquired if she recognized the token in his possession. The prince's token. Upon seeing the token, the queen furrowed her brow slightly and rose to offer a respectful salute. Meanwhile, Li Lin's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "I have heard that Dezhou has mobilized its forces, led by the esteemed General Lu Yu. The third prince has proclaimed that should there be a defeat, Lu Yu's marquis title shall be stripped, reducing him to a commoner. Your Majesty, I have also heard that Fengdu City harbors a staggering army of 150,000 demons. To presume that your mere 200,000 could breach such a stronghold is nothing short of fanciful. Such a disparity is something even my father, the Thunder God Marquis of the dynasty, could scarcely accomplish. Lu Yu is utterly reckless. He is jeopardizing the finest warriors of our race." His words dripped with a hint of malice, as he vowed that Lu Yu would pay dearly for his actions. Yet the queen responded coldly, "The outcome will determine the truth. Has the envoy forgotten our previous wager? Being proven wrong will be quite unpleasant." It was a rare instance of the Dezhou queen countering Li Lin. Nevertheless, she was internally fraught with tension, her back nearly drenched in perspiration. At that moment, a palace attendant rushed in, visibly anxious. Upon seeing the queen, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory. The general has slain 150,000 enemies in Fengdu City and has now reclaimed it. The recovery of Fengdu City, along with the annihilation of 150,000 foes, is not merely a triumph for the Dezhou dynasty, it is a monumental achievement for the human race. In this land, humanity has long existed in the shadows, struggling for survival amidst the encroachment of various factions. Historically, in battles against foreign races, they have often found themselves at a disadvantage. Now, with Lu Yu's astonishing victory that has claimed the lives of 150,000 demons, this news is undoubtedly invigorating for the human race. It is noteworthy that in times past, a dynasty had vanquished 100,000 demon clansmen and was duly rewarded by the imperial court. Now, Lu Yu has slain a staggering 150,000 foes. This is indeed a monumental achievement. Upon contemplating this, the queen's gaze fixated upon Li Lin, and she spoke slowly. "Does the envoy have anything further to convey?" Li Lin's expression darkened. Upon hearing the queen's voice, he retorted coldly, "Is it truly so that 150,000 slain equates to just that? To falsely report military exploits is a grave offense." Clearly, he was holding on to his last vestiges of resistance. The Queen of Dezhou, however, merely smiled. "The military merit jade token has already been transmitted. Would you care to see it?" After her words, Li Lin fell silent. With a huff, he turned and departed. The queen, undeterred, promptly ordered the jade token to be conveyed to the imperial court. This was Lu Yu's opportunity to shine within the dynasty, and also a chance for Dezhou to assert its authority before the court. She would not relinquish it. Once the military achievements were dispatched, the queen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Lu Yu remained oblivious to these developments. He was busy counting the casualties. This battle had been arduous for all involved. The troops under the command of the divine Martial Marquis had lost 10,000 men, while the Muyun Marquis had suffered serious injuries and also lost over 10,000 of his soldiers. Other units had also incurred significant losses. In total, over 30,000 lives had been claimed. Yet, the fruits of their labor were nothing short of glorious. Even the Muyun Marquis could not hide his smile. Yet, Lu Yu's countenance bore no trace of joy. The loss of so many lives weighed heavily upon him. He felt a sense of responsibility. If this continued, even after reclaiming lost territories, the 200,000 troops he had rallied would dwindle significantly. With that thought, he spoke, "Fengdu Marquis. This city of Fengdu was originally your fief. You shall now take command here. The others, once they have recuperated, will commence assaults on the surrounding minor cities. We must ensure their recovery in a timely manner. I intend to set out again tomorrow to attack Limai City. Once we capture the city, the Liyun Marquis will provide support from the rear, tasked with securing the city. Now, go and make the necessary arrangements." As his voice echoed, the marquises surrounding him displayed expressions of difficulty. They were in complete agreement with Lu Yu's strategy. He had consistently engaged in the most challenging battles while they had merely provided support, yet were unable to keep pace with his relentless advance, which left them feeling somewhat ashamed. At this juncture, the divine Martial Marquis interjected, "General, you have just endured a fierce battle. Would it not be overly taxing to assault Limai City so soon? Perhaps it would be prudent to rest for a time before we accompany you." The voice carried a sense of sincerity, and at this moment, the marquises were completely convinced by Lu Yu. Even the Marquis of Muyun nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yu spoke slowly, stating that the reclamation of lost territory was an urgent matter. The demon clan continued to amass troops, and the imperial forces were relentlessly pressing. With each victory on our side, the pressure on His Majesty would lessen. Hence, I must breach Limai City within a short period. After hearing this, the various lords ceased their chatter, for Lu Yu spoke the undeniable truth. Should we suffer defeat, the titles of Dezhou would likely be revoked by the imperial court, leading to dire consequences for all. In the following moments, Lu Yu devised a strategy for their offensive, instructing them to reclaim the entirety of Fengdu City before proceeding to Limai City to rendezvous with him. After all, once the territory was secured, there would still be a need for someone to manage the aftermath and guard the cities. The marquises nodded in agreement. Once everything was arranged, Lu Yu set forth. The Yanyun 18 riders, the Xianjiao army, the Tiger and Leopard riders, the Mo Dao soldiers, and the Shisheng camp comprised his entire retinue, totaling over 20,000 elite troops, capable of following Lu Yu to the ends of the earth. Limai City lay several thousand miles from Fengdu City, yet Lu Yu and his forces moved with remarkable speed, traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Thus, after several days, they arrived at the outskirts of Limai City. Along the way, they encountered numerous demon forces, and in vanquishing their foes, Lu Yu reaped substantial rewards. Upon signing in before an army of 3,000 demons, he obtained the exquisite spirit weapon, the stunning dragon bow. Upon signing in before an army of 5,000 demons, he acquired the ice dragon bloodline. This time, Lu Yu did not hesitate and administered it directly to Luo Cheng. With the ice dragon bloodline, Luo Cheng's constitution was elevated to a lower-grade divine body, and his strength experienced a remarkable surge, ascending to the 9th level of golden core. At this moment, he appeared even more frigid, with misty serpents of cold swirling around his silver armor, a sight to behold. When he stood still, the ground beneath him bore traces of ice. Though not the pinnacle of divine bodies, it was certainly extraordinary. It is worth noting that throughout the history of the Yuhua dynasty, divine bodies had appeared only a handful of times, each establishing powerful families with profound legacies. Currently, only one divine body existed within the dynasty, the Yuhua Emperor, who possessed merely a mid-grade Yuhua divine body. Had anyone known of Luo Cheng's attainment of a divine body, it would undoubtedly have stirred the entire dynasty. As for Lu Yu's blood of tyranny divine body, such an elite existence needed no further elaboration. Nevertheless, at this moment, Lu Yu's thoughts were far removed from such considerations. He paid little heed to Luo Cheng's divine body, for to him, it was merely a means to enhance his power. At this moment, his gaze fixated on Limai City, his eyes shimmering with astonishing brilliance. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, "Inform the army. Today we shall besiege the city. As his words echoed, the commanders behind him tensed their bodies, and the herald promptly descended to relay the message. Simultaneously, Luo Cheng voiced his concerns, addressing Lu Yu, "My lord, there are 200,000 demon tribes stationed within Limai City. Is it not a bit reckless to launch a direct assault?" This marked the first instance of anyone daring to question Lu Yu's command. Yet, it was also a reflection of Luo Cheng's apprehension. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu cast a glance at him but did not express anger. Instead, he replied calmly, "We must attack today. Otherwise, the demon tribe's audacity will only grow bolder. Prepare yourselves." With his voice resonating, Lu Yu mounted his warhorse and began to advance, followed closely by an army of 20,000. As they approached the city, a voice resounded in Lu Yu's mind, "Ding. Does the host wish to sign in at the king-level bronze battlefield?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu responded, "Sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the loyalty of the Assault Legion. Strength, second layer of Dan condensation. Shield, medium-grade spiritual tool, black-scaled golden pattern shield. Weapon, medium-grade spiritual tool, golden-scaled city-breaking spear. Armor, medium-grade spiritual tool, sky-covering armor. Physique, superior spiritual body. Quantity, 10,000. Please accept, host." As the voice faded, a formidable army emerged behind Lu Yu. Clad in black armor that enveloped their forms, they resembled ferocious steel beasts. In their left hands, they wielded shields towering to a man's height, radiating a metallic gleam that exuded a sense of weightiness. In their right hands, they brandished spears, glinting with a sharp aura. Each warrior stood impressively tall, nearly 2 meters, embodying the valiant spirit of the Assault Legion, one of the most elite infantry in Chinese history. At this juncture, Lu Yu hesitated no longer and issued his command, "Archers, rain down arrows." Following his directive, the archers of the Assault Legion simultaneously knelt, drawing their bows into a full arc release. With Lu Yu's command, an endless torrent of arrows soared into the sky, descending upon the city walls. Many of the demon tribes atop Limai City, just becoming aware of Lu Yu's approaching army, were still oblivious to the unfolding events, only to feel the sky darkening above them. As they looked up, they beheld. The relentless storm of arrows awaited its own. With a sharp sound, a vanguard of the demon clan was pierced through the mouth by a sharp arrow, the tip emerging from the back of his head as blood surged forth. His massive form collapsed to the ground, leaving the demon warriors atop the city wall in a state of disarray, fear gleaming in their eyes. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Archers Battalion did not cease their assault. Their feathered arrows were drawn at an astonishing speed, released in a seamless motion, creating a torrential downpour of arrows. As the demons were thoroughly subdued, Lu Yu's voice once again resounded, "Assault Battalion, ascend the walls. The Mo Dao army will follow closely behind. The Xianjiao army and the Tiger Leopard cavalry will patrol outside the city, eliminating any that escape." With his commands issued in an orderly manner, the Assault Battalion's warriors stomped their feet fiercely against the ground, propelling their entire bodies skyward in an instant. Shields raised to protect their forms, their spears lunged forth simultaneously, converging in the air like an impenetrable fortress, crashing down upon the city walls. How could the demons withstand such an onslaught? A great demon let out a furious roar. It was a wild boar, wielding 2 massive axes, cleaving toward the front. When the sharp axe blade struck against the shield, a deafening sound echoed. The wild boar demon's arms were numbed by the impact, and then, from behind the shield, a volley of spears thrust forward, causing his pupils to constrict in fear. Attempting to evade was futile, as his body was instantaneously pierced by the spears, blood gushing forth as his enormous form fell unwillingly to the ground. At that moment, Pan Feng appeared on the battlefield, swinging his mighty axe with a resounding crack. The thunderous sound reverberated as the axe light cleaved through the demons, instantly slaying them. Such a ferocious battle was unprecedented for the demons. In the past, whenever the human race formed their military formations, the demons would charge forward, effortlessly breaking through even the most formidable of arrays. However, this time, faced with Lu Yu's formidable army, they discovered that their formations were akin to an unyielding wall of bronze and iron, one they could not hope to breach. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed by their plight. As the battle raged fiercely upon the city walls, he too surged upwards, his long hair billowing behind him. The blood-refining dragon spear howling as it swept through the air, unleashing an endless sharpness. A great demon charged at him. It was an ancient yellow-toothed elephant, formidable in strength, having once devoured 5 golden core generals of the Great Zhou on the battlefield, instilling fear in the hearts of the army. In the entirety of Limai City, A significant portion of the human populace had been devoured by him. His cultivation had ascended to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, and he now stood as the formidable guardian demon of Limai City. Towering at an impressive height of 10 feet, his dark azure body exuded an extraordinary presence. Armed with a solid iron staff, he swung it down towards Lu Yu with tremendous force. The very air around him screamed in protest as it collided with the space itself. Witnessing such a scene, Lu Yu hesitated not and met the attack head-on with his spear. Upon their clash, an astonishing surge of energy erupted, visibly palpable to the naked eye. Lu Yu's hands tingled with a shock, and he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer strength of this demon's physique. Fortuitously, he had acquired the blood dominance divine body, which had elevated his own strength to its zenith. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could vanquish this ancient elephant demon. The force of the opponent's strike was indeed formidable. Yet, fear did not grip him. Following the initial clash, with no time to withdraw his spear, he unleashed his left fist in a powerful strike. A fearsome roar akin to that of a ferocious beast resonated from his fist as he directed the crimson energy toward the elder elephant. With unwavering courage, the great demon was not to be underestimated. It met Lu Yu's fist with its own trunk, resulting in a thunderous collision. In the aftermath of the booming sound, Lu Yu found himself in the advantageous position as the elephant's trunk was shattered into a mist of blood. Seizing the moment, Lu Yu delivered a kick, his golden battle boots brimming with boundless energy. As he propelled himself into the air, his foot struck the elder elephant's head. The impact shattered a tooth and crushed its skull, dispersing it into a cloud of blood mist. The majestic form of the demon collapsed, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, kicking up clouds of dust. In that moment, the myriad of demons trembled in fear, for even the seemingly invincible elder elephant had been slain. How could the other demons not be terrified? Meanwhile, within the Huanghua dynasty, news of Lu Yu's victory over the demon race reached the ears of the Huanghua monarch. In the resplendent hall, streams of golden mist ascended, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Seated upon the dragon throne, the Huanghua monarch was enveloped in an ethereal golden haze, emanating an unfathomable aura. He spoke slowly, reflecting on the recent demon offensive, which had targeted the Great Zhou as a pivotal point of breach. Yet, to his surprise, the Great Zhou possessed such exceptional generals. Just days prior, their commander had recaptured a major city, slaying 150,000 demons. This was indeed a matter of great rejoicing for all of humanity. "What do you propose as a reward for such valor?" he inquired. Upon hearing the sound, the courtiers of the dynasty revealed expressions of astonishment, particularly the third prince, who stood prominently among them. His eyes reflected utter disbelief. The feats of Lu Yu in vanquishing the barbarian tribes and gaining titles in the Great Zhou were of little concern to him. However, the annihilation of the demon clan was a matter of grave significance, for the demon clan posed the true peril to the dynasty. At this moment, the courtiers exchanged glances, and it was then that the national master of the Yuhua dynasty stepped forward. This venerable elder, with hair as white as snow and clad in black ceremonial robes, radiated an aura of wisdom. It was said that he had attained the realm of divine transformation, his strength beyond fathom. He was one of the pillars of the Yuhua dynasty, and as he emerged, all eyes turned to him in anticipation. Then, the elder's deep voice resonated, "Your Majesty, the Great Zhou dynasty is a branch of our Yuhua, capable of defeating 150,000 demons, a feat unseen in over a century. Though the demon clan has ravaged the entire southern region of Great Zhou upon their emergence, we have mounted a formidable resistance. In the early stages of this conflict, Great Zhou appeared most beleaguered among the neighboring kingdoms. Nevertheless, this battle suffices to rectify all grievances. Perhaps we should bestow some spirit stones as reward." Upon hearing his words, the surrounding courtiers voiced no objections, for to them, it was merely the action of a military leader. Despite the significant number of demons slain, it was not a matter of great concern. The third prince, after a moment of adjustment, regained his composure, now appearing tranquil, akin to a monk in meditation. At that moment, the Yuhua emperor had no intention of contradicting the national master, and thus declared, "Very well, let us reward him with 100,000 spirit stones." Such was the grandeur of the dynasty, that their generosity was immediately evident. "Your Majesty is indeed wise," the national master swiftly affirmed. Subsequently, discussions within the dynasty resumed on how to address the demon clan, for this occurrence was not like the previous ones. It represented a millennium catastrophe for the demons. Currently, they were merely skirmishes, with the true challenges yet to unfold. However, at this moment, Lu Yu remained oblivious to these developments. As he was ensconced in a fray above the My City, engaged in relentless slaughter. The soldiers following him decimated the demons in their path, leaving all in awe. Time passed, and soon, all the demons on the battlefield lay slain. Lu Yu and his followers found themselves enveloped in a thick mist of blood, having claimed the lives of countless demons. Though their strength was formidable, their faces paled from the exertion. Just then, a voice resonated in Lu Yu's mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has risen to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The strength of the Xinjiao army has ascended to the 9th level of the Condensed Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The strength of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry has ascended to the 1st level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Sheng Yaojin's strength has elevated to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Mo Dao army's strength has risen to the 9th level of the Condensed Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pan Feng's strength has improved to the 4th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Shisheng camp's strength has increased to the 6th level of the Condensed Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xianjin camp's strength has advanced to the 4th level of the Condensed Core. As the sounds resonated, a vast divine light flickered across the battlefield. Radiant hues burst through the blood mist, suffusing the air with boundless energy. The surrounding soldiers experienced a significant enhancement in their cultivation. However, before Lu Yu could revel in this triumph, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has received experience value enhancement from his subordinates, reaching the conditions for a breakthrough. Shall the breakthrough commence? Breakthrough! Lu Yu replied without a moment's hesitation upon hearing the voice. In the next instant, a tremendous energy enveloped his body, and behind him, a phantom of an emperor appeared, hazy yet imposing, exuding an aura of unyielding iron and blood. Bang! Moments later, with a resounding crash, the bottleneck within Lu Yu was shattered in an instant. Subsequently, purple chi surged around him, as he unexpectedly reached the Purple Mansion realm at that very moment. With his formidable physique in play, he would now be capable of contending with a 3rd-level Purple Mansion powerhouse and emerging victorious. As tranquility returned to the battlefield, Lu Yu's voice broke the silence once more. How many days until the reinforcements arrive? Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng, who had been vigilantly standing by, did not dare to delay. He promptly stepped forward and responded, "General, the likes of Lord Yun and others will not arrive until tomorrow. It is said that His Majesty has bolstered our ranks significantly this time. Though they are newly recruited troops, they are sufficient to defend the city." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Yu looked at Luo Cheng and said, "In that case, convey the message to rest for 2 days. The army has been engaged in continuous battles lately and deserves a period of respite." With Lu Yu's command, Luo Cheng retreated to inform the army of the rest. Meanwhile, not far from Limai City, within a grove of bamboo, a figure emerged, shrouded in black, demonic mist. The figure floated in midair, exuding an oppressive and fearsome presence. The aura emanating from him was immensely powerful. Any formidable opponent of the same rank would recognize him as a high-tier demon king of the Purple Mansion realm. Trailing behind him was a staggering multitude of monstrous beings. A dense swarm of demon clansmen standing at attention, their eyes shimmering with remarkable intensity. At the forefront, the demon king held a verdant orb in the palm of his hand. The blazing emerald-green demon fire flickered and surged, making it impossible to gaze directly upon it. At that moment, a raspy voice emerged, proclaiming the unexpected strength of Emir de Zhou, who had managed to slay several of my demon kin in a brief span of time. Given this, do not fault my demon clan for disregarding the rules. Once I transform Limai City into a domain of demons, I shall summon all demon warriors. Those who crave blood shall be granted the opportunity to slay. Those who have fallen will be enjoyed by their own kind." As the voice resonated, the surrounding great demons exhibited expressions of fervent excitement. "We shall heed the decree of the Demon King." With this proclamation, the Demon King, without a moment's hesitation, cast forth the orb in his hand. Instantly, a thick mist of demon essence enveloped the vicinity of Limai City, extending for hundreds of miles. Above, an endless expanse of demon clouds materialized, emanating an overwhelming pressure that constricted the breath of any who stood beneath. Roar! Almost an infinite number of demons surged into the mist. Upon reaching the city gates, they refrained from attacking, instead unleashing a resounding roar. Simultaneously, within the royal city of Dezhou, the head of the astronomical bureau, whose gaze had been clouded, suddenly ignited with brilliance. His attention then fell upon the celestial mirror beside him, which, usually so clear, was now undergoing a violent transformation. A sweeping tide of emerald green and dense demon mist seemed to engulf it, as if threatening to overflow from the mirror itself. Such a scene caused him to tremble. And without a moment's regard for his official robes, he hurriedly sprinted towards the Hall of Longevity, even losing his shoes in the process. Upon entering the Grand Hall, as a servant was about to make an announcement, he forcibly pushed the individual aside and rushed in. "Your Majesty, trouble looms. The realm of demons has emerged in Limai City, and the celestial demon orb has reappeared." At the sound of this, the queen, who had been feigning slumber, turned pale. The demon realm is the territory of the demon clan, where their combat prowess is significantly enhanced. The formation of such a realm hinges on the celestial demon orb, said to be a sacred artifact that embodies the fate of a demon kingdom, wielding earth-shattering power when invoked. Initially, the demon realm may encompass only a few hundred miles. Yet the demons within will consume the life forms in the realm to nourish the celestial demon orb. Consequently, the demon realm will grow ever more fearsome and expand continuously. This is an indomitable treasure for the expansion of the demon race. When confronted with a demon realm, even humans of the same rank often choose to retreat. For within the demon realm, the demons are nearly invincible. After a moment, the queen regained her composure and gazed intently at the head of the astronomical bureau. Limai City is distant from the royal city. It is unlikely that our human forces are present. In this case, the situation may not be as dire. Just as her voice faded, a court attendant rushed in, exclaiming with fervor, "Your Majesty, joyous tidings. The Grand General has breached the city of Fengdu after a swift march of several days, and today he valiantly fought at Limai City. The city has now fallen. 200,000 demon tribesmen have been slain, including 12 formidable demon lords." While this announcement should have been a cause for celebration, the queen of the Great Zhou, seated upon her dragon throne, became instantly rigid. Her pallid visage flushed crimson in an instant. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the official documents before her, staining them a vivid scarlet. "Your Majesty." The chief supervisor and the attendant stepped forward, concern etched on their faces. However, the queen waved them off, declaring, "I am unscathed. Immediately inform the Yuhua dynasty that our Great Zhou faces an incursion from the demon realm. They must devise a means for our salvation." Her voice, though commanding, was laced with fatigue. At that moment, the chief supervisor urgently interjected, "Your Majesty, if the dynasty sends troops, our Great Zhou will be rendered virtually non-existent. Historical precedent dictates that once the dynasty intervenes to aid a vassal state, that state effectively loses its sovereignty. The royal family would possess no authority, becoming mere puppets of the dynasty, a last resort for survival." This was also why, when the barbarian tribes nearly toppled the Great Zhou, the queen's father refrained from seeking assistance. Upon hearing these words, a fierce light ignited in the queen's eyes. If the Grand General falls in battle and the demon realm fully materializes, consuming all our citizens, do you truly believe that the Great Zhou can still maintain its foothold in this world? Her voice was unexpectedly icy. At this juncture, the attendant withdrew. In that moment, the gravity of the situation was palpable to all present. Within a brief span, the queen issued a series of commands. All troops near Limai City were to withdraw, and all lords were to retreat to the distant Huangsha City, awaiting reinforcements from the dynasty. She instructed that her palanquin be prepared, for she intended to personally venture to the battlefield. As these orders reverberated throughout the entire dynasty, at the Grand General's residence, Hongling received the news. Her beautiful eyes brimming with tears that cascaded down her crystalline face like pearls released from a broken string. Her heart felt as though it might soar to the southern frontiers. Yet, as darkness enveloped her vision, she fainted. Within the confines of his own residence, Li Lin, having received the news, displayed a complex expression. The capacity of Lu Yu to conquer Limai City and once again vanquish 200,000 demon tribesmen, provoking the Demon King's intervention, was beyond his expectations. One could not deny the adversary's strength. Yet, soon a smile crept upon his lips. The one who had once humiliated him now found himself ensnared within the demon realm, destined for certain demise. However, having learned from the lessons of the past, he became adept at exercising restraint. Now was the moment for transformation, a time when any disturbance could prove detrimental. Thus, he refrained from taking advantage of another's misfortune, choosing instead to arrange a lavish feast within his residence, celebrating in solitude. Within the ethereal dynasty, upon receiving the news, the sovereign dared not hesitate, summoning his ministers for an assembly. Should the Great Zhou transform into a realm of demons, they would directly confront the fiendish race. Even the ethereal dynasty could not afford to overlook this. The sovereign, seated upon the dragon throne, gazed earnestly at the assembled ministers and spoke slowly. The Grand General of the Great Zhou, Lu Yu, has slain 200,000 demons in Limai City, provoking the Demon King to retaliate. The demon realm has been established, and the Queen of Great Zhou, in her desperation, seeks our aid. This matter is intrinsically linked to the fate of our ethereal dynasty. Who among you will take responsibility for it? After all, dealing with a mere demon king should not necessitate the direct intervention of the ethereal sovereign. As his voice resonated, the head of the Li family stepped forward. Serving as the high priest of the Ethereal Academy, he was a figure of considerable importance. And he was also the grandfather of Li Lan. Though his form was somewhat stooped and his dark golden robe appeared oversized, no one dared to underestimate this venerable elder. He spoke with deliberation. Your Majesty, the third prince oversees the affairs of the dynasty. I propose we entrust this matter to him. Clearing the demon realm may be arduous, but should he succeed, it would be a monumental achievement. Moreover, this endeavor would greatly benefit the third prince in his pursuit of the crown. Since the adversary is the godfather of my grandson, assisting him in this matter would secure Li Lin's career. Naturally, the high priest of the academy aimed to return the favor. As he concluded, the other eager princes could only reluctantly withdraw, for they knew that the words of the Li family patriarch were seldom contradicted by the ethereal sovereign. Indeed, the very next moment, the sovereign affirmed, "Very well. Let the third prince be responsible for this." With his decree, he vanished from sight, and the ministers began to disperse, some exhibiting expressions of resignation, shaking their heads in sighs, while others approached the third prince to extend their congratulations. He, however, maintained a demeanor of humility and courtesy, his smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring. Once the assembly concluded, he first expressed his gratitude to the head of the Li family before returning to his residence to make arrangements. After all, Liu was his own son. Now that he faced a life-threatening peril, he wished to save him if possible, while also ensuring the success of the endeavor, not wishing to squander this opportunity. Yet, at that moment, Liu remained oblivious to the magnitude of the events unfolding. Standing atop the walls of Limai City, he surveyed the encroaching demon mists, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance, illuminating the dusk with their radiance. Though the howls of the demon race echoed in his ears, he remained utterly unfazed. He merely commanded all troops to ascend the city walls. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the silver battlefield? Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu responded directly. Chapter 53, Blood Battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, gaining the loyalty of 40,000 Vanguard warriors. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Vanguard is now at full strength. And the host has acquired the Earth-level military formation, the Fallen Array. Note: as long as one's strength does not exceed a major realm above the Vanguard warriors, those who fall into the array are doomed to die. As the voice faded, 40,000 Vanguard warriors instantaneously appeared behind Liu Yu. In an instant, an astonishing, almost palpable aura of murderous intent pervaded the air. The overwhelming might of the army would suffocate anyone who felt it, elevating the defensive strength of Liu Yu's side to an entirely new level. Although shrouded by the demon fog, every warrior exhibited unwavering courage, brandishing their weapons and eager for battle. Below the city, the Demon King, cloaked in dark green mist, emitted a sinister voice. Who will attack the city? As his voice echoed, a figure stepped forth. It was a woman, draped in a flowing red robe that accentuated her striking figure, her beauty unmatched. Yet, her legs were replaced by a long serpentine tail. This was the Crimson Flame Demon, an absolute powerhouse under the Demon King's command. My king, I am willing to take up the challenge. After her declaration, the Demon King gazed at her for a moment before responding. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Should you succeed, I shall report to the Demon Emperor and petition for your reward. Thank you, my king. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of excitement gleamed in the Crimson Flame Demon's eyes. She then summoned her kin to prepare for the siege. The strength of the Crimson Flame clan was formidable. As their tails glided swiftly, they wielded their weapons, their eyes glimmering with a cold, haunting light. To fight amidst the demon fog was like water for fish, especially against the frail human race, which none would regard with respect. They even roared to showcase their might. However, when Liu Yu beheld the approaching throng of Crimson Flame demons, his brow furrowed not due to their power, but because of the overwhelming stench that assailed his senses. Yet, this was no time for hesitation. As the Crimson Flame warriors drew near the city walls, he promptly issued his command, Archery Battalion, engage in free hunting. As his command was issued, The warriors of the Arrow Sound Battalion rose to their feet, with their bows drawn taut like a crescent moon. They released a volley of arrows directed downward. Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed. Just as a warrior from the Crimson Forging tribe approached the city wall, bang! An arrow pierced his tail, pinning him to the ground. As he struggled, more arrows rained down from the heavens, enveloping him in an instant. Even the formidable vitality of the Crimson Forging tribe could not withstand such an onslaught. And in mere moments, thousands lay dead or wounded. This was a development the Crimson Forging Demon King had not anticipated. She had intended to be the first to achieve merit, to showcase her prowess before the Demon King. Instead, she found herself in utter humiliation, her fury ignited. She roared, "Charge! We must take the city today." As her voice reverberated, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings, and crimson poison mist billowed forth, instilling terror in all who beheld it. At that moment, atop the city walls, Lu Yu observed the reckless charge of the Crimson Forging warriors and coldly uttered, "Cheng Yaojin, lead the charge outside the city. If we achieve victory, I shall appoint you as the Xuanjia General of the 3rd rank." Upon hearing the command, Cheng Yaojin felt a surge of excitement. The rolls of flesh on his body quivered in response. He immediately stepped forward and declared, "As you command." He then leapt from the city, landing atop his warhorse, addressing the waiting Xuanjia army. "All Xuanjia soldiers, follow me into battle." As his words fell, the ancient bronze gates of the city thunderously swung open, startling the Crimson Forging warriors, who soon displayed expressions of exhilaration. The city gates had opened, presenting them with an undeniable opportunity. In an instant, a multitude of Crimson Forging warriors surged toward the gates, eager to enter. However, at that moment, they felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Thud, thud. The sound of galloping hooves resonated, and then emerged a massive figure, clad in black and brimming with muscle, riding a warhorse that resembled a beast of legend. His axe whirled, conjuring fierce gusts of wind. Behind him followed a cadre of warriors, their bodies shrouded in dark armor, with swirling black clouds enveloping their mounts, exuding an air of mystery. As they charged forth, the ground quaked irregularly. Cheng Yaojin bellowed, "Death trample!" Boom. This time, the thunderous sound of the Xuanjia army's hooves striking the earth was even more deafening. Each charge intensified the tremors beneath, distorting the very fabric of space itself. As he rushed towards the warriors of the Crimson Refinement tribe, the opposing side found it exceedingly difficult to even stand, let alone mount an offensive. Some had already collapsed onto the ground. Cheng Yaojin showed no mercy, nor did the Xianyan army. As they charged forth, their weapons swung simultaneously, instantly slaying numerous Crimson Refinement warriors and augmenting their own experience points. However, the scene before them incited the wrath of the Crimson Great Demon. Witnessing the massacre of her kin, how could she remain unperturbed? At that moment, a sharp cry escaped her lips as her body expanded several-fold, her silver serpent tail resembling a jade pillar. Grasping a sharp sword, she plunged directly into the battlefield. With a sweeping motion of her tail, she struck into the Xianyan army. Bang! Several Xianyan soldiers raised their swords to defend, yet their forms were still sent flying. Although they did not perish, they coughed up blood. This was the first time the Xianyan soldiers encountered such a scenario. Nevertheless, upon witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate. He spurred his steed into a charge, his battle axe aimed squarely at the Crimson Great Demon. With a thunderous roar, the axe sliced through the air, colliding with the demon's dual swords. The visible energy unleashed sent soldiers tumbling in all directions. The Crimson Great Demon staggered backward, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Yet Cheng Yaojin pressed on, unleashing another mighty swing of his axe. Chaos Demon Axe. He bellowed as the axe descended. The demon's swords proved insufficient to withstand the force. Thud! The axe struck the Crimson Great Demon's shoulder, blood gushing forth in an instant. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Lu Yu heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding! Host receives feedback on the experience points of his subordinates. Shall a breakthrough be made? Chapter 54. Purple Mansion Breakthrough. As the voice faded, an immense energy erupted from Lu Yu's being. At that moment, he began to transcend. Energy surged within him like the mighty Yangtze River. Above him, the figure of an emperor flickered into view, exuding an oppressive aura that made one tremble. A faint purple light shimmered around him. At this moment, he had officially broken through, reaching the first level of the Purple Mansion. With this attainment, he could now traverse the clouds and wield formidable powers. Feeling the tumultuous energy within, a smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. Concurrently, the battle below intensified. after striking the crimson great demon with his axe, Cheng Yaojin. In the face of dire adversity, the opponent unleashed a formidable fighting spirit. The long sword in hand radiated a dazzling light, striking directly upon Cheng Yaojin's form. Thud! Despite the protection of armor, his body was still jolted backward. Spit! Blood erupted from his mouth. Roar! However, the injury only fueled Cheng Yaojin's madness. He let out a fierce roar, and then, with a mighty swing, his colossal axe swept across. This time, he exerted his full strength. The axe shimmered with potent energy, creating a howling wind in its wake. The crimson demon was powerless to withstand this onslaught. Boom! Its body was cleaved apart. Simultaneously, the remaining warriors of the Chilean clan were nearly annihilated by the Xuanjia army. The ground was strewn with corpses and blood. The battlefield was a scene of horror. Once the battle concluded, Cheng Yaojin dared not linger and swiftly led his troops in retreat, wary of opportunistic assaults on the city. At that moment, Lu Yu commanded, "The archers' camp. Prepare to provide support." Cheng Yaojin's injury had caught him off guard. Indeed, the demon race proved to be a formidable foe. No wonder even the dynasty treated them with caution. Just as Lu Yu's voice faded, a figure surged forth from the distant demon mist. This was a great demon, seeking to exploit the chaos to breach the city. Its body shimmered with golden light, dazzling against the backdrop of the mist. It was a golden eagle, its wings spreading to an impressive size, its claws gleaming with a deadly sharpness akin to weaponry. Upon witnessing this scene, the archers atop the city walls dared not hesitate. Their bows released a flurry of arrows, slicing through the air towards the golden eagle. Yet, the brilliance surrounding the creature intensified, and with a sweep of its claws, the arrows were swiftly felled. Nevertheless, the onslaught was momentarily thwarted. Thud! As the last Xuanjia soldier entered the city, the gates were decisively shut. The golden eagle's eyes flashed with resentment, and ultimately, it turned and vanished into the demon mist. The arena fell silent once more. The demon king, hidden within the shroud of darkness, emitted a deep voice. "It seems Dezhou possesses such valiant generals. I had underestimated them. To think they could obliterate the Chilean clan within the demon realm. They possess some skill. We shall rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will launch an all-out assault to seize Limai City at any cost." As his voice echoed, the surrounding demons nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the dense demon mist descended into silence. Meanwhile, in a small city not far from Pulse City, a considerable number of troops had gathered. Not only were there the forces of the dynasty, but also reinforcements sent by the imperial court. This time, the imperial court dispatched an army of 100,000, led by General Fu Yun, a man of third rank and the most capable subordinate of the third prince. With flowing white hair and clad in silver armor adorned with cloud patterns, he was said to practice a technique known as ascending cloud technique, which enveloped him in mist during battle, lending him an air of mystery. His subordinate troops, the 10,000 Fu Yun army, were considered elite by the imperial court, albeit somewhat arrogant and dismissive of the dynasty's commanders. At this moment, he stood upon the ramparts of Yellow Sand City, gazing intently at the ominous expanse of the demon domain that spread ominously around him. He slowly began to speak, noting that this demon domain had expanded several dozen miles within a single night, evidently following a fierce battle. Countless life forces must have been consumed to achieve such an effect. I surmise that the number of fallen could easily reach tens of thousands. As he spoke, a grave expression crossed his face. Upon his arrival, the third prince had instructed him to do his utmost to preserve the name of Lu Yu. Yet on this very first day, so many lives had been lost. He worried that Lu Yu might not endure much longer. After all, the strongest commander he knew had only managed to hold out for 3 days after the demon domain opened. How long could Lu Yu withstand the onslaught? Unbeknownst to him, the expansion of the demon domain was due to the annihilation of the Chilean clan, not the actions of Lu Yu's subordinates. Had he known this, it would have astonished both him and the third prince. At that moment, Marquis Mu Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "General, should we not enter the demon domain now and rescue our Grand General?" His voice bore a hint of urgency. After all, the fate of the great Zhou rested upon Lu Yu. Should he perish within, all hope would be lost. This situation was pivotal to the future of the great Zhou. After a moment of contemplation, General Fu Yun finally spoke. "Let us wait until tomorrow. Your queen is set to arrive then as well. We shall consolidate our forces and see if we can rescue your Grand General. It remains to be seen if he can last until tomorrow." His tone was inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. In truth, had it not been for the third prince's prior instructions, he would never have chosen to undertake a rescue, knowing it could come at a tremendous cost, something he wished to avoid. Marquis Mu Yun, upon hearing this, fell silent, realizing that at this juncture, all he could do was hope that Lu Yu could endure for a little longer. However, as they engaged in this discussion at this moment, Lu Yu, positioned above the battlefield in the city of Mai, gazed intently at the scene below, resolutely making a momentous decision. General Cheng Yaojin commands the Xuanjiao army to defend the city. He addressed the surrounding commanders. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, the Mo Dao army, and the Xianzhan camp shall accompany me in a nocturnal ambush outside the city. The demon clan is formidable and has just engaged in a bloody battle with us. They shall not anticipate our assault tonight. At your command, responded Luo Cheng and Pan Feng, stepping forward with utmost reverence, exuding a powerful aura that seemed capable of piercing the dense fog enveloping the city below. Chapter 55. The Divine Body. Upon the issuance of Lu Yu's orders, the commanders hastened to prepare. Beneath the city gates, all warriors gripped their weapons, the sharp glint of cold steel flashing ominously, rendering it difficult to gaze directly upon them. As dusk gradually descended, Lu Yu leaped from the city walls, the blood-refining dragon spear manifesting in his palm, with a chilling light emanating from his eyes. Open the gates. A low voice commanded, resonating through the air. With a thunderous boom, the gates swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu was the first to charge into the inky night, followed closely by the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, then the Xianzhan camp and the Mo Dao army. Although the latter were infantry clad in armor, their prowess rendered the weight of their gear inconsequential, allowing them to move with the swiftness that rivaled that of warhorses. At that moment, the demon clan, including their king, remained oblivious to Lu Yu's audacity in launching a night raid, their numbers far exceeding those of the opposing force. And situated within their own domain, even the sentinels of the demon clan were inebriated, utterly neglecting the outside world. As Lu Yu led his troops into the fray, the drowsy guards sensed only a whirlwind passing by, followed by a sudden chill in their chests before everything faded to darkness. Should an observer have been present, they would have witnessed the chief demon sentinel barely rising to his feet before Lu Yu's blood-refining dragon spear pierced through his chest, sending his body soaring through the air, crashing to the ground in a mangled heap. Such a sight would instill terror in the hearts of any onlooker. As Lu Yu claimed his first victim, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry raised their blades in unison. The brilliant arcs of their weapons cut through the night, eliciting chilling screams from the demon warriors as they were cleaved in two, a mist of blood erupting, leaving all who beheld this spectacle in awe of the fierce and breathtaking conflict unfolding before them. The night watch of the demon clan was swiftly annihilated. Subsequently, under the leadership of Lu Yu, the army surged forward, charging towards the demon encampment. At that moment, many formidable demons were meditating, striving to reach the pinnacle of their cultivation in preparation for the battle to come. Little did they expect that the human race was even more impatient than themselves. Upon hearing the clamorous shouts from outside, they hurriedly emerged, only to be met with the chaos of war. Warriors wielding unfamiliar blades formed a formation amidst the ranks of the demon army. With a swift motion of their blades, the colossal demons of the Elephant clan led their subordinates into the fray. However, when they encountered the unfamiliar blades, their massive forms were cleaved in twain in an instant. The once infallible tactic of the elephant charge had suddenly faltered. Nonetheless, the speed of the unfamiliar blade warriors was inherently limited, as they needed to maintain their formation. Yet, the assault troop was terrifying. They operated in groups of 5, dashing across the battlefield. Whenever they encountered a demon, they would leap high into the air, simultaneously thrusting their spears forward, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. Then, one could see the heads or necks of the demons being impaled, resulting in a scene of sheer horror. A tiger demon charged forward, its claws gleaming with a metallic sheen as it aimed a powerful strike at one of the assault troop warriors. The force was tremendous, and as its massive jaws opened, a foul wind swept through the air. However, just as it approached the warrior, the soldier, clad in black armor, raised his shield. With a resounding clash, the tiger's claws struck the shield, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, even sparking in the process. The warrior staggered backward for a moment, only to reveal a dark spear that shot forth from behind the shield, piercing the tiger demon's skull with a swift thrust. Blood splattered as the towering body collapsed to the ground. Such scenes of carnage unfolded repeatedly across the battlefield, the intensity of the combat reaching staggering heights. In Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice resonated, ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has risen to the 5th level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the Tiger and Leopard riders has risen to the 2nd level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 9th level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the unfamiliar blade army has risen to the first level of the golden core. Ding. Congratulations, host. Pan Feng's strength has risen to the 5th level of the purple mansion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the assault troop has risen to the 5th level of the condensed core. Across the battlefield, columns of energy surged skyward. Manifestations of the breakthroughs achieved by Lu Yu's subordinates. At this juncture, the combat was overwhelmingly intense. The demon clan, under the relentless charge of such formidable warriors, has been reduced to disarray. After all, they were utterly unprepared. Moreover, the commanders under Lu Yu displayed a power that far exceeded anyone's expectations. In such a mode of combat, how could the demon clan possibly withstand it? Not to mention the demon warriors. Even the great demons suffered considerable casualties in this battle. After a night of bloody conflict, Lu Yu's gains were substantial. As dawn approached, his voice resounded. Everyone, retreat. The army moved with utmost precision. And as Lu Yu's command echoed, they withdrew in an instant like a receding tide. Upon reaching the outskirts of my city, the city gates were already ajar. Without hesitation, Lu Yu entered the city. Moments later, a roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted from the battlefield behind, infused with boundless fury. The demon mist surrounding the demon king was in complete disarray, and the great demons around trembled in fear. 200,000 vanguard troops had, overnight, been reduced to fewer than 30,000 warriors by the hands of the human race. I demand to know, are you all worthless? The demon king's deep voice resonated, filled with unrestrained rage. Meanwhile, within Huangsha City, the carriage of the queen of the Great Zhou slowly made its entrance, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of fatigue. Upon learning that Lu Yu was besieged, she had set forth. Now, she had finally arrived in Huangsha City. Upon encountering General Futian, her first words were, I wonder when the general will dispatch troops to rescue our great Zhou's valiant general. Her tone was imbued with concern. As her words fell, before General Fuyun could respond, Li Lin, who had accompanied her, interjected, He, engulfed by the demon domain, and with 2 days already passed, survival is utterly impossible. I believe it is better to maintain control over the demon domain and refrain from expansion. As he spoke, he gazed toward the demon domain, where thick mist swirled. This sight caused Li Lin to shudder involuntarily, as if struck by a moment of enlightenment. Subsequently, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. Divine essence pulsated, and waves of cold energy entwined around him, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Witnessing this scene, General Fuyun's expression changed drastically. Ignoring the queen beside him, he shouted to the soldiers nearby, protect young Master Li. Simultaneously, he retrieved a jade talisman to convey a message to the third prince. Your Highness, young Master Li is undergoing a transformation of his divine body, and he advises against rescuing the valiant general of Great Zhou. Please provide your instructions. After the message was disseminated, General Fuyun appeared exceedingly tense. In the 56th chapter, the third prince sat within the confines of his residence, his communication jade talisman lighting up in an instant. A flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes upon realizing that Li Lin was on the verge of transcending to a divine body. This was of paramount significance to him. The prospect of becoming the crown prince hinged critically on the support of a divine entity. Contemplating this, he gazed at the message emanating from the talisman and, after a brief moment, inhaled deeply before making his response. Act according to the young master's wishes. Li Lin was his adopted son, and during his time at the residence, others referred to him as such. Clearly, the third prince had forsaken his biological son, Lu Yu, in pursuit of his adopted son's satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the city of Huangsha, Queen of the Great Zhou observed with growing anxiety as the empire's experts congregated around Li Lin. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards General Fuyun and implored, General, shall we not rescue my esteemed cavalry general of the Great Zhou? Upon hearing her words, General Fuyun furrowed his brows, his sharp features resembling a blade poised for battle. He coldly replied, young Master Li is in the midst of a crucial transformation. This matter is of utmost importance. As for the demon domain, I have just received orders to prevent any further incursions. We must not allow the demon domain to expand any further. After his declaration, he disregarded the Great Zhou Queen, inciting her lips to turn a shade of purple with indignation. Even the Marquis of Muyun and the Marquis of Shenwu, standing nearby, exhibited visible anger. After a moment, the Great Zhou Queen coldly stated, very well, if you choose not to aid, then I shall go to the rescue myself. However, the Empire's assistance shall not be recognized by the Great Zhou. As her voice resonated, an imperial aura emanated from her, causing General Fuyun's pupils to constrict. His mission of assistance was not solely to confront the demon domain. It also entailed the acquisition of the Great Zhou. Now, with the queen leveraging the rescue of Lu Yu as a threat, he feared that a dynasty could descend into chaos if a proper transition did not occur. Contemplating this, a fierce resolve ignited within him, and he declared, "Your Majesty, this matter does not rest in your hands. Since our imperial forces have arrived, all must heed my command. Should you wish to retract your word, it would be an act of deception against the sovereign, a transgression you cannot bear." His tone was laced with menace. The countenance of the great Zhou queen turned icy, while General Fuyun commanded his adjutant, "Ensure that Her Majesty remains within the city, without my orders. She is not to leave even a single step." Surrounded by archers, the scene unfolded in an instant as they drew their bows, forming a crescent moon aimed at the people of the Great Zhou. This striking tableau stirred a sense of helplessness within the queen's heart. Beside her, Li Lin found himself at a pivotal moment of transformation, an aura of chilling energy enveloping him. Flecks of cold light flickered around him, rendering him akin to a statue of ice, which only heightened the tension for General Fu Yun at his side. Simultaneously, a significant event transpired within the demon domain. Following the annihilation of the vanguard of the demon clan, the demon king understood the urgency of eliminating Lu Yu swiftly. Failure to do so could result in unforeseen complications. With this thought in mind, he gathered all the demons, slowly advancing towards the city. Even the demon king made his appearance, veiled in a shroud of ominous mist, exuding an air of foreboding. As they approached Limai City, he uttered a deep, resonant command. "Today, my kin, I desire to see you ascend this Limai City. Go forth and slay. An abundance of blood and flesh awaits your claim." With the conclusion of his decree, an endless tide of demons surged forward, their bodies radiating a dense, malevolent energy. Leading the charge was the chieftain of the Golden Eagle clan, soaring skyward with thousands of golden eagles in tow, a dark mass of golden wings, as formidable as steel. Their sharp talons resembled weapons of war, each a testament to their might. Below them lay an army composed of hundreds of thousands of demons, their charge an awe-inspiring spectacle. Above, a thick fog of malevolence billowed, releasing a stench so foul that even Lu Yu winced. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, he did not hesitate, his voice cold and resolute. "Archer Battalion, intercept the Golden Eagle clan. They must not breach the city. The Ambush Battalion, position yourselves at the forefront. Do everything in your power to prevent the demons from scaling the walls. The Blade Battalion, take your place behind the Ambush Battalion. Should any demon breach our defenses, eliminate them." His voice was frigid, laced with a palpable aura of lethal intent. As the entire army took their positions, Lu Yu's somber voice resonated once more. "If we triumph in this battle, you shall be regarded as elite within the empire. Should we fall, I shall share your fate." At that moment, the blood-refining dragon spear was raised high, and just then, the demon assault commenced. Leading the charge was the Golden Eagle clan, their formidable leader directing the descent upon the city walls, their wings slicing through the air, conjuring fierce gusts. Alas, they encountered the Archer Battalion. Swish, swish. As the golden eagles of the demon clan entered the range of fire, arrows soared through the air. In an instant, one magnificent golden eagle, stretching several feet across, was pierced through its body and plummeted to the ground. Soon after, more golden eagles met a similar fate, transforming the sky into a scene reminiscent of a rain of blood. Observers from a distance would notice a group of human warriors clad in armor, standing resolutely atop a colossal city, forged from ancient stone, weathered by time. Surrounding the city was a veil of emerald demon energy, obscuring even the sunlight. Within this ethereal mist, countless demons surged forth, a chaotic throng of giant apes, tigers, leopards, and wolves, all standing upright, brandishing weapons, embodying a savage spectacle as they charged towards the city walls, roaring with ferocity. In the face of such a daunting scene, the average individual might succumb to despair. However, Lu Yu remained undeterred. As the battle unfolded, his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. His mother and Hongling awaited his return, and he could not betray the trust of the queen of the Great Zhou. Should he fall in battle, the very foundation of the Great Zhou would crumble in an instant. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his mother's unspoken yearning for his father, a matter she had never broached before him. Yet Lu Yu understood it was her heart's burden, and as her son, it was his duty to seek justice for her. The weight of these myriad responsibilities compelled him to survive, and not just to exist, but to thrive. The only way to achieve this was through vanquishing the demon horde entirely. Only then would he possess the leverage to negotiate with the various factions. With this resolve, Hesitation was no longer an option. He stepped forward and joined the fray, his spear slicing through the air and cleaving a giant ape that had just scaled the city walls in two. Thus, the battle officially commenced. At this moment, Lu Yu was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. Within the demon territory, the fiends were more ruthless than ever before. In combat, they seemed to disregard their own lives completely. Fortunately, he led the elite warriors of the Huaxia clan, once a formidable force that had swept through enemies. Without them, it would indeed be a daunting task to contend with these demons. Roaring with fury, Luo Cheng unleashed a chilling spear from his palm. As its fiery brilliance surged forth, it enveloped a formidable demon in an unrelenting frost, pinning it down. The advantages of their divine forms became evident at this moment. As if tireless, an aura of frigid air swirled around Luo Cheng, transforming into a serpentine chill that roamed incessantly. Anyone who dared to approach would find themselves ensnared. In an instant, they would be frozen solid. The archers would draw their bows, unleashing a relentless rain of arrows. Below, numerous members of the demon clan fell victim to this onslaught. Yet their ferocity only intensified. The giant apes roared, beating their chests as they surged towards the city walls. However, the frontline troops were already prepared. As their spears thrust forward, bloodied holes appeared in the bodies of the giant apes, leading to a swift demise for many on the battlefield. Even the demon king below frowned at the sight. In such a brief span, countless demons had perished, weighing heavily on his heart. Yet, he understood that if the siege of Limai City failed, his demonic kingdom would face annihilation. The demon realm had already unfolded, and if he could not maintain control, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained unfazed by these concerns. After withstanding the initial wave of bloody conflict, he found himself drenched in blood, his armor obscured beyond recognition. The warriors around him bore expressions of fatigue. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has risen to the 6th level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. The strength of the Tiger Leopard riders has risen to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. The Mo Dao army's strength has risen to the 2nd level of the Golden Core. Ding, congratulations, host. Pan Feng's strength has risen to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding, congratulations, host. The frontline troop strength has risen to the 6th level of the Condensed Core. Ding, congratulations, host. You have gained experience points from your subordinates, reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu declared, "Breakthrough." At that instant, a radiant light enveloped him, a purplish glow cascading around his form, propelling him to a significant advancement in cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. Such a level was already considered supreme within the dynasty. It was worth noting that the founding king of the Great Zhou was merely at the Purple Mansion stage. Even within the empire, he could stand as a formidable lord. Most importantly, he possessed a divine body, brimming with untapped potential and formidable combat prowess. Though at the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion, he could contend with and even triumph over those at the 3rd level. Just as he had achieved this breakthrough, Cheng Yaojin, disregarding his injuries, approached him. Upon seeing Lu Yu, he exclaimed, "My lord, I too wish to join the battle." His voice carried a tone of stubbornness, laced with a hint of eagerness. Originally, after his injury, he observed that those who had once been on par with him in cultivation had made remarkable advancements in their prowess over the past few days. Particularly, the 18 riders of Yanyun were nearly catching up to his own level, which filled him with a sense of urgency. Unable to contain himself any longer, he approached Lu Yu with a request. Upon hearing his voice, the other party revealed a smile, looking at Cheng Yaojin and inquired, "Are you certain you can return to the battlefield?" In truth, despite his injuries, Cheng Yaojin's cultivation was exceptional, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. It was merely Lu Yu's desire to avoid any unforeseen circumstances that held him back. Yet, upon hearing the question, Cheng Yaojin exhibited no hesitation and promptly replied, "General, there is no issue. Moreover, I believe that once I am on the battlefield, my injuries will heal even more swiftly." With that declaration, Lu Yu felt no further doubt. He was also eager to witness whether Cheng Yaojin's injuries would immediately mend should he gain experience and make a breakthrough. Concluding this line of thought, he said, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant your request. At your command." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin expressed his excitement. At that moment, however, the demon forces below launched another assault. Witnessing this scene, a fleeting look of disdain crossed Lu Yu's eyes. If they desired to court death, So be it. With this thought, he proclaimed, "Prepare for battle." As his voice resonated, the warriors atop the battlements raised their weapons in unison. Meanwhile, as Lu Yu's strength surged during the conflict, an entire day had passed in the outside world. Li Lin had undergone a complete metamorphosis. A powerful aura radiated from him, and with the might of his divine body, he had ascended to the 9th level of Golden Core. At his side stood General Fuyun, reverently attending him. Li Lin's transformation had significantly elevated his standing within the dynasty, far beyond that of an ordinary general. Gazing toward the realm of demons, a smile crept onto Li Lin's face, yet his eyes bore a hint of complexity and disappointment. Though he had become a divine being, he found it unsettling that he could not personally deal with Lu Yu. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "How long has that proud general been in the demon realm?" His tone carried a hint of arrogance, for in his eyes, Lu Yu had lost all possibility of comparison with him. The disparity between their statuses was vast. General Fuyun, sensing the gravity of the moment, hastily responded, "Reporting to you, young Master Li, it has been nearly 3 days." Li Lin then inquired, "What is the duration of stay for the longest military force in the demon realm?" General Fuyun spoke without hesitation, declaring, "In less than 3 days." This implied that the esteemed general was beyond salvation. Given this circumstance, there was no longer any need for us to enter. It sufficed to seal off the demon realm, preventing others from entering. At present, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. "As you command," General Fuyun replied respectfully before taking his leave. In this exchange, the fate of Lu Yu was determined. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Yu had grown even more formidable than before and was in the midst of creating a miracle. Chapter 58. Slaying the Demon King. On the battlefield of the demon realm, beneath the city of Limai, the ground was now strewn with corpses, piled high enough to nearly reach half the city's height. The soldiers under Lu Yu were drenched in the blood of their adversaries, their eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. In this moment, fear was absent. Only an insatiable thirst for slaughter prevailed. Below, the number of demon kin had diminished significantly. The Demon King stood his ground, eyes flashing with fury. He had never encountered such a tenacious human. Determined to fight personally, he understood that failing to breach Limai would have dire consequences for him. Stepping forward, a dense black mist enveloped his form, and he unleashed a roar, revealing a colossal figure. Before them slithered a giant python, its body extending over 100 feet. Its black scales were intricately aligned, glinting with a metallic sheen, each scale the size of a normal man. With amber eyes devoid of emotion, the creature raised its triangular head, towering over the city walls. As it opened its massive jaws, a foul stench wafted through the air, inducing horror in those nearby. Upon witnessing the Demon King's emergence, the other demons charged recklessly forward. At this moment, Lu Yu furrowed his brow. The Demon King was a divine beast, albeit a low tier 1, yet still formidable. He coldly commanded, "Luo Cheng, you shall defend the city." As his voice echoed, Lu Yu propelled himself forward, clutching the blood-refining dragon spear, and hurled it directly at the Demon King. Observing this scene, the Demon King's eyes flickered with disdain. In response, his massive tail swept through the air like a celestial pillar. Lu Yu raised his spear to block, but the tail was overwhelmingly colossal and utterly insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, he was sent staggering backward, the spear clashing against the tail of the giant python. Sparks erupted in vibrant cascades. At that moment, the colossal serpent coldly proclaimed, "Human race, you are no match for me. Should you choose to withdraw from the demon realm today, I may grant you a chance to live." His voice resonated with an overwhelming darkness. Lu Yu proved to be an exceedingly formidable opponent. Although he harbored confidence in his victory, vanquishing these humans would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost. Thus, the Demon King resolved to seek a truce with Lu Yu, suggesting a mutual retreat to allow the latter's departure. However, as his words lingered in the air, Lu Yu's eyes ignited with a chilling intensity. His deep voice resonated, "I will not rest until the demon race is annihilated." As his words echoed, his entire being surged skyward. The velocity was so great that the armor he wore clashed with the air, sending forth a shower of sparks that rang out like a clarion call. Following this, Lu Yu's roar thundered, "Divine Dragon, extend your claws." In the next instant, boundless spiritual energy coalesced around him, manifesting into a massive dragon composed of ethereal clouds. Towering 100 feet in the air, Lu Yu appeared to meld with this magnificent creature, becoming one with the dragon. A cold and authoritative voice then resonated, "Left Divine Dragon, extend your claws." As the command was uttered, the cloud dragon extended its left claw, powerful and unyielding, akin to the hand of the heavens. When it descended, Even the formidable demon king was momentarily taken aback. His body collided with the dragon's claw. Boom. Yet, the dragon's claw was immensely powerful, and dragons inherently held dominion over serpentine beings. The claw forcefully pressed the demon king's head down, eliciting a roar from his lips. Simultaneously, his massive form thrashed about, striving to break free from the restraint. Boom. A nearby hill was obliterated by the impact of his colossal tail, reduced to rubble and dust, as if heralding the apocalypse. This spectacle left the other demons utterly astonished, unable to fathom such an event. Nonetheless, Lu Yu showed no mercy. He was a battle-hardened warrior. At this juncture, it was only natural to press the advantage. The commanding voice of the cloud dragon resounded once more. Right, divine dragon, extend your claws. As the words fell, another dragon claw descended, targeting the demon king's vulnerable spot. Sizzle. The sound of sharpness, piercing flesh rang out. The demon king's writhing form was suddenly immobilized, as his vital area was directly breached. Blood gushed forth. Yet the cloud dragon above showed no signs of relenting. The left claw tore with ferocity, as if determined to obliterate everything in its path. The massive head of the giant python was violently torn away, blood splattering across the battlefield. Subsequently, Lu Yu descended, as the ethereal cloud dragon gradually dissipated. At that moment, the demon clan was struck with shock. Their immensely powerful demon king had fallen. Observing the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades, be they great demons or demon soldiers, they retreated en masse, like a receding tide. However, Lu Yu was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. Upon witnessing the demons' retreat, he bellowed, "All cavalry, emerge from the city and hunt down the demons. Break through this demon domain." As his voice echoed, the colossal city gates swung open with a thunderous roar. The Xuanjia army surged forth first, their march causing the very ground to tremble. Some demons, caught off guard, staggered in confusion. A wolf demon, just preparing to rise, turned to see a warrior clad in dark armor, his body drenched in blood, charging towards him with a spear in hand. Though he attempted to defend himself, in the next instant, the spear pierced his neck, lifting him off the ground, and darkness enveloped him. In this battle, the demon clan was slaughtered with little ability to retaliate. Meanwhile, within Lu Yu's mind, the system's voice resounded once more, "Ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has risen to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. The strength of the Tiger and Leopard riders has risen to the 4th level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has risen to the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Modeo army strength has risen to the 3rd level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. Pan Feng's strength has risen to the 7th level of the Purple Mansion. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Xianzhong camp's strength has risen to the 7th level of the Condensed Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sheng Yaojin's strength has risen to the 9th level of the Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained experience points from your subordinates, reaching the threshold for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Breakthrough." As his voice faded, a radiant purple aura erupted from him, rippling like waves. Intricate patterns spread outward, imbuing him with an overwhelming sense of power. He achieved a complete breakthrough, ascending to the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. With such cultivation, he found himself nearly unmatched within the realm of the Purple Mansion. Even against a king, he was more than capable of securing victory. Meanwhile, outside, a significant event unfolded. The Grand Commander, Xiao Tianyi, upon learning of Lu Yu's situation, leading 30,000 troops of the northern town personally, along with his daughter, he arrived at Huangsha City. Upon witnessing the queen's confinement, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Clad in dark golden armor, it resonated with a metallic clang as the fierce winds swept past. The moment he stepped through the city gates, his imposing aura erupted forth. At the 8th level of the Golden Core, he was undeniably a formidable force within the dynasty. Fixing his gaze upon General Fuyun atop the city walls, he coldly declared, "Our great Zhou has dispatched a letter of aid, intended for the imperial forces to come and assist in the battle against our enemies, not to indulge in the luxuries provided by our dynasty while exerting their authority here. Therefore, I implore General Fuyun to mobilize your troops for immediate assistance." His voice carried a hint of rigidity and a chilling undertone. Upon receiving the news relayed by his daughter, Xiao Tianyi's fury ignited, especially upon discovering the queen's plight. Unable to contain himself any longer, he spoke, and both General Fuyun and Li Lin's expressions shifted dramatically. In that moment, Li Lin stepped forward, looking down at Xiao Tianyi, and said, "You are audacious, regardless of your dynasty's status. Do you understand to whom you are speaking?" His tone was laced with threats and warnings. However, Xiao Tianyi paid no heed to this and glared at Li Lin, retorting, "What are you? Are you the commander of this great army? What right do you have to speak to a venerable general of the dynasty in such a manner?" Xiao Tianyi, a battle-hardened warrior, was not one to be intimidated by nobles. As he spoke, the 30,000 troops behind him advanced a step. Although the northern town army could not rival Lu Yu's subordinates, they were certainly elite forces. The murderous aura emanating from them was overwhelming, enough to make even General Fuyun frown. Yet Li Lin could no longer contain his irritation. Having undergone a transformation, he was warmly acknowledged by the feathered king and the third prince, and he treated General Fuyun with utmost caution. The fact that he had imprisoned the queen only added to his disdain for a mere marquis from the dynasty daring to reprimand him. With a chilling tone, he retorted, "You are insolent." As his voice echoed, a frigid aura emanated from his body, and an ethereal ice began to coalesce in his palm. He then struck a forceful blow toward Xiao Tianyi. The fierce imprint of his palm erupted in the air, causing the temperature to plummet. Xiao Tianyi's brows furrowed slightly as he slowly responded, "Divine body." He had not anticipated that Li Lin was a divine body, which explained his audacious demeanor. However, he felt no fear. The sword aura emanating from his palm was unleashed, meeting the challenge head-on. Bang! Li Lin's palm imprint was cleaved apart by his sword. Though his opponent's strength was formidable, having reached the 9th rank of the Golden Core stage, one tier above Xiao Tianyi, and possessing a divine body, his battlefield experience paled in comparison to that of Xiao Tianyi. Thus, it was impossible for him to defeat Li Lin in a single strike. At this moment, Xiao Tianyi, having sent the palm imprint flying, did not hesitate but continued his frenzied assault. He understood that Li Lin's advantages were overwhelming, and his opportunity to vanquish him dwindled with each passing second. The longer the confrontation lasted, the less favorable it would be for him. As he approached his adversary, he launched a powerful kick. The battle boots shimmered with radiant light, momentarily causing Li Lin to falter. Nevertheless, his opponent's strength was immense. With a swift movement, he evaded the strike. Boom! The energy from Xiao Tianyi's kick struck the city wall, creating a substantial crater. Yet, he showed no mercy, raising his sword to strike once more. The azure sword aura rapidly filled the sky. In that moment, Li Lin's temper flared. Staring at Xiao Tianyi, he exclaimed furiously, "Impudent." Being a proud divine body, he felt humiliated to be forced into a defensive position by Xiao Tianyi, igniting a rage within him. He thrust his palm forward, channeling all his magical energy into it. A torrent of chilling ice energy swiftly froze the myriad sword auras in the air. Subsequently, his palm imprint descended upon Xiao Tianyi's chest. Bang! Xiao Tianyi's body trembled violently before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. General, the queen, confined alongside Duke Mu Yun and others, gasped in shock at the sight. Red Ling's expression shifted dramatically as she cried out, "Father!" She rushed forward, intent on aiding Xiao Tianyi. Witnessing the blood on his lips and the gray streaks in his hair, a pang of anguish pierced her heart. Yet at that moment, a cold light flickered in Li Lin's eyes. The humiliation Xiao Tianyi had inflicted upon him had kindled a hatred second only to that he felt towards Lu Yu. Then, with a swift kick, he sent Xiao Tianyi, who was just about to rise, crashing back down to the ground. "I will fight you to the end." Red Ling, overwhelmed with emotion, stood up, ready to confront Li Lin. However, she was no match for him. Bang! Li Lin's palm imprint surged forth, sending Red Ling flying. Although injured, there was no threat to life. At that moment, a sinister glint appeared in Li Lin's eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Hongling. "I have heard you are the daughter of Xiao Tianyi and the fiancée of Lu Yu. What of it?" Hongling retorted defiantly, her eyes burning with a desire to see him suffer. Meanwhile, the smile on Li Lin's face only grew more pronounced. Coldly, he declared, "Kneel and kowtow until I am satisfied, and perhaps I shall spare your father today. There is a chance I may even lead troops to rescue Lu Yu. Otherwise, I will slay Xiao Tianyi right now." His voice resonated with unbounded arrogance, causing the faces of the ministers of the great Zhou to pale. The great Zhou queen exclaimed, "Is this the way of the dynasty, to humiliate the pillars of our great Zhou? It is utterly despicable." Her voice trembled with fury. Just as she spoke, Li Lin coldly interrupted, "Silence. Do you still consider yourself a queen? You are merely a puppet of my dynasty now. If I propose to the emperor that you be married to me as a concubine, do you think he would consent?" His words rendered the great Zhou queen's face ashen. She had never felt such helplessness before. Hongling, witnessing her father beneath the heel of Li Lin and the encroaching demon realm over Li My city, slowly uttered, "I will kneel." As her legs bent, preparing to submit, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. The crowd turned to see that from the direction of Limai City. Clouds of dust billowed, as if something had shattered. A tremendous force sent many warriors from Huangsha City flying. Time passed, and when the dust settled, countless figures stood beneath the ruined Limai City, their bodies drenched in blood, weapons in hand, surrounded by the corpses of demon kin, with blood pooling like a river, flowing outward. Beneath the ancient city, a hill of bodies lay piled high. Yet, the battle standard of the great Zhou stood unwavering, flapping fiercely in the wind. Chapter 60. A miracle. The general is unharmed. He has not only slain the demons, but also shattered the demon realm. The voice of Marquis Mu Yun trembled with excitement. The queen, typically composed, was now overwhelmed with joy, her emotions too profound for words. Though Xiao Tianyi lay injured, trampled beneath Li Lin, his eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The general is magnificent. His roar echoed, blood spewing from his mouth and nose. Yet he continued to shout, his exhilaration palpable. Hongling stood tall, her posture as straight as a pencil. As long as Lu Yu was present, she felt the unwavering support of a towering mountain behind her. A solid bastion to lean upon. Even the formidable deity before her would be crushed. The warriors of the great Zhou, already seething with rage, erupted into a chorus of howls upon hearing the Grand Commander's voice. The general is magnificent. Their cheers surged in waves, each louder than the last. Even the generals of the empire displayed expressions of awe, momentarily forgetting everything else. Breaking the demon domain was an unprecedented feat. Not only the royal vassals, but even the imperial family had never heard of such a thing. Lu Yu had conjured a miracle. At that moment, the adversaries charged forth. Propelled by the expansion of the demon domain, now perilously close to Huangsha City, Lu Yu's unrelenting slaughter had unwittingly brought him near the city. Once the demon domain was breached, the royal banner of the great Zhou's queen was clearly visible, compelling them to advance without hesitation. Leading the 18 riders of Yanyun, they surged towards Huangsha City with breathtaking speed. In mere moments, they arrived at the city's foot. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Lu Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Xiao Tianyi was trampled beneath someone's foot. Hongling wept, her tears resembling rain on pear blossoms, her suffering evident. The queen of Great Zhou and the marquises were also under duress. To think that after days of bloodshed within the demon domain, such a calamity would befall them was beyond comprehension. The fury within him was nearly insurmountable at that moment, his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixating on Li Lin. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a potent scent of blood, eliciting frowns from those nearby. Release the Grand Commander. Lu Yu's voice was calm, yet laced with a chilling intent. The temperature in the surrounding space plummeted. The once lush vegetation of the southern frontier abruptly withered, leaves turning a ghastly yellow. Having emerged from the demon domain after days of fierce combat, having slain nearly 100,000 demons, his overwhelming bloodlust erupted forth. Even seasoned warriors felt goosebumps rise on their skin, let alone ordinary plants. Upon hearing the command, Li Lin instinctively attempted to step back, but once he regained his composure, fury ignited within him. Who did Li Yu think he was? A divine body of the empire, a scion of a prestigious family, being reprimanded as if he were a common soldier. Such indignity was intolerable. He bellowed in anger, preposterous. A mere leader of a dynasty dares to prattle before me? Seize him. At your command. In response to his order, powerful figures immediately stepped forward. These were 5 formidable Golden Core experts sent by the Li family following Li Lin's successful transformation into a divine body. Such a formidable assembly was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Sufficient to contend with the average individual, one could traverse with impunity amidst the dynasty. At that moment, he forcefully stamped his legs upon the ground and charged towards Lu Yu, akin to a cannonball, imbued with formidable strength and an aura of terrifying destruction. Witnessing such a spectacle, Hongling exclaimed, "Be cautious." Even the others felt a tinge of anxiety, for this was a master. Typically, they remained inconspicuous by Li Lin's side. Yet now, they unleashed their might, revealing astonishing energy, rivaling that of the lords of the dynasty. How could one not be astounded? However, before they could advance, the 18 riders of Yanyun simultaneously dismounted and surged forward. Clad in black attire and armor, they had previously concealed themselves within the ranks of the army, but now they moved. The blood-curved blades in their hands erupted in brilliance, slicing towards the golden elixir masters of the Li family from varying angles. The fiery blade light was resplendent, albeit tinged with a hint of crimson. With a swift clash of combat, The sound of weapons piercing flesh resounded instantaneously, and the bodies of the Li family's golden elixir masters were swiftly cut. Blood gushed from their necks, each strike proving fatal. As the 18 riders landed, blood dripped from their blades, seemingly encircling Li Lin. In that moment, even with the divine body of the adversary, one could not help but change countenance. Yet, he soon bellowed, "What a general of the great Zhou dynasty, daring to confront me. Very well, let us see if you can contend with me." As his voice echoed, a layer of icy armor enveloped him, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. In his hand, a chilling spear materialized, and the icy divine body revealed its formidable presence. Observing this scene, Lu Yu chuckled, though his laughter was cold and laced with murderous intent. What a divine body of ice. Do you truly believe you are the sole possessor of such a form? Luo Cheng, take the field. With the utterance of those words, Luo Cheng leapt forth in an instant. At that moment, changes also manifested upon him. Streams of icy mist swirled around his form, eventually coalescing into an ice serpent that emitted fierce roars, exuding an air of majesty and terror. Seeing this spectacle, General Fu Yun inhaled sharply. For Luo Cheng too possessed a divine body. Although it was a lower-grade divine body, it appeared to surpass even Li Lin's in its extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Great Zhou displayed an expression of exhilaration, as she could hardly dare to dream that a divine body had emerged within their ranks. The development of a dynasty is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. At a moment when everyone harbored their own thoughts, Luo Cheng moved. His hooked spear thrust forward, glimmering with a chilling light. An ice serpent coiled around him, emitting a roar. Upon witnessing Luo Cheng's assault, Li Lin's pupils constricted. He raised his weapon to counter the attack, but his cultivation and combat experience paled in comparison to Luo Cheng's. How could he possibly stand a chance? Bang! In their initial clash, Li Lin's weapon was effortlessly knocked aside. Then, Luo Cheng's scythe blade slashed through the air. With a tearing sound, Li Lin's armor was instantly rent asunder, and a gaping wound appeared at his waist, blood gushing forth, painting a scene of utter despair. Yet, Luo Cheng showed no signs of relenting, driving forward with another strike. This blow was frigid and domineering, causing Li Lin's pupils to tighten once more. Without hesitation, he produced a jade talisman, shattering it in an instant. This was a teleportation talisman, procured at great expense by the Li family, capable of whisking Li Lin to safety in the blink of an eye. As he vanished, Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly, having been too swift to intervene. General Fu Yun, however, dared not hesitate. He retrieved a communication jade talisman and directly relayed the message to the third prince. Lu Yu's subordinates possessed divine physiques, surpassing the prowess of young Master Li. Once the message was dispatched, it became evident that Lu Yu's gaze had already settled on him. Chapter 61. Forceful at this moment. General Fu Yun's expression darkened. As he met Lu Yu's penetrating gaze, he felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Even beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Subsequently, Lu Yu slowly raised the blood-refining dragon spear in his hand. The spear glowed crimson, adorned with enigmatic black patterns. Particularly, when the sharp light flickered, it exuded a dazzling aura. Moments later, his icy voice resonated. The 18 riders of Yanyun, follow me and carve a path. As the words fell, the 18 riders of Yanyun, who had been poised to charge, suddenly materialized behind Lu Yu. Their blood-curved sabers were raised, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The once formidable General Fu Yun, who had disregarded the Queen of the Great Zhou, now appeared somewhat pale. He immediately spoke. "I have not offended anyone from the Great Zhou. You cannot act thus." As a seasoned veteran of 100 battles, he could sense the astonishing aura radiating from Lu Yu. Alongside the terror of the 18 riders of Yanyun, should war truly erupt, even if my 100,000 troops were to emerge victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, there are warriors hastening toward us beneath the walls of Maiqing, capable of shattering the realm of demons. They are no match for me. However, Lu Yu is unwilling to heed my explanations. The mere act of detaining the queen would be sufficient to condemn me to death. Just then, the Queen of the Great Zhou spoke up. She gazed at Lu Yu, suppressing her rising excitement, and after adjusting her demeanor, she spoke slowly. "General. General Fu Yun is an ally of the dynasty. You cannot take his life without cause. Allow them to depart." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Yet, after a moment, he replied, "As you command." After uttering these words, he fixed his gaze upon General Fu Yun and commanded, "Begone. As long as the royal family of the Great Zhou endures, as long as I am here, no one shall dare to be reckless here." His voice resonated with a palpable murderous intent. At that moment, General Fuyun revealed an expression of distress. After a brief hesitation, he replied, I am here by the Emperor's command to assist the dynasty and guard the Great Zhou. What have you done for the Great Zhou? Have you slain a single enemy or contributed a single effort to the dynasty? Who grants you the audacity to demand such? As Lu Yu's voice echoed, the dragon bow appeared in his palm, the arrow drawn taut like a crescent moon. He released it directly. A resounding cry erupted as the golden arrow pierced through the air, producing a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Though General Fuyun possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, he soon realized that he could not withstand it. The arrow pierced through his right shoulder without hesitation, continuing onward until it had impaled several dozen soldiers behind him before finally coming to a halt. The arrow quivered upon striking the ground, emitting a low hum, leaving General Fuyun with an exceedingly grim countenance. For he beheld Lu Yu drawing the bow once more, and knowing he could not afford to hesitate, he shouted to his soldiers behind him, retreat. Upon issuing the command, he led his troops backward, not daring to linger even for a moment. At that moment, he understood that while the Queen of the Great Zhou might harbor reservations about him, this general was far too formidable, capable of breaking the domain of demons, and would not be concerned for his fate. Should he fail to flee, he would either perish or suffer grave consequences. With this thought, how could he not feel fear? As he made his escape, Lu Yu dismounted and addressed the Queen of the Great Zhou, saying, I pay my respects, Your Majesty. General, please, do not be formal. As her voice rang out, the queen herself descended from the city walls. At that moment, Xiao Tianyi, assisted by her daughter, made her way to Lu Yu's side. Upon seeing that he was unharmed, a sigh of relief escaped her lips, and the satisfaction in her eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. Had it not been for Lu Yu's intervention, a grave situation might have ensued. The tides of power can shift in an instant. One cannot help but acknowledge that her daughter possesses remarkable foresight. At that moment, the queen, accompanied by a multitude of generals, descended. She scrutinized Lu Yu for an extended period, and only upon confirming his safety did she fully ease her concerns. Turning to Hongling, she remarked, So, this is your sister Hongling, whom I have heard so much about. Alas, the Grand General has been preoccupied with state affairs, thus our paths have yet to cross. The queen spoke with a cheerful demeanor, her gaze seemingly attempting to unearth the secrets of Hongling's countenance. Surprised by the queen's inquiry and warmth, Hongling dared not hesitate and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Dear sister, there is no need for such formality. Today is a day of great celebration. Let us abandon our reservations. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's thoughts were consumed with concern for the soldiers still near Li My City. Therefore, he addressed the queen, Your Majesty, Li My City has now fallen. I implore you to review our forces. I believe we should instruct Marquis Shenwu and the others to launch an immediate offensive on the nearby strongholds. The demonic realm has been vanquished, and the demon king has been slain. Now is the opportune moment to reclaim lost territories. Upon hearing his voice, a solemn expression crossed the queen's face. After a brief pause, she replied, The Grand General speaks wisely. You may issue orders from here. The matters of the army are in your hands. With the queen's decree, Lu Yu acted without hesitation. Marquis Shenwu, you shall lead the vanguard, promptly organize the troops and advance towards the south border city. The elite of the demon race have been eliminated. With your strength, you are more than capable of defeating the remaining remnants. Marquis Muyan, you shall provide support for Marquis Shenwu. At your command. Following the issuance of orders, the two marquises did not linger, bowing in acceptance before retreating to rally their forces. At that moment, the queen spoke slowly. This time, I shall personally venture to the south border. Grand General, you will serve as my escort. Though Lu Yu yearned to take the lead, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the queen had entrusted him with great authority. To refuse her command would likely evoke unnecessary speculation from the royal court and undermine the queen's dignity. Thus, he promptly replied, At your command. He then forged ahead to clear the path, guiding the queen and her ministers towards Li My City. As they approached, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed their senses. Before their eyes lay a multitude of colossal demon corpses, one elderly elephant impaled upon the ground, its blood flowing forth like a river. As they continued their advance, upon reaching the base of the towering city walls, they were utterly astonished. The lofty ramparts were surrounded by the corpses of the demon clan, heaped like hills beneath them. Nearly level with the walls, blood seeped from below, forming rivers that flowed ominously. The ministers of the Great Zhou stood in stunned silence. Simultaneously, within the Yuhua dynasty, the third prince, upon receiving a message from General Fuyun, gazed intently at the jade talisman, where the words Lu Yu possesses a divine body caught his eye. causing him to furrow his brow in concern. At that moment, the third prince could scarcely fathom that within Lu Yu's ranks, a divine body had emerged, even more formidable than Li Lin. Furthermore, Lu Yu had the capability to breach the demon domain, a feat that bordered on miraculous. His eyes sparkled with a luminous intensity, yet he found himself at a loss. The conflict between Li Lin and Lu Yu had escalated to a point of irreconcilable enmity, leaving him with a difficult choice. Whom should he side with? After considerable deliberation, he ultimately chose Li Lin for 3 reasons. First, the divine body belonged not to Lu Yu but to his subordinate, which afforded him greater maneuverability, such as the potential to appoint Luo Cheng within the dynasty. Second, he harbored no desire to offend the Li family, especially with Li Lin's ascension to divine status, which assuredly positioned him as a formidable ally. Third, there was his wife, whose family held considerable power. Should he choose Lu Yu, both the Li family and his own wife would surely become his adversaries, a cost he could ill afford. Just as he reconciled these thoughts, a series of resonant bells tolled. It was the assembly bell of the Yuhua dynasty, signaling that a significant event was unfolding. The third prince, not daring to hesitate, hastened towards the exterior of the residence. A carriage awaited him, and he boarded it, proceeding towards the royal palace. Upon arrival, he found that the other ministers had already gathered. As he entered, the patriarch of the Li family cast a slow, meaningful glance in his direction. The third prince nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words, and took his place. At that moment, the emperor of Yuhua ascended the dragon throne. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the gathered officials before he spoke with measured gravity. What are your thoughts on the affairs of the great Zhou? It was evident that he was already apprised of the events that had transpired. General Fuyun was en route back, yet a report was inevitable. Just as his words fell, the head of the Li family, the venerable scholar of the academy, immediately responded, "Your Majesty, the great Zhou has not only failed to honor our agreements and relinquish power, but has also expelled our reinforcements and inflicted harm upon the generals of our dynasty. I firmly believe that it is imperative to employ formidable measures to make them aware of their transgressions." As the words resonated, a startling murderous intent flickered within his murky gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, his grandson has suffered indignities within the great Zhou, and as a grandfather, he must seek justice. Otherwise, the world may come to underestimate the Li family. Following his declaration, numerous officials unexpectedly arose, respectfully imploring, "Your Majesty, let justice be meted out to the great Zhou, and demonstrate the might of our Yuhua." These were all officials from the Li lineage, naturally rallying for their clan. However, at that moment, the national master stepped forward, his imposing figure gazing intently at the head of the Li family, and he spoke slowly, "Your Majesty, I believe that the great Zhou is not only blameless but also deserving of merit. The imperial army has gone to assist the great Zhou, yet our forces merely lingered for a few days without vanquishing a single demon, instead witnessing the great Zhou's army ensnared in the demon domain without rendering aid. By what right should they relinquish their authority? This contradicts our prior agreement. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that the great Zhou has unveiled a general of unparalleled potential, capable of breaching the demon domain, indicative of exceptional military talent. Additionally, they possess a commander who has attained divine form. To confront the great Zhou at this juncture would be to stifle potential. Let us not forget, the great Zhou currently stands as a vassal of our Yuhua dynasty. Their talents are, in essence, our own. His voice resounded powerfully, plunging the hall into silence. The dispute between the national master and the grand sacrificial wine was beyond their interference. Meanwhile, the Yuhua emperor remained non-committal, his form enveloped in golden mist, eyes shimmering with brilliance as he surveyed those below, eventually resting his gaze upon the third prince. He then spoke slowly, "What are your thoughts, third?" Upon hearing the voice, the third prince was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, with a hint of anxiety, he replied, "Father, I believe the grand sacrificial wine has a point. Regardless, Li Lin is one of our own. It is unacceptable that a general of the great Zhou dared to injure him and even harbored murderous intent. Punishment is necessary." Following this statement, the golden mist surrounding the Yuhua emperor grew somewhat tumultuous, and once more, silence enveloped the hall. No one could discern what thoughts occupied their sovereign's mind. As they gazed at the figure draped in golden mist upon the dragon throne, their reverence intensified. After a moment, a deep voice finally resonated. "The matters concerning the great Zhou shall be deliberated tomorrow. The attainment of divine form by Li Lin is indeed a cause for celebration. Let him be conferred the title of Xianbing Marquis." As the voice resonated, it vanished into the ether, leaving the gathered ministers exchanging glances, bewildered. Subsequently, They retreated from the Grand Hall. The Celestial Emperor, shrouded in enigma, was beyond their comprehension. However, retreat was their only recourse. Just as the ministers stepped beyond the palace gates, Li Lin approached them. His cultivation was commendable, and after his return, he had partaken of various spiritual herbs. Thus his injuries had considerably healed, though his complexion remained somewhat pallid. Upon seeing the head of the Li family and the third prince emerge, he hurried forward. Urgency lacing his tone. Grandfather, adoptive father, what transpired? Did His Majesty agree to deploy troops? A flicker of resentment danced in his eyes. He had never suffered such a profound loss and had nearly perished in the Dezhou, igniting his fury. If vengeance could not be exacted, his thoughts would remain in turmoil. Upon hearing his inquiry, the head of the Li family shook his head. Do not rush for revenge. His Majesty stated we shall deliberate further tomorrow, and we can also send forth our own people. For now, the most pressing matter is your ennoblement. Li Lin's heart raced at these words, disbelief illuminating his gaze as he turned to his grandfather. Has His Majesty conferred upon me the title of Marquis? His voice brimmed with eagerness. Indeed. Do you think it easy to find someone of divine physique? The head of the Li family replied, unable to suppress his pride. With such a grandson, their lineage could endure for centuries without faltering. At that moment, the Celestial Emperor entered a secret chamber. Upon stepping inside, he inquired, what news regarding Lu Yu? Clearly, the Emperor had begun to monitor Lu Yu ever since learning of his slaying of over 100,000 demon tribes. As a ruler, one must not only cultivate oneself, but also comprehend those beneath them. The decision not to suppress Dezhou this time was deliberate, intending to ascertain the situation before taking action, a prudent principle for any sovereign. However, absent a compelling reason, he was prepared to eliminate Lu Yu. For those capable yet disobedient could not be tolerated, especially since this time, not only had he slain the imperial military overseer, but he had also wounded General Fu Yun. As a sovereign, he favored loyalty over mere brilliance. Since ascending the throne, it was not unheard of for divine beings to meet their demise at his hands. His methods had instilled profound respect among the court ministers. If Lu Yu did not possess qualities that warranted nurturing, he might have opted for his immediate eradication. For in Lu Yu's actions, he discerned no reverence towards the imperial family. The overly arrogant genius was not to his liking, and he harbored a profound disdain for such traits. As soon as his words echoed in the air, an elder garbed in a black brocade robe, adorned with the insignia of a mythical creature, stepped forth from behind. Gazing at the ascendant emperor, he raised his hands, presenting a jade talisman. Your Majesty, this contains all the information regarding Lu Yu. To my knowledge, he appears to be of your bloodline. Upon hearing this, the ascendant emperor raised an eyebrow, and with a sense of urgency, he accepted the jade talisman. Even the golden mist surrounding him became tumultuous. After meticulously reviewing the information within the talisman, the golden mist enveloping the ascendant emperor dissipated in an instant. Before him stood an elderly figure with flowing golden hair, clad in a crimson royal robe. Yet he bore no signs of age. His imposing stature radiated a fierce pressure, and his eyes were a striking pure white, exuding an aura of both eeriness and authority, a manifestation of having cultivated the ascendant arts to an extraordinarily high level. He spoke slowly. I never expected that this timid and cunning third son, lacking the audacity of the royal lineage, would bear such an exceptional child for our ascendant house. Indeed, a prodigy destined for greatness has emerged. Henceforth, you shall do nothing but safeguard my grandson. Furthermore, ensure that this matter remains a closely guarded secret. Erase all traces. Understood, replied the figure in black, his tone respectful. However, a look of hesitation washed over his face. Observing his demeanor, the ascendant emperor, growing impatient, waved his hand and said, Speak freely. Do not hesitate. There is nothing between us that cannot be discussed. Upon hearing this, the figure in black sighed with relief and spoke, Your Majesty, are you concerned about the heavenly dynasty? As he spoke, a remarkable light flickered in the ascendant emperor's gaze, and he fixed his eyes on the black-clad figure. Indeed, it was the very worries of our forefather that led to the division of the branches, resulting in the emergence of various dynasties. Had it not been for this, our ascendant empire might have been capable of challenging the imperial courts by now. Although a millennium has passed, I have recently been plagued by a sense of foreboding. It is prudent to exercise caution. The ascendant emperor spoke earnestly, a hint of worry glimmering in his pure white eyes. In response, the figure in black did not hesitate. Looking at the ascendant emperor, he declared, Regardless of the circumstances, my organization shall undoubtedly go to great lengths to ensure the safety of the royal grandson. His voice carried a weight of solemnity. Upon hearing the sound, the Emperor of Transformation nodded slightly. To inflict serious injury upon Fu Yun with a single arrow suggests that Lu Yu's strength has likely ascended to the Purple Mansion realm. It remains uncertain whether he possesses a divine body. However, at such a tender age, his remarkable cultivation, even if devoid of a divine body, undoubtedly foretells an extraordinary future. In the lineage of the Transformation Emperor, I have yet to encounter such talent. Perhaps he may lead the imperial family to even greater heights. The words spoken seemed to convey both a directive to the cloaked figure and a lamentation. Subsequently, he gestured for the individual to withdraw. The cloaked figure, not daring to linger, bowed and departed. Meanwhile, as the Emperor of Transformation orchestrated these affairs, Lu Yu remained oblivious to it all. Presently, he was flanking the Queen's sedan chair, journeying towards the southern frontier city. The soldiers under Lu Yu's command were tasked with the Queen's protection. As for Hongling, she had accompanied Xiao Tianyi back to the royal city, for this was a battlefield, one embroiled in conflict against the demon clan. Lu Yu would not permit her to be in peril. The path was strewn with devastation. Occasionally, fleeing civilians, in a state of panic, sought refuge from the advancing army. Their bodies barely clothed and their stomachs empty, all consequences of the demon clan's onslaught. The Queen wept on multiple occasions. Now seated within the sedan chair, she spoke softly, "General, our dynasty has suffered such grievous wounds. It may take decades to recuperate. I wonder if the demon clan will cease their incursions." Being a woman, her heart was inevitably burdened with worry as the great Zhou dynasty lay in ruins. "Your Majesty, the demon clan will undoubtedly not relent. It is said that other nearby dynasties have also faced simultaneous attacks. This indicates that such devastation could not have been wrought by a single demon kingdom. There may very well be a demon emperor behind these assaults. However, these matters shall be resolved by the sovereigns. Our duty is to prevent the demon clan from breaching our defenses." Upon hearing these words, the Queen nodded in agreement and refrained from further discourse. At that moment, they approached the southern frontier city, where Lord Mu Yun and Lord Shun Wu were leading their troops in fierce combat. Although the city was a strategic stronghold, following the Demon King's demise, it was only sparsely defended by a handful of powerful demons. Thus, under the onslaught of the marquises, they proved no match. By the time Lu Yu and his contingent reached the foot of southern frontier city, the fortress was on the brink of capitulation. Numerous demons had been subdued, yet the cries of the wounded still echoed from the battlements. Witnessing such a scene invigorated the Queen's spirit. She took a deep breath and proclaimed, "At last, we have reclaimed lost territory." With that, she advanced toward the city, where the air remained thick with the stench of blood and the ground was littered with corpses. There are both demon clans and warriors from the Great Zhou, which causes distress in the heart of the Queen. As she ascended the city walls, Marquis Mu Yun and others promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully as they spoke. "We pay our respects to your Majesty. We have met the Grand General." Their voices resonated with profound reverence. In recent times, with Lu Yu's rise and the onslaught of the demon tribes, the entire structure of the Great Zhou dynasty has undergone a monumental transformation. Lu Yu stands as an indisputable power among the ruling elite. Even the noble lords, upon encountering him, dare not act with impudence. The Queen, too, exudes the dignity befitting a sovereign. Upon hearing their greetings, the Great Zhou Queen nodded, signaling them to rise. She then turned her gaze towards the opposite side of the city, where lay the territory of the demon clans. The canopy of dense forests obscured the sunlight, casting everything in a deep shade of green. The occasional roar of beasts echoed through the air, the sound waves reverberating with a piercing intensity. Witnessing such a scene, a flicker of trepidation crossed the Queen's eyes, as if it concealed an immense terror. Even Lu Yu wore an expression of caution, sensing the formidable presence lurking within. Despite his current strength, he found the prospect of treading into that realm exceedingly daunting. Fortunately, powerful demon monarchs seldom make appearances. Otherwise, with the might of the Great Zhou, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand their assault. Then, the Queen prepared to depart. Many soldiers had been wounded in this battle, and since she was present, it was only fitting to offer them comfort. At that moment, however, a figure emerged from the dense forest in the distance. It was a woman, her hair cascading like a long waterfall, shimmering with points of sacred light akin to stars. Clad in a flowing white robe that radiated a rainbow of colors, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength. As she glided past, an overwhelming urge to kneel seized all who beheld her. Just as the woman reached the skies above the city, another figure broke through the forest. Dressed in a white robe, possessing an exquisitely handsome visage, he wielded a folding fan, exuding an air of effortless grace. However, the The demonic patterns visible on his face betrayed his true identity. He was a demon. Upon his emergence, he swiftly waved the fan, unleashing a torrent of boundless demon souls that surged forth. The once clear sky darkened instantaneously, suffused with an overwhelming malevolence. This energy not only enveloped the escaping woman, but also blanketed the entire southern border city. Chapter 64. Terrifying power. Upon witnessing this scene, the queen's expression shifted dramatically. She could distinctly sense her insignificance in the face of this overwhelming energy, as though she might be consumed by the beast spirit at any moment. Lu Yu's forehead was also beaded with veins, astonished by the unfolding situation. In a moment of fury, he bellowed, "Arrow camp, protect the sovereign, shatter the beast spirit." As his voice resonated, the warriors of Arrow camp did not hesitate, swiftly raising their bows. In that instant, they released their arrows. Whoosh! As the feathered projectiles soared through the air, the descending beast spirit was directly obliterated. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yu sighed in relief. Finally, it bore fruit. Otherwise, amidst the clash of these two formidable entities, countless troops would have been reduced to ash. Contemplating this, he could not help but clench his fists. Strength is indeed paramount. Otherwise, a mere handful of powerful beings could easily extinguish his life. He despised the sensation of having his existence dictated by others. Furthermore, the demon tribe was not primarily targeting him. It was merely the energy that radiated outward. Just as Lu Yu allowed himself a moment of respite, an ethereal voice echoed. "How dare you, descendants of the Qingxiu lineage, act with such audacity? Upon my return, I shall not spare you." It was the woman speaking. The breeze lifted her veil, and in a fleeting glance, Lu Yu beheld an unparalleled beauty. As she spoke, her palm struck forth, unleashing a palm imprint that tore through the air, obscuring the sky. Bang! It shattered the beast spirit. "Hee, you have already been afflicted by my Yanyun bone transformation powder. If I do not assist you, you shall surely become a pool of tainted blood within the hour." The woman's voice trembled with fury as she drew her sharp sword, pointing it toward the heavens. A chill emanated from her lips. "By the decree of the divine heavens, with my blood, I shall vanquish all evil." As her words resonated, the long sword glided through her palm, crimson droplets cascading forth, pulsating with divine essence. The sky transformed instantaneously, dark clouds gathered, and lightning crackled above. Crack! In the next moment, an onslaught of lightning descended upon the demon man, causing his expression to shift. He promptly exclaimed, "Very well. I shall witness the extent of your power." Raising his folding fan, he attempted to deflect the celestial thunder. Bang! In an instant, the two forces collided. The demon man found himself in a precarious position. Spitting blood, he was sent reeling backward. Observing the still gathering storm in the sky, his countenance changed, revealing a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, yet he ultimately retreated. Upon witnessing his departure, the woman in the sky could no longer contain herself and let out a sharp gasp, spitting blood that stained her veil crimson. Her gaze then turned towards the city of Nanjing, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of unwillingness, as if she were embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she closed her eyes, extended her hand, and, with a look of reluctance, reached out towards the city. In that moment, Lu Yu dared not hesitate and immediately positioned himself beside the queen, for that hand was directed squarely at her. The next instant, he felt himself lifted from the ground, as though seized by an unseen force, and then he vanished from his original location. Once tranquility returned, a frenzied look appeared in the queen's eyes as she surveyed the surrounding lords. "Find this solitary king. If the general is not located, you shall bring me their heads." This was the first occasion the court had witnessed such wrath from the queen. Without daring to linger, they promptly retreated. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, though immobilized, could feel the fragrant winds swirling around him. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. Suddenly, he was unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. At that moment, the woman's gaze turned towards him, and her pupils constricted, revealing a look of incredulity. She had intended to seize the woman below, preparing to employ a secret technique to transfer the toxins within her to the other. Although this course of action was far from ideal, she found herself bereft of other options. However, she never anticipated that she had mistakenly captured Lu Yu. Throughout the journey, she had been preoccupied with suppressing the toxicity and failed to recognize her blunder. Now, even if she wished to rectify her mistake, it was far too late. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes as she contemplated this. Yet, in the next moment, in her state of astonishment and fury, the toxins completely overwhelmed her body. Her complexion turned a deep crimson, her eyes grew increasingly dazed, and she began to tremble, leaving her no time for further contemplation. With a rush, countless strips of white silk erupted forth, enveloping the surroundings. This Yanyun transformation powder was a secret remedy of the Qingqiu clan, once ingested. Regardless of one's formidable cultivation, failure to achieve dual meditation within a specified time would result in certain death. Consequently, her only available choice was to enter dual meditation, although her consciousness was already fading. As for Lu Yu, given his level of cultivation, even if the woman were injured, it was utterly impossible for him to impede her. The subsequent events, naturally, cannot be elaborated upon in excess. After an unknown duration had passed, the toxicity within the woman gradually dissipated. As her colorful attire reappeared, she fixed a cold stare upon Lu Yu, as if her grip on the sword in her hand might shatter it. She never anticipated that, given her status, she would allow someone as insignificant as Lu Yu to gain such an advantage over her. The thought of killing him crossed her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Yu sensed the murderous intent and spoke slowly. None of this is by my choosing. If you require my assistance, I shall take responsibility. If not, I shall take my leave. Should you wish to end my life, feel free to act. After these words fell from his lips, Lu Yu rose and walked towards the distance. After covering a certain distance, he no longer felt the piercing aura of hostility. He tossed the communication jade talisman back towards her, which ultimately landed at her feet. If you need anything, you may contact me, he stated coldly. For reasons unknown to her, the murderous intent that she had previously managed to suppress erupted once more due to Lu Yu's indifference. Dark, ominous energy swirled above her head, and the long sword in her hand emanated a fierce glow. The garments she wore shimmered with myriad rays of light, resembling a celestial being. In the next moment, her body soared into the air, and she slashed the sword towards Lu Yu. The very air around her was filled with an overwhelming sword intent. Upon sensing the lethal intent, Lu Yu furrowed his brow, astonished that this woman truly intended to kill him. Moreover, her strength was unfathomably terrifying. It was not that he intended to be indifferent. Rather, her demeanor was excessively condescending. Even if he wished to take responsibility, she might not be amenable to it. Furthermore, with her connection to Hongling, any union with her would place him in a subordinate position, which she might not accept due to her status. After much contemplation, he decided to take his leave, not realizing that this would incite her wrath. As her sword drew near, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the king-level golden battlefield? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback. This woman was so formidable that she was comparable to an entire king-level golden battlefield. How outrageous! Yet, he dared not hesitate and promptly replied, sign in. Chapter 65, Celestial Level Formation. Lu Yu did not hesitate for even a moment and spoke directly. As his words resonated, the system's voice immediately rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. You have obtained the Celestial Level Formation, Tenfold Ambush. Note: once the formation is established, it can create endless illusions, causing enemies within the formation to suffer mental collapse and defeat without battle. Although he had acquired something valuable in the past, such an achievement would have filled him with excitement and kept him awake. However, now it was of little use. Yet, he was not someone to surrender easily. And as the woman's sword was about to descend, a blood-colored radiance suddenly appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the blood dragon spear appeared, and he braced himself to withstand the impending strike. However, at that moment, the woman's sword inexplicably halted, a flicker of struggle evident in her eyes. In the next instant, she vanished from sight. Lu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the dampness spreading across his back. The woman's formidable presence had nearly suffocated him with her previous blow. When he glanced downward, he realized the jade talisman was also missing, clearly taken by her. Yet, Lu Yu did not dwell on this. As long as the woman was involved, he trusted she would take responsibility. With determination, he set his course towards the southern frontier city. As a general, his disappearance would undoubtedly stir considerable commotion, and he needed to return without delay. However, upon emerging from a grove of bamboo, he discovered he had been transported several hundred miles away. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for him. Being a master of the Purple Mansion, although his speed did not rival that of the woman, several hundred miles were hardly insurmountable. He then proceeded to hasten towards the southern frontier city, his form enveloped in shimmering violet light. Any passerby who might catch a glimpse would certainly be taken aback. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the feathered ascendancy, a day had elapsed. The court assembly reconvened, and this time, the head of the Li family had summoned numerous ministers to rally support for condemning Lu Yu to death. Only by doing so could they quell their lingering resentment. The feathered emperor sat upon the dragon throne, observing the proceedings, with no one privy to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Then, A deep and authoritative voice resonated through the hall. Esteemed ministers, if you have words to share, please speak openly. Today, we must deliberate on the matter of the great Zhou. No one could discern the emperor's mood. The head of the Li family, however, wasted no time. He stood forth. Speaking slowly, Your Majesty, although Lu Yu possesses remarkable talent in commanding troops, he has harmed our imperial generals, showing a lack of respect for our dynasty. I believe it is prudent to execute such a person at the earliest opportunity. As his words settled in the air, many ministers nodded in agreement. The state preceptor remained silent, indicating that the head of the Li family had surely paid a hefty price over the night to arrive at this juncture. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the feathered emperor's disposition. Mere words were insufficient. A lack of respect and loyalty to the dynasty was enough to incite the emperor's wrath. In the past, such matters had not been uncommon for him to address. Thus, he was confident in the decision to eliminate Lu Yu. Yet, the feathered emperor remained silent, his stance still unvoiced. Instead, like yesterday, he once again gazed at the third prince. What about you, third brother? The third prince replied, Father, I too believe that Lu Yu must be executed. Even if the Yuhua dynasty can be spared, Lu Yu must pay a price. It was evident that this third prince was determined to pursue a path of no return. In his quest for the support of the Li family, he was willing to sacrifice, even to kill, his own son. Upon hearing these words, the Yuhua emperor's eyes revealed a look of disappointment. This son of his had abandoned Lu Yu and his mother for the sake of his own future, lacking any sense of responsibility. Now, he was willing to kill his son for the same reason, which was even more egregious. Was the imperial bloodline something that could be so easily extinguished? With such thoughts in mind, the cold voice of the Yuhua emperor resonated through the hall. Is the gathering of so many merely to slay a general of the dynasty? Or is there a deeper intention? It seems that you are not here to execute Lu Yu, but rather to coerce me and demonstrate your power. These words left the head of the Li family in a cold sweat. He had invested considerable effort the previous night, seeking numerous ministers to support his cause, only to inadvertently provoke the emperor. After all, the unity of the ministers is a grave taboo for any sovereign. In his singular focus on eliminating Lu Yu, he had forgotten this crucial fact. Not daring to be complacent, he immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the Li family is unwaveringly loyal, and we would never entertain any disloyalty. His voice carried a hint of pleading. However, the Yuhua emperor coldly retorted, Get out. Do not disgrace yourself before me. With that, the head of the Li family dared not say another word and hastily exited the grand hall. All the ministers present witnessed this exchange, recognizing the unpredictable might of the emperor. They could not fathom the emperor's true intentions, and thus withdrew, no one daring to mention punishing Lu Yu again. Yet, the opposing party was no longer concerned with these matters. He had returned to the southern frontier city. Upon seeing Lu Yu's return, the usually composed empress of the great Zhou was visibly moved, her eyes turning red with emotion. After all, there had been instances in the past where individuals had been abducted by the passing Danu, never to return. Now that Lu Yu had returned, it was a cause for celebration for all. She approached him, concern evident in her voice. Are you all right? Lu Yu, not wanting to appear ungrateful, replied. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am unharmed. I was merely cast out several hundred miles away. Naturally, he could not divulge further details. Upon hearing this, the queen let out a sigh of relief and gently responded, I am glad to hear that. However, at this moment, in the dense forest ahead, unforeseen events awaited. A tremendous transformation has indeed occurred. A series of beastly roars reverberates through the air, sending vibrations through the eardrums. Gazing into the distance, one beholds an endless throng of demon clans emerging from the dense forest. This time, however, they are unlike those from the past. They march in an orderly fashion, clad in armor, wielding weapons that gleam ominously. Such a spectacle causes the queen's countenance to shift dramatically. Her hand rests upon the battlements, and an oppressive atmosphere envelopes the scene. Then, she speaks slowly. The demon emperor has mobilized his forces. Her voice is laced with bitterness. The demon emperor is a formidable entity, rivaling that of an imperial dynasty, now launching an offensive against the great Zhou. Anyone would feel a sense of trepidation in such circumstances. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, fixated on the endless stream of demon clans, hears the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding, does the host wish to check in at the elite silver battlefield? Startled by the announcement, Lu Yu contemplates the sheer terror embodied by the demon emperor's army. Chapter 66, Tenfold Ambush Check-in. Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yu declares, Ding, congratulations to the host for successful check-in, gaining the loyalty of Yan Liang. Strength, 6th level of the Purple Mansion. Physique, Battle body of the title, Thunderlight body. Weaponry, high-grade spiritual weapon, Gale Thunder slashing general's blade. Armor, high-grade spiritual armor. Blazing Thunderlight armor. Mount, Thunder Beast. Capable of traversing 8,000 miles in a day. As the voice fades, a figure materializes beside Lu Yu. The individual stands at an imposing 2 meters, robust and exuding an aura of destruction, clad in thunderous armor that radiates a blue-golden light, adorned with wind and thunder motifs. He wields a battle knife, its sharp brilliance glinting menacingly. Yet, at that moment, all eyes are fixed upon the battlements below, unaware of his presence. Concurrently, a shift occurs among the ominous demon clans. All the great demons part ways, creating a path, and from within the throng emerges a towering figure. He stands a full 10 feet tall, donned in green armor, possessing the head of a lion and the body of a man. His eyes gleam with ferocity, and his mane bristles with a wildness, surrounded by a shimmering golden aura. Upon his appearance, he bellows, "Humanity, I am the Huang Lion Demon King, a servant of the Demon Emperor. Open the city gates at once, or face merciless slaughter." His voice resonates, unleashing a wave of sound that forces many warriors atop the battlements to stagger back. Lord Mu Yun's expression darkens as he remarks, "It is said that this Huang Lion King possesses extraordinary strength and carries a trace of divine beast bloodline. In the last great calamity, he was the vanguard of the demon clan. Once he led the demon soldiers to annihilate an entire dynasty. He is one of the most formidable demon kings under the command of the Beast Emperor." After his voice fell, Lu Yu understood that this yellow lion demon king was likely a considerable step above the demon clans he had previously encountered. After all, the earlier battles had been led by major demons, but now a demon king had personally taken the field, indicating that the conflict had escalated significantly. Indeed, Lu Yu's intuition proved correct. After an extended period of fierce combat, both the human and demon races had suffered losses. However, the demon emperor was growing impatient and was now preparing to initiate a full-scale assault, seeking to seize ample resources and, if possible, to occupy substantial territory. This was the nature of all races. Only by securing sufficient land could they sustain their kin. Consequently, aside from the Great Zhou dynasty, the Dragon Abyss dynasty, the Jinwu dynasty, and the Huayan dynasty, all under the auspices of the Ascension dynasty, faced intensified assaults from the demon race, spearheaded by demon kings themselves. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yu remained undaunted. He turned to the queen beside him and declared, "Your Majesty, please give the order." As his words resonated, the Queen of Great Zhou gradually regained her composure and responded softly, "Since we are in a state of war, let the Grand General take command." With her words, Lu Yu did not hesitate and promptly acknowledged, "At your command." He then gazed downwards, and unbeknownst to him, the Jinglong bow had materialized in his palm. At that moment, he began to draw it back slowly. In that instant, a formidable energy coalesced around the Jinglong bow, ultimately transforming into a feathered arrow. With a swift motion, it shot forth towards the Lion King, tearing through the void and producing a deafening sound of rupture. Witnessing this scene, the Yellow Lion King dared not hesitate. He raised his battle blade and struck directly at the arrow. Upon the collision of blade and arrow, a resounding clash echoed through the air. The arrow was sent flying, while the Yellow Lion King felt a tingling numbness in his palm, incited by both anger and humiliation. Without a moment's pause, he commanded his army behind him, "Attack the city." In the following moments, an endless tide of demons surged forward. Lu Yu, too, felt a rush of determination. He promptly ordered, "System, transmit the celestial level formation." In the next instant, the warriors under Lu Yu's command experienced a surge of profound memories flooding their minds. This is a military formation that seems to have been executed countless times. It operates with remarkable ease. Upon witnessing his soldiers assimilating the formation, a chilling light flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. He then murmured, "The grand army engages in battle, tenfold ambush. The ghostly winds weep." As his voice resonated, the warriors under Lu Yu did not take refuge behind the city walls to fend off the demon tribe. Rather, they actively leaped down. At present, the weakest among them had attained the condensation Dan realm. As they descended, their momentum was nothing short of magnificent. One can imagine tens of thousands clad in black armor, wielding weapons, leaping forth, their bodies momentarily suspended in the air, obscuring the heavens. A dense mass of black loomed above, while wisps of clouds began to rise around them, rendering the army both ethereal and formidable, akin to celestial soldiers. Each was a battle-hardened warrior, clad in heavy armor, with blades sharp enough to intimidate. It is noteworthy that when the Han army executed the tenfold ambush, Even the unparalleled Xianyu ultimately faced defeat at the Wu River, highlighting the power of such a tactic. Today, although Lu Yu's army may not rival the once mighty Han forces that swept across the land, as they have yet to regain their peak prowess, it is essential to remember that the demon tribe below is not the same as the once mighty Chu overlord. Thus, as the formation was set, waves of mysterious energy began to permeate through the troops. The once ferocious demon soldiers appeared disoriented, scurrying aimlessly. At that moment, the formation emitted a chorus of weeping sounds, accompanied by howling winds and cries of despair, evoking a sense of profound sorrow. The encircled demon tribe, poised to charge the formation under the leadership of the Yellow Lion King, found themselves enveloped by an endless illusion. Some demons beheld the very people they had slain in the past, now resurrected to seek vengeance. Others encountered divine beings, radiating spiritual light, intent on subduing them, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. Within the formation, roars and screams echoed incessantly. In the distance, several figures clad in black observed this scene, their eyes filled with astonishment. Particularly the elder at the forefront, who incredulously remarked, This must be a celestial-level formation. It is said that only the most exalted of nations possess such a national defense technique. The imperial grandson possesses it as well. His voice carried an air of disbelief. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade talisman, meticulously documenting all that transpired before transmitting the information. At this juncture, Lu Yu's voice resonated once more. As he held the command flag and declared with an icy tone, "Tenfold ambush, the chapter of slaughter begins." As the command was issued, the heavens and the earth experienced a transformation once more. Chapter 67, Annihilation of the Demons. With the finality of Lu Yu's voice, the soldiers of the Arrow Sound Battalion, positioned at the forefront of the army, instantly drew their bows into a perfect crescent shape. Then, an endless rain of arrows descended like shooting stars. The sound of piercing air resonated ominously. How could the besieged demons withstand such an onslaught? Swish! One by one, powerful demon warriors fell lifeless to the ground. At that moment, they remained ensnared in an illusion, utterly oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded as arrows pierced their chests. The casualties were innumerable. The demon king oscillated between lucidity and delusion, teetering on the brink of despair as he witnessed his subordinates succumbing on the battlefield. The terror in his eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. He could scarcely fathom that such a calamity would befall their offensive against the human race. Yet, as his heart was gripped by dread, Lu Yu's formidable army pressed forward relentlessly, leaving him no time for contemplation. The trapped troops and the Mo Dao army advanced, steadily tightening the encirclement. With each swing of their weapons, more demons were swiftly dispatched, blood mist erupting, instilling a profound sense of horror. Meanwhile, the Xuanzhao army and the Tiger Leopard cavalry surged into the heart of the fray, surveying the battlefield with an air of dominance. They encountered virtually no opposition. The demons, ensnared in their illusions, were engaged in internal battles, unaware of the perils lurking in the external world. This was a macabre feast of slaughter. For Lu Yu's subordinates, it was an extravagant banquet of carnage. Each kill rewarded them with ample experience points necessary for their ascension, a desire shared by all. Such a scene not only left the queen of the Great Zhou in shock, but also rendered the likes of Marquis Mu Yun nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Lu Yu's might had surpassed their expectations, although they could not discern the nature of the formation at play. The rising mist and the eruption of dark light infused with martial energy were enough to instill fear in any observer, let alone themselves. At that very moment, within the formation, the Yellow Lion King also faced an assault. Yan Liang's thunderblade descended with devastating force. The armor surrounding him crackled with lightning, and with his battle blade in hand, he appeared as a deity of thunder. As he launched his attack, the sound of the heavens splitting filled the air. With a crack, the weapon reached the Yellow Lion King's side. Just as he regained his senses, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. With a resolute grip on his weapon, he sought to withstand the impending strike. Yet, alas, the desperate assault from Yan Liang was beyond his capacity to counter. Bang! In that instant, his weapon was cleaved in two. Subsequently, the blade of the Yellow Lion King descended upon him, slicing from head to toe. Roar! The Yellow Lion King could only emit a final, unwilling howl before his body was reduced to a mist of blood, perishing on the battlefield. This scene would leave anyone who witnessed it in sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind, heralding the system's notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. The archery battalion has gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xuanzhao army has gained 2,200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. The tiger and leopard cavalry has gained 2,800 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Luo Chung has gained 3,500 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Cheng Yaojin has gained 2,900 experience points. As the notifications resonated, a smile graced Lu Yu's face. If he could vanquish all these demon tribes, the strength of his forces would surely ascend. With the demise of the Demon King, the annihilation of the remaining demon tribes was merely a matter of time. At that moment, the observers from the listening camp were left utterly astonished. The elder clad in black slowly articulated, "If the prince can mature, he shall have a place among our human race." His voice carried a hint of excitement. Simultaneously, within the Huanghua dynasty, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, and the atmosphere in the grand hall was suffocatingly tense. The demon emperor had made his move, and not a soul in the dynasty dared to be complacent. The generals within the court were acutely aware that a tumultuous storm of bloodshed was on the horizon, one from which they too could not escape. They were reminded of the great calamity of yore, when the entire dynasty underwent a significant upheaval, with countless lives lost. Now, as history threatened to repeat itself, how could one not feel the weight of despair? In that critical moment, the emperor finally spoke. "The demon emperor has initiated an attack. I have resolved to provide proactive support to our vassal dynasties. Each dynasty shall be fortified as a bastion against the encroachment of the demon tribes. Every prince shall lead 2 marquises into battle, each selecting a dynasty to assist. Ensure the safety of our realm." As his words echoed through the hall, the generals exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. At that juncture, the eldest prince rose, adorned in a majestic python robe, his towering figure exuding authority. Glimmers of white light flickered in his eyes, a clear sign of profound mastery of the Huanghua divine art. He then began to speak slowly. "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the dukes of Dangyun and Qiyuan to the Lonyuan dynasty. Both of these esteemed dukes are supportive of him. The recent summons from the Ascendant Emperor for the princes is evidently intended to assess their capabilities. Thus, they are all quite eager to participate." Upon hearing the proposal, the Ascendant Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the other princes also stepped forward. After all, aside from the Ascendant Emperor's examination, aiding the dynasty could garner favor. It would be most advantageous to have their support. It is essential to recognize that, in terms of status, a more powerful royal family outweighs the rank of an ordinary duke. The prospect of being conferred a royal title is a dream cherished by every duke of the dynasty. However, as the other princes emerged one by one to offer their assistance, all major dynasties received support, leaving the Ascendant dynasty without any volunteers. This caused a noticeable change in the Ascendant Emperor's expression. He then spoke slowly. "Is there truly no one willing to assist the Dazhou dynasty?" His voice carried a hint of inquiry. Yet, at that moment, silence prevailed. No one dared to speak. After all, to venture to the Ascendant dynasty would mean offending the third prince and the Li family, known for their divine lineage. No prince would wish to create additional enemies on the path to succession. Observing the silence, the Ascendant Emperor reiterated, "If no one wishes to go, so be it. This time, I am prepared to offer the Ascendant Legion as a reward. Whoever can first quell the demonic forces in the dynasty they assist shall command the Ascendant Legion." At his words, excitement illuminated the eyes of the princes. The Ascendant Legion is the mightiest army within the Ascendant dynasty. To possess it is to indirectly secure the title of Crown Prince. How could they not be stirred by such an opportunity? Meanwhile, in the city of Nanjing, Lu Yu's mind was once again filled with echoes of voices. The forces under his command had finally made a breakthrough. Chapter 68. Unreserved Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Yanyun 18 Rider's power has ascended to the 8th level of Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry's power has risen to the 5th level of Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Luo Cheng's power has elevated to the 3rd level of Purple Mansion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Modeo Army's power has increased to the 4th level of Golden Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Pan Feng's power has advanced to the 8th level of Purple Mansion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The Assault Brigade's power has risen to the 8th level of Condensation Core. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Cheng Yaojin's power has ascended to the 1st level of Purple Mansion. As the announcements resonated, an expression of excitement appeared on Lu Yu's face. The enhancement of his warrior's strength coincided with the decimation of the demonic forces. In that moment, the safety of the Dazhou dynasty was assured. At that moment, a chilling glimmer flickered in Lu Yu's eyes as he gazed intently into the dense forest. Slowly he spoke. "Your Majesty, The demon tribe is encroaching upon our human territory and slaughtering our people. Shall we retaliate against them? As his voice resonated, a fervent blaze ignited within his gaze. The forest was teeming with formidable demon warriors. If they could plunder the human race, why should they not seize the opportunity to reclaim what was theirs? With this thought, a palpable aura of menace intensified around him. Upon hearing his words, the queen of the great Zhou displayed a look of astonishment, then cautiously replied, "Is such a course of action not too perilous?" She hesitated to agree, fully aware that the forest was fraught with powerful adversaries, and a misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu had inadvertently become her pillar of support. Casting doubt upon her resolve, Lu Yu continued, "I believe that if we remain on the defensive, our losses will be substantial." At this, the queen's expression remained troubled. "General, in my heart, your safety is paramount." When these words escaped her lips, Lu Yu was taken aback, not expecting such sentiment from her. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. However, amidst their discourse, Luo Cheng erupted with a fierce roar, "Who dares to covet our army?" As he spoke, a wrathful dragon formed from swirling cold mist bellowed around him, and he ascended skyward. The 18 riders of Yanyun followed closely behind, their forms shimmering in the void. A frigid aura began to permeate the surroundings, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles in a deep azure hue, interspersed with a chilling murderous intent. At that moment, the members of the listening camp were engulfed in panic, particularly the elder at the forefront, who gasped in alarm, "Not good. The royal grandson's subordinates have discovered us." Though his strength was formidable, even rivaling that of the nobility within the dynasty, a shiver coursed through him, as if confronted by a great terror. A bitter expression marred his face. He had not anticipated failing even in his protective duties. The royal grandson's subordinates were overwhelmingly powerful, having detected their presence from afar and even seeking to sever their escape. Just then, Luo Cheng's weapon sliced through the air, compelling the leader of the listening camp to act swiftly. He thrust out his palm defensively. Boom! As the palm struck, a massive beast from the listening camp appeared behind him, roaring in response. Yet, Luo Cheng's might was unparalleled. His weapon shattered the leader's energy with ease. Let the other party not dare to hesitate for even a moment. As he addressed the members of the listening camp behind him, he commanded, "Retreat." At the moment the words echoed, they began to withdraw into the distance. Luo Cheng was far too powerful. He was not their match, and if the battle continued, it would likely lead to their demise. Moreover, he could not afford to expose his identity. Thus, in the next moment, the strong warriors of the listening camp fled, simultaneously marveling at the prowess of this royal grandson. Not only was his own strength formidable, but more importantly, his subordinates were also an assembly of exceptional talents. Upon witnessing their departure, Luo Cheng refrained from pursuing them further, for the protection of Lu Yu was paramount. After they had left, Lu Yu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he slowly inquired, "Who are they?" The recently returned Luo Cheng promptly responded, "My lord, I am unaware of their origins, but I can confirm they belong to the human race and possess considerable strength. They bore no murderous intent. It seems they were merely observing, not assassins." At the sound of this, Lu Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned to the queen and stated, "Your Majesty, I advise that you return to the royal city swiftly. Although we have reclaimed our lost territories, the invasion of the demon race has caused various powerful factions to run rampant. As a sovereign, your safety lies within the walls of the royal city." As his voice echoed, the queen pondered for a moment before replying, "If that is the case, let us return together. The great general has fought tirelessly and deserves a period of recuperation." With her words, her gaze settled upon Lu Yu, clearly concerned that he might take the initiative to confront the demon race. Hearing her words, he could only smile in resignation and respond, "Very well. If that is your wish, I shall accompany you back to the royal city." Upon receiving his affirmation, the queen breathed a sigh of relief. After all, despite Lu Yu's formidable strength, venturing into the realm of the demons was ultimately perilous. In the ensuing time, the army was reorganized. It was ultimately decided that Duke Xinwu would lead the forces stationed in the southern frontier city while the others returned. At that moment, within a grand hall suffused with divine essence, a woman sat, holding a jade talisman, lost in her thoughts. She was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura of nobility. Beside her was another stunning woman adorned in a black brocade robe, appearing both regal and enchanting. At that moment, she addressed the one holding the jade talisman, saying, "Cousin, I assure you that the person I am introducing to you is without question worthy. He hails from the Holy Land and is unmatched in nobility. Becoming his partner will surely bring you happiness. Dear cousin, let us not dwell on that for now. Allow me to fetch you a cup of water." As the sound echoed, she turned away, clearly unwilling to pursue this topic further. Meanwhile, her cousin gazed at the jade talisman casually placed aside, a flicker of cold light glimmering in her eyes. Ever since her cousin returned from the wilderness, she had been eerily quiet, clutching the talisman. Previously, she had shown considerable interest when discussing the Holy Sun, but now, observing her demeanor, it was evident that such thoughts no longer stirred her. This realization brought a flash of icy determination to her gaze. After contemplating for a moment, she picked up the jade talisman and sent a message. "Who are you?" At that very instant, Lu Yu, who was preparing to return to the royal city, furrowed his brow in surprise. He anticipated a response would come so swiftly. Once so fierce and intimidating, she now displayed such a lack of decorum. Chapter 69. The Revenge of the Demon Clan. Upon receiving the message, Lu Yu felt a twinge of resistance. He was unaccustomed to her lofty demeanor, yet he ultimately replied, "I am the general of the cavalry of the great Zhou dynasty. If there is something you require assistance with, I shall do my utmost." Lu Yu presumed that the woman, with whom he had shared a fleeting connection, was regretting her earlier stance and seeking further information. The woman on the other end, however, was taken aback by the notion that a mere general from a dynasty could capture her cousin's attention. This was intolerable. Should this be true, she would lose the support of the Holy Sun and jeopardize her position as a core disciple of the sacred grounds. Furthermore, her cousin, a paragon of beauty and talent, could never be allowed to wed someone so insignificant. With this thought, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Simultaneously, after noting the coordinates of the communication talisman, she returned to her original position. When her cousin returned, a charming smile graced her alluring face. Deep down, she harbored immense envy, even jealousy, towards her younger cousin, who possessed not only extraordinary talent and a superior divine body, but also unparalleled beauty, an ethereal quality that seemed untouched by the world. Such a figure would be most fitting as the Holy Sun's bride. However, as the woman indulged in these thoughts, Lu Yu found himself bewildered. The woman had spoken only a few words before falling silent. What was the meaning of this? Just as he pondered further, a horseman appeared in the distance, galloping toward him in a state of utter disarray, his body drenched in blood and his face pale. The battle blade in his hand was shattered. As he rode, he shouted hoarsely, "Urgent news from the border. The city of Nanjing has fallen, and Lord Shenwu has perished." As the words rang out, the queen's palanquin came to a halt, and Lu Yu's body trembled involuntarily, disbelief etched across his features. It has only been a day since departing from the southern border city. Even with the onslaught of the demonic forces, it should not have fallen so swiftly. Bang! Subsequently, the knight who bore the news collapsed to the ground. Gazing at Lu Yu, along with the queen who had already protruded her head from the dragon carriage, she spoke. "Your Majesty, mere half a day after your departure, a colossal demon descended upon southern border city, spewing flames from its maw. In an instant, the entire city was reduced to a hellscape. Not a soul escaped." The voice echoed, laden with an inexorable sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, cold light flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. This was undoubtedly the vengeance of a formidable demon. At this moment, the queen's complexion flushed crimson before turning ashen. She immediately commanded, "Order our forces to retreat." Her voice bore a trace of fury. Just then, Lu Yu stepped forward, addressing the queen, "Your Majesty, this must be the work of a powerful demon. Allow me to subdue it. Your esteemed self is too precious to risk. Please return." His tone resonated with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, Duke Muyun, who had hastened to deliver the news, appeared pale and implored the queen, "Your Majesty, you cannot go. If anything were to befall you, the dynasty would be upended in an instant. Allow me to accompany the general." His voice was laced with desperation, and other lords gathered around, echoing his sentiments. Upon hearing their pleas, the queen's gaze finally settled on Lu Yu. Slowly, she replied, "I entrust this to you, General. Please ensure your safe return." She then retreated into her carriage, her expression tinged with anger, not directed at others, but rather at herself. She despised putting Lu Yu in peril, yet she saw no alternative. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yu's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. He addressed Duke Muyun and the others, "Continue escorting Her Majesty to the royal city." With that, he turned and departed, his troops following closely behind. At this moment, the admiration in the eyes of Duke Muyun and the others intensified. However, Lu Yu paid no heed to their sentiments as he galloped away. After half a day's journey, he returned to southern border city. From a distance, he beheld what was once a prosperous city, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. Yet, the flames still raged, demonic flames, permeating potent energy. At that moment, Lu Yu's expression darkened considerably. The divine martial marquis had supported him since his humble beginnings, repeatedly advocating for his interests in the Grand Hall. After his rise to general, the marquis had remained steadfastly by his side. Now, he had perished in such a manner. The memory of his abduction lingered painfully in his mind. He has finally come to recognize the cruelty of this world, a terror even more formidable than that of the battlefield. Without the protection of the strong, the human race appears as fragile beings. Perhaps a passing eagle could easily snatch them away and ultimately consume them. Contemplating this, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He glanced back at the army behind him, already armed and ready, and without hesitation, he spoke. Today, we find ourselves without a fortress. And the only way to safeguard our dynasty is through slaughter, to penetrate the depths of the demon race and launch an intense counterattack. Only thus can we make it known that our demon kin are not to be trifled with. Roar. As his words fell, the army behind him erupted in a unified roar. Forward. Lu Yu did not linger, charging ahead with determination. The troops followed closely, daring not to hesitate for even a moment. The war horses galloped forth, their murderous intent palpable. The banners of the great Zhou rustled in the air. In this battle, Lu Yu fought not only for the great Zhou, but for humanity itself, to demonstrate to the demon race that they are not the only ones capable of vengeance. When Lu Yu plunged into the dense forest, on the other side, the princes tasked with aiding various dynasties were evidently facing similar assaults. The eldest prince, responsible for supporting the Longyuan dynasty, found even with the imperial army stationed there, half of the territory had been seized by the demon race. Countless civilians were devoured, becoming tormented souls within the bellies of the demons. The second prince, who oversaw aid to the Huayan dynasty, witnessed it consumed by demon flames, leaving only a solitary royal city standing, like an island amidst the sea. The third prince, in charge of the Heishui dynasty, managed to stave off the assault, yet lost a trusted marquis in the process. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and endure, unable to dream of launching an offensive, merely clinging to survival atop the fortress. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for compared to his brothers, he had distinguished himself. All of this, it is said, stemmed from a fire crow, a formidable figure under the demon emperor, purportedly the commander of this demon incursion against humanity. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he was also cunning, leaving these princes utterly powerless. Within the Yuhua palace, the Yuhua emperor gazed at the kneeling commander of the listening camp below, his eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. He slowly spoke. You have never failed to accomplish the tasks I assigned, so tell me, why have you faltered this time? Protecting the imperial grandson is of utmost importance, yet you have returned on your own. Though his voice bore no overt malice, it was laced with an icy chill. The leader of the listening camp, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily spoke up. Your Majesty, the prowess of the imperial grandson's subordinates is formidable. I was detected from several miles away. When they attacked with their frosty spears, the surrounding area was encased in ice for 1,000 miles. I was no match for them and had no choice but to retreat. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks, for he had once boasted of his extraordinary abilities. Now, having been defeated, he found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, the ascendant emperor's interest was piqued, his royal robes fluttering with a resonant sound. He transformed his anger into delight, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly commendable, my grandson." His ability to command such formidable allies is a testament to his charisma as a ruler. At this moment, the leader of the listening camp felt a tremor run through him, realizing that the ascendant emperor intended to entrust the entire dynasty to Lu Yu. Unperturbed by the leader's thoughts, the emperor continued, "Very well, since there are powerful guards by the imperial grandson's side, your presence is no longer necessary. However, remember to constantly gather intelligence on him. Aim for daily reports." With this command, a wry smile crept onto the leader's face. They often said that affection for grandchildren ran deep. He had not understood this until now. Observing the emperor's joy upon hearing of Lu Yu's strength, he noted how a face lined with wrinkles could light up with such joy, especially with the insistence on daily reports, a clear sign of profound concern. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, quickly adding, "Your Majesty, I have already stationed some personnel. They may not be strong or conspicuous, but they are quite clever. And I have left them with escape talismans to ensure they can gather information without issue." The ascendant emperor nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, however, a court attendant entered. In the next instant, the leader of the listening camp vanished from sight, concealing himself in the shadows of the grand hall. The attendant, whose face was already pale, grew even more ashen as he trembled upon entering the hall, falling to his knees. "Your Majesty, grave news has arisen." The vassal kingdoms are under fierce assault from the demon race, losing vast territories. Our dispatched reinforcements have suffered heavy losses, and several princes are currently struggling to fend off the demons, yet they are perilously close to collapse. Panic laced his voice. Immediately, the ascendant emperor's expression darkened with a frigid intensity. Incompetent fools. Not one of the princes has proven worthy. Do they not know who leads the demons? It is said to be the Fire Crow King. Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance finally shifted, revealing the weight of the unfolding crisis. The Fire Crow King possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of the kingdom's own sage, perhaps even surpassing him. Now, he has opted to take matters into his own hands. I understand, he declared. You may withdraw for now. The Fire Crow King is a challenging adversary. If not dealt with expeditiously, dire consequences may ensue. Yet, he hesitates to act directly, for it is customary that sovereigns refrain from engaging in battle, much like how the demon emperor never participates in warfare. As he pondered his next course of action, the leader of the listening camp emerged with a grim expression after the envoy's departure. Your Majesty, I have just received word that the southern city of the Great Zhou has been set ablaze by the Fire Crow King. The imperial grandson is furious and has taken command of the army to launch an offensive. It is said that he has already penetrated the depths of the 10,000 mountains. Hearing this, the ascendant emperor gasped in shock, exclaiming, How audacious! Countless human warriors dare not enter. What gives him such boldness? Does this fool not value his own life? His anger surged, yet he quickly regained his composure. He gestured for the leader of the listening camp to withdraw and turned to the waiting envoy outside the hall. Inform the sage that the armies engaged in battle across the major dynasties are to be commanded by him. However, I have one stipulation. The Fire Crow King must be slain in the shortest possible time, at any cost, he declared through gritted teeth. It was now too late to impede Lu Yu. The only recourse was to strike first and eliminate the Fire Crow King. The envoy, sensing the gravity of the situation, did not hesitate and swiftly retreated. The ascendant emperor was acutely aware that such actions would incur great losses, potentially undermining the very foundation of the dynasty. Yet, he felt he had no choice. To rescue his exceptional grandson, this was the only path forward. He had meticulously studied the information on his adversary. Lu Yu's talents in both cultivation and military leadership far exceeded those of his peers, rivaling even the prodigies of the imperial dynasty. This was the source of his agitation. The vendetta of his ancestors must be avenged. The ascendant empire could not remain trapped in this desolate land indefinitely. Lu Yu represented his hope, and he could not afford to falter. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the ascendant emperor, Lu Yu had already delved deep into the wild forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their dense, dark green foliage shrouding the sky, casting a perpetual twilight. The undulating hills were suffused with demonic energy, and the roars of immense beasts echoed through the air. Having just received a report from the scout, it is now clear that the king of fire ravens is stationed atop Fire Raven Mountain. However, I find myself a daunting 3,000 miles away from this peak. This journey will take me through numerous territories ruled by various demon kings, all of whom will be my adversaries. My lord, we must traverse to a place known as Bullhead Mountain, which is said to belong to the Python Bull clan. The reigning Python Bull king possesses formidable strength, reaching the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, to circumvent this territory would necessitate an additional 3 days of travel. What shall we do? Luo Chung stepped forward, his face etched with gravity. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yu smiled and remarked, It is often said that a gentleman's vengeance is best served after a decade, yet I believe that we, as iron-blooded men, should seek our retribution from dawn till dusk. Along the way, we shall undoubtedly encounter many demon kings. If we were to avoid each one, we would find ourselves waiting for years to come. Let us advance with vigor. The demon race has harmed our southern lands. Today, we shall obliterate their stronghold and pursue our vengeance to the fullest. At your command. Luo Cheng, sensing the urgency, followed closely behind Lu Yu as they pressed onward. Upon reaching the base of Bullhead Mountain, they were met with a scene shrouded in demonic energy. The foot of the mountain was littered with piles of corpses, and a gruesome expanse of blood covered the ground for miles around, mingled with the remains of the human race. From the summit echoed the harrowing cries of humanity, intertwined with the maniacal laughter of demons, a cacophony that pierced the air. This Bullhead Mountain had evidently become a stronghold for the demon nation, feasting upon human flesh. The scale of their recent assault on humanity suggested they had amassed significant spoils. Otherwise, how could such a horrific tableau exist before them? Lu Yu's eyes brimmed with fury, a primal rage threatening to consume him. Even Cheng Yaojin and the other generals displayed expressions of sorrow and indignation. The demons had gone too far. Lu Yu gazed at the army behind him and, after a moment, declared, "Follow me up the mountain." He was the first to ascend Bullhead Mountain. Just as he reached the base, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Does the host wish to sign in at the elite level silver battlefield? Chapter 71. Sign in successful sign in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and gained the loyalty of Li Guang. Strength. 9th level of the Purple Mansion. Main weapon. Superior spiritual weapon. Dragon engraved wind-chasing bow. Secondary weapon. Superior spiritual weapon. Dragon patterned 8-faced sword. Mount. Golden scaled beast. Capable of traversing 7,000 miles daily. Armor. Black scale wind dancing armor. Physique. Honored battle body. Please accept your rewards. As the voice faded, a look of joy appeared on Lu Yu's face. Li Guang's prowess was not to be underestimated, particularly his unparalleled archery skills. With him by my side, the assault on Bullhead Mountain would undoubtedly be more manageable. Following this, a formidable figure materialized behind him, his visage bronze-toned, his entire form rippling with muscle, as solid as granite. Towering at nearly 2 meters, he resembled an iron tower. The dark armor adorning his form accentuated his formidable presence. The crimson cloak billowed dramatically in the howling wind, creating a resonant sound. A fierce glint ignited within his eyes. With one hand grasping a bow and the other resting upon a sword, he made his entrance, prompting Lu Yu to kneel upon the ground. "I pay my respects to my lord," his voice imbued with reverence. As his words faded, Lu Yu waved his hand, saying, "Rise, for we find ourselves upon the battlefield. It is prudent to confront the enemy first." As his voice echoed, he cast his gaze towards Bull's Head Mountain, his eyes radiating a chilling brilliance. Then, his voice rang out once more, "Li Guang, heed my command. I am here at your service." Li Guang responded hastily upon hearing the summons. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Lu Yu slowly declared, "From this day forth, I appoint you to lead the Arrow Sound camp. Can you secure Bull's Head Mountain?" Stepping forward, Li Guang affirmed, "I shall ensure that not a single demon escapes." His tone bore a hint of menace, resonating with an essence of iron and steel that vibrated through the air. Observing this display, a look of satisfaction deepened on Lu Yu's face. "Very well. Then let us commence the assault. The Arrow Sound camp shall initiate the suppression and later enforce the blockade. The rest shall follow me up the mountain." With his command, the army surged behind him, ascending towards Bull's Head Mountain. Here resided over 100,000 members of the Python Bull clan, and this night was destined for a fierce battle. Halfway up the slope stood a massive city gate, clearly erected by the demons as a precaution against invaders. However, the guards of the Python Bull clan were lackadaisical, for they had never believed an attack could befall them. After all, in the minds of all demons, the human race was merely prey. Who would expect the quarry to mount an offensive? Unbeknownst to them, they were about to encounter a formidable adversary, Lu Yu. Thus, while the demons indulged in drink and slumber, the calm was shattered. Whoosh! At the foot of the mountain, a flurry of arrows shot skyward, instantly cascading upon the city walls. A commander of the Python Bull clan, alerted by the unusual sound, looked skyward, his pupils dilating in horror. An endless rain of arrows enveloped him, leaving no chance for escape. Thud! In the next moment, the city walls were besieged by the deluge of arrows, and the defending demons fell in an instant. Lu Yu, witnessing the scene unfold, allowed a smile to grace his lips. "Break the gate." Upon issuing the command, Cheng Yaojin stepped forward, wielding his massive axe and bringing it down with tremendous force. Crack! The already fragile gate was shattered in an instant. Lu Yu led his subordinates, charging into the city. At that moment, the battle had commenced. As some demon tribes approached from afar, the Xuanzhao army had already entered through the city gates. The war spear thrust forward. Slicing sounds echoed as blades pierced flesh. The demon tribes were hurled backward, and even the remnants were trampled into a bloody pulp beneath iron hooves. A formidable creature of the Mangniu clan soared into the air, determined to fight to the death. It bore a human body with a serpent's head, adorned with a pair of bull horns atop its skull, wielding a war hammer and exuding an aura of fierce valor. However, just as it ascended, Li Guang, pursuing from behind, drew his bowstring taut. A sharp whoosh resonated as the arrow pierced through the air, striking the Mangnia demon and propelling it backward. With a loud crash, its body was pinned against a cliff, coming to a halt. At that moment, the ferocity of the battle intensified. Following the cavalry, the infantry surged forward. Any demon that dared to approach was met with the overwhelming force of the army. The air was thick with the scent of death. The demons, who typically preyed upon humanity, now revealed their vulnerability, shrieking and howling in terror. They had never fathomed that the strength of humanity could be so formidable. Clad in black armor, with cold gazes, their weapons could rend anything asunder. Even with greater strength, those who charged into the military formation found themselves swiftly slaughtered. As Lu Yu and his forces advanced to the summit, the leader of the Mangyu clan emerged with his followers. Upon witnessing the human army invade his lair, a cold glint shone in his eyes. He fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu and slowly spoke. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" However, as his words fell, a dismissive look flashed across Lu Yu's face. With an icy tone, he retorted, "Do not prattle. I have come solely to slay you." With that, he swung his war spear toward the Mangyu leader. His body leaped high, the weapon raised above him, descending with the weight of a mountain. Behind him, a faint golden emperor's silhouette emerged, flickering into view. Simultaneously, the army behind him charged forward, aiming to annihilate the Mangyu clan in one swift motion, causing the Mangyu leader's pupils to constrict in response. In the past, the demon clan initiated battles against the human race, often leading the charge. He had always abhorred the incessant prattling of humans. Yet today, he found himself confronted by a human general whose ferocity surpassed even his own. The intensity of the general's temperament was strikingly more volatile. As the sound of something slicing through the air filled the atmosphere, he had no time for hesitation. Gripping a black iron staff, he raised it to intercept the impending strike. Boom! In the next moment, his weapon collided with Lu Yu's spear. The resounding clash reverberated. Invisible energy surged outward, radiating in all directions. To his astonishment, the chief of the Python Bull clan found his feet sinking into the ground beneath the force of the impact, blood involuntarily spilling from his lips. Lu Yu's strength exceeded all expectations. Then, he saw the adversary's foot soaring towards him, imbued with tremendous force. A fierce wind howling as the battle boots shimmered with a dazzling light, reflecting the brilliance of the moon above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind, revealing that his warriors had amassed sufficient experience points to achieve breakthroughs. Ding! Congratulations, host. The strength of the Yanyun 18 riders has ascended to the 9th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Tiger and Leopard riders have advanced to the 6th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Luo Cheng's strength has elevated to the 4th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Mo Dao army has reached the 5th level of Golden Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pan Feng has attained the 9th level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xianjing camp has achieved the 9th level of Condensed Core. Ding! Congratulations, host. Cheng Yaojin has risen to the 2nd level of Purple Mansion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Xixing camp has attained the 8th level of Condensed Core. As the notifications resounded, a smile graced Lu Yu's countenance. He then unleashed the weighty kick upon the head of the Python Bull chief. The horns atop his head gleamed with a fiery radiance as he emitted a furious roar. Moo! The sound reverberated, waves of sound rippling outward. Yet, Lu Yu's foot had already descended upon him. Bang! In an instant, the chief's head was shattered into a mist of blood, leaving only a massive body collapsing to the ground, blood seeping out and staining the earth. Simultaneously, Lu Yu's subordinates unleashed unprecedented strength, wiping out the remnants of the Python Bull clan, leaving them lifeless on the battlefield. The entire demon mountain was enveloped in an oppressive aura of bloodlust, the ground soaked in crimson. Lu Yu advanced forward, each step splattering blood. Eventually, he arrived at a square where a throng of ragged humans had gathered. Upon seeing Lu Yu's approach, their faces lit up with excitement. They initially believed they were destined to become the prey of the demon clan, never anticipating that a human general would invade the territory of the demons. The joy swelling within them was beyond mere words to express, particularly for their leader, an elderly man whose face was a tapestry of wrinkles. At that moment, he smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Trembling, he stepped forward and addressed Lu Yu. "Thank you, General, for your life-saving grace." As he spoke, he nearly fell to his knees in gratitude, but Lu Yu halted him. "I merely acted on a whim," Lu Yu replied, "and I must be on my way shortly. However, I will arrange for a company of troops to escort you out of the wild forest. Once you return home, may you rebuild your lives anew." As these words echoed, a chorus of sobs arose from the crowd. Their plight was heart-wrenching. When the city fell, they had been captured by the demon clan, and most of their families had already become the demon's sustenance, their bodies lost to the void. Subsequently, Lu Yu refrained from further conversation, organizing a contingent of armored soldiers to escort them to safety. After all, should he depart, The strength of these common folk would likely render them vulnerable to becoming prey once more. Once everything was arranged, Lu Yu led his army onward. Having endured a night of brutal combat, their forms were drenched in the thick remnants of blood. Their black armor bore the stains of battle, with droplets of blood intermittently falling. A foul wind wafted in their wake, rendering them strikingly out of place even within the demon territory. As dawn broke, they had already traversed over 100 miles, their sights set solely on Firecrow Mountain. This time, Lu Yu intended to exact the most ferocious revenge. The aura radiating from him attracted the attention of nearby demons. Just as Lu Yu advanced with his forces, a tiger demon emerged with a thunderous roar. This was a formidable creature at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, its black tiger head and colossal frame imposing against the backdrop of swirling malevolent winds. It was evident that the demon clan held the human race in disdain. A mere great demon dared to assault a human army. However, this time, it confronted Lu Yu's forces. No one would indulge this tiger demon. As the creature leaped forward, Li Guang sprang into action, rising atop his steed. Drawing back his bow to form a perfect crescent, the sound of the bowstring being pulled resonated ominously as energies converged around him, culminating in a radiant golden light enveloping him. The surge of vital energy behind him ascended like the dawn. With a swift release, the feathered arrow soared through the air, cleaving space itself. Just as the tiger demon leaped, it was swiftly pierced through its right eye, its massive body crashing down to the ground. At this moment, warriors had already stepped forward, skillfully skinning the revealed tiger demon and extracting its core. Clearly, they were exceedingly familiar with this process. Witnessing such a scene, even the typically taciturn Luo Chung could not help but exclaim, "The general's archery is unparalleled. I have never witnessed such mastery in my life." Upon hearing these words, a hint of pride flickered across Li Guang's face, for he had indeed never encountered anyone whose archery he respected as much. However, this was merely a trivial episode. Along the journey, similar events occurred frequently. Many formidable demons emerged to clash, but when confronted by the commanders under Lu Yu's command, they merely served to provide the army with a sumptuous feast. As Lu Yu and his companions advanced, the national master of the Yuhua dynasty was also leading his troops into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Following the emperor's orders, he organized the forces of the various dynasties, even bringing along several princes. Whether these dynasties could withstand the onslaught of the demons was beyond his concern. Their sole objective was to eliminate the Fire Crow King in the shortest time possible. Yet, their pace of march was far slower than that of Lu Yu and his group. Throughout their journey, they were hindered by the demons, resulting in the loss of numerous troops. To save time, they opted to traverse through the mountains of certain demon kings. However, with each new peak they attempted to conquer, countless soldiers perished in battle. The level of carnage was beyond description. Thus, even with their utmost efforts, their speed remained exceedingly slow, nowhere near that of Lu Yu's forces. The distance of 3,000 miles was covered by the opposing side in merely 3 days. Meanwhile, Lu Yu's gains along the way were substantial. At the silver battlefield of Lingmang Valley, he registered and gained the loyalty of 40,000 archers from the Arrow Sound Camp, completing the camp's formation and earning the system's reward of a ground-level military formation, the Annihilation Arrow Ring. At the silver battlefield of Black Tiger Mountain, he garnered the allegiance of 40,000 soldiers from the Mo Dao camp, thus finalizing the formation of the camp and receiving the ground-level military formation, the Chaotic Blade Array, reputed to possess the power of reversing yin and yang when in motion. At the silver battlefield of Chuanyun Mountain, he obtained the loyalty of 30,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry, culminating in the completion of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry and earning the ground-level military formation, Death Charge, which, when reaching a certain realm, could shatter the heavens during a charge. This significantly enhanced the strength of Lu Yu's subordinates as they surged forward to the foot of the Fire Crow Mountain. This mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, with its vegetation of vivid red and fine flames erupting from the earth, resembling flowers yet more resplendent, exuding a terrifying aura. The ground was patrolled by various demon tribes, while the skies were dominated by fire crows soaring, distinctly different from other demon kings. It was evidently a formidable demon kingdom, radiating an oppressive atmosphere. Beneath the city, a demon city loomed, and even Lu Yu's expression turned grave. It must be acknowledged that this was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. Chapter 73, The Powerful Army Formation. However, despite the enemy's might, for Lu Yu, they were not insurmountable. Furthermore, he had come seeking vengeance. Although the Fire Crow Demon King represented a peak existence, it could not deter his thirst for retribution. At this moment, Lu Yu advanced on horseback. with an endless army following closely behind him, a sea of gleaming armor and sharp blades. The only sound was that of their march. The ranks were filled with battle-hardened warriors who remained unperturbed even in the face of imminent conflict. At that juncture, Lu Yu issued his command. Li Guang, order the archers' camp to eliminate the fire crows in the sky and the foes atop the city walls. The rest shall charge the city with me. As his voice resonated, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filled the air. At once, upon receiving the command, none in the surrounding army dared to hesitate. A powerful presence emanated from them. Tens of thousands of archers' camp warriors stepped forward, crouching low to the ground. Li Guang stood at the forefront, his imposing figure and surging vitality commanding respect. He bellowed, "Fire!" With the utterance of his command, countless arrows soared into the heavens, a dark cloud blotting out the sun. Each shaft bore a powerful energy, producing a sharp sound as they cut through the air. This was a scene of utter terror, as the sky above was shrouded in ominous clouds, manifesting infinite wonders. The assault launched by 50,000 archers' camp warriors was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Even Lu Yu had not anticipated such overwhelming might. The strength exhibited by the army far exceeded his expectations. Within the demon city, one could hear the anguished roars of great demons. And the demon kings at the Purple Mansion level surged into the sky. Yet, as they ascended, they were swiftly brought down by the rain of arrows. Their protective barriers shattered, their bodies pierced like hedgehogs. Such was the power of the annihilating arrow storm. Lu Yu had envisioned merely suppressing the foes on the city walls, but he had not foreseen the cataclysmic devastation wrought by the deluge of arrows. As the archery barrage descended upon the demon city, an eerie silence enveloped the entire fortress. The ominous clouds in the sky thickened, imparting a stifling sensation. Not only Lu Yu, but even the other generals around him were left speechless. Their initial intent to storm the city was rendered unnecessary in light of this overwhelming display. This was indeed the legendary Han archers' camp. Once capable of sweeping across the lands, an elite army of an era, manifesting its prowess in resounding fashion. No wonder the human race could once instill awe far and wide in the world Lu Yu had once inhabited, becoming the sovereign of the heavens, capable of suppressing all beneath his might. Under such overwhelming power, who could possibly withstand it? After a brief moment, Lu Yu's voice echoed, "Let us venture inside." With those words, he urged his steed toward the demon city, his formidable army trailing behind in a steady march. Upon reaching the towering gates, Pan Feng raised his axe high. With a resounding crash, the grand gates shattered instantly, crimson blood gushing forth like a river. As Lu Yu stepped into this scene, his pupils constricted in disbelief. What had once been a bustling demon city now lay in eerie silence. Within the city, various demon clans were prostrated upon the ground, their bodies grotesquely pinned to the earth by arrows. The sight was harrowing, with even those who had sought refuge within the buildings failing to escape the onslaught. Roofs had been pierced, some even collapsing. The ground was strewn with arrows, leaving no place to tread. In that moment, the commanders surrounding him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded Li Guang. Leading such an immense army was indeed a formidable weapon. Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The archery battalion has gained experience, elevating its strength to the 9th layer of Dan condensation." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. This was merely the cultivation of Dan condensation. What terrifying offensive power would be unleashed upon reaching the Golden Dan realm? Most importantly, the Tiger and Leopard Riders and the Mo Dao soldiers had achieved perfection. How formidable would their military formation be? At this moment, Lu Yu was eager to witness the true extent of his subordinates' offensive capabilities. He pressed onward, for the city had fallen, and it was now time to assault Firecrow Mountain. The true battle, he feared, lay ahead. For the Firecrow King was among the most formidable of the Demon Emperor's minions. Confronting such an adversary would require utmost caution. Leading his army across the entirety of the city, they arrived at the foot of Firecrow Mountain. It was evident that the masters atop the mountain had already sensed the happenings within the city. They were encountering an opponent of unprecedented difficulty for the first time, their eyes betraying a flicker of trepidation. As Lu Yu stood at the mountain's base, surveying the dark mass of troops before him, the demon guard stationed at the gates felt their pupils constrict. This human army was unlike any they had ever encountered. Their formation was imposing, and most strikingly, their aura was terrifyingly formidable. In their gaze, the demons felt as if they were mere blades of grass, cold and cruel, even more ferocious than the demons themselves. In the forefront stood a figure clad in black armor, wielding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other. The armor, stained with blood, emanated a pungent scent as the mountain breeze swept through. Behind them were the infantry, their colossal blades raised high, gleaming ominously like a mountain of knives. The sharpness of their edges was unparalleled, a sight rarely witnessed. Further back, the archers had drawn their bows to a perfect crescent, poised to unleash a lethal assault at any moment. Flanking the army on both sides were the cavalry. The sight of such a formidable force, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, was undeniably daunting, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure in anyone who dared to confront them. At this moment, the leader of the demon clan fixed his gaze upon Lu Yu below, declaring, "Humans, should you choose to retreat now, I shall spare your lives." His voice trembled slightly, accompanied by an involuntary gulp as the immense pressure bore down upon him. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive aura of impending doom, rendering speech a challenge. Particularly, above certain segments of the army, strange phenomena flickered ominously, the air saturated with the palpable tension of battle, compelling him to resist the urge to flee. However, Lu Yu remained unfazed by his words, merely gazing coldly in response. At that moment, Li Guang soared into the air, drawing back his bowstring, which resonated with the sound of a tiger's roar. A radiant feathered arrow coalesced in his grasp, icy and sharp. With a crack, as the arrow was released, it erupted with a thunderous sound, swift and dazzling, surrounded by rising clouds of brilliance, embodying an invincible presence. In an instant, it pierced through the head of the demon king who had just spoken, an act of sheer dominance. Then, Lu Yu calmly commanded, "Infantry, advance." As the order was given, a voice resonated in his mind, "Ding. Does the host wish to check in at the elite-level silver battlefield?"